Society in America. Part Roman 2 continued. Chapter Roman 2 Transport and Markets. Science and art urge on the useful toil. New mold a climate and create the soil. Unyielding nature urge their new demands. And ask not gifts but tribute at her hands. Barbauld. Nature has done so much for the United States in this article of their economy, and has indicated so clearly what remained for human hands to do, that it is very comprehensible to the traveler why this new country so far transcends others of the same age in markets and means of transport. The ports of the United States are singularly enough scattered round the whole of their boundaries. Besides PG2 those on the seaboard, there are many in the interior on the northern lakes, and on thousands of miles of deep rivers no nook in the country is at a despairing distance from a market, and where the usual incentives to enterprise exist, the means of transport are sure to be provided in the proportion in which they are wanted. Even in the South, where the element of wages being lost, and the will of the laborer being lost with them, there are no adequate means of executing even the best conceived enterprises. One more has been done than could have been expected under the circumstances. The mail roads are still extremely bad. I found in traveling through the Carolinas and Georgia that the drivers consider themselves entitled to get on by any means they can devise, that nobody helps and nobody hinders them. It was constantly happening that the stage came to a stop on the brink of a wide and a deep puddle extending all across the road. The driver helped himself without scruple to as many rails of the nearest fence as might serve to fill up the bottom of the hole or break our descent into it on inquiry. I found it was not probable that either road or fence would be mended till both had gone to absolute destruction. The traffic on these roads is so small that the stranger feels himself almost lost in the wilderness in the course of several days' journey. We saw, with the exception of the wagons of a few encampments, PG3, only one vehicle, besides our own. It was a stage returning from Charleston. Our meeting in the forest was like the meeting of ships at sea. We asked the passengers from the South for news from Charleston and Europe, and they questioned us about the state of politics at Washington. The eager vociferation of drivers and passengers was such as is very unusual out of exile. We were desired to give up all thoughts of going by the eastern road to Charleston. The road might be called impassable, and there was nothing to eat by the way, so we described a circuit by Camden and Columbia. An account of an actual day's journey will give the best idea of what traveling is in such places. We had traveled from Richmond, Virginia the day before March 2nd, 1835, and had not had any rest when at midnight we came to a river which had no bridge. The scow had gone over with another stage, and we stood under the stars for a long time, hardly less than an hour. The scow was only just large enough to hold the coach and ourselves, so that it was thought safest for the passengers to alight and go on board on foot. In this process, I found myself over the ankles in mud. A few minutes after we had driven on again on the opposite side of the river, we had to get out to change coaches, after which we proceeded without accident, though very slowly, till daylight. Then the stage sank down into a deep rut, and the horses struggled in vain. We were informed that we were mired, and must all get out. I stood for some time to witness what is very pretty for once, but wearisome when it occurs 10 times a day. The driver carries an axe as a part of the stage apparatus. He cuts down a young tree for a lever, which is introduced under the nave of the sunken wheel, a log serving for a block. The gentlemen, PG4 passengers, all help shouting to the horses, which tug and scramble as vigorously as the gentlemen. We ladies sometimes gave our humble assistance by blowing the driver's horn. Sometimes a cluster of Negroes would assemble from a neighboring plantation, and in extreme cases they would bring a horse to add to our team. The rescue from the rut was effected in any time from a quarter of an hour to 2 hours. This particular 3rd of March 2 hours were lost by this first mishap. It was very cold, and I walked on alone, sure of not missing my road, in a region where there was no other. When I had proceeded 2 miles I stopped and looked around me. I was on a rising ground with no object whatever visible, but the wild black forest extending on all sides as far as I could see, and the red road cut through it as straight as an arrow, till it was lost behind a rising ground at either extremity. I know nothing like it, except a Salvator Rosa. I once saw. The stage soon after took me up, and we proceeded 14 miles to breakfast. We were faint with hunger, but there was no refreshment for us. The family breakfast had been long over, and there was not a scrap of food in the house. We proceeded till at 1 o'clock we reached a private dwelling, where the good woman was kind enough to provide dinner for us. Though the family had dined, she gave us a comfortable meal. and charged only $0.25 each. She stands in all the party's books as a hospitable dame. We had no sooner left her house than we had to get out to pass on foot a bridge too crazy for us to venture over it in the carriage half a mile, before reaching the place where we were to have tea. The thoroughbrace broke, and we had to walk through a snow shower to the inn. We had not proceeded above a quarter of a mile from this place. When the PG5 traces broke after this, we were allowed to sit still in the carriage till near 7 in the morning, when we were approaching Raleigh, North Carolina. We then saw a carriage mired and deserted by driver and horses, but tenanted by some travelers, who had been waiting there since 8 the evening before. While we were pitying their fate, our vehicle once more sank into a rut. It was, however, extricated in a short time, and we reached Raleigh in safety. It was worth undergoing a few traveling disasters to witness the skill and temper of the drivers and the inexhaustible good nature of the passengers. Men of business in any other part of the world would be visibly annoyed by such delays as I have described. But in America, I never saw any gentleman's temper give way under these accidents. Every one jumps out in a moment and sets to work to help the driver. Every one has his joke, and when it is over, the ladies are sure to have the whole represented to them in its most amusing light. One driver on this journey seemed to be a novice, or in some way inferior, in confidence to the rest. A gentleman of our party chose to sit beside him on the box, and he declared that the driver shut his eyes when we were coming to a hole, and that when he called piteously on the passengers for help, it was because we were taking aim at a deep rut. Usually, the confidence and skill of the drivers were equally remarkable. If they thought the stage more full than was convenient, they would sometimes try to alarm the passengers so as to induce some of them to remain for the next stage, and it happened 2 or 3 times that a fat passenger or two fell into the trap and declined proceeding. But it was easy for the experienced to see that the alarm was feigned. In such cases, after a splash into water in the PG6, dark news would be heard from the box that we were in the middle of a creek, and could not go a step back or forward without being overturned into the water, though the assertion was disproved the next minute. It produced its effect again, when the moon was going down early, and the lamps were found to be of course out of order, and the gentleman insisted on buying candles by the roadside, and walking on in bad places, each with a tallow light in his hand. The driver would let drop that, as we had to be overturned before dawn, it did not much matter whether it was now or later after this. The stoutest of the company were naturally left behind at the next stopping place, and the driver chuckled at the lightening of his load. At the close of a troublesome journey in the south, we drew up with some noise before a hotel at 3 in the morning. The driver blew a blast upon an execrable horn. Nobody seemed stirring. Slaves are the most slow-moving people in the world, except upon occasion. "What sleepy folks they are here!" exclaimed the driver. Another blast on the horn, long and screeching. "Never saw such people for sleeping. Music has no effect on 'em at all. I shall have to try firearms." Another blast. "We've waked the watchman, however, that's something done." Another blast. "Never knew such people. Why, Lazarus was far easier to raise." The best testimony that I can bear to the skill with which traveling is conducted on such roads as these, and also in steamboats, is the fact that I traveled upwards of 10,000 miles in the PG7 United States, by land and water, without accident. I was twice nearly overturned, but never quite. It has been seen what the mail routes are like in the South, and I have mentioned that greater progress has been made in other means of transport than might have been expected. I referred to the new railroads, which are being opened in various directions. I saw few circumstances in the South with which I was so well pleased by. The free communication which will thus be opened, much sectional prejudice will be dispelled, the inferiority of slave to free labor will be the more speedily brought home to every man's convictions, and new settlers abhorring slavery will come in and mix with the present population, be the laws regarding labor what they may. The only railroads completed in the South when I was there were the Charleston and Augusta, 2 short ones in the states of Alabama and Mississippi, and one of 5 miles from Lake Pontchartrain to New Orleans. There is likely to be soon a magnificent line from Charleston to Cincinnati, and the line from Norfolk, Virginia to New York is now almost uninterrupted. The quarter of an hour employed in reaching New Orleans from Lake Pontchartrain was one of the most delightful seasons in all my travels. My notion of a swamp was corrected forever. It was the end of April, and the flowering reeds and tropical shrubs made the whole scene one gay garden. It was odd to be passing through a gay garden on a railroad. Green cypress grew out of the clear water everywhere, and there were acres of blue and white iris, and 1,000 rich unknown blossoms waving over the pools. A Negro here and there emerged from a flowery thicket, pushing himself on a raft, or in a canoe through PG ate the reeds. The sluggish bayou was on one side and here, and there a group of old French houses on the other. It was like skimming, as one does in dreams over the meadows of Sicily or the plains of Ceylon. That which may be seen on either hand of the Charleston and Augusta Railroad is scarcely less beautiful, but my journeys on it were by far the most fatiguing of any I underwent in the country. The motion and the noise are distracting, whether this is owing to its being built on piles in many places, whether the fault is in the ground, or the construction. I do not know. Almost all the railroad traveling in America is very fatiguing and noisy. I was told that this was chiefly owing to the roads being put to use as soon as finished, instead of the work being left to settle for some months. How far this is true, I do not pretend to say. The railroads which I saw in progress were laid on wood instead of stone. The patentee discovered that wood settles after frost more evenly than stone. The original cost in the state of New York is about $2,000 per mile. One great inconvenience of the American railroads is that from wood being used for fuel, there is an incessant shower of large sparks destructive to dress and comfort, unless all the windows are shut, which is impossible in warm weather. Some serious accidents from fire have happened in this way, and during my last trip on the Columbia and Philadelphia Railroad, a lady in the car had a shawl burned to destruction on her shoulders, and I found that my own gown had 13 holes in it, and my veil, with which I saved my eyes more than could be counted. My first trip on the Charleston Railroad was more amusing than prosperous. The arrangements were scarcely completed, and the apparatus PG-9 was then in a raw state. Our party left Columbia at 7 in the evening of the 9th of March, by stage, hoping to meet the railroad train at Branchville, 60 miles from Columbia, at 11 the next morning, and to reach Charleston 6 to 2 more to dinner towards morning. When the moon had set, the stage bumped against something, and the driver declared that he must wait for the dayspring before he could proceed another step. When the dawn brightened, we found that we had, as we supposed, missed our passage by the train for the sake of a stump about 2 inches above the ground. We hastened breakfast at Orangeburg, and when we got to Branchville found we need have been in no hurry. The train had not arrived, and some little accident having happened, we waited for it till near 2 o'clock. I never saw an economical work of art harmonize so well with the vastness of a natural scene as here. From the piazza of the house at Branchville, the forest fills the whole scene, with the railroad stretching through it in a perfectly straight line to the vanishing point. The approaching train cannot be seen so far off as this. When it appears a black dot, marked by its wreath of smoke, it is impossible to avoid watching it growing and self-moving, till it stops before the door. I cannot draw, but I could not help trying to make a sketch of this, the largest and longest perspective I ever saw. We were well employed for 2 hours in basking in the sun, noting the mock orange trees before the house, the turkeys strutting, the robins, twice as large as the English, hopping and flitting, and the house apparently just piled up of wood just cut from the forest. Everything was as new as the railroad. As it turned out, we should have been better employed in dining, but we had PG-10 no other idea than of reaching Charleston in 3 or 4 hours. For the first 35 miles, which we accomplished by 4:30, we called it the most interesting railroad we had ever been on. The whole 62 miles was almost a dead level, the descent being only 2 feet, where pools, creeks, and gullies had to be passed. The road was elevated on piles, and thence the look down on an expanse of evergreens was beautiful. This is probably the reason why 3 gentlemen went a few days afterwards to walk, of all places, on the railroad when they were in the middle of one of these elevated portions, where there is a width of only about 3 inches on either side. The tracks, they heard a shout, and looking back, saw a train coming upon them with such speed as to leave no hope that it could be stopped before it reached them. There was no alternative. All 3 leaped down upwards of 20 feet into the swamp, and escaped with a wetting, and with looking exceedingly foolish in their own eyes. At 4:30 our boiler sprang a leak, and there was an end of our prosperity in 2 hours. We hungry passengers were consoled with the news that it was mended. But the same thing happened again and again, and always in the middle of a swamp where we could do nothing but sit. Still the gentlemen tried to amuse themselves with frog hunting, but it was a poor resource. Once we stopped before a comfortable-looking house, where a hot supper was actually on the table, but we were not allowed to stop even so long as to get out. The gentlemen made a rush into the house to see what they could get. One carried off a chicken entire for his party, another seized part of a turkey. Our gentlemen were not alert enough. PG-11 the old lady's table was cleared too quickly for them, and quite to her own consternation, all that we, a party of 5, had to support us with some strips of ham, pieces of dry bread, and 3 sweet potatoes, all jumbled together. In a handkerchief our thoughts wandered back to this supertable an hour, after when we were again sticking in the middle of a swamp. I had fallen asleep, for it was now the middle of a second night of traveling, and was awakened by such a din, as I had never heard. I could not recollect where I was. I looked out of the window, and saw, by the light of the moon, white houses on the bank of the swamp, and the waving shrubs of the forest, but the distracting din was like nothing earthly. It presently struck me that we were being treated with a frog concert. It is worth hearing for once anything so unparalleled as the knocking, ticking, creaking, and rattling, in every variety of key. The swamp was as thick of noises as the forest is of leaves. But 5 minutes of the concert are enough, while 100 years are not enough of the forest. After many times stopping and proceeding, we arrived at Charleston between 4 and 5 in the morning, and it being too early to disturb our friends, crept cold and weary to bed at the Planters Hotel. It was well that all this happened in the month of March. 3 months later, such detention in the swamps by night might have been the death of 3/4 of the passengers. I have not heard of any mismanagement since the concern has been put fairly in operation. There are many railroads in Virginia, and a line to New York through Maryland and Delaware. There is in Kentucky a line from Louisville to Lexington, but it is in Pennsylvania, New York, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts that they abound. All have succeeded so admirably, PG-12, that there is no doubt of the establishment of this means of communication over nearly the whole of the United States within a few years, as byways to the great highways, which nature has made to run through this vast country. The evil of a superabundance of land in proportion to labor will thus be lessened so far that there will be an economy of time and a facility of intercourse, which will improve the intelligence of the country population. There will also be a facility of finding out where new supplies of labor are most wanted, and of supplying them by advantageous employment for small capitals being thus offered. Within bounds, it may also be hoped that many will be prevented from straying into the wilderness. The best friends of the moral, as well as economical interests of the Americans, will afford all possible encouragement to wise schemes for the promotion of intercourse, especially between the North and South. I believe the best constructed railroad in the States is the Boston and Lowell, Massachusetts, length 25 miles. Its importance from the amount of traffic upon it may be estimated from the fact that some thousands of dollars were spent the winter after it was opened in clearing away a fall of snow from it. It was again covered the next night. Another line from Boston is to Providence, Rhode Island, 4 to 3 miles long. This opens a very speedy communication with New York, the distance 227 miles being performed in 20 hours by railroad and steamboat. There is a good line from Boston to Worcester, 4 to 5 miles in length. Its estimated cost is $883,904. This road is to be carried on across the entire state to the Connecticut, from whence a line is now in course of construction to the Hudson to issue opposite Albany. Their PG-13 are proposals for a tunnel under the Hudson at Albany, and from Albany there is already canal and railroad communication to Lake Erie. There is now an uninterrupted communication from the Atlantic to the far end of Lake Michigan. It only remains to extend a line thence to the Mississippi, and the circle is complete. The Great Erie Canal, intersecting the whole state of New York, is too celebrated to need much notice here. Its entire length is 363 miles. It is 40 feet wide at top, 28 at bottom, and 4 feet deep. There are 8 of 4 locks on the main canal. The total rise and fall is 692 feet. The cost was $9,500,000. Though this canal has been opened only since 1825, it is found already insufficient for the immense commerce carried on between the European world and the Great West through the eastern ports. There is a railroad now running across the entire state, which is expected to exhibit much more traffic than the canal, without at all interfering with its business. I traversed the valley of the Mohawk twice, the first time by the canal, the next by stage, which I much preferred both on account of the views being better from the highroad, and from the discomfort of the canal boats. I had also the opportunity of observing the courses of the canal and the new railroad throughout. I was amused the first time at hearing some gentleman plan how the bed of the shoaly Mohawk might be deepened, so as to admit the passage of steamboats. It would be nearly as easy to dig a river at once for the purpose, and pump it full, in other words, to make another canal twice as wonderful as the present. The railroad is a better scheme by far in winter. The traffic is continued PG-14 by sleighs on the canal ice, and a pretty sight it must be. The aspect of the valley was really beautiful last June. It must have made the Mohawk Indians heartsore to part with it in its former quiet state. But now there is more beauty as well as more life. There are farms in every stage of advancement with all the stir of life about them. And the still green graveyard belonging to each showing its white palings and tombstones on the hillside near at hand. Sometimes a small space in the orchard is railed in for this purpose in a shallow reach of the river. There was a line of cows wading through to bury themselves in the luxuriant pasture of the islands, in the midst of the Mohawk. In a deeper part, the chain ferryboat slowly conveyed its passengers across the soil of the valley, is remarkably rich, and the trees and verdure unusually fine. The hanging oakwoods on the ridge were beautiful, and the knolls tilled or untilled, and the little waterfalls trickling or leaping down to join the rushing river. Little knots of houses were clustered about the locks and bridges of the canal, and here and there a village with its white church conspicuous spread away into the middle of the narrow valley. The green and white canal boats might be seen stealing along under the opposite ridge, or issuing from behind a clump of elms or birches, or gliding along a graceful aqueduct, with the diminished figures of the walking passengers seen moving along the bank. On the other hand, the railroad skirted the base of the ridge, and the shanties of the Irish laborers roofed with turf, and the smoke issuing from a barrel. At one corner were so grouped as to look picturesque, however little comfortable in some of the narrowest passes of the valley. The high road, the railroad, the canal, and the river PG-15 are all brought close together, and look as if they were trying which could escape first into a larger space. The scene at Little Falls is magnificent viewed from the road in the light of a summer's morning. The carrying the canal and railroad through this pass was a grand idea, and the solidity and beauty of the works are worthy of it. The canal was commenced in 1817, and the first boat from the inland lakes arrived at New York on the 4th of November 1825. The first year's revenue amounted to $566,221 in 1836. The tolls amounted to $1,294,649. The incorporated railroad companies in the state of New York in 1836 were 50, their capitals varying from $15,000 to $10 million. When I first crossed the Alleghenies in November 1834, I caught a glimpse of the stupendous Portage Railroad running between the two canals, which reached the opposite bases of the mountains. The stage, in which I traveled, was on one side of a deep ravine, bristling with pines, while on the other side was the lofty embankment. Such a wall as I had never imagined could be built, on the summit of which ran the railroad, its line traceable for some miles, with frequent stations and trains of baggage cars. One track of this road had not long been opened, and the work was a splendid novelty. I had afterwards the pleasure of traveling on it from end to end. This road is upwards of 36 miles in length, and at one point reaches an elevation of 2491 feet above the sea. It consists of 11 levels and 10 inclined planes. About 300 feet of the road at the head and foot of each plane is made exactly level. The embankments were made 25 feet wide at the top, and the bed of the road in excavations is 25 feet, with wide PG-16 side ditches, much care in. Drainage was necessary, as the road passes chiefly along the steep slopes of hills of clayey soil, and over innumerable small streams. 68 culverts of masonry pass under the road, and 8 of 5 drains. There are 4 viaducts of hammer-dressed sandstone to carry the line over streams. The most splendid of these is over the Condemns, 8 miles from Johnstown. It has a semicircular arch of 80 feet span the top of whose masonry is 70 feet above the water. There is a tunnel through a spur of the Allegheny 901 feet long by 20 feet wide and 19 high. The foundations of this road are partly stone and partly wood. Each station has 2 steam engines, one being used at a time, and the other provided to prevent delay. In case of accident, 4 cars, each loaded with 7,000 pounds, can be drawn up, and 4 such let down at a time. And from 6 to 10, such trips can be accomplished in an hour. A safety-car is attached to the train, both in ascending and descending. And though not an absolute safeguard, it much increases the security. This little machine, when pressed upon from behind, grounds its point and materially checks the velocity of the otherwise flying train. The iron rails and some other of the metal portions of the work were imported from Great Britain. The cost of constructing this railroad at the contract prices was $1,634,357, but this does not include office expenses, or engineering, or accidental extra allowances to contractors. During the first year of the 2 tracks being opened, 50,000 tons of freight and 20,000 passengers passed over the road. 5 years before this line of passage was an untrodden wilderness. The act authorizing the PG-17 commencement of the work passed the Pennsylvania legislature On the 21st of March, 1831, on the 12th of the next month, the tents of the first working party were pitched at the head of the mountain branch of the Condemns. The party consisted of 2 engineers, a surveyor, 12 assistants and axemen, and a cook. A track 120 feet wide overgrown with heavy spruce and hemlock timber had to be cleared for a distance of 30 miles. The amount of labor was increased as the work proceeded, and at one time as many as 2,000 men were employed upon the road. On the 26th of November 1833, the first car traversed the whole length on the single track that was finished. The canals were then closed for the season, but during the next March, the road was opened for a public highway. In another year, the enterprise was completed, and in May 1835, the state furnished the whole motive power. The stupendous work was then in full operation. Our party of 4 when a child traversed the entire state from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia by canal and railroad in 4 days, at an expense of only $42, not including provisions. There was then great competition between the lines of canal boats. We went by the new line, whose boats were extraordinarily clean, and the table really luxurious. An omnibus sent from the canal conveyed us from our hotel at Pittsburgh to the boat at 9 in the evening, and we immediately set off. Berths were put up for the ladies of the party in the ladies' dressing room, and removed during the day. We were called early and breakfast dispatched before the heat grew oppressive. But though it was now the middle of July, I could not remain in the shade of the cabin. The scenery during our whole course PG-18 was so beautiful. Umbrella and fan made the heat endurable on deck, except for the 2 hours nearest to noon. The only great inconvenience was the having to remember perpetually to avoid the low bridges, which we passed on an average every quarter of an hour. When we were all together, this was little of an annoyance, for one or another was sure to remember to give warning, but a solitary person reading or in reverie is really in danger. We heard of 2 cases of young ladies reading who had been crushed to death, and we prohibited books upon deck. Charlie thought the commotion caused on our approach to abridge the best part of our amusement, and he was heard to complain sometimes that it was very long since we had had any bridges, or when one chanced to be so lofty that we might pass under it without stooping. The best of all in his eyes were the horizontal ones, which compelled us to lie down flat. The valley of the Kiskiminites is like one noble fruitful park here, and there were harvest fields of small grain, and of the tasseled Indian corn, and a few coal and salt works. Some forsaken, some busy, showed themselves on reaches of the river, but we were usually enclosed by a circle of wooded hills, reposing in the brightest lights and shadows. The canal commonly ran along the base of one of these hills, but it often let us slip into the broad, lucid stream of the river itself. After having left the Kiskiminites behind us, we crossed the Condemns by a fine aqueduct, which continued its course through a long dark tunnel, piercing the heart of the mountain. The reflection of the blue light behind us on the straight line of water in this cavern made a beautiful picture. The paths which human hands have piled upon one another here form a singular combination. The river below, the aqueduct over it PG-19, and higher still the mountain road, winding steeper and steeper to the summit. A settler lives on this mountain, the bottom of whose well was dug out in making the tunnel. In the evening, there was every combination of rock, hill, wood, river, and luxuriant vegetation that could furnish forth a succession of noble pictures. Charlie was as well amused as the rest of us. He understood the construction and management of the locks, and was never tired of our rising and falling in them, and they afforded besides an opportunity of stepping ashore with his father to get us flowers, and run along the bank to the next lock of these locks. There are 192 between Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, averaging 8 feet in depth. We were called up before 4 on the second morning, and had barely time to dress, step ashore, and take our places in the car before the train set off. We understood that the utmost possible advantage is taken of the daylight, as the trains do not travel after dark, it being made a point of that the ropes should be examined before each trip. After having breakfasted, by the way we reached the summit of the Portage Railroad between 9 and 10, there were fine views all the way, the mountains opening and receding, and disclosing the distant clearings and nestling villages all around us were plots of wild flowers of many hues. We were carried on chiefly by steam power, partly by horse, partly by descending weight, and at the last down a long reach of the slightest possible inclination by our own weight. The motion was then tremendously rapid, and it subsided only on our reaching the canal at the foot of the mountains. There was again so much hurry, there being danger of either of 2 rival boats getting first PG-20 possession of the next locks, that we of the last car had scarcely time to step on board before the team of 3 horses began cantering and raising a dust on the towing path, and tugging us through the water at such a rate as to make the waves lash the canal bank. Our boat won the race, and we bolted with a victorious force into the chamber of the first lock. We had occasionally to cross broad rivers. Today, we crossed the Juniata by a rope ferry moved by water power, and afterwards, we crossed the Susquehanna at the junction of two branches of the Juniata, the Susquehanna, and two canals, by means of the towing path being carried along the outside of the great covered bridge, which spans the river at Duncan's Island. The next morning we had to leave the broad, clear, but shallow Susquehanna, river of rocks, as its name imports. I had before traveled almost its whole length along its banks, and like everyone who has done so, loved its tranquil beauty. The last stage of this remarkable journey was from Columbia to Philadelphia, by railroad 81 miles, which we were 7 hours in performing, as the stoppages were frequent and long. This work, which was opened in 1834, includes 31 viaducts, 73 stone culverts, 500 stone drains, and 18 bridges. Its cost was about $1,600,000. The length of this passage from Philadelphia to Pittsburgh is 394 miles. Where I again ask would have been these great works, but for the immigration so seriously complained of by some. The number of considerable canals, varying in length from 14 to 363 miles, was in 1835. 25 of railroads from 15 to 100, and 32 pg 21 miles long. There were 14. The cost of these canals was $64,573,099. The cost of these railroads was nearly $30 millions. The Dutch are the best people to apply to for capital when any canal work is projected. I heard it said that the word canal was enough for them. The steamboats of the United States are renowned as they deserve to be. There is no occasion to describe their size and beauty here, but their number is astonishing. I understand that 300 were navigating the great western rivers some time ago, and the number is probably much increased. Among so many, and where the navigation is so dangerous, as on the Mississippi, it is no wonder that the accidents are numerous. I was rather surprised at the cautions I received throughout the South about choosing wisely among the Mississippi steamboats, and at the question gravely asked as I was going on board whether I had a life preserver with me. I found that all my acquaintances on board had furnished themselves with life preservers, and my surprise ceased when we passed boat after boat on the river, delayed or deserted on account of some accident. We were on board the Henry Clay, a noble boat of high reputation. The present being the 97th trip accomplished without accident. Our yawl was snagged one day, and we encountered a squall and hailstorm one night which blew both the pilots away from the helm and made them look to see the hurricane deck blown clear off, but no mischief ensued. Notwithstanding the increase of steamboats in the Mississippi, flatboats are still much in use. These are large boats of rude construction, made just strong PG 22 enough to hold together and keep their cargo of flour or other articles dry from some high point on the great rivers to New Orleans. They are furnished with two enormous oars, fixed on what is, I suppose, called their deck, to be used where the current is sluggish, or when it is desirable to change the direction of the boat. The cumbrous machine is propelled by the stream, her proprietors only occasionally helping her progress now, by pulling at the branches of overhanging trees now, by turning her into the more rapid of two currents. She is seen sometimes floating down the very middle of the river, sometimes gliding under the banks. At noon a bower of green leaves is waving on her deck for shade to her masters. At night a pine brand is waved flaming to give warning to the steamboats not to run her down. The voyage from the upper parts of the Ohio to New Orleans is thus performed in from 3 to 5 weeks. The cargo being disposed of at New Orleans, the boat is broken up, and the materials sold, and her masters work their way home again as deck passengers on board a steamboat. By bringing in wood at all the wooding places, the Henry Clay had a larger company of this kind of passengers than the captain liked. He declared that the deck was giving way under their number. It was a pretty sight to see them twice a day, early in the morning, and about sunset, from the boat when she drew under the shore, form 2 lines between the boat and the wood pile, and bring in their loads. Most of them were tall Kentuckians, who really do look unlike all other people. I felt a strong inclination for a flatboat voyage down the vast and beautiful Mississippi, beautiful with islands and bluffs, and the eternal forest, but I have lost the opportunity. If I should ever visit that beloved country again, PG 23, this picturesque kind of craft will have disappeared, as the yet more barbarous raft is now disappearing, and one more characteristic feature of Western scenery will be effaced. It seems probable that there will be a more rapid increase of ships and schooners than of steamboats on the northern lakes. These lakes are so subject to gusts and storms that steamboats cannot be considered safe and ought to make no promises of punctuality. The captains declare their office to be too anxious. A squall comes from any quarter without notice, and the boat no sooner seems to be proceeding prosperously on her way than she has to run in somewhere for safety from a sudden storm. Of all the watercraft I ever saw, I know none so graceful as the sloops on the Hudson, unless it be the New York pilot boats. The North River sloops are an altogether peculiar race of boats. They are low, and can carry a great press of sail from the smoothness of the water on which they perform their voyages. A sloop of 150 tons will carry a mast of 90 feet high. I could watch these boats on the Hudson a whole summer through, moored beside a pebbly strand in a recess of the shore, or lying dark in a trail of glittering sunshine, or turning the whitest of sails to the sun, startling the fishhawk with the sudden gleam, so that he quits his prey and makes for the hanging woods. I saw their graceful forms disclosed by lightning, while I was watching from the piazza of the West Point Hotel the progress of a tremendous storm. I saw them as suddenly disclosed at another time, and still more strikingly from the terrace of Pine Orchard House, on the summit of the Catskill Mountain. I watched one July morning at 4 o'clock, the breaking of the dawn over the entire valley of the Hudson. The PG-24 difference between mountain forest and meadow first appeared, then the gray river seemed to grow into sight for the whole length of its windings. It was 12 miles off, and looked little more than a thread. The sun came up like a golden star resting on the mountain top, and on the instant the river was seen to be peopled with these sloops. Their white sails came in one instant into view together with the churches in the hamlets and the bright gables of the farmhouses in the meadows. The whole scene was made alive by one ray. There will be no want of markets for produce of all kinds in the United States within any time that can be foreseen if slavery were to be abolished tomorrow. And in consequence, more corn grown and cattle reared in the slave states. The demand for both from the northwestern states would still go on to increase. So vast and progressive would be the improvement in the South. The great cities are even yet ill supplied from the country. Provisions are very dear, and the butcher's meat throughout the country is far inferior to what it will be when an increased amount of labor and means of transport shall encourage improvement in the pasturage and care of stock, while, as we have seen, fowls, butter, and eggs are still sent from Vermont into Boston. There is no such thing to be had there as a joint of tender meat in one house at Boston, where a very numerous family lives in handsome style, and where I several times met large dinner parties. I never saw an ounce of meat, except ham. The table was covered with birds in great variety and well cooked, but all winged creatures. The only tender, juicy meat I saw in the country was a sirloin of beef at Charleston, and the whole provision of a gentleman's table in Kentucky at one country place. There was PG-25 nothing but veal on the table. For a month in a town where I stayed 10 days nothing was to be had but beef, and throughout the South the traveler meets little else than pork under all manner of disguises and fowls. Much is said in England about the cheapness of living in the United States, without its being understood what need there is of equalizing, or what appears so to the inhabitants of an old country, by means of markets in places where beef and veal are twopence per pound, and venison. Penny English tea may be 20 shillings per pound, and gloves, 7 shillings a pair. At Charlottesville University, fowls were provided to the professors' families at $1 a dozen in the towns of Kentucky. Meat is 4 pence per pound in the rural parts of Pennsylvania, a penny, or 2 pence, and butter 6 pence at Ebensburg on the top of the Alleghanies. We stayed 25 hours. 2 of us were well taken care of, had attendants, good beds, 2 dinners each, supper, breakfast, and a supply of buns to carry away with us, and all for $1, the dollar at that time being 4 shillings and 2 pence English. The next week, I paid $6 for the making of a gown at Philadelphia, and all the ladies of a country town, not very far off, were wearing gloves too bad to be mended, or none at all, because none had come up by the canal for many weeks. At Washington, I wanted some ribbon for my straw bonnet, and in the whole place in the season, I could find only 6 pieces of ribbon to choose from. Throughout the entire country, out of the cities, I was struck with the discomfort of broken windows, which appeared on every side. Large farmhouses, flourishing in every other respect, had dismal-looking windows. I was possessed with PG-26, the idea that the business of a traveling glazier would be a highly profitable one. Persons who happen to live near a canal or other quiet watery road have baskets of glass of various sizes sent to them from the towns, and glaze their own windows. But there is no bringing glass over a corduroy or mud or rough limestone road, and those who have no other highways must get along with such windows as it may please the weather and the children to leave them. The following laconic dialogue shows not unfairly, even if it be a mere jest, how acceptable means of transport would be to Western settlers. Whose land was this that you bought? Mogs. What's the soil? Bogs. What's the climate? Fogs. What do you get to eat? Hogs. What did you build your house of? Logs. Have you any neighbors? Frogs. There are only two methods besides rare accidents by which dwellers in such places can get their wants supplied. When a few other neighbors besides frogs gather round the settler, some one opens a grocery store. I went shopping near the Falls of Niagara, about a quarter of a mile, from which place there is a store on the borders of the forest. I saw their glass and bacon staylaces, Prince Drugs rugs, and crockery bombazines and tin cans books boots, and moist sugar Roman 100 peddlers are the other agents of supply. It has been mentioned how Bibles and other books are PG-27 sold by youths who adopt this method of speedily raising money. The Yankee peddlers with their wooden clocks are renowned. One of these gentry, lately retired, with a fortune of $100,000 made by the sale of wooden clocks alone. These men are great benefactors to society, for be their clocks what they may, they make the country people as well off as the inhabitants of towns in the matter of knowing the time. And what more would they have? One would think there was no sun in the United States. So very imaginative are most of the population in respect of the hour. Even in New York, I found a wide difference between the upper and lower parts of the city, and between Canandaigua and Buffalo. There was the slight variation of half an hour. In some parts of the South, we were at the mercy of whatever clock the last peddler might have happened to bring for the appearance of meals. But it appeared as if the clocks themselves had something of the Yankee spirit in them, for while they were usually too fast, I rarely knew one too slow. The perplexity about time took a curious form in one instance. In the South, the lady of the governor of the state had never had sufficient energy to learn the clock with both clock and watch in the house. She was incessantly sending her slave, Venus, lazy, ignorant, awkward, and ugly, into a neighbor's house to ask the hour 3 times in one morning. Did Venus loll against the drawing-room door, her chin in her hands, drawling, "What's the time?" 9. Venus. Venus went home and told her mistress it was 1. Dinner was hastened, but it soon appearing from some symptom that it could not be so late, Venus appeared again with her chin reposing as before. PG 28. What's the time? Between 10 and 11. Venus. Venus carries word that it is 8, and so on. The race of peddlers will decrease year by year. There will be fewer carts, nicely packed with boxes and baskets. There will be fewer youths in homespun with grave faces and somewhat prim deportment in Wellington gigs. There will be fewer horsemen with saddlebags and compact wooden cases. There will be fewer pedestrians with pouches strung before and behind an umbrella in one hand and an open book in the other. The same men or their sons will gain in fortune and lose perhaps somewhat in mind and manners by being stationary or the frequenters of some established market. The conveying of vast quantities of cotton and other produce towards the southern ports is already a matter of pride to the residents who boast that they employ the industry of persons 1,000 miles off to provide food for themselves and their dependents. The bustle of the great northern markets is also very striking to the stranger who sees to what distance in the interior the produce of Europe and Asia is to be conveyed. But a few years hence the spread of comfort and luxury will be as great as that of industry is now, by a vast augmentation of the means of transport. Markets will be opened wherever the soil is peculiarly rich, the mines remarkably productive, or the locality especially inviting. The object is an all-important one, as it is too late to restrict the territory on which the American people are dispersed. It is most serviceable that they should be brought together again for purposes of intercourse, mutual education and discipline, and wise cooperation in the work of self-government by such means as exist for practically PG 29, annihilating time and space. The certain increase of wealth by these means is a good. The certain increase of people is an incalculably greater. The certain increase of knowledge and civilization is the greatest of all. Section Roman 1. Internal improvements. One of the most important constitutional questions that has arisen in the United States is one regarding internal improvements, which has grown out of a failure of foresight in the makers of the Constitution. No set of men could be expected to foresee every great question which must arise during the advancement of a young country, and there is no evidence of its having occurred to anyone in the early days of the Republic, to inquire whether the general government should have power to institute and carry on public works all over the states, and under what limitations. Many inconsistent and contradictory proceedings have taken place in Congress since the question was first raised, and it remains unsettled. For some years after the Revolution, the Treasury had enough to do to pay the debts of the war and defray the expenses attendant upon the organization of the new system. As soon as a surplus was found to be in hand, suggestions were heard about improving the country in 1796. Mr. Madison proposed a resolution to cause a survey to be made for a road from north to south through all the Atlantic states. No appropriation was PG-30 made for the purpose, but no objection was offered. On the ground of the general government not having power to make such appropriation, the difficulty of access to the great western wilderness was represented to Congress under Mr. Jefferson's administration in 1802, and a law was passed making appropriations for opening roads in the Northwest Territory. This was the first appropriation made by Congress for purposes of internal improvement. Many similar acts followed, and road making and surveying the coast went on expeditiously. And to a great extent in 1807, Mr. Gallatin prepared the celebrated report to the Senate, which contains a systematic plan for the improvement of the whole country in 1812. During Mr. Madison's administration, a survey was authorized of the Maine Post Road from Maine to Georgia improvement under the sanction of Congress, went on with increased activity into the administration of Mr. Monroe, by whom the first check was given. Mr. Monroe vetoed the bill authorizing the collection of tolls for the repair of the Cumberland Road. The reason assigned for the veto was that it was one thing to make appropriations for public works, and another thing to assume jurisdiction and sovereignty over the soil on which such works were erected. And President Monroe did not believe that Congress could assume power to levy toll too, by his adoption of a subsequent act involving the same principles. However, it seemed that he had changed his opinion or resolved to yield the question. Mr. J. Q. Adams' advocacy of internal PG 31 improvements removed some lingering difficulties, and while he was president, the public works were carried on with great activity. The Southern members of Congress, however, were generally opposed to the exercise of this power by the general government, and it has ever since been a strongly debated question. President Jackson's course on the subject has not been very consistent before his election. He always voted for internal improvements, going so far as to advocate subscriptions by government to the stock of private canal companies and the formation of roads beginning and ending within the limits of particular states. In his message at the opening of the first Congress after his accession, he proposed the division of the surplus revenue among the states as a substitute for the promotion of internal improvements by the general government. He attempted a limitation and distinction too difficult and important to be settled and acted upon on the judgment and knowledge of one distinction between general and local objects. It is manifestly impossible to draw the line with any precision. The whole Union is benefited by the Erie Canal, though it lies wholly within the limits of the state of New York, and 1,000 positions of circumstances may be imagined by which local advantages may become general and general local, so as to confound the limitation altogether. At any rate, the judgment and knowledge of any individual or any cabinet are obviously unequal to the maintenance of such a distinction. In 1829 and 1830, the President advocated such an amendment of the Constitution as would authorize Congress to apply the surplus revenue to certain specified objects involving the general good, and he strongly objected to the general government exercising a power considered by him PG-32 unconstitutional, merely because there was a quantity of money in the Treasury, which must be disposed of. He has since changed his opinion, and believes that less evil would be incurred by even suddenly reducing the revenue to the amount of the wants of the government, than by conferring on the general government immense means of patronage and opportunity for corrupt and wasteful expenditure. These changes of opinion in President Jackson prove nothing so clearly as the great difficulty of the subject. It is, however, so pressing and so important that, notwithstanding its difficulty, it must be settled before long. The opposing arguments seem to me to be these. The advocates of a concession to Congress of the power of conducting internal improvements plead with regard to the constitutionality of the power, that it is conferred by the clauses which authorize Congress to make postroads to regulate commerce between the states, to make and carry on war, and therefore to have roads by which to transport troops, to lay taxes, to pay the debts, and provide for the general welfare of the United States, and to pass all laws necessary to carry into effect its constitutional powers. The answer is that to derive from these clauses any countenance of the practice of spending, without limit the public funds for objects which any present government may declare to be for the general welfare, is an obvious straining of the instrument, that by such methods the Constitution may be made to authorize the spending of any amount whatever for any purpose, whatever that it is the characteristic of the Constitution, to specify the powers given to Congress with a nicety which is wholly inconsistent with such a boundless PG 33 conveyance of power, as is here presumed, and that accordingly the permission to lay taxes, to pay the debts, and provide for the general welfare of the United States is limited as to its objects by the preceding specifications, and that finally the powers allotted to the state governments exclude the supposition that Congress is authorized to assume such territorial jurisdiction as it has been allowed to practice within the limits of the several states. This last set of opinions appears to disinterested observers so obviously reasonable that the wonder is how so weak a stand on the provisions of the Constitution can have been maintained for any length of time. The reason is that the pleas of expediency are so strong as to counterbalance the weakness of the constitutional argument. But this being the case, the truly honest and patriotic mode of proceeding would be to add to the Constitution, by the means therein provided, instead of straining the instrument to accomplish an object which was not present to the minds of its framers. The pleas of the advocates of internal improvements are these: that very extensive public works designed for the benefit of the whole Union, and carried through vast portions of its area, must be accomplished; that an object so essential ought not to be left at the mercy of such an accident as the cordial agreement of the requisite number of states to carry such works forward to their completion; that the surplus funds accruing from the whole nation cannot be so well employed as in promoting works by which the whole nation will be benefited; and that as the interests of the majority have hitherto upheld Congress in the use of this power, it may be assumed to be the will of the majority that Congress should continue to exercise it. PG 34. The answer is that it is inexpedient to put a vast and increasing patronage into the hands of the general government, that only a very superficial knowledge can be looked for in members of Congress as to the necessity or value of works proposed to be instituted in any parts of the states, but those in which they are respectively interested; that endless jealousies would arise between the various states. 3. From the impossibility or undesirableness of equalizing the amount of appropriation made to each; that useless works would be proposed from the spirit of competition or individual interest; 4. And that corruption coextensive with the increase of power would deprave the functions of the general government. There is much truth on both sides here in the first set of pleas. There is so much force that they have ceased to be what they were once supposed. The distinctive doctrines of the federal party. Mr. Webster is still considered the head of the internal improvements party, and Mr. Calhoun was for some time the leader of its opponents. Jefferson's latest opinions were strong against the power claimed and exercised by Congress. Yet large numbers of the Democratic Party are as strenuous PG 35 for internal improvements as Adams and Webster themselves, the interests of the majority being clearly on that side. To an impartial observer, it appears that Congress has no constitutional right to devote the public funds to internal improvements at its own unrestricted will and pleasure; that the permitted usurpation of the power for so long a time indicates that some degree of such power in the hands of the general government is desirable and necessary; that such power should be granted through an amendment of the Constitution, by the methods therein provided; that in the meantime it is perilous that the instrument should be strained for the support of any function, however desirable its exercise may be. In case of the proposed addition being made to the Constitution, arrangements will of course be entered into for determining the principles by which general are to be distinguished from local objects, or whether such distinction can on any principle be fixed for testing the utility of proposed objects, for checking extravagant expenditure, jobbing, and corrupt patronage. In short, the powers of Congress will be specified here, as in other matters, by express permission and prohibition. These details, difficult or unmanageable, amidst the questionable exercise of a great power, will doubtless be arranged so as to work with precision when the will of the majority is brought to bear directly upon them. It is time that this great question should be settled. Congress goes, on making appropriations for a road here, a canal there, a harbor, or a lighthouse, somewhere else. All these may or may not be necessary. Meantime, those who have law on their side exclaim against extravagance, jobbing, and encroachment on popular rights. Those who PG 36 have expediency on their side plead necessity, the popular will, and the increasing surplus revenue. If the Constitution provides means by which law, expediency, and the prevention of abuse can be reconciled to the satisfaction of all, surely the sooner it is done the better. Thus the matter appears to a passing stranger. American Annual Register, p. 285. PG 37. Chapter Roman 3, Manufactures. The crude treasures perpetually exposed before our eyes contain within them other and more valuable principles, all these likewise in their numberless combinations, which ages of labor and research can never exhaust, may be destined to furnish in perpetual succession new sources of our wealth and of our happiness. Babbage. The whole American people suffered during the Revolutionary War from the want of the comforts, and some of the necessaries of life, now so called, their commerce with the world abroad being almost wholly intercepted. They had nothing wherewith to console themselves, but the stocks which might be left in their warehouses, and the produce of their soil. It is amazing at this day to hear of the wants of the commonest articles of clothing and domestic use undergone in those days by some of the first families in the Republic. The experience of these troubles suggested to many persons the expediency of establishing manufactures in the United States. But there was an almost universal prejudice against this mode of employment. It is amusing now to read Hamilton's celebrated report on manufactures presented in 1790, and to see how elaborately the popular PG 38 objections to manufactures are answered. The persuasion of the nation was that America was designed to be an agricultural country, that agriculture was wholly productive, and manufactures not productive at all, and that agriculture was the more honorable occupation. The two former prejudices have been put to flight by happy experience. The last still lingers. It is not 5 years since the President's message declared that the wealth and strength of a country are its population, and the best part of that population are the cultivators of the soil. Such prepossessions may be left to die out. They arise mainly from a very good notion, not very clearly defined, that the more intercourse men have with nature, the better for the men. This is true, but nature is present in all places where the hands of men work, if the workmen can but see her. If nature is supposed present only where there is a blue sky overhead and grass and trees around, this shows only the narrowness of mind of him who thus supposes her forces are at work wherever there is mechanism, and man only directs them to his particular purpose. In America, it may be said that her beauty is present wherever her forces are at work, for men have there set up their mechanism in some of the choicest spots in the land. There is a good and an evil aspect belonging to all things. If tourists are exasperated at fine scenery being deformed by the erection of mills, which in many instances are more of an ornament than a deformity, let others be awake to the advantage that it is to the workpeople to have their dwellings and their occupation fixed in spots where the hills are heaped together, and the waters leap and whirl among rocks, rather than in dull suburbs, where they in their employments may not annoy the eye of the lover of the PG 39 picturesque. It always gave me pleasure to see the artisans at work about such places as Glens Falls, the falls of the Genesee, and on the banks of some of the whirling streams in the New England valleys. I felt that they caught, or might catch, as beautiful glimpses of nature's face as the Western settler, if the internal circumstances were favorable. There was little in the outward to choose between, if they had the open mind's eye to see beauty and the soul to feel wonder. It mattered little whether it was the forest or the waterfall, even though it were called the water privilege, that they had to look upon, whether it was by the agency of vegetation or of steam that they had to work. It is deplorable enough in this view to be a poor artisan in the heart of our English Manchester, but to be a thriving one in the most beautiful outskirts of Sheffield is perhaps as favorable a lot for the lover of nature as to be a laborer on any soil, and the privileges of the American artisans are like this. As to the old objection to American manufactures, that America was designed to be an agricultural country, it seems to me, as I said before, that America was meant to be everything her group of republics is merged in one in the eyes of the world, and for some purposes in reality, but this involves no obligation to make them all alike in their produce and occupations, but rather the contrary. Here, as everywhere else, let the laws of nature be followed, and the procedure will be wise. Nature has nothing to do with artificial boundaries and arbitrary enclosures. There are many soils and many climates included within the boundary line of the United States, many countries, and one rule cannot be laid down for all if there be any one or more of these, where the requisites for manufactures are present, and those PG 40 for agriculture deficient, there let manufactures arise if there is poor land and good mill seats, abundant material animal and mineral on the spot, and vegetable easily to be procured a sufficiency of hands and talent for the construction and use of machinery, there should manufactures spring up. This is eminently the case with New England and some other parts of the United States. It was perceived to be so even in the days when the growth of cotton in the South was spoken of as a small experiment not likely to produce great consequences. New England formerly depended chiefly on the carrying trade. When that resource was diminished, after the war, it is difficult to see how her people were to be prevented setting up manufactures, or why they needed any particular exhortation or assistance to do it. They had the opportunity of obtaining foreign capital, their previous foreign intercourses, having pointed out to them where it had accumulated, and might therefore be obtained. With advantage, they had a vast material left from their fisheries of skins oil, and the bones of marine animals they had bark hides, wood flax, hemp, iron, and clay. They had also the requisite skill, as may be seen by the following list of domestic manufactures, carried on in private houses, only in 1790 great quantities of coarse cloths, coatings, serges and flannels, linsewoolsies, hosiery of wool, cotton, and thread, coarse fustians, jeans, and muslins, coverlets and counterpanes, tow linens, coarse shirtings, sheetings, towelings, and table linen, and various mixtures of wool and cotton, and of cotton and flax are made in the household way, and in many instances to an extent not only sufficient for the supply of the family in which they are made, but for sale, and even in some cases for exportation. It is computed in a number of PG 41 districts that 2/3, 3/4, and even 4/5 of all the clothing of the inhabitants are made by themselves. 5. If all this was done without the advantage of division of labor of masses of capital, or of other machinery than might be set up in a farmhouse parlor, it is clear that this region was fully prepared 45 years ago for the introduction of manufactures on a large scale, and there appears every reason to believe that they might have been left to their natural growth. The same report mentions 17 classes of manufacture going on as distinct trades at the same time in the northern states. The only plausible objection to the establishment of manufactures was the scarcity and dearness of labor in comparison with that of the old countries of Europe. But if the exportation of some articles actually took place, while the labor which produced them was scattered about in farmhouses, what might not be expected if the same labor could be called forth and concentrated, and aided by the introduction of machinery, a great immigration of artisans might also be looked for when once any temptation was held out to the poor of Europe to come over to a young and thriving country. Moreover, improvements in machinery are the invariable consequence of a deficiency of manufacturing labor, for the obvious reason that men's wits are urged to supply the want under which their interests suffer. Again, manufactures can to a considerable degree be carried on by the labor of women, and there is a great number of unemployed women in New England, from the circumstance that the young men of that region wander away in search of a settlement on the land, and after being settled find wives in the South and West. PG 42. Thus much of the case might have been, and was by some foreseen, what has been the event. In 1825, the amount of manufactures exported from the United States was $5,729,797. Of these, about 1/4 were cotton piece goods, in the sale of which the American merchants were now able to compete with the English. In some foreign markets, the manufacture of cottons in the United States afforded a market for 175,000 bales of cotton annually, and the printed cottons manufactured at home amounted annually to 14 millions of yards. The importation of cotton goods into the country in 1825 was in value between 12 and 13 millions of dollars, and in 1826 between 9 and 10 millions. The woolen manufacture has never flourished like the cotton, the bad effects of the tariff being more immediately visible in regard to articles of manufacture, whose raw material must be chiefly derived from abroad. In 1828, the legislature of Massachusetts passed resolutions deploring the increasing depression of the woolen manufacture, and praying for increased protection from Congress. The exportation of cotton goods that year amounted to upwards of $1 million, and the next year to nearly $1.5 million. The importation of cotton goods was all but prohibited by the tariff of 1824, and the consequence was an immense investment of capital in the cotton manufacture, almost on the instant and some perilous fluctuations, since too nearly resembling the agitations of older countries, where the pernicious policy of ages has accumulated difficulties on the present generation. At Lowell in Massachusetts, there was in 1818 a small satinette mill, employing about 20 hands, the place itself containing 200 inhabitants in 1825. The Merrimack Manufacturing Company, PG 43, was formed. It was joined by others. And in 1832, the capital invested was above $6 million. The whole number of operatives employed was 5,000, of whom 3,800 were women and girls. The quantity of raw cotton used was upwards of 20,000 bales. The quantity of pure cotton goods manufactured was 25 millions of yards. The woolen fabric manufactured in these establishments was at the same time 150,000 yards. 68 carpet looms were at work. Also, the workmen employed in all these operations received for wages about $1,200,000 per annum. About 200 mechanics of a high order of ability are constantly employed. The fuel consumed in a year is 5,000 tons of anthracite coal, besides charcoal and wood. The same protective system which caused the sudden growth of such an establishment as this tempted numerous capitalists to seek their share of the supposed benefits of the tariff. The manufacturing interest was well nigh ruined by the protection it had asked for. The competition and consequent overmanufacture were tremendous. Failure after failure took place, till 4 to 5,000 spindles were standing idle, and thousands of operatives were thrown into a state of poverty unnatural enough in such a country, as there's a cry was raised by many for a repeal of the tariff. This created a panic among those who, on the strength of the tariff, had withdrawn their capital from commerce and invested it in manufactures. The stock of all the manufacturing companies was offered in vain at prices ruinously low. Thus stood matters in 1829. The history of the quarrel between the North and South about the tariff and the nature of the PG 44 Compromise Bill is already known. The mischief done will be repaired as far as reparation is possible by the reduction of the import duties year by year till 1842, if the demands of the country and of foreign customers should not rise to the limit of the overmanufacture, which has taken place. Time is thus allowed for the gradual withdrawing of the capital and industry, which have been seduced into this method of employment. Meantime, the manufactures of the northern states are permanently established, though not in the wisest way. If they had been left to themselves, they would have been an unmixed good to the community. As it is, society has suffered the inevitable consequences of an irrational policy, a policy indefensible in a republic. It is well that the experiment wrought out its consequences so speedily and so plainly that any repetition is unlikely, little as the natural laws which regulate commerce are yet understood. In 1831, the total number of looms employed in the cotton manufacture of the United States was 33,433. Of these, 21,336 were in New England, 3,653 in New York State, 6,301 in Pennsylvania, and the rest in Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, and Virginia. Next to the cotton and woolen manufactures, the most valuable are manufactures from flax and hemp, from tobacco and grain, sugar, soap, and candles, gunpowder, gold and silver coin, iron, copper, and brass, hats, medicinal drugs, and shoes. The shoe manufacture is one of the most remarkable in the States. From the suddenness and extent of its spread, it has been mentioned that the shoe trade of New York State is more valuable than the total commerce of Georgia. The extent to which the manufacture is carried on in one village in Massachusetts, with which I am acquainted, shows the prosperity of the business. PG 45. In order to shoemaking, there must be tanning. There are many and large tanneries in Danvers and the outskirts of Salem for the supply of the Lynn shoe manufacture. The largest tannery in the United States is at Salem. The hides are partly imported, the bark is brought from Maine. These tanneries were in a state of temporary adversity. When I saw them, some kinds of skins are 2 or 3 years in tanning, and capital is thus locked up in such amounts as render fluctuation dangerous. It had lately been discovered that oak bark could be had cheaper, and tanning consequently carried on to a greater advantage up the Hudson than on the Massachusetts coast, so that the tanners and curriers of Salem and Danvers were descending somewhat from their high prosperity, but nothing could exceed the nourishing aspect of Lynn, the sanctum of St. Crispin. In 1831, the value of boots and shoes, very few boots, and chiefly ladies' shoes made at Lynn, was nearly $1 million a year. The total number made was above 1.5 million. Pairs, the number of people employed 3,500. being about seven-eighths of the population of the place partially employed, and some hundreds from other places wholly employed last year. The place was much on the increase a green with a piece of water in the middle, and trees was being laid out in the center of the town. New houses were rising in all directions, and fresh hands were welcomed from any quarter, for the orders sent could not be executed besides the domestic supply. 2 million pairs of ladies' shoes were sent off to the remotest corners of the states, and as they have once penetrated there, it seems difficult to imagine where the demand will stop, for those remote corners are all being more thickly peopled every day. Their united demand will be enough to make the fortune of a whole state. PG 46. It seems probable that a few more manufactures may be added to those which are sure to flourish in the United States as silk and wine, if the government firmly refuses to interfere again in the way of protection. It will be easily and safely discoverable what resources the country really possesses, and what direction her improving industry may naturally and profitably take. Section Roman 1. The tariff. If I were to go into anything like a detailed account of what I heard about the tariff during my travels, no room would be left for more interesting affairs. The recrimination on the subject is endless. With all this, we have nothing to do now, that it is over the philosophy and fact of the transaction, and not the changes of opinion and inconsistency of conduct of public men, are now of importance. It would be well now to leave the persons and look at the thing. Almost the only fact in relation to the tariff that I never heard disputed is that it was under one aspect a measure of retaliation, rendering evil for evil answers no better in economical than in moral affairs, even if it take the name of self-defense, because the British are foolish and wrong in refusing to admit American corn. The Americans excluded British cottons and woolens. More was said, and I believe sincerely, about self-defense than PG 47 about retaliation. But it is very remarkable that men so clear-headed, inquiring, and sagacious as the authors of the American system should not have seen further into the condition of their own country, and learned more from the unhappy experience of Europe than to imagine that they could neutralize the effects of the bad policy of England by adopting the same bad policy themselves. It is strange that they did not see that, if British cottons and woolens found easy entrance into their country, it must have been in exchange for something, though that something was not corn. It was strange that they did not see that, if the apparent facilities for manufactures in the northern states were really great enough to justify manufactures, individual enterprise would be sure to find it out, and all the more readily for the deficiency in the resources of New England, which is assigned as the reason for offering her legislative protection. There was not even the excuse for interference which exists in old countries, that by intricate complexities of mismanagement economical affairs have been perverted from their natural course. Here in America, a new branch of industry was to be instituted. The skill was ready, the material was ready, the capital was procurable. If the object was good and ought not to be, if the object was unsound, the interests of the people might have been trusted in their own hands. They would of themselves have taken less of British cotton goods and more of something else which they could not get at home, if cotton goods could be made better and cheaper at home than in England, which it is proved that for the most part they can be. It is anticipated that, when the compromise method expires, the home manufacture of some kinds of fine cotton goods will diminish, but that the bulk of the manufacture is beyond the reach of accident. The PG 48 effect of the tariff has been to overstimulate a natural process, and thus to cause overmanufacture, panic, and ruin, to many it is said, and with truth, that America can afford to try experiments, that America is the very country that should learn by experience, and so forth. But it should be remembered that those who suffer are not always those who should be the learners. In New England, there is a large class of very poor women ladies, some working, some unable to work. I knew many of these, and was struck with the great number of them who assigned as the cause of their poverty the depreciation of factory stock, or the failure in other ways of factory schemes, in which their parents or other friends had beguiled by the promises of the tariff, invested what should have been their maintenance. No more need be said on the policy of the tariff. The truth is now very extensively acknowledged, and though some of those who are answerable for the American system continue to assume that manufactures could not have been instituted without its assistance, I believe it is pretty generally understood that no more infant manufactures will be burdened with this cruel kind of protection. A far more important question than that of the policy is that of the principle of a protective system in the United States. It is known that the strongest resistance was made to the American system on the ground of its being unconstitutional, Its advocates relied for the necessary sanction on the clauses, which provide that Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes and duties, imposts, and excise sand to regulate commerce with foreign nations. With regard to the first of these clauses, both parties seem more or less in the right. By the tariff, Congress proposed to lay and collect duties and PG 49 imposts, as the Constitution gives it express leave to do, yet it is clear to those who view the Constitution in the light of the sun of the Revolution that such permission was given solely with a view to the collection of the revenue. No one of the framers of the Constitution could have foreseen that any proposal would be made to lay duties for the protection of the productive interests of a section of the Union. Such a use of the clause is forbidden in spirit, though not in the letter, by the clause which ordains, but all duties, imposts, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. This clause is in its spirit wholly condemnatory of partial legislation by Congress. Remarks somewhat analogous may be made respecting the other clause, which empowers Congress to regulate commerce with foreign nations. By the letter of this clause, Congress may appear to a superficial observer authorized so to regulate its commerce with Great Britain as to cause an arbitrary distribution of property and industry within her own boundaries. But such a double action could never have been in contemplation of the framers of the instrument. What they had in view was obviously the guardianship of the national commercial rights and the promotion of the national commercial, not sectional manufacturing interests. Where the letter and the spirit of the Constitution are made by lapse of time and change of circumstance to bear out opposite modes of conduct, there is an appeal which every man must make for his individual satisfaction and conviction. He must appeal to the fundamental republican principles, out of which grew both the spirit and the letter of the Constitution. By these the tariff is hopelessly condemned. It is contrary to all sound republican principle that the general government of a nation, widely spread PG 50 over regions, and separated into sections diversified in their productions, occupations, and interests, should use its power of legislating for the whole to provide for the particular interests of a part. The principle of perfect political and social equality is violated when the general government takes cognizance of local objects so far as to do a deed which must materially affect the distribution of private property, so far as to lay a tax on the whole of the nation, for the avowed object of benefiting a part. The government of a republic has no business with distinctions among its subjects. It is to have no respect of classes more than of individuals. Its functions are to be discharged for the common interest, and it is to entertain no fancies as to what new institutions or arrangements will be beneficial or the contrary to the nation. All such institutions and arrangements must be made within the several states, or by an agreement of states, subject, of course, to the permissions and prohibitions of the Constitution. If one state or several states should be pleased to decree bounties on their own manufactures, let them do so, whether the measure were wise or unwise. No one out of the limits of such state or states would have a right to complain. This could not be said under the tariff. It was a just complaint which was urged by many states that the federal representation was made useless to the minority from the moment that the federal government applied itself to favor local and particular interests. The case is not altered by the possible result being highly beneficial to the whole country, which is the plea industriously advanced by the advocates of the tariff. Whatever direction and application of industry and capital may be ultimately most beneficial, Congress has on principle no more business with it than with the support of what may prove in the end to be the purest religious doctrine. PG 51. If America had been as free from the beginning in all respects as a young country ought to be free, to run her natural course of prosperity subject only to the faithful laws, which regulate the economy of society, as beneficially as another set of laws regulates the seasons, we might never have heard of the American system, the poisonous anomaly, which has caused almost all the diseases that have afflicted the Republic, appears to be the original infection here. Also, if labor in the southern states had been free long ago, the deterioration of southern property would not have caused the southern planters to clamor for legislative protection. The arbitrary tenure of labor made them desire an arbitrary distribution of capital. They desired it for the North as eagerly as for themselves, expecting the result to be that the cotton growers would be protected by heavy import duties on cotton, and that the prosperity of the North, depending as they supposed wholly on its commerce, would be crippled by the same means, and thus something like an equality between North and South be restored. The effect was different from what had been anticipated. The deterioration of the South went on, and manufactures first replaced, and then renovated the commerce of the North. The next consequence was natural enough. The South became infuriated against the tariff, not only on the reasonable ground of its badness of principle, but on the allegation that it was the cause of all the woes of the South. 6 PG 52, and all the prosperity diversified with woes of the North. It has always been the method of slaveholders to lay the blame of their sufferings upon everything. But the real cause, anyone who reads the history of slavery in the Book of Events will find slaveholders of every country complaining bitterly and incessantly of the want of legislative protection to themselves or of its being granted to others in the present instance. It was a device of the slaveholders to renovate their falling fortunes turned against themselves. The true dignity of America would have been had circumstances allowed of it to have followed out her own republican principles, instead of adopting the false principles and injurious policy of older and less favored nations. If she had left PG 53 labor and commerce and capital free, disdaining interference at home and retaliation abroad, showing her faith in the natural laws of social economy by calmly committing to them the external interests of her people, she would by this time have been the pattern and instructress of the civilized world in the philosophy of production and commerce. But she had not the knowledge nor the requisite faith, nor was it to be reasonably expected that she should. Her doctrine was, and I fear still is, that she need not study political economy while she is so prosperous as at present, that political economy is for those who are under adversity. If in other cases she allows that prevention is better than cure, avoidance than reparation, why not in this? It may not yet be too late for her to be in the van of all the world in economical, as in political philosophy. The old world will still be long in getting above its bad institutions, if America would free her servile class, by the time the provisions of the Compromise Bill expire, and start afresh in pure economical freedom. She might yet be the first to show by her transcendent peace and prosperity that democratic principles are the true foundation of economical as well as political welfare. Section Roman 2, Manufacturing Labor. So much is said in Europe of the scarcity of agricultural labor in the United States that it is a matter of surprise that manufactures should have succeeded, as they have done. It is even supposed PG 54, by some, that the tariff was rendered necessary by a deficiency of labor, that by offering a premium on manufacturing industry, the requisite amount was sought to be drawn away from other employments, and concentrated upon this. This is a mistake. There is every reason to suppose that the requisite amount of labor would have been forthcoming if affairs had been left to take their natural course. It has been shown that domestic manufactures were carried on to a great extent so far back as 1790. From that time to this, they have never altogether ceased in the farmhouses, as the homespun still so frequently, to be seen all over the country, and the agricultural meetings of New England, where there is usually a display of domestic manufactures, will testify the hands by which these products are wrought come to the factories, when the demand for labor renders it worthwhile, and drop back into the farmhouses when the demand slackens. It is not the custom in America for women, except slaves, to work out of doors. It has been mentioned that the young men of New England migrate in large numbers to the West, leaving an overproportion of female population, the amount of which I could never learn. Statements were made to me, but so incredible that I withhold them. Suffice it, that there are many more women than men in from 6 to 9 states of the Union. There is reason to believe that there was much silent suffering from poverty before the institution of factories, that they afford a most welcome resource to some thousands of young women, unwilling to give themselves to domestic service, and precluded by the customs of the country from rural labor. We have seen how large a proportion of the labor in the Lowell factories is supplied by women. Much of the rest is furnished by immigrants. IP 55 saw English, Irish, and Scotch operatives, I heard, but a poor character of the English operatives, and the Scotch were pronounced 10 times better. The English are jealous of their bargain, and on the watch lest they should be asked to do more than they stipulated, for their habits are not so sober as those of the Scotch, and they are incapable of going beyond the single operation they profess. Such is the testimony of their employers. The demand for labor is, however, sufficiently imperious in all the mechanical departments to make it surprising that prison labor is regarded with such jealousy, as I have witnessed, when it is considered how small a class the convicts of the United States are, and are likely to remain. How essential labor is to their reformation, how few are the kinds of manufacture which they can practice, and that it is of some importance that prison establishments should maintain themselves, it seems wholly unworthy of the intelligent mechanics of America that they should be so afraid of convict labor as actually to obtain pledges from some candidates for office to propose the abolition of prison manufactures. I believe that the Sing Sing and Auburn prisons in the state of New York turn out a greater variety and amount of products than any others, and they have yet done very little more than maintain themselves. The Sing Sing convicts quarry and dress granite, the Auburn prisoners make clocks, combs, shoes, carpets, and machinery. They are cabinet and chair makers, weavers, and tailors. There were 650 prisoners when I was there, and of these many were inexperienced workmen, and all were not employed in manufactures. Jealousy of such a set of craftsmen is absurd in the present state of the American labor market. I saw specimens of each of these kinds of labor a few days after I entered the country. IPC 56 was taken to an agricultural meeting held annually at Pittsfield, Massachusetts. We were too late to see the best part of it, the dispensing of prizes for the best agricultural skill and for the choicest domestic manufactures, but there were specimens left which surprised me by the excellence of their qualitable and bedlinen diapers, blankets, and knitted wares. There was an ingenious model of a bed for invalids combining many sorts of facilities for change of posture. There were nearly as many women as men at this meeting. All were well dressed and going to and fro in the household vehicle, the country wagon with the invariable bearskin covering the seat, and peeping out on all sides. A comfortable display from the remains of the dinner was set out for us by smart mulatto girls with snowberries in their hair. The mechanics' houses in this beautiful village would be enough if they could be exhibited in England to tempt over half her operatives to the New World. The first cotton mill that I saw was at Paterson, New Jersey. It was set up at first with 900 spindles, which were afterwards increased to 1,500, then to 6,000. Building was still going on. When I was there, the girls were all well dressed. Their hair was arranged according to the latest fashions, which had arrived via New York, and they wore calashes in going to and fro between their dwellings and the Roman 1099. I saw some of the children barefooted but carrying umbrellas under a slight sprinkling of rain. I asked whether those who could afford umbrellas went barefoot for coolness or other convenience. The proprietor told me that there had probably been an economical calculation. In the case, stockings and shoes would defend only the feet, while the umbrella would preserve the gloss of the whole of the rest of the costume. PG 57. There seems, however, to be a strong predilection for umbrellas in the United States. A convict in solitary confinement in the Philadelphia prison gave me the history of all his burglaries, the proximate cause of his capture. After the last was an umbrella. He had broken into a good-looking house and traversed it in vain in search of something worth the risk of carrying away. On leaving the house, he found it rained. He went back and took a new cotton umbrella. It dawned as he entered the city, and he was afraid of being seen with the umbrella, but thought suspicion would be excited if he heaved it away. He met an acquaintance who was further from home than himself and insisted on his accepting the loan of the umbrella. The acquaintance, of course, was caught and told from whom he had had the umbrella, and the burglar was in consequence lodged in jail. What English burglar would have thought of minding rain? If, however, there ever was a case of amateur burglary, this was one. I visited the corporate factory establishment at Waltham, within a few miles of Boston. The Waltham mills were at work before those of Lowell were set up. The establishment is for the spinning and weaving of cotton alone, and the construction of the requisite machinery. 500 persons were employed at the time of my visit. The girls earn $2 and some $3 a week besides their board. The little children earn $1 a week. Most of the girls live in the houses provided by the corporation, which accommodate from 6 to 8 each. When sisters come to the mill, it is a common practice for them to bring their mother to keep house for them, and some of their companions in a dwelling built by their own earnings. In this case, they save enough out of their board to clothe themselves, and have PG 58 their $2 or $3 a week to spare. Some have thus cleared off mortgages from their father's farms. Others have educated the hope of the family at college, and many are rapidly accumulating an independence. I saw a whole street of houses built with the earnings of the girls, some with piazzas and green Venetian blinds, and all neat and sufficiently spacious. The factory people built the church, which stands conspicuous on the green, in the midst of the place. The minister's salary, $800 last year, is raised by a tax on the pews. The corporation gave them a building for a lyceum, which they have furnished with a good library, and where they have lectures every winter. The best that money can procure. The girls have, in many instances, private libraries of some merit and value. The managers of the various factory establishments keep the wages as nearly equal as possible, and then let the girls freely shift about from one to another. When a girl comes to the overseer to inform him of her intention of working at the mill, he welcomes her and asks how long she means to stay. It may be 6 months or a year or 5 years. Or for life, she declares what she considers herself fit for and sets to work accordingly. If she finds that she cannot work so as to keep up with the companion appointed to her, or to please her employer or herself, she comes to the overseer and volunteers to pick cotton or sweep the rooms or undertake some other service that she can perform. The people work about 70 hours per week on the average. The time of work varies with the length of the days, the wages continuing the same. All look like well-dressed young ladies. The health is good, or rather, as this is too much to be said about health. Anywhere in the United States, it is no worse than it is elsewhere. PG 59. These facts speak for themselves. There is no need to enlarge on the pleasure of an acquaintance with the operative classes of the United States. The shoemaking at Lynn is carried on almost entirely in private dwellings, from the circumstance that the people who do it are almost all farmers or fishermen. Likewise, a stranger who has not been enlightened upon the ways of the place would be astonished at the number of small square erections like miniature schoolhouses, standing each as an appendage to a dwelling house. These are the shoe shops where the father of the family and his boys work, while the women within are employed in binding and trimming. 30 or more of these shoe shops may be counted in a walk of half a mile. When a Lynn shoe manufacturer receives an order, he issues the tidings the leather is cut out by men on his premises, and then the work is given to those who apply for it, if possible in small quantities for the sake of dispatch. The shoes are brought home on Friday night, packed off on Saturday, and, in a fortnight or 3 weeks, are on the feet of dwellers in all parts of the Union. The whole family works upon shoes during the winter, and in the summer the father and sons turn out into the fields or go fishing. I knew of an instance where a little boy and girl maintained the whole family, while the earnings of the rest went to build a house. I saw very few shabby houses. Quakers are numerous in Lynn. The place is unboundedly prosperous. Through the temperance and industry of the people, the deposits in the Lynn Savings Bank in 1834 were about $34,000, the population of the town being then 4,000. Since that time, both the population and the prosperity have much increased. It must be remembered, too, that the mechanics of America, PG 60, have more uses for their money than are open to the operatives of England. They build houses, buy land, and educate their sons and daughters. 7. It is probably true that the pleasures and pains of life are pretty equally distributed among its various vocations and positions, but it is difficult to keep clear of the impression which outward circumstances occasion that some are eminently desirable. The mechanics of these northern states appear to me the most favored class I have ever known in England. I believe the highest order of mechanics to be, as a class, the wisest and best men of the community. They have the fewest base and narrow interests. They are brought into sufficient contact with the realities of existence without being hardened by excessive toil and care. And the knowledge they have the opportunity of gaining is of the best kind for the health of the mind to them. If to any we may look for public and private virtue, the mechanics of America have nearly all the same advantages, and some others. They have better means of living. Their labors are perhaps more honored, and they are republicans enjoying the powers and prospects of perfectly equal citizenship. The only respect in which their condition falls below that of English artisans of the highest order is that the knowledge which they have commonly the means of obtaining is not of equal value. The facilities are great schools, lyceums, libraries are open to them, but the instruction imparted there is not so good as they deserve. Whenever they have this, it will be difficult to imagine a mode of life more favorable to virtue and happiness than theirs. There seems to be no doubt among those who, PG 61, know both England and America, that the mechanics of the New World work harder than those of the Old. They have much to do besides their daily handicraft business. They are up and at work early about this, and when it is done they read till late or attend lectures, or perhaps have their houses to build or repair, or other care to take of their property. They live in a state and period of society where every man is answerable for his own fortunes, and where there is therefore stimulus to the exercise of every power. What a state of society it is when a dozen artisans of one town sail mare seen, rearing each a comfortable one-story, or as the Americans would say, two-story house in the place with which they have grown up. When a man who began with laying bricks criticizes and sometimes corrects his lawyer's composition, when a poor errand boy becomes the proprietor of a flourishing store, before he is 30 pays off the capital advanced by his friends at the rate of $2,000 per month, and bids fair to be one of the most substantial citizens of the place. Such are the outward fortunes of the mechanics of America, of their welfare, in more important respects, to which these are, but a part of the means I shall have to speak in another connection. There are troubles between employers and their workmen in the United States as elsewhere, but the case of the men is so much more in their own hands there than where labor superabounds that strikes are of a very short duration. The only remedy the employers have, the only safeguard against encroachments from their men, is their power of obtaining the services of foreigners for a short time. The difficulty of stopping business there is very great, the injury of delay very heavy, but the wages of labor are so good that there is pg 62 less cause for discontent on the part of the workmen than elsewhere. All the strikes I heard of were on the question of hours, not of wages. The employers are of course casting about to see how they can help themselves, and as all are not wise and experienced, it is natural that some should talk of laws to prohibit trades unions. There is no harm in their talking of such, for the matter will never get beyond talk unless, indeed, the combinations of operatives should assume any forms or comprehend any principles inconsistent with the republican spirit. The majority will not vote for any law which shall restrain any number of artisans from agreeing for what price they will sell their labor, though I heard several learned gentlemen agreeing at dinner one day that there ought to be such laws, on my objecting that the interest of the parties concerned would, especially in a free and rising country, settle all questions between labor and capital with more precision, fairness, and peace than any law. It was pleaded that intimidation and outrage were practiced by those who combined against those who would not join them. I found on inquiry that there is an ample provision of laws against intimidation and outrage, but that it is difficult to get them executed. If so, it would be also difficult to execute laws against combinations of workmen, supposing them obtained, and the grievance does not lie in the combination complained of, but somewhere else. The remedy is, if there be indeed intimidation and outrage, not in passing more laws to be in like manner defied, while sufficient already exist, but in enlightening the parties on the subjects of law and social obligation. One day, in going down Broadway, New York, the carriage in which I was stopped for some time, in consequence of an immense procession on the PG 63 sidewalk, having attracted the attention of all the drivers within sight, the marching gentlemen proceeded on their way with an easy air of gentility. Banners were interposed at intervals, and on examining these, I could scarcely believe my eyes. They told me that this was a procession of the journeyman mechanics of New York. Surely never were such dandy mechanics seen, with sleek coats, glossy hats, gay watchguards, and doeskin gloves. I rejoiced to have seen this sight. I had other opportunities of witnessing the prosperity of their employers, so that I could be fairly pleased at theirs. There need be no fear for the interests of either, while the natural laws of demand and supply must protect each from any serious encroachment by the other. If they will only respect the law, their temporary disagreement and apparent opposition of interests will end in being mere readjustments of the terms on which they are to pursue their common welfare. These views of the degradation of the Southern states receive a melancholy and impressive confirmation from the general aspect and condition of the country viewed, in contrast with its former prosperity. If the ancestors of this generation could rise from the grave and revisit the scenes of their former usefulness, they would not hesitate to pronounce that the hand of oppression had fallen heavily upon the inheritance of their children. They would be utterly at a loss to account for the change everywhere exhibited upon any other supposition. With natural advantages more bountiful than were ever dispensed by a kind providence to any other people upon the face of the globe, they would behold from the mountains of the seacoast one unbroken scene of cheerless stagnation and premature decay, with one of the most valuable staples that ever blessed the labors of the husbandman and swelled the sails of a prosperous and enriching commerce. They would find that our estates are with a steady and fatal proclivity, depreciating in value, our fields becoming waste, and our cities desolate with habits of industry and economy, which have no example in our former history. They would find the heirs of the largest inheritances generally involved in embarrassments, and many of them irretrievably ruined. Wherever they might cast their eyes, they would find melancholy evidences that the withering blasts of an unsparing despotism had passed over the land, blighting the choicest bounties of Providence, and, leaving scarcely a solitary memorial of our former prosperity, they would look in vain for the animating scenes of successful industry, for the wealth and comforts of a thriving population, and for those mansions of hospitality, which were once the seats of elegance and the abodes of cheerfulness. Southern Review, Nov 1828 p. 613. pg 64. Chapter Roman 4 Commerce. He hath an argosy bound to Tripoli's, another to the Indies. I understand moreover upon the Rialto. He hath a third at Mexico, a fourth for England, and other ventures he hath. Merchant of Venice. There is no need to say much about the extent of the commerce of the United States, since it is already the admiration of Europe, and its history is before every one in the shape of figures. The returns of exports and imports annually published are sufficiently eloquent. Dollars. The imports for the year 1825 were in value 96,340,075. 1830 were in value 70,876,920. 1835 were in value 126,521,332. The exports of domestic produce for 1825 were 66,944,745. Of foreign produce for 1825 were 32,590,643. Total 99,530,5,388. The exports of domestic produce for 1830 were 59,462,029. Of foreign produce for 1830 were 14,387,479. pg 65. The exports of domestic produce for 1835 were 81,024,162. Of foreign produce for 1835 were 23,312,811. It will be seen from these returns how great a reduction in the commerce of the United States was occasioned by the tariff, which attracted a large amount of capital from commerce to be invested in manufactures. The balance has been nearly restored by the prospect of the expiration of the protective system, and both commerce and manufactures are again rapidly on the increase. The foreign tonnage of Massachusetts has increased 53% within the last 5 years, though owing to a new mode of ship construction, twice the quantity is stowed in the same nominal tonnage. The commerce of the Southwest was in high prosperity when I was there. When I was at Mobile in April 1830. 5. I was informed that 183,000 bales of cotton had been brought down into Mobile since the beginning of the year 8 Ap 66. Friend of mine, engaged in commerce there, told me of the enormous interest on money, then obtainable 8%, is the legal interest, but double is easily to be had. Another, a wealthy gentleman of New Orleans, speculates largely every season for the sake of something to do, and makes a fortune each time by lending out at high interest. He declares that he never loses and never fails to gain largely. The commerce is so flourishing, and the demand for capital so intense. This is the region in which to witness the full absurdity of usury laws. They are evaded as often as convenient, and serve no other purpose than to annex a kind of disgrace to a deed which must of necessity be done, loaning out money at higher than the legal interest. The same evasion takes place in Massachusetts, where the legal interest is 6%. The interest there, as elsewhere, rises just as high as the demand for money must naturally bring it. I was acquainted with a gentleman who had lost $75,000 in an unfortunate speculation, and who expected to retrieve the whole the next season. The price of everything was rising. For my own share, I had to pay $12 for my passage from Mobile to New Orleans, and 25% higher for my voyage up the Mississippi than if I had gone the preceding year. The fare I paid was $50. These two fares were the only exceptions to the remarkable cheapness of traveling in the United States, and these would not be considered high anywhere else. The Cumberland River, on which stands Nashville, the capital of Tennessee, and which empties itself into the Ohio, has scarcely been heard of in England. Yet of all the tobacco consumed in the world, 1/7 goes down this river. IPG 67 ascended it in a very small steamboat, one of 12, 6 large and 6 small, then perpetually navigating it, and carrying cotton, tobacco, and passengers. Of these boats, one had carried the preceding year 360 bales of cotton, of the value of $360,000. When we look at the northern ports and observe the variety as well as the extent of their commerce, there seems good ground for the expectation expressed to me by many American merchants that the English language will finally become familiar not only over all the East, but over all the globe. Salem, Massachusetts is a remarkable place. This city of peace will be better known hereafter for its commerce than for its witch tragedy. It has a population of 14,000 and more wealth in proportion to its population than perhaps any town in the world. Its commerce is speculative, but vast and successful. It is a frequent circumstance that a ship goes out without a cargo for a voyage round the world. In such a case, the captain puts his elder children to school, takes his wife and younger children, and starts for some semi-barbarous place, where he procures some odd kind of cargo, which he exchanges with advantage for another somewhere else, and so goes trafficking round the world, bringing home a freight of the highest value. The enterprising merchants of Salem are hoping to appropriate a large share of the whale fishery, and their ships are penetrating the northern ice. They are favorite customers in the Russian ports, and are familiar with the Swedish and Norwegian coasts. They have nearly as much commerce with Bremen as with Liverpool. They speak of Fale and the other Azores as if they were close at hand. The fruits of the Mediterranean countries are on every PG 68 table. They have a large acquaintance at Cairo. They know Napoleon's grave at St. Helena and have wild tales to tell of Mozambique and Madagascar, and store of ivory to show. From thence, they speak of the power of the king of Muscat and are sensible of the riches of the southeast coast of Arabia. It entered some wise person's head a few seasons ago to export ice to India. The loss by melting of the first cargo was 1/4. The rest was sold at 6 cents per lb. When the value of this new import became known, it was in great request, and the latter sales have been almost instantaneous at 10 cents per pound, so that it is now a good speculation to send ice 12,000 miles to supersede saltpeter. In cooling sherbet, the young ladies of America have rare shells from Ceylon in their cabinets, and their drawing rooms are decked with Chinese copies of English prints. I was amused with the scene of hero swooning in the church from Much Ado About Nothing and Shakespeare between tragedy and comedy, the faces of comedy, and of Beatrice from the hands of Chinese. I should not have found out the place of their second birth. But for a piece of unfortunate foreshortening in each, I observed to a friend, one day upon the beauty of all the new cordage that met my eye silky and bright. He told me that it was made of Manila hemp of the value, of which the British seem to be unaware, though it has been introduced into England. He mentioned that he had been the first importer of it 8 years, before 600 bales per annum were imported, now 20,000. The merchants doubt whether Australia will be able to surmount the disadvantage of a deficiency of navigable rivers. They have hopes of Van Diemen's Land, think well of Singapore, and acknowledge great expectations from New Zealand. Anybody will give you anecdotes from PG 69 Canton, and descriptions of the Society and Sandwich Islands. They often slip up the western coasts of their 2 continents, bring furs from the back regions of their own wide land, glance up at the Andes. On their return double Cape Horn touch at the ports of Brazil and Guiana, look about them in the West Indies, feeling they're almost at home, and land some fair morning at Salem, and walk home as if they had done nothing very remarkable. Such is the commerce of Salem in its most meager outline. Some illustration of it may be seen in the famous Salem Museum. In regard to this institution, a very harmless kind of monopoly exists. No one is admitted of the museum proprietary body who has not doubled the Cape's Horn and Good Hope. Everybody is freely admitted to visit the institution, and any one may contribute either curiosities or the means of procuring them. But the doubling of the Capes is an unalterable condition of the honor of being a member. This has the effect of preserving a salutary interest among the members of the society and respect among those who cannot be admitted. The society have laid by $20,000 after having built a handsome hall for the reception of their curiosities, but a far more important benefit is that it has now become discreditable to return from a long voyage without some novel contribution to the museum. This sets people inquiring what is already there, and ensures a perpetual and valuable accretion. I am glad to have seen there some oriental curiosities which might never otherwise have blessed my sight, especially some wonderful figures made of an unknown mixed metal dug up in Java, being caricatures of the old Dutch soldiers, sent to guard the first colonies. A reasonably grave person might stand laughing before these for half a day. I had no PG 70 idea there had been so much humor in the Java people. The stability of the commercial interest in the United States was put to the test by the Great Fire at New York. All the circumstances regarding this fire were remarkable, no one more so than that not a single failure took place in consequence. For many days preceding this fire, The weather had been intensely cold, the thermometer, standing at Boston 17 degrees below zero on the Sunday, before 13th of December, 1835. I went to hear the seaman's friend Father Taylor, as he is called, preach at the Sailors' Chapel. In Boston, his eloquence is of a peculiar kind, especially in his prayers, which are absolutely importunate with regard to even external objects of desire. Part of his prayer this day was, "Give us water, water, the brooks refuse to murmur, and the streams are dead break. Up the fountains open the secret springs that thy hand knoweth, and give us water, water. Let us not perish by a famine of water, or a deluge of conflagration. For we dread the careless wandering spark. I was never before aware of the fear of fire entertained during these intense frosts. It is a reasonable fear. A gentleman bent upon daily bathing was seen one morning disconsolately returning from the river side. He had employed 3 men to break the ice, and they could not get at a drop of water. What hope was there in case of fire?" The New York fire broke out at 8 in the evening of Wednesday, the 16th of December. Everyone knows the leading facts that 52 or 54 acres were laid waste, many public buildings destroyed, and property to the amount of $18 million. Several particulars were given to me on the spot 3 months afterwards, by some observers PG 71, and some sufferers at a boarding house in Broadway, where some friends of mine were reciting. There were several merchants, some with their wives, who dined that day in good spirits, and as they afterwards believed perfectly content with their worldly condition and prospects. At 8 o'clock, there was an alarm of fire. It was thought nothing of alarms of fire being as frequent as day and night in New York. After a while, a merchant of the company was sent for, and some little anxiety was expressed. 2 or 3 persons looked out of the upper windows. But it was a night of such still deep frost that the reflection in the atmosphere was much less glaring than might have been expected. And then another gentleman was sent for. News came of the absolute lack of water, and that there was no gunpowder in the Cittenon. Nearer than Brooklyn, the gentlemen all rushed out. The anxious ladies went from the windows to the fireside, from the fireside to the windows. One gentleman and lady in the house, a young German couple just arrived, and knowing scarcely a word of English, were unaware of all this. None of their chattels, not even the lady's clothes, had been removed from their store in Pearl Street, where lay her books, music, wardrobe, and property of every sort. Pretty early in the morning, the poor gentleman was roused from his slumbers, could not comprehend the cause, went down to Pearl Street, and amidst the amazement and desolation, just contrived to save his account books, and nothing else. In the morning, the lady was destitute of even a change of raiment, in a foreign country of whose language she could not speak one word. There were kind hearts all around her, however, and she was quite cheerful when I saw her a few weeks afterwards. The lady of the house was so worn, weary, and PG 72, cold by 3 in the morning, that she retired to her room, desiring her domestics to call her, if the fire should catch Broad Street, in which case it would be time to be packing up plate and moving furniture. In a little while, there was a tap at her door. Broad Street was not on fire, however, but some of the gentlemen had come home smoked and frostbitten, and eager for help and warm water. One gentleman, who had nothing more at stake than 3 chests of Scotch linen, valuable, because home-woven, of which he saved one, losing a superb Spanish cloak in the process, was desirous that his wife should see the spectacle of the conflagration. She walked down to the scene of the fire with him. After midnight, they took their stand in a square, in the center of which an immense quantity of costly goods was heaped up. It was strange and vexatious to see the havoc that was made among beautiful things: cashmere shawls, strewing the ground, horses' feet, swathed in lace, veils, French silks, getting entangled and torn in the wheels of the carts. The lady picked up shawls and veils, and when her husband asked her where she proposed to put them, could only throw them down again. After she had left the place, the houses caught fire. All round the square fell in and burned the costly goods in one grand bonfire. There had been occasional quarrels between the merchants and the carmen. The carmen conceived themselves injured by certain merchants. Whether they had reason for this belief or not, I cannot pretend to say. They thought this a time for revenge. Some crossed their arms as they leaned against their carts, and refused to stir a step unless $20 a load were paid them on the spot. Some few refused to help at all. This must have been a far more deadly sorrow to the PG 73 sufferers than the ruin the fire was working. One carman was very provoking. When a French gentleman had not a moment to lose in saving his stock, the gentleman said coolly, at last taking out his money, "For what sum will you sell your horse and cart?" The temptation was irresistible to the carman. He named $500 for his sorry hack and small vehicle, and was paid on the instant. The French gentleman saved goods to the amount of $100,000. It was a good bargain for both. At 6 in the morning, When the necessary explosions had checked the fire, the gentlemen of the household, I have mentioned being completely ruined for anything they knew to the contrary, came home. And the ladies went to bed. Some of the least interested consulted what should be done at dinner time, whether the company in general could bear the subject. Whether it was best to talk or be silent, it was a languid, sorrowful meal, the gentlemen looking haggard, their ladies anxious. The next day, they were able to talk to describe to relate anecdotes and speculate on consequences. The third day all were nearly as cheerful, as if nothing had happened, though some had lost all, and others they knew not how much. The report of the fire spread as news through the upper part of the city. The next morning, some friends of mine had walked home from a visit upwards of a mile at 11 o'clock, and neither heard nor seen anything of the fire. The larger proportion of the New York merchants were thus deprived, at a stroke of their building stocks, in many cases of all books and papers, and lastly of the benefit of insurance. The insurance companies were plunged in almost a general insolvency. The only relief proposed or that could be offered was an extension of time PG 74, without interest to the debtors of the government, for payment of bonds given to secure the duties upon goods recently imported, and this small relief could not be obtained till too late to be of much use. Happily, the fire occurred at one of the least busy seasons of the year. The merchants could concert together for the saving of their credit, and they did it to some purpose. Their credit sustained the shock of all this confusion, uncertainty, and dismay. The conduct of the merchants, who had not directly suffered, and of the banks was admirable. They threw aside all their usual caution, and dispensed help and accommodation with the last degree of liberality. The consequence was that not one house failed. It seems now as if the commercial credit of New York could stand any shock short of an earthquake, like that of Lisbon. Some merchants had the unexpected pleasure of finding themselves richer than they were before. One was traveling in Europe with his lady, when the news overtook him that the 150 stores in which he had property were all burned down. He wrote that he and his lady were hastening to Havre on their way home, where they must live in the most economical and laborious manner to repair their fortunes. With such intentions, they crossed the Atlantic, and on landing, were met by the intelligence that they had become very wealthy from their ground lots, having sold for more than ground stores and stock were worth before. I saw the 52 acres of ruins in the following April. We traversed what had been streets, and climbed the ruins of the Exchange. The pedestal of Hamilton's statue was standing strewed round with fragments of burnt calicoes, which people were disinterring. There was a litter of stone PG 75 panels, broken columns and cornices, bushels of coffee. Paved our way. A boy presented me with a half-used watch key from the cellar of what had been a jeweler's store. The blackened ruins of a church frowned over all. The most singular spectacle was a store standing alone and unharmed amidst the desolation. It belonged to a Jew, was fireproof, and contained hay, not a blade of which was singed. This square-fronted, elongated, ugly building, standing obliquely, and as clean as if smoke had never touched it, had a most saucy appearance, and so it might so many erections, equally called fireproof, having disappeared, while it alone remained. By the next July, the entire area was covered with new erections, and long before this, doubtless all is to the outward eye as if no fire had happened. But for the testimony afforded by this event of the substantial credit in New York, the enormous prices given for land, above-mentioned ground lots, for instance, might cause a suspicion that there was much wild speculation. I trust it is not so. The eagerness for land is, however, extraordinary. A lady sold an estate in the neighborhood of New York for what she and her friends considered a large sum, and a few weeks after she had concluded the bargain, and soon after the destruction of 18 millions of the wealth of the city, she found she might have obtained 3 times the amount for which she had sold her estate. The whole south end of the city is being rapidly turned into stores, and it is obvious that the mercantile princes of this emporium have no idea of their conquests being bounded by any circumstance short of the limits of the globe. Is there anything to be learned here, as well as PG 76, to admire any inference to be drawn for the benefit of other nations? An English member of Parliament wrote to a friend, residing in one of the American ports, inquiring whether this friend could suggest any course of parliamentary action by which the commerce of England or of both countries could be benefited. The American replied by urging his friend to work incessantly at a repeal of the Corn Laws, and in any way which may keep the United States continually before the eyes of the commercial rulers of Great Britain. You talk, said he, of your commercial arrangements with Portugal. Well and good, but what is Portugal? She has 2 millions of priests and beggars, and at the end of the century she will have 2 millions of priests and beggars. Still, What will the wealth and productions of the United States be then if the United States have now 18 million of people, and their population is increasing at an unexampled rate of free, and an opulent population the interest of Great Britain is plainto, have a primary regard to the United States in the arrangement of her commercial policy. Section Roman 1 The currency. The fundamental difficulty of this great question, now one of the most prominent in the United States, is indicated by the fact that, while the PG 77 practice of banking is essential to a manufacturing and commercial nation, a perfect system of banking remains to be discovered. When it is remembered that the question of the currency has never yet been practically mastered in the countries of the Old World, that in America it has fallen into the hands of a young and inexperienced people, that it is implicated with constitutional questions, and has to be reconciled with democratic principles, it will not be expected that a passing stranger will be able to present a very clear view of its present aspect, or any decided opinion upon difficulties, which perplex the wisest heads in the country. The mere history of banking in the United States would fill more than a volume, and the speculations which arise out of it a library. It is well known that there was an early split into parties on the subject of the constitutionality of a national bank. Washington requested the opinions of his cabinet upon it in writing, and Hamilton gave his in favor of the constitutionality of a national bank. Edmund Randolph and Jefferson against it. The question has been stirred from time to time, since while Hamilton's opinions have been acted upon. The ground of objection is a very strong one. It lies in the provision that all powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states, or to the people. No power to establish corporations is in any case delegated by the Constitution to the United States, nor does it appear to be countenanced by any fair construction of the permissions under which its transaction of the general business is carried on. The answer to this is that the supreme law of the country may give a legal or artificial capacity, PG 78, distinct from the natural, to one or more persons, in relation to the objects committed to the management of the government. In other words, that the government has sovereign power with regard to the objects confided to it, all the limitations of the Constitution having relation to the number of those objects. This was Hamilton's ground, and this is, I believe, the ground which has been taken since by those who shared his opinions on the main question. To me, it appears as unsatisfactory as any other mode of begging the question, if the power of making corporations is to be assumed by the general government on the ground of its being implied the whole country might be covered with corporations, to which should be entrusted the discharge of any function exercised by the general government. In countries differently governed from the United States, it appears as if it would be most reasonable either to have the currency made a national affair, transacted wholly by the government on determined principles, or to leave banking entirely free. In neither case probably would the evils be so great as those which have happened under the mixture of the two systems, but in the United States, the committing the management of the currency to the general government is now wholly out of the question. Free banking will be the method some time or other, but not yet. There is not yet knowledge enough, nor freedom enough of production and commerce, to render such a policy safe. Meantime, various doctrines are afloat. Some persons are for no banking whatsoever but mere money lending by individuals. Some are for the abolition of paper money and the establishment of one public bank of deposit and transfer in each state. Some are for private banking, only with or without paper money. Some PG 79 are for state incorporations with no central bank. Others are for restoring the United States Bank. No objections against banking and paper money altogether will avail anything. While commerce is conducted on its present principles, it answers no practical purpose to object to any useful thing on the ground of its abuse. And while the commerce of the United States is daily on the increase, and the only check on its prosperity is the want of capital, there is no possibility of a return to the use of private moneylending and rouleaus. The use of small notes may well and easily be discontinued. The experiment has been tried with success in Virginia, Maryland, and Pennsylvania. The prohibition might perhaps be carried as high as to notes of $20. There seems no adequate reason for the public being further than this deprived of the convenience of a representative of cash, a convenience so great that there is much more probability that the ingenious Americans will devise some method of practically ensuring its convertibility than that they will surrender its use. It has often occurred to me that, out of the currency troubles of the United States, might arise such a discovery of the true principle, which yet lies hidden, of ensuring the convertibility or other limitation of a paper currency, as may be a blessing to the whole commercial world. This is an enterprise worthy of their ingenuity and one which seems of probable achievement when we remember how the American merchants are pressed for capital and how all important to them is the soundness of their credit. The principle lies somewhere if it could but be found, and none are more likely to discover it than they. Private banking is in the present state of affairs necessary and inevitable, so that there is little use in arguments for or against it. Capital is PG 80 grievously wanted in all the commercial cities. There must be some place of resort for small amounts, and for foreign capital, whence money may issue to supply the need of commercial men, there must in other words be money stores. And in the absence of others, private banks must serve the purpose. The amount of good or harm, which in the present state of things they are able to do, depends mainly on the discretion or indiscretion of their customers, who in common prudence must look well whom they trust. As for state incorporations, it cannot be said that they are absolutely necessary, though the arguments in favor of their expediency are very strong. More and more money is perpetually required for the transaction of commercial business, and in a different ratio from that required by the affairs of farmers and planters, since the latter receive their returns quickly, while the merchants of the seaboard have theirs delayed for long periods and consequently require a much larger amount of capital. These larger amounts must come mainly from abroad, whence money can be had at 4 and 5% interest, while at home from 6 to 12% is paid. Even while foreign capital is flowing in, it is obvious that this foreign capital will enter much more abundantly through the credit of a state bank than through private banks. Small amounts of capital dispersed and comparatively unproductive will also be more readily brought together to be applied, where most needed, in a state bank than among many small firms. The states of New York and Pennsylvania have carried on their improvements, their canals and railroads, as well as much of their commerce, by means of foreign capital, and the surpassing prosperity of those states may be considered owing in a great degree to this practice. PG 81. The incorporation of a bank is not always to be considered in the light of a monopoly. It may be the reverse. It may enable a number of individuals, by no means the most wealthy in the community, to compete by an union of forces with the most wealthy. Corporations may be multiplied as occasion arises, and by competition give the public the benefit of the greatest possible amount of service done at the least cost. Such are the leading arguments in favor of state banks. The objections to them are in part applicable to faulty methods of incorporation, and not to the principle itself. The special exemption from liabilities to which individuals are subject, the imposing of such inhibitions elsewhere as render the affair a monopoly, the making responsibility a mere abstraction, are great, but perhaps avoidable evils. So are the methods by which charters have been obtained and renewed, the method of log-rolling bills through the legislature, and other such corruption. 9. An objection less easily disposed of is that by the creation of any great moneyed power means are afforded of controlling the fortunes of individuals and of influencing the press and the political constituency. If these objections cannot be obviated, they are fatal to banking corporations, if however any means can be devised, either by causing a sufficient publicity of proceedings, or by granting charters for a short term renewable on strict conditions, or by any other plan for establishing a true responsibility of uniting the benefits of PG 82 incorporated banks with republican principles. It seems as if it would be a great benefit to all parties in the community. The difference of opinion which has made the most noise in the world is about a national bank. It appears to have been contemplated, in the first instance, to place the currency of the United States under the control of the general government, according to the spirit of the provisions of the Constitution, that Congress should have power to coin money, regulate the value thereof and of foreign coin, but without affording to Congress any power to control the fortunes of individuals, as may be done by certain banking operations. The state of the colonial currency had been deplorable. 10. The object now was to substitute a uniform and substantial currency, instead of the false representatives which had been in use, and to put it out of the power of the states to alter the terms of contracts. By taking advantage of the faults of the currency, nobody would take the continental bills, and gold and silver were PG deficient. A national bank was the resource, and the old United States Bank was chartered in 1791, it being ascertained that its issues were based on real capital, and a strict watch being kept over its operations. This bank was believed to be wanted for another purpose to watch over and control the state banks. It was not the first institution of the kind in the United States. The Bank of North America had been chartered in 1781 under the authority of the Continental Congress. But by soon accepting a charter from the legislature of Pennsylvania, it ceased to be a national and afforded the precedent of a state bank. New York and Massachusetts had soon state banks, also they were prudently conducted, and their notes presently banished the coin. The power of Congress over the currency was gone. All that could be done now was for the national bank to control the state banks and keep their issues within bounds as well as it could. Occasional disorders happened from the misconduct of country banks prior to 1811. The renewal of the charter of the United States Bank was then refused. The government was pressed by the evils of war, and the check of the superintendents of the bank being withdrawn, the local banks out of New England came to the agreement too senseless to be ever repeated to suspend specie payments. All issued what kind and quantity of paper pleased themselves, till above twice the amount of money needed was abroad, and the notes were in some states 5, in others 10, in others 20 below par. The New England people meantime used convertible paper only, and under the law which provides that all duties, imposts, and excises should be uniform throughout the states, were thus compelled to pay 1/10 pg 84 more to the revenue officers than the people of New York, who used the depreciated currency, and 1/5 more than the Baltimore merchants. This state of things could not last. A national bank was again established in 1816 for the purpose of controlling the local banks. Its charter was for 20 years with a capital of $35 million, to which the federal government subscribed 1/5. Its notes were made receivable for any debt due to the United States. Its purpose was presently answered. The local banks had in 3 years resumed cash payments. The management of the United States Bank during the rest of its term has been upon the whole prudent and moderate. That a power has not been abused is not, however, a reason for its continued exercise if it be really unconstitutional. President Jackson thinks, and the majority thinks with him, that it is contrary to the spirit of the Constitution, as it is certainly unauthorized by its letter, that any institution should have the power unchecked for a long term of years of affecting the affairs of individuals from the further corners of Maine or Missouri down to the shores of the Gulf of Mexico, of influencing elections, of biasing the press, and of acting strongly either with or against the administration. The majority considers that if the United States Bank has great power for good, it has also great power for harm, and that the general government cannot be secure of working naturally in its limited functions, while this great power subsists to be either its enemy or its ally. This seems to be proved by the charges brought against the late bank by President Jackson, whether they are true or false, and the gravest of them do not appear to have been substantiated. They indicate that power is in the hands of a central PG 85 institution, which no federal establishment ought to have otherwise than by the express permission of the Constitution. As for President Jackson's mode of proceeding against the bank, it is an affair of merely temporary interest, unless he should be found to have exceeded the authority conferred on him by his office. He does seem to have done so in one particular. At least his first declaration against the renewal of the charter was honest and manly. His re-election after having made this avowal was a sufficient evidence of the desire of the majority to extinguish the bank. It was no doubt in reliance on the will of the majority, thus indicated that the president removed the deposits in a peculiarly high-handed manner, and also exercised the veto when the two houses had passed a bill to renew the charter of the United States Bank. With the last of these measures, no one has any right to quarrel. He exercised a constitutional power, according to his long-declared convictions. His sudden removal of the deposits is not to be so easily justified. The president has the power of removing his secretaries from office and of appointing others, whose appointment must be sanctioned by the Senate. The secretaries of state are enjoined by law to execute such orders as shall be imposed on them by the President of the United States. All the secretaries, but the Secretary of the Treasury in his case no such specification is made, obviously, because it would not be wise to put the whole power of the Treasury into the hands of the President. President Jackson, however, contrived to obtain this power by using with adroitness his other power of removal from office. Mr. Duane was appointed Secretary of the Treasury on the PG 86 29th of May 1833, his predecessor having been offered a higher office. It is known that the predecessor had given his opinion in the cabinet against removing the Treasury deposits from the bank, and that Mr. Duane was an acknowledged enemy of the bank. On the 3rd of June, the president opened to the new secretary, his scheme of removing the deposits. Mr. Duane was opposed to the act as being a violation of the government contract. With the bank, he refused to sign the necessary order. While he was still in office on the 20th of September, the intended removal of the deposits was announced in the government newspaper. On the 23rd, Mr. Duane was dismissed from office, and Mr. Taney, who had previously promised to sign the order, was installed in the office on the 26th. The official order for the removal of the deposits was given no plea of impending danger to the national funds, if such could have been substantiated, could justify so high-handed a deed, as this no such plea has been substantiated, and the act remains open to strong censure. Just before the expiration of its charter, the United States Bank accepted a charter from the legislature of Pennsylvania. It remains to be seen what effects will arise from the operation of the most powerful state bank which has yet existed. The problem now is to keep a sound currency in the absence of an institution believed to be unconstitutional, but hitherto found the only means of establishing order and safety in this most important branch of economy. Here is a deficiency which cannot but be the cause of much evil and perplexity. It must be supplied either by increased knowledge and improved philosophy and practice among the people, or by an amendment of the PG 87 Constitution. Meanwhile, it is only time and energy lost to insist upon the return to a mere metallic currency. Society cannot be set back to a condition which could dispense with so great an improvement as paper money with all its abuses. Undoubtedly, the singular order which last year emanated from the Treasury, compelling the payments for the public lands to be made in specie, will not have the effect of making the people in love with a metallic currency. If this measure is intended to be an obstacle to the purchase of large quantities of land, or virtually, to raise the price, these are affairs with which the Treasury has nothing to do. If it is intended merely to compel cash payments, as far as the administration has power to do so, it seems a pity that those who undertake to meddle with the currency should not know better what they are about. The scarcity of money in the eastern states has been well nigh ruinous, while large amounts of specie have been accumulated in the west, where they are not wanted. The mischief thus caused has been much increased by the injudicious method in which the deposits have been distributed among the states. According to the Deposit Bill of the Session of 1836, the details of the extraordinary state of the money market in America last year are too well known on both sides of the water to need to be repeated here. One principle stands out conspicuously from the history of the last few years, that no president or secretary should be allowed the opportunity of taking the responsibility of meddling with the currency of the country. In other words, the taxation should be reduced as soon as in equity and convenience it can be done, so as to bring down the revenue to a proportion with the wants of the PG government. If the general government is to have anything to do with the currency at all, it should be by such business being made a separate constitutional function, to let the Treasury overflow and leave its overflowings to be managed at the discretion of one public servant removable by one other, is a policy as absurd as dangerous. The most obvious security lies not in multiplying checks upon the officers, but in reducing the overflowings of the Treasury to the smallest possible amount. This is President Jackson's last recorded opinion on the subject. It appears worthy to be kept on record. Section Roman 2, Revenue and Expenditure. There is less to be said on this head than would be possible in any other country, when it is known that the United States are troubled with the large surplus revenue accruing from the sale of the public lands. The whole story is told. The stranger will hear much lamentation in the Senate about the increase of the public expenses, and will see Hun members looking as solemn as if the nation were sinking into a gulf of debt. But the fear and complaint are not of the expenditure of money, but of the increase of executive patronage. The customs are the chief source of the revenue of the general government. They are in course of reduction year by year. The next great resource is the sale of the public lands. This may be called inexhaustible, so large is the area yet unoccupied, and so increasing the influx of settlers. PG 89. This happy country is free from the infliction of an excise system, an exemption which goes far towards making it the most desirable of all places of residence for manufacturers who value practical freedom in the management of their private concerns and honesty among their workpeople. The brewer and glass manufacturer see the tax gatherers face no oftener than other men. The post office establishment in America is for the advantage of the people and not for purposes of taxation, and everyone is satisfied if it pays its own expenses. a small sum is yielded by patent fees, and also by the mint lighthouse eddles constitute another item, but all these united are trifling in comparison with the revenue yielded from the two great sources, the customs and the public lands. 11. The expenditures of the general government are for salaries, pensions, £300 or £400, territorial governments, the mint, surveys and improvements, the census and other public documents, and the military and naval establishments. The largest item in the civil list is the payment to members of Congress, who receive $8 per day for the session, and their traveling expenses, the president's salary, is $25,000, the vice president's $5,000, each of the secretaries of state, and the postmaster general's $6,000, the attorney general's $4,000. The 7 judges of the Supreme Court are salaried with the same moderation as other members of the federal government. The Chief Justice has $5,000, the 6 associate judges $4,500 each. The commissioned officers of the United States Army were in 1835 674, non-commissioned PG 90 officers, and privates 7547 total of the United States Army 80,221. In the Navy, there were in 1835 37 captains and 40 master's commandant. The Navy consisted of 12 ships of the line, 14 first-class frigates, 3 second-class, 15 sloops of war, 8 schooners, and other small vessels of war. The revenue and expenditure of most of the states are so small as to make the annual financial statement resemble the account books of a private family. The land tax, the proportion of which varies in every state, is the chief source of revenue. Licenses, fines, and tolls yield other sums. In South Carolina, there is a tax on free people of color. The highest salary that I find paid to the government of a state is $4,000, New York and Pennsylvania, the lowest $400, Rhode Island. The other expenses, besides those of government, are for the defense of the state in Pennsylvania, about £40 for education, £2,000 in Pennsylvania. The same year, prisons, pensions, and state improvements. 12. Such is the financial condition of a people of whom few are individually very wealthy or very poor, who all work, and who govern themselves, appointing one another to manage their common affairs. They have had every advantage that nature and circumstances could give them, and nothing to combat but their own necessary inexperience, as long as the state expenditure for defense bears the proportion to education of 40L to 2,000L, and on to 80,000L, the amount of the school tax. Now in Massachusetts all is safe and promising. There is great virtue in figures, dull as they are to all but the few who love statistics for the sake of PG 90. What they indicate, those which are cited above disclose a condition, and a prospect in the presence of which all fears for the peace and virtue of the states are shamed, men who govern themselves, and each other with such moderate means, and for such unimpeachable objects, are no more likely to lapse into disorder than to submit to despotism. Dollars. By American vessels, 69,700. By British, 74,435. In 1834, by American vessels, 314,072. In 1834, by British, 74,739. The value of the cargoes which departed from Mobile in 1830 was by American vessels 1,517,663. In 1830 was by British 476,702. In 1834, by American vessels, 4,680,4,326. In 1834, by British 1,580,5,871. Georgia, 1776. These are to certify that the sum of 6 pence sterling is due from this province to the bearer, hereof the same being part of 12,500, and £72, 19 shillings sterling, voted by Provincial Congress for taking up and sinking that sum already issued. Those of the early days of the war have on the back emblems, varying with the promissory amount, exhibiting bows, arrows, leaves of the oak, orange, Roman 100. It would be absurd to argue against all use of a paper currency from such specimens as these. Page 92. Chapter Roman 5, Morals of Economy. And yet of your strength there is, and can be no clear feeling save by what you have prospered in, by what you have done, between vague, wavering capability and fixed, indubitable performance. What a difference a certain inarticulate self-consciousness dwells dimly in us, which only our works can render articulate and decisively discernible. Our works are the mirror wherein the spirit first sees its natural lineaments, Hence too the folly of that impossible precept, know thyself, till it be translated into this partially possible, one, know what thou canst work at. Sartor Resartus p. 166 Boston edition. The glory of the world passeth away, one kind of worldly glory passes away, and another comes like a series of clouds, sailing by the moon and growing dim, and dimmer as they go down the sky, are the transitory glories which are only brightened for an age by man's smile dark vapors, which carry no light within themselves. How many such have floated across the expanse of history and melted away? It was once a glory to have a power of life and death over a patriarchal family, and how mean does this now appear in comparison with the power of life and death, which every man has over his own PG 93 intellect. It was once a glory to be feared. How much better is it now esteemed to be loved? It was once a glory to lay down life to escape from one's personal woes. How far higher is it now seen to be to accept those woes as a boon, and to lay down life only for truth, for God, and not for self. The heroes of mankind were once its kings and warriors. We look again now and find its truest heroes, its martyrs, its poets, its artisans, men not buried under pyramids or in cathedrals, but whose sepulchre no man knoweth unto this day. To them the Lord showed the land of promise, and then buried them on the confines. There are two aspects under which every individual man may be regarded: as a solitary being with inherent powers, and an omnipotent will, a creator, a king, an inscrutable mystery. And again, as a being infinitely connected with all other beings, with none but derived powers, with a heaven lit erected, will a creature, a subject, a transparent medium through which the workings of principles are to be eternally revealed. Both these aspects are true, and therefore reconcilable. The old world dwelt almost exclusively on the first and meaner aspect. As men rise to inhabit the new heavens and the new earth, they will more and more contemplate the other, and sublimer the old glory of a self-originating power, and will is passing away, and it is becoming more and more plain that a man's highest honor lies in becoming as clear a medium as possible for the revelations which are to be made through him, in wiping out every stain, in correcting every flaw by which the light that is in him may be made dimness or deception. It was once a glory to defy or evade the laws of man's physical and moral being, and in so doing to encroach upon the rights of others. It is now beginning to be shown that there is a higher honor in recognizing and obeying the laws of outward and inward life, PG 94, and in reverencing instead of appropriating the privileges of other wards of providence. In other words, it was once a glory to be idle and ashamed to work at least with any member or organ but one brain, yet it is a law of every man's physical nature that he should work with the limbs of every man's moral nature, that he should know, and knowledge is to be had only by one method, by bringing the ideal and the actual world into contact and proving each by the other with one's own brain and hands for instruments, and not another's. There is no actual knowledge even of one's own life to be had in any other way. Yet this is the way which men have perversely refused to acknowledge, while everyone is more or less compelled to practice it. Those who have been able to get through life with the least possible work have been treated as the happiest. Those who have had the largest share imposed upon them have been passively pitied as the most miserable. If the experience of the two could have been visibly or tangibly brought into comparison, the false estimate would have been long ago banished forever from human calculations. If princes and nobles who have not worked either in war or in council, men sunk in satiety, if women shut out of the world of reality, and compelled by usage to endure the corrosion of unoccupied thought and the decay of unemployed powers, were able to speak fully and truly as they sink into their unearned graves, it would be found that their lives had been one hollow misery, redeemed solely by that degree of action that had been permitted to them, in order that they might in any wise live. If the half-starved artisan, if the Negro slave could, when lying down at length to rest, see and exhibit the full vision of their own lives, they would complain far less of too much work than of too little freedom, too little knowledge. 2 PG 95, many wounds through their affections to their children, their brethren, their race. They would complain that their work had been of too exclusive a kind, too much in the actual, while it had been attempted to close the ideal from them. Nor are their cases alike. The artisan works too much in one way while too little in another. The Negro slave suffers too much by infliction, and yet more by privation. But he rarely or never works too much even with the limbs. He knows the evil of toil, the reluctance, the lassitude. But with it, he knows also the evil of idleness, the vacuity, the hopelessness. He has neither the privilege of the brute to exercise himself vigorously upon instinct, for an immediate object to be gained and forgotten, nor the privilege of the man to toil by moral necessity, with some pain, for results, which yield an ever-growing pleasure. It is not work, which is the curse of the slave. He is rarely so blessed as to know what it is. If again the happiest man who has ever lived on earth, excepting the man of sorrows, whose depth of peace no one will attempt to fathom, could in passing into the busier life, to come to which the present is only the nursery mimicking of human affairs, communicate to us what has been the true blessedness of his brief passage, it would be found to lie in what he had been enabled to do, not so much blessed in regard to others as to himself, not so much because he had made inventions, even such a one as printing, not so much because through him countries will be better governed, men better educated, and some light from the upper world let down into the lower for great things, as these are they are sure to be done if not by him by another, but because his actual doing, his joint head and handwork, have revealed to him the truth which lies about him, and so far, and by pg 96, the only appointed method invested him with heaven, while he was upon earth, such a one might not be conscious of this, as the chief blessedness of his life as men, are ever least conscious of what is highest and best in themselves. He might put it in another form, saying that mankind were growing wiser and happier, or that goodness and mercy had followed him all the days of his life, or that he had found that all evil is only an aspect of ultimate good. In some such words of faith or hope, he would communicate his inward peace. But the real meaning of the true workman, if spoken for him by a divine voice, as spoken by the divine voice of his life, is, as has been said, that his complete toil has enriched him with truth which can be no otherwise obtained, and which neither the world nor anyone in it, except himself, could give, nor any power in heaven or earth could take away. Mankind becomes more clear-sighted to this fact about honor and blessedness, as time unfolds the sequence of his hieroglyphic scroll, and a transition in the morals and manners of nations is an inevitable consequence. Slow as men are in deciphering the picture writing of the old teacher, unapt as men are in connecting picture with picture, so as to draw thence a truth, and in the truth a prophecy, we must look to new or renovated communities to see how much has been really learned. The savage chief who has never heard the saying, "He that would be chief among you, let him be your servant," feels himself covered with glory when he paces along in his saddle gorgeous with wampum and feathers, while his squaw follows in the dust, bending under the weight of his shelter, his food, and his children wise men look upon him with all pity and no envy. Higher pg 97, and higher in society. The right of the strongest is supposed to involve honor, and physical is placed above moral strength, the work of the limbs wholly repulsive, when separated from that of the head, is devolved upon the weaker who cannot resist, and hence arises the disgrace of work, and the honor of being able to keep soul and body together, more or less, luxuriously. Without it, the barbaric conqueror makes his captives work for him, his descendants who have no prisoners of war, to make slaves of, carry off captives of a helpless nation inferior, even to themselves in civilization. The servile class rises by almost imperceptible degrees, as the dawn of reason brightens towards day. The classes, by whom the handwork of society is done, arrive at being cared for by those who do the headwork, or no work at all. Then they are legislated for, but still as a common or inferior class, favored out of pure bounty with laws, as with soup which are pronounced excellent for the poor. Then they begin to open their minds upon legislation for themselves, and a certain honor is paid them, which would be rejected as insult if offered to those who nevertheless think themselves highly meritorious in vouchsafing it. This is the critical period out of which must arise a new organization of society. When it comes to this, a new promise blossoms under the feet of the lovers of truth. There are many of the handworkers now who are on the very borders of the domain of headwork, and as the encroachments of those who work not at all have by this time become seriously injurious to the rights of others, there are many thinkers and persons of learning who are driven over the line and become handworkers, for which they, as they usually afterwards declare, can never be sufficiently thankful. pg 98. There is no drowning the epithalamium with which these two classes celebrate the union of thought and handicraft. Multitudes press in, or are carried in to the marriage feast, and a new era of society has begun. The temporary glory of ease and disgrace of labor pass away like mountain mists, and the clear sublimity of toil grows upon men's sight. If in such an era a new nation begins its career, what should be expected from it? If the organization of its society were a matter of will, if it had a disposable moral force applicable to controllable circumstances, it is probable that the new nation would take after all old nations, and not dare to make, perhaps not dream of making, the explicit avowal that that which had ever hitherto been a disgrace except in the eyes of a very few prophets, had now come out to be a clear honor. This would be more perhaps than even a company of 10 or 15 millions of men and women would venture to declare, while such words as quixotic, revolutionary, utopian remain on the tongues which wag the most industriously in the old world. But it so happens it is never in the power of a whole nation to meet in convention and agree what their moral condition shall be. They may agree upon laws for the furtherance of what is settled to be honorable, and for the exclusion of some of the law-bred disgraces of the old world, but it is not in their power to dispense, at will, the subtle radiance of moral glory, any more than to dye their scenery with rainbow hues, because they have got hold of a prism. Moral persuasions grow out of preceding circumstances, as institutions do, and conviction is not communicable, where the evidence is not of a communicable kind. The advantage of the new nation over the old will be no more than that its individual members are more open to conviction, from being PG 99, more accessible to evidence, less burdened with antique forms and institutions, and partial privileges. So called, the result will probably be that some members of the new society will follow the ancient fashion of considering work a humiliation, while upon the whole labor will be more honored than it has ever been before. America is in the singular position of being nearly equally divided between a low degree of the ancient barbarism, in relation to labor, and a high degree of the modern enlightenment. Wherever there is a servile classwork is considered a disgrace, unless it bears some other name, and is of an exclusive character. In the free states, labor is more really and heartily honored than perhaps in any other part of the civilized world. The most extraordinary and least pleasant circumstance in the case is that, while the South ridicules and despises the North for what is its very highest honor, the North feels somewhat uneasy and sore under the contempt. It is true that it is from necessity that every man their works, but whatever be the cause, the fact is a noble one worthy of all rejoicing, and it were to be wished that the North could readily and serenely at all times, and in disregard of all jibes, admit the fact as matter for thankfulness, that there every man works for his bread with his own head and hands. How do the two parties in reality spend their days? In the North, the children all go to school and work there more or less. As they grow up, they part off into the greatest variety of employments. The youths must without exception work hard, or they had better drown themselves, whether they are to be lawyers, or otherwise professional, or merchants, manufacturers, farmers, or citizens. They PG 100 have everything to do for themselves. A very large proportion of them have, while learning their future business, to earn the means of learning. There is much manual labor in the country colleges, much teaching in the vacations, done by students. Many a great man in Congress was seen in his boyhood leading his father's horses to water, and in his youth guiding the plow in his father's field. There is probably hardly a man in New England who cannot ride, drive, and tend his own horse, scarcely a clergyman, lawyer, or physician, who, if deprived of his profession, could not support himself by manual labor. Nor, on the other hand, is there any farmer or citizen who is not more or less a student and thinker. Not only are all capable of discharging their political duty of self-government, but all have somewhat idealized their life. All have looked abroad, at least so far as to understand the foreign relations of their own country. Most, I believe, have gone further, and can contemplate the foreign relations of their own, being some one great mind at least. Has almost every individual entered into sympathy with some divine or politician or poet who has carried the spirit out beyond the circle of home, state, and country into the ideal world. It is even possible to trace in the conversation of some who have the least leisure for reading the influence of some one of the rich sayings, the diamonds and pearls, which have dropped from the lips of genius to shine in the hearts of all humanity. Some one such saying may be perceived to have molded the thoughts and shaped the aims, and become the undercurrent of the whole life of a thinking and laboring man. Such sayings, being hackneyed, signifies nothing, while the individuals blessed by them do not know it, and hold them in their inmost hearts. PG 101. Unvexed by hearing them echoed by careless tongues, am I not a man and a brother? Happy the man whose wish and care. Roman 100. The breaking waves dashed high. Roman 100. Mrs. Hemance, landing of the pilgrims, what shadows we are, and what shadows we pursue. Burkittes are some of the words which, sinking deep into the hearts of busy men, spring up in a harvest of thoughts and acts. There are few young men, esteemed the least happy members of the community, who inherit wealth. The time will come when the society is somewhat older, when it will be understood that wealth need not preclude work. But at present, there are no individuals so forlorn in the northern states as young men of fortune, men who have shown energy and skill in working their way in society, are preferred for political representatives. There is no scientific or literary class for such individuals to fall into. All the world is busy around them, and they are reduced to the predicament, unhappily, the most dreaded of all in the United States, of standing alone. Their method, therefore, is to spend their money as fast as possible and begin the world like other men. I am stating this as matter of fact, not as being reasonable and right. As for the women of the northern states, most have the blessing of work, though not of the extent and variety, which will hereafter be seen to be necessary for the happiness of their lives. All married women, except the ladies of rich merchants, and others, are liable to have their hands full of household occupation from the uncertainty of domestic service, a topic to be referred to hereafter. Women who do not marry have in many instances to work for their support, and as will be shown in another connection, under peculiar pg 102 disadvantages, work on the whole may be considered the rule, and vacuity the exception. 13. What is life in the slave states in respect of work? There are two classes, the servile and the imperious, between whom there is a great gulf fixed. The servile class has not even the benefit of hearty toil. No solemn truths sink down into them to cheer their hearts, stimulate their minds, and nerve their hands. Their wretched lives are passed between an utter debasement of the will and a conflict of the will with external force. The other class is in circumstances as unfavorable as the least happy order of persons in the old world. The means of educating children are so meager. 14. That young people begin life under pg 103. Great disadvantages. The vicious fundamental principle of morals in a slave country, that labor is disgraceful, taints the infant mind with a stain which is as fatal in the world of spirits as the Negro tinge is at present in the world of society. It made my heart ache to hear the little children unconsciously uttering thoughts with which no true religion, no true philosophy can coexist. Do you think I shall work? Oh, you must not touch the poker here. You must not do this or that for yourself. The Negroes will be offended. And it won't do for a lady to do so. Poor thing, she has to teach. If she had come here, she might have married a rich man. Perhaps mamma has so much ire now, so we have not to do our work at home, or any trouble. Tease such a comfort when children at school call everything that pleases them gentlemanly, and pity all but slaves who have to work, and talk of marrying early for an establishment. It is all over with them. A more hopeless state of degradation can hardly be conceived of. However, they may ride, and play the harp, and sing Italian, and teach their slaves what they call religion. Poor things may be said of such in return. They know little with their horror of work, of what awaits them. Theirs is destined to be, if their wish of an establishment is fulfilled, a life of toil irksome and unhonored. They escape the name, but they are doomed to undergo the worst of the reality. Their husbands are not to be envied, though they do ride on white horses. The slaves' highest conception of bliss lie down to repose in hot weather, and spend their hours between the discharge of hospitality and the superintendence of their estates, and the highly honorable and pg 104 laborious charge of public affairs. But the wives of slaveholders are, as they and their husbands declare, as much slaves as their Negroes. If they will not have everything go to rack and ruin around them, they must superintend every household operation from the cellar to the garrets, for there is nothing that slaves can do well, while the slaves are perpetually at one's heels, lolling against the bedposts before one rises in the morning, standing behind the chairs, leaning on the sofa, officiously undertaking and invariably spoiling everything that one had rather do for on self. The smallest possible amount of real service is performed. The lady of the house carries her huge bunch of keys, for every consumable thing must be locked up, and has to give out on incessant requests. Whatever is wanted for the household she is forever superintending, and trying to keep things straight without the slightest hope of attaining anything like leisure and comfort. What is there in retinue in the reputation of ease and luxury, which can compensate for toils and cares of this nature? How much happier must be the lot of a village milliner, or of the artisan's wife who sweeps her own floors and cooks her husband's dinner, than that of the planter's lady with 20 slaves to wait upon her sons migrating, because work is out of the question, and they have not the means to buy estates, and her daughters with no better prospect than marrying as she has done to toil as she does. Some few of these ladies are among the strongest minded and most remarkable women I have ever known. There are great drawbacks, as will be seen hereafter, but their mental vigor is occasionally proportioned to their responsibility. Women who have to rule over a barbarous society, small though it be, to make and enforce laws, provide pg 105 for all the physical wants, and regulate the entire habits of a number of persons who can in no respect take care of themselves, must be strong and strongly disciplined, if they in any degree discharge this duty. Those who shrink from it become perhaps the weakest women I have anywhere seen, selfishly timid, humblingly dependent, languid in body, and with minds of no reach at all. These two extremes are found in the slave states in the most striking opposition. It is worthy of note that I never found there a woman strong enough voluntarily to brave the woes of life in the presence of slavery, nor any woman weak enough to extenuate the vices of the system, each knowing prior to experience what those woes and vices are. There are few unhappy persons in the slave states, too few, I believe, to be called a class, who strongly exemplify the consequences of such a principle of morals, as that work is a disgrace. There are a few called by the slaves mean whites, signifying whites who work with the hands, where there is a colored servile class, whose color has become a disgrace through their servitude. Two results are inevitable: that those who have the color without the servitude are disgraced among the whites, and those who have the servitude without the color are as deeply disgraced among the colored. More intensely than white workpeople are looked down upon at Port-au-Prince are the mean whites despised by the slaves of the Carolinas. They make the most, of course, of the only opportunity they can ever have of doing what they see their superiors, despising their fellow creatures. No inducement would be sufficient to bring honest, independent men into the constant presence of double-distilled hatred and contempt like this, and the general character of PG 106. The mean whites may therefore be anticipated. They are usually men who have no prospect, no chance elsewhere, the lowest of the low. When I say that no inducement would be sufficient, I mean no politic inducement. There are inducements of the same force as those which drew martyrs of old into the presence of savage beasts in the amphitheater, which guided Howard through the gloom of prisons and strengthened Guyon of Marseille to offer himself a certain victim to the plague. There are inducements of such force as this which carry down families to dwell in the midst of contempt and danger, where everything is lost but one object which carries them there. Mean whites, these friends of the oppressed fugitive, may be in the eyes of all around them, but how they stand in the eye of one whose thoughts are not as our thoughts may some day be revealed to themselves. It is enough that their object is gained. They do not want praise, they are above it, and they have shown that they can do without sympathy. It is enough to commend them to their own peace of heart. Section Roman 1, Morals of Slavery. This title is not written down in a spirit of mockery, though there appears to be a mockery somewhere, when we contrast slavery with the principles and the rule which are the test of all American institutions, the principles that all men PG 107 are born free and equal, that rulers derive their just powers from the consent of the governed, and the rule of reciprocal justice. This discrepancy between principles and practice needs no more words, but the institution of slavery exists, and what we have to see is what the morals are of the society which is subject to it. What social virtues are possible in a society of which injustice is the primary characteristic, in a society which is divided into two classes, the servile and the imperious. The most obvious is mercy. Nowhere perhaps can more touching exercises of mercy be seen than here. It must be remembered that the greater number of slaveholders have no other idea than of holding slaves. Their fathers did it. They themselves have never known the colored race treated otherwise than as inferior beings born to work for, and to tease the whites helpless, improvident, open to no higher inducements than indulgence and praise, capable of nothing but entire dependence. The good affections of slaveholders like these show themselves in the form of mercy, which is as beautiful to witness as mercy made a substitute for justice can ever be. I saw endless manifestations of mercy, as well as of its opposite, the thoughtfulness of masters, mistresses, and their children, about not only the comforts, but the indulgences of their slaves, was a frequent subject of admiration with me. Kind masters are liberal in the expenditure of money, and what is better, of thought, in gratifying the whims and fancies of their negroes. They make large sacrifices occasionally for the social or domestic advantage of their people, and use great forbearance in the exercise of the power conferred upon them by law and custom. PG 108. At the time when the cholera was ravaging South Carolina, a wealthy slaveholder there refused to leave the state, as most of his neighbors were doing. He would not consent to take any further care of himself than riding to a distance from his plantation, then overrun by the disease to sleep all day. He was among his slaves, nursing them with his own hands, putting them into the bath, giving them medicine himself, and cheering their spirits by his presence and his care. He saved them almost all. No one will suppose this one of the ordinary cases where a master has his slaves taken care of as property, not as men, sordid considerations of that kind, must have given way before the terrors of the plague. A far higher strength than that of self-interest was necessary to carry this gentleman through such a work as this, and it was no other than mercy. Again, a young man full of the Southern pride, one of whose aims is to have as great a display of Negroes as possible, married a young lady who soon after her marriage showed an imperious and cruel temper towards her slaves. Her husband gently remonstrated. She did not mend. He warned her that he would not allow beings for whose comfort he was responsible to be oppressed, and that if she compelled him to it, he would deprive her of the power she misused. Still, she did not mend. He one day came and told her that he had sold all his domestic slaves for their own sakes. He told her that he would always give her money enough to hire free service when it was to be had, and that, when it was not, he would cheerfully bear and help her to bear the domestic inconveniences which must arise from their having no servants. He kept his word. It rarely happens that free service can be hired, and this proud gentleman, PG 109, assists his wife's labors with his own hands, and what is more endures with all cheerfulness the ignominy of having no slaves. Nothing struck me more than the patience of slave owners in this virtue. They probably surpass the whole Christian world, I mean, in their patience with their slaves, for one cannot much praise their patience with the abolitionists, or with the tariff, or in some other cases of political vexation. When I considered how they love to be called fiery Southerners, I could not but marvel at their mild forbearance under the hourly provocations to which they are liable in their homes. 15. It is found that such a degree of this virtue can be obtained only by long habit. Persons from New England, France, or England, becoming slaveholders, are found to be the most severe masters and mistresses. However good their tempers may always have appeared previously, they cannot, like the native proprietor, sit waiting half an hour for the second course, or see everything done in the worst possible manner, their rooms dirty, their property wasted, their plans frustrated, their infants slighted, themselves deluded by artifice. They cannot, like the native proprietor, endure all this unruffled. It seems to me that every slaveholder's temper is subjected to a discipline which must either ruin or perfect it, while we know that many tempers are thus ruined, and must mourn for the unhappy creatures who cannot escape from their tyranny. At PG 110, is evident, on the other hand, that many tempers are to be met with which should shame down and silence forever the irritability of some whose daily life is passed under circumstances of comparative ease. This mercy, indulgence, patience was often pleaded to me in defense of the system, or in aggravation of the faults of intractable slaves. The fallacy of this is so gross as not to need exposure anywhere. But on the spot I was heartsick of being told of the ingratitude of slaves, and weary of explaining that indulgence can never atone for injury, that the extremest pampering for a lifetime is no equivalent for rights withheld, no reparation for irreparable injustice. What are the greatest possible amounts of finery, sweetmeats, dances, gratuities, and kind words, and looks in exchange for political, social, and domestic existence, for body and spirit? Is it not true that the life is more than meat, and the body than raiment? This fallacious plea was urged upon me by 3 different persons, esteemed enlightened and religious, in relation to one case. The case was this: a lady of fortune carried into her husband's establishment, when she married several slaves, and among them a girl 2 years younger than herself, who had been brought up under her, and who was employed as her own maid. The little slaves are accustomed to play freely with the children of the family, a practice which was lauded to me, but which never had any beauty in my eyes, seeing, as I did, the injury to the white children from unrestricted intercourse with the degraded race, and looking forward, as I did, to the time when they must separate into the servile and imperious misses, had been unusually indulgent to this girl, having allowed her time and opportunity for religious and other instruction, and favored her in every way. 1 PG 111 night, when the girl was undressing her, the lady expressed her fondness for her, and said, among other things, "When I die you shall be free." A dangerous thing to say to a slave only 2 years younger than herself. In a short time, the lady was taken ill with a strange, mysterious illness, which no doctor could alleviate. One of her friends, who suspected foul play, took the sufferer entirely under her own charge. When she seemed to be dying, she revived, and as soon as she was well enough to have a will of her own again, would be waited on by no one but her favorite slave. She grew worse. She alternated thus for some time, according as she was under the care of this slave or of her friend. At last, the friend excluded from her chamber everyone, but the physicians took in the medicines at the room door from the hands of the slave, and locked them up. They were all analyzed by a physician, and arsenic found in every one of them. the lady partially recovered. But I was shocked at the traces of suffering in her whole appearance. The girl's guilt was brought clearly home to her. There never was a case of more cruel, deliberate intention to murder. If ever slave deserved the gallows, which ought to be questionable to the most decided minds, this girl Roman 999, what was done the lady was tender-hearted, and could not bear to have her hanged. This was natural enough. But what did she therefore do? Keep her under her own eye, that she might at least poison nobody else, and perhaps be touched, and reclaimed by the clemency of the person, she would have murdered. No, the lady sold her. I was actually called upon to admire the lady's conduct, and was asked whether the ingratitude of the girl was not inconceivable, and her hypocrisy too, for she used to lecture her mistress, and her PG 112 mistress friends, for being so irreligious as to go to parties on Saturday nights, when they should have been preparing their minds for Sunday. Was not the hypocrisy of the girl inconceivable, and her ingratitude for her mistress? Favors? No, the girl had no other idea of religion, could have no other than that it consists in observances, and wicked, as she was, her wickedness could not be called ingratitude, for she was more injured than favored. After all indulgences that could be heaped upon her were still less than her due, and her mistress remained infinitely her debtor. Little can be said of the purity of manners of the whites of the South, but there is purity. Some few examples of domestic fidelity may be found, few enough, by the confession of residents on the spot, but those individuals who have resisted the contagion of the vice amidst which they dwell are pure. Every man who resides on his plantation may have his harem, and has every inducement of custom, and of pecuniary gain 16, to tempt him to the common practice. Those who notwithstanding keep their homes undefiled may be considered as of incorruptible purity. Here, alas, ends my catalogue of the virtues, which are of possible exercise by slaveholders towards their laborers. The inherent injustice of the system extinguishes all others, and nourishes a whole harvest of false morals towards the rest of society. The personal oppression of the Negroes is the grossest vice which strikes a stranger in the country. It can never be otherwise when human beings are wholly subjected to the will of other human beings, who are under no other external control, PG 113, than the law which forbids killing and maiming, a law which it is difficult to enforce in individual cases. A fine slave was walking about in Columbia, South Carolina, when I was there, nearly helpless and useless from the following causes. His master was fond of him, and the slave enjoyed the rare distinction of never having been flogged one day. His master's child, supposed to be under his care at the time, fell down and hurt itself. The master flew into a passion, ordered the slave to be instantly flogged, and would not hear a single word the man had to say. As soon as the flogging was over, the slave went into the backyard, where there was an axe and a block, and struck off the upper half of his right hand. He went and held up the bleeding hand before his master, saying, "You have mortified me, so I have made myself useless now. You must maintain me as long as I live." It came out that the child had been under the charge of another person. There are, as is well known throughout the country, houses in the free states which are open to fugitive slaves, and where they are concealed till the search for them is over. I know some of the secrets of such places, and can mention 2 cases among many of runaways, which show how horrible is the tyranny which the slave system authorizes men to inflict on each other. A Negro had found his way to one of these friendly houses, and had been so skillfully concealed that repeated searches by his master, who had followed for the purpose of recovering him, and by constables, had been in vain. After 3 weeks of this seclusion, the Negro became weary and entreated of his host to be permitted to look out of the window. His host strongly advised him to keep quiet, as it was pretty certain that his master had not given him up. When the host had left him, however, the PG 114 Negro came out of his hiding place and went to the window. He met the eye of his master, who was looking up from the street. The poor slave was obliged to return to his bondage. A young negress had escaped in like manner, was in like manner concealed, and was alarmed by constables under the direction of her master, entering the house in pursuit of her. When she had had reason to believe that the search was over, she flew upstairs to her chamber in the 3rd story, and drove a heavy article of furniture against the door. The constables pushed in, notwithstanding, and the girl leaped from the window into the paved street. Her master looked at her, as she lay, declared she would never be good for anything again, and went back into the South. The poor creature, her body bruised, and her limbs fractured, was taken up and kindly nursed, and she is now maintained in Boston in her maimed condition by the charity of some ladies there. The following story has found its way into the Northern states, as few such stories do, from the circumstance that a New Hampshire family are concerned. In it has excited due horror, wherever it is known, and it is to be hoped that it will lead to the exposure of more facts of the same kind, since it is but too certain that they are common. A New Hampshire gentleman went down into Louisiana many years ago to take a plantation. He pursued the usual method, borrowing money largely to begin with, paying high interest, and clearing off his debt year by year as his crops were sold. He followed another custom, there taking a quadroon wife a mistress in the eye of the law, since there can be no legal marriage between whites and persons of any degree of color but in nature, and in reason, the woman he took PG 115 home was his wife. She was a well-principled, amiable, well-educated woman, and they lived happily together for 20 years. She had only the slightest possible tinge of color. Knowing the law that the children of slaves are to follow the fortunes of the mother, she warned her husband that she was not free in ancestress, having been a slave, and the legal act of manumission having never been performed. The husband promised to look to it, but neglected it. At the end of 20 years one died, and the other shortly followed, leaving daughters. Whether 2 or 3 I have not been able to ascertain with positive certainty, but I have reason to believe 3 of the ages of 15, 17, and 18, beautiful girls with no perceptible mulatto tinge. The brother of their father came down from New Hampshire to settle the affairs, and he supposed, as everyone else did, that the deceased had been wealthy. He was pleased with his nieces, and promised to carry them back with him into New Hampshire, and as they were to all appearance perfectly white, to introduce them into the society, which by education they were fitted for it. Appeared, however, that their father had died insolvent. The deficiency was very small, but it was necessary to make an inventory of the effects to deliver to the creditors. This was done by the brother the executor. Some of the creditors called on him, and complained that he had not delivered in a faithful inventory. He declared he had the number of slaves was not accurately set down. He had omitted the daughters. The executor was overwhelmed with horror, and asked time for thought. He went round among the creditors appealing to their mercy, but they answered that these young ladies were a first-rate article too valuable to be relinquished. He next offered PG 116, though he had himself 6 children, and very little money, all he had for the redemption of his nieces, alleging that it was more than they would bring in the market for house or field labor. This was refused with scorn. It was said that there were other purposes for which the girls would bring more than for field or house labor. The uncle was in despair, and felt strongly tempted to wish their death, rather than their surrender to such a fate as was before them. He told them abruptly what was their prospect. He declares that he never before beheld human grief, never before heard the voice of anguish. They never ate nor slept, nor separated from each other, till the day when they were taken into the New Orleans slave market. There, they were sold separately at high prices for the vilest of purposes, and where each is gone, no one knows. They are for the present lost, but they will arise to the light in the day of retribution. It is a common boast in the South that there is less vice in their cities than in those of the North. This can never, as a matter of fact, have been ascertained, as the proceedings of slave households are or may be a secret, and in the North what licentiousness there is may be detected. But such comparisons are bad. Let anyone look at the positive licentiousness of the South, and declare if in such a state of society there can be any security for domestic purity and peace. The quadroon connections in New Orleans are all but universal, as I was assured on the spot by ladies who cannot be mistaken. The history of such connections is a melancholy one, but it ought to be made known, while there are any who boast of the superior morals of New Orleans, on account of the decent quietness of the streets and theaters. The quadroon girls of New Orleans are brought PG 117 up by their mothers to be what they have been, the mistresses of white gentlemen. The boys are some of them sent to France, some placed on land in the back of the state, and some are sold in the slave market. They marry women of a somewhat darker color than their own, the women of their own color objecting to them. Ils sont si dégoûtants. The girls are highly educated externally, and are probably as beautiful and accomplished a set of women as can be found. Every young man early selects one, and establishes her in one of those pretty and peculiar houses, whole rows of which may be seen in the ramparts. The connection now and then lasts for life, usually for several years in the latter case. When the time comes for the gentleman to take a white wife, the dreadful news reaches his quadroon partner, either by a letter entitling her to call the house and furniture her own, or by the newspaper, which announces his marriage. The quadroon ladies are rarely or never known to form a second connection. Many commit suicide, more die. Broken-hearted, some men continue the connection after marriage. Every quadroon woman believes that her partner will prove an exception to the rule of desertion. Every white lady believes that her husband has been an exception to the rule of seduction. What security for domestic purity and peace there can be where every man has had two connections, one of which must be concealed, and two families whose existence must not be known to each other, where the conjugal relation begins in treachery and must be carried on with a heavy secret in the husband's breast. No words are needed to explain, if this is the system, which is boasted of as a purer than ordinary state of morals, what is to be thought of the ordinary state? It can only be hoped that the boast is an empty one. PG 118. There is no occasion to explain the management of the female slaves on estates where the object is to rear as many as possible, like stock for the southern market, nor to point out the boundless licentiousness caused by the practice, a practice which wrung from the wife of a planter in the bitterness of her heart, the declaration that a planter's wife was only the chief slave of the harem. Mr. Madison avowed that the licentiousness of Virginian plantations stopped just short of destruction, and that it was understood that the female slaves were to become mothers at 15. A gentleman of the highest character, a Southern planter, observed in conversation with a friend that little was known out of bounds of the reasons of the new laws, by which emancipation was made so difficult, as it is, he said, that the very general connection of white gentlemen with their female slaves introduced a mulatto race whose numbers would become dangerous if the affections of their white parents were permitted to render them free. The liberty of emancipating them was therefore abolished, while that of selling them remained. There are persons who weakly trust to the force of the parental affection for putting an end to slavery when the amalgamation of the races shall have gone so far as to involve a sufficient number. I actually heard this from the lips of a clergyman in the South. Yet these planters who sell their own offspring to fill their purses, who have such offspring, for the sake of filling their purses, dare to raise the cry of amalgamation against the abolitionists of the North, not one of whom has, as far as evidence can show, conceived the idea of a mixture of the races. It is from the South, where this mixture is hourly encouraged, that the canting and groundless reproach has come. I met with no candid Southerner who was not full of shame at the monstrous hypocrisy. PG 119. It is well known that the most savage violences that are now heard of in the world take place in the southern and western states of America, burning alive, cutting the heart out, and sticking it on the point of a knife, and other such diabolical deeds, the result of the deepest hatred of which the human heart is capable, are heard of only there. The frequency of such deeds is a matter of dispute, which time will settle. 17. The existence of such deeds is a matter of no dispute. Whether 2 or 20 such deeds take place in a year, their perpetration testifies to the existence of such hatred as alone could prompt them. There is no doubt in my mind as to the immediate causes of such outrages. They arise out of the licentiousness of manners. The Negro is exasperated by being deprived of his wife, being sent out of the way that his master may take possession of his home. He stabs his master, or if he cannot fulfill his desire of vengeance, he is a dangerous person, an object of vengeance in return, and destined to some cruel fate if the Negro attempts to retaliate and defile the master's home. The faggots are set alight about him. Much that is dreadful ensues from the Negro being subject to toil and the lash, but I am confident that the licentiousness of the masters is the proximate cause of society in the South and Southwest, being in such a state that nothing else is to be looked for than its being dissolved into its elements. If man does not soon cease to be called the property of man, this dissolution will never take place through the insurrection of the Negroes, but by the natural operation of vice. But the process of demoralization will be stopped, I have no doubt, before it reaches that point. PG 120. There is no reason to apprehend serious insurrection, for the Negroes are too degraded to act in concert, or to stand firm before the terrible face of the white man. Like all deeply injured classes of persons, they are desperate and cruel on occasion, kindly, as their nature is. But as a class, they have no courage. The voice of a white, even of a lady, if it were authoritative, would make a whole regiment of rebellious slaves throw down their arms and flee. Poison is the weapon that suits them best, than the knife in moments of exasperation. They will never take the field unless led on by free blacks. Desperate as the state of society is, it will be rectified probably without bloodshed. It may be said that it is doing an injustice to cite extreme cases of vice as indications of the state of society. I do not think so, as long as such cases are so common as to strike the observation of a mere passing stranger. to say nothing of their incompatibility. With a decent and orderly fulfillment of the social relations, let us, however, see what is the very best state of things. Let us take the words and deeds of some of the most religious, refined, and amiable members of society. It was this aspect of affairs which grieved me more, if possible, than the stormier one, which I have presented, the coarsening and hardening of mind and manners. Among the best, the blunting of the moral sense. Among the most conscientious gave me more pain than the stabbing poisoning, and burning. A few examples, which will need no comment, will suffice. Two ladies, the distinguishing ornaments of a very superior society in the South, are truly unhappy about slavery, and opened their hearts freely to me upon the grief which it caused them, perfect curse which they found it they need no enlightening on this, nor any stimulus to acquit pg 121 themselves, as well as their unhappy circumstances. Allow, they one day pressed me for a declaration of what I should do in their situation. I replied that I would give up everything, go away with my slaves, settle them and stay by them in some free place. I had said, among other things, that I dare not stay there on my own account from moral considerations. What not if you had no slaves? No. Why, I could not trust myself to live where I must constantly witness the exercise of irresponsible power. They made no reply at the moment, but each found occasion to tell me some days afterwards that she had been struck to the heart by these words, the consideration I mentioned having never occurred to her before. Madame Lalaurie, the person who was mobbed at New Orleans on account of her fiendish cruelty to her slaves, a cruelty so excessive as to compel the belief that she was mentally deranged, though her derangement could have taken such a direction nowhere. But in a slave, Contritha's person was described to me as having been very pleasant to whites. A common question put to me by amiable ladies was, do not you find the slaves generally very happy? They never seem to have been asked, or to have asked themselves the question, with which I replied, would you be happy with their means? One sultry morning, I was sitting with a friend who was giving me all manner of information about her husband's slaves, both in the field and house, how she fed and clothed them, what indulgences they were allowed, what their respective capabilities were, and so forth. While we were talking, one of the house slaves passed us. I observed that she appeared superior to all the rest, to which my friend assented. She is as wife, said Roman 1. We pg 122 call her as wife, but she has never been married to him, and she came to my husband 5 years ago, and asked him to let them marry, but he could not allow it because he had not made up his mind whether to sell, and he hates parting husband and wife. How many children have they? 4, and they are not married. Yet no, my husband has never been able to let them marry. He certainly will not sell her, and he has not determined yet whether he shall sell a. Another friend told me the following story. B was the best slave in her husband's possession. B fell in love with Roman 100, a pretty girl on a neighboring estate, who was purchased to be B.S. wife. Roman 100's temper was jealous and violent, and she was always fancying that B showed attention to other girls. Her master warned her to keep her temper, or she should be sent away. One day, when the master was dining out, B came to him trembling, and related that Roman 100 had, in a fit of jealousy, aimed a blow at his head with an axe and nearly struck him. The master went home and told Roman 100 that her temper could no longer be borne with, and she must go. He offered her the choice of being sold to a trader and carried to New Orleans, or of being sent to field labor on a distant plantation. She preferred being sold to the trader, who broke his promise of taking her to New Orleans, and disposed of her to a neighboring proprietor. Roman 100 kept watch over her husband, declaring that she would be the death of any girl whom B might take to wife. And so said my informant. Poor B was obliged to walk about in single blessedness for some time, till last summer happily Roman 100 died. Is it possible, said I, that you pair and part these people like brutes? The lady looked surprised, and asked what else could be done. One day at dinner, when 2 slaves were pg 123, standing behind our chairs, the lady of the house was telling me a ludicrous story, in which a former slave of hers was one of the personages, serving as a butt on the question of complexion. She seemed to recollect that slaves were listening, for she put in Roman 500 was an excellent boy, the term for male slaves of every age. We respected him very highly as an excellent boy. We respected him almost as much as if he had been a white, but Roman 100. A Southern lady of fair reputation for refinement and cultivation told the following story in the hearing of a company, among whom were some friends of mine. She spoke with obvious unconsciousness. That she was saying anything remarkable, indeed, such unconsciousness was proved by her telling the story at all. She had possessed a very pretty mulatto girl of whom she declared herself fond. A young man came to stay at her house, and fell in love with the girl. She came to me, said the lady for protection which I gave her the young man went away. But after some weeks returned saying, he was so much in love with the girl that he could not live without her. I pitied the young man, concluded the lady, so I sold the girl to him for $1,500. I repeatedly heard the preaching of a remarkably liberal man, of a free and kindly spirit in the South. His last sermon extempore was from the text cast all your care upon him, for he careth for you. The preacher told us among other things that God cares for, all for the meanest as well as the mightiest he cares for that colored person, said he pointing to the gallery, where the people of color scythe cares for that colored person as well as for the wisest and best of you whites. This was the most wanton insult I had ever seen offered to a human being, and it was with difficulty that I refrained from walking out of the PG 124 church. Yet no one present to whom I afterwards spoke of it seemed able to comprehend the wrong well said. They does not God care for the colored people. Of course, in a society where things like these are said, and done by its choicest members, there is a prevalent unconsciousness of the existing wrong. The daily and hourly plea is of good intentions towards the slaves of innocence under the aspersions of foreigners. They are as sincere in the belief that they are injured as their visitors are cordial in their detestation of the morals of slavery. Such unconsciousness of the milder degrees of impurity and injustice as enables ladies and clergymen of the highest character to speak and act as I have related is a sufficient evidence of the prevalent grossness of morals. One remarkable indication of such blindness was the almost universal mention of the state of the Irish to me as a worse case than American slavery. I never attempted, of course, to vindicate the state of Ireland, but I was surprised to find no one able till put in the way to see the distinction between political misgovernment and personal slavery, between exasperating a people by political insult and possessing them like brutes for pecuniary profit. The unconsciousness of guilt is the worst of symptoms. Where there are means of light to be had, I shall have to speak hereafter of the state of religion throughout the country. It is enough here to say that if with the law of liberty and the gospel of peace and purity within their hands, the inhabitants of the South are unconscious of the low state of the morals of society, such blindness proves nothing so much as how far that which is highest and purest may be confounded with what is lowest and foulest. When once the fatal attempt has been entered upon, to make them coexist from their coexistence, one further step may be PG 125 taken, and in the South has been taken the making the high and pure a sanction for the low and foul of this more hereafter. The degradation of the women is so obvious a consequence of the evils disclosed above that the painful subject need not be enlarged on. By the degradation of women, I do not mean to imply any doubt of the purity of their manners. There are reasons plain enough to the observer why their manners should be even peculiarly pure. They are all married young from their being outnumbered by the other sex, and there is ever present an unfortunate servile class of their own sex to serve the purposes of licentiousness, so as to leave them untempted. Their degradation arises not from their own conduct, but from that of all other parties about them, where the generality of men carry secrets which their wives must be the last to know, where the busiest and more engrossing concerns of life must wear one aspect to the one sex, and another to the other. There is an end to all wholesome confidence, and sympathy, and woman sinks to be the ornament of her husband's house, the domestic manager of his establishment, instead of being his all-sufficient friend. I am speaking not only of what I suppose must necessarily be, but of what I have actually seen. I have seen with heart sorrow the kind politeness, the gallantry so insufficient to the loving heart with which the wives of the South are treated by their husbands. I have seen the horror of a woman's having to work to exert the faculties which her Maker gave her the eagerness to ensure her unearned ease, and rest the deepest insult which can be offered to an intelligent and conscientious woman. I know the tone of conversation which is adopted towards women different in its topics and its style from that which any man would dream of offering to any other man. I have PG 126 heard the boast of the chivalrous consideration in which women are held throughout their woman's paradise, and seen something of the anguish of crushed pride, of the conflict of bitter feelings, with which such boasts have been listened to by those whose aspirations teach them the hollowness of the system. The gentlemen are all the while unaware that women are not treated in the best possible manner among them, and they will remain thus blind as long as licentious intercourse with the lowest of the sex unfits them for appreciating the highest, whenever their society shall take rank according to moral, rather than physical considerations, whenever they shall rise to crave sympathy in the real objects of existence, whenever they shall begin to inquire what human life is and wherefore, and to reverence it accordingly, they will humble themselves in shame for their abuse of the right of the strongest, for those very arrangements and observances, which now constitute their boast a lady who brought up elsewhere to use her own faculties, and employ them on such objects as she thinks proper, and who has more knowledge and more wisdom than perhaps any gentleman of her acquaintance, told me of the disgust with which she submits to the conversation which is addressed to her, under the idea of being fit for her, and how she solaces herself at home after such provocation. With the silent sympathy of books, a father of promising young daughters, whom he sees likely to be crushed by the system, told me in a tone of voice, which I shall never forget, that women, there might as well be turned into the street for anything they are fit for. There are reasonable hopes that his children may prove an exception. One gentleman who declares himself much interested in the whole subject expresses his horror of the employment of women in the northern states for useful purposes. He told PG 127 me that the same force of circumstances which in the region he inhabits makes men independent increases the dependence of women and will go on to increase it. Society is there, he declared, always advancing towards Orientalism. There are but two ways in which woman can be exercised to the extent of her powers, by genius and by calamity, either of which may strengthen her to burst her conventional restraints. The first is too rare a circumstance to afford any basis for speculation, and may heaven avert the last, oh may heaven hasten. It would be the cry of many hearts if these be, indeed, the conditions of woman's fulfilling the purposes of her being. There are, I believe, some who would scarcely tremble to see their houses in flames, to hear the coming tornado, to feel the threatening earthquake, if these be, indeed, the messengers who must open their prison doors and give their heaven-born spirits the range of the universe. God has given to them the universe, as to others man has caged them in one corner of it, and dreads their escape from their cage, while man does that which he would not have woman hear of. He puts genius out of sight, and deprecates calamity. He has not, however, calculated all the forces in nature. If he had, he would hardly venture to hold either negroes or women as property, or to trust to the absence of genius and calamity. One remarkable warning has been vouchsafed to him: a woman of strong mind, whose strenuous endeavors to soften the woes of slavery to her own dependence failed to satisfy her conscience and relieve her human affections, her shaken the blood-slaked dust from her feet, and gone to live where every man can call himself his own, and not only to live, but to work there, and to pledge herself to death if necessary for the overthrow of the system which she abhors in proportion to her PG 128 familiarity with it, whether we are to call her genius or calamity, or by her own honored name of Angelina Grimke. Certain it is that she is rousing into life and energy many women who were unconscious of genius and unvisited by calamity, but who carry honest and strong human hearts. This lady may ere long be found to have materially checked the advance towards Orientalism. Of course, the children suffer perhaps the most fatally of all under the slave system. What can be expected from little boys who are brought up to consider physical courage the highest attribute of manhood, pride of section, and have cast its loftiest grace, the slavery of a part of society essential to the freedom of the rest, justice of less account than generosity and humiliation in the eyes of men, the most intolerable of evils? What is to be expected of little girls who boast of having got a Negro flogged for being impertinent to them, and who are surprised at the ungentlemanly conduct of a master who maims his slave? Such lessons are not always taught expressly. Sometimes the reverse is expressly taught. But this is what the children in a slave country necessarily learn from what passes around them, just as the plainest girls in a school grow up to think personal beauty the most important of all endowments, in spite of daily assurances that the charms of the mind are all that are worth regarding. The children of slave countries learn more and worse still. It is nearly impossible to keep them from close intercourse with the slaves, and the attempt is rarely made. The generality of slaves are as gross as the total absence of domestic sanctity might be expected to render them. They do not dream of any reserves with children. The consequences are inevitable. The woes of mothers, PG 129, from this cause are such that if this peculiar domestic institution were confided to their charge, I believe they would accomplish its overthrow with an energy and wisdom that would look more like inspiration than Orientalism. Among the incalculable forces in nature is the grief of mothers weeping for the corruption of their children. One of the absolutely inevitable results of slavery is a disregard of human rights, an inability even to comprehend them. Probably the Southern gentry, who declare that the presence of slavery enhances the love of freedom, that freedom can be duly estimated only where a particular class can appropriate all social privileges, that, to use the words of one of them, they know too much of slavery to be slaves themselves, are sincere enough in such declarations. And if so, it follows that they do not know what freedom is, they may have the benefit of the alternative off, not knowing what freedom is and being sincere, or of knowing what freedom is, and not being sincere. I am disposed to think that the first is the more common case. One reason for my thinking so is that I usually found in conversation in the South that the idea of human rights was sufficient subsistence in return for labor. This was assumed as the definition of human rights, on which we were to argue the case of the slave. When I tried the definition by the Golden Rule, I found that even that straight, simple rule had become singularly bent in the hands of those who professed to acknowledge and apply it. A clergyman preached from the pulpit the following application of it, which is echoed unhesitatingly by the most religious of the slaveholders: treat your slaves as you would wish to be treated if you were a slave yourself. I verily believe that hundreds or thousands do not see that this is not an honest application of the rule. PG 130, so blinded are they by custom to the fact that the Negro is a man and a brother. Another of my reasons for supposing that the gentry of the South do not know what freedom is that many seem unconscious of the state of coercion, in which they themselves are living coercion, not only from the incessant fear of which I have before spoken of fear, which haunts their homes, their business, and their recreations, coercion, not only from their fear, and from their being dependent for their hourly comforts upon the extinguished or estranged will of those whom they have injured, but coercion also from their own laws, the laws against the press are as peremptory as in the most despotic countries of Europe. 18, as may be seen in the small number and size and poor quality of the newspapers of the South. I never saw in the rawest villages of the youngest states newspapers so empty and poor as those of New Orleans. It is curious that while the subject of the abolition of slavery in the British colonies was necessarily a very interesting one throughout the southern states, I met with planters who did not know that any compensation had been paid by the British nation to the West Indian proprietors the miserable quality of the Southern newspapers, and the omission from them of the subjects, on which the people most require information, will go far to account for the people's delusions on their own affairs as compared with those of the rest of the world, and PG 130, 1 for their boasts of freedom, which probably arise from their knowing of none which is superior. They see how much more free they are than their own slaves, but are not generally aware what liberty is where all are free. In 1830, 4. The number of newspapers was in the state of New York 267, in Louisiana 30, 1 in Massachusetts, 108 in South Carolina 19, in Pennsylvania 220, in Georgia 29. What is to be thought of the freedom of gentlemen subject to the following law? Any person or persons who shall attempt to teach any free person of color or slave to spell, read, or write, shall upon conviction thereof by indictment be fined in a sum not less than $250, nor more than $500. 19. What is to be thought of the freedom of gentlemen who cannot emancipate their own slaves, except by the consent of the legislature, and then only under very strict conditions, which make the deed almost impracticable? It has been mentioned that during a temporary suspension of the laws against emancipation in Virginia, 10,000 slaves were freed in 9 years, and that as the institution seemed in peril, the masters were again coerced. It is pleaded that the masters themselves were the repealers and reenactors of these laws. True. And thus it appears that they thought it necessary to deprive each other of a liberty, which a great number seem to have made use of themselves, while they could. PG 132, no high degree of liberty, or of the love of it, is to be seen here. The laws which forbid emancipation are felt to be cruelly galling throughout the South. I heard frequent bitter complaints of them. They are the invariable plea urged by individuals to excuse their continuing to hold slaves. Such individuals are either sincere in these complaints, or they are not. If they are not, they must be under some deplorable coercion, which compels so large a multitude to hypocrisy. If they are sincere, they possess the common republican means of getting tyrannical laws repealed. And why do they not use them? If these laws are felt to be oppressive, why is no voice heard denouncing them in the legislatures? If men complainingly, but voluntarily submit to laws which bind the conscience, little can be said of their love of liberty. If they submit involuntarily, nothing can be said for their possession of it. What again is to be thought of the freedom of citizens who are liable to lose caste, because they follow conscience in a case where the perversity of the laws places interest on the side of conscience and public opinion against it? I will explain. In a southern city, I saw a gentleman who appeared to have all the outward requisites for commanding respect. He was very wealthy, had been governor of the state, and was an eminent and peculiar benefactor to the city. I found he did not stand well, as some pains were taken to impress me with this. I inquired the cause. His character was declared to be generally good. I soon got at the particular exception, which I was anxious to do, only because I saw that it was somehow of public concern. While this gentleman was governor, there was an insurrection of slaves. His own slaves were accused. He did not believe them guilty, and refused to hang them. This was imputed to an PG 133 unwillingness to sacrifice his property. He was thus in a predicament which no one can be placed in except where man is held as property. He must either hang his slaves, believing them innocent, and keep his character, or he must, by saving their lives, lose his own character. How the case stood with this gentleman is fully known only to his own heart. His conduct claims the most candid construction. But this being accorded as his due, what can be thought of the freedom of a republican thus circumstanced? Passing over the perils physical and moral, in which those are involved who live in a society where recklessness of life is treated with leniency and physical courage, stands high in the list of virtues and grace spurls, which abridge a man's liberty of action and of speech in a way which would be felt to be intolerable if the restraint were not adorned by the false name of honor. It is only necessary to look at the treatment of the abolitionists by the South, by both legislatures and individuals, to see that no practical understanding of liberty exists there. Upon a mere vague report or bare suspicion, persons traveling through the South have been arrested, imprisoned, and in some cases flogged or otherwise tortured on pretense that such persons desired to cause insurrection among the slaves. More than one innocent person has been hanged, and the device of terrorism has been so practiced as to deprive the total number of persons who avowedly hold a certain set of opinions of their constitutional liberty of traversing the whole country. It was declared by some liberal-minded gentlemen of South Carolina, after the publication of Dr. Channing's work on slavery, that if Dr. Channing were to enter South Carolina with a bodyguard of 20,000 men, he could not come out PG 134 alive. I have seen the lithographic prints transmitted in letters to abolitionists representing the individual to whom the letter was sent hanging on a gallows. I have seen the handbills purporting to be issued by committees of vigilance, offering enormous rewards for the heads or for the ears of prominent abolitionists. If it be said that these acts are attributable to the ignorant wrath of individuals, only it may be asked whence arose the committees of vigilance, which were last year sitting throughout the South and West on the watch for any incautious person who might venture near them with anti-slavery opinions in his mind. How came it that high official persons sat on these committees? How is it that some governors of southern states made formal application to governors of the northern states to procure the dispersion of anti-slavery societies, the repression of discussion, and the punishment of the promulgators of abolition opinions? How is it that the governor of South Carolina last year recommended the summary execution, without benefit of clergy, of all persons caught within the limits of the state holding avowed anti-slavery opinions, and that every sentiment of the governors was endorsed by a select committee of the legislature? All this proceeds from an ignorance of the first principles of liberty. It cannot be from a mere hypocritical disregard of such principles for proud men, who boast a peculiar love of liberty and aptitude, for it would not voluntarily make themselves so ridiculous as they appear by these outrageous proceedings. Such blustering is so hopeless, and if not sincere, so purposeless, that no other supposition is left than that they have lost sight of the fundamental principles of both their federal and state constitutions, and do now PG 135 actually suppose that their own freedom lies in crushing all opposition to their own, while no pretense of evidence has been offered of any further offense against them than the expression of obnoxious opinions. There is no plea that any of their laws have been violated, except those recently enacted to annihilate freedom of speech, and the press laws, which can in no case be binding upon persons out of the limits of the states for which these new laws are made. The amended Constitution of Virginia of 1830 provides that the legislature shall not pass any law abridging the freedom of speech or of the press. North and South Carolina and Georgia decree that the freedom of the press shall be preserved inviolate, the press being the grand bulwark of liberty. The Constitution of Louisiana declares that the free communication of thoughts and opinions is one of the invaluable rights of man, and every citizen may freely speak, write, and print on any subject, being responsible for the abuse of that liberty. The Declaration of Rights of Mississippi declares that no law shall ever be passed to curtail or restrain the liberty of speech, And of the press, the constitutions of all the slave states contain declarations and provisions. Like these, how fearfully have the descendants of those who framed them degenerated in their comprehension and practice of liberty, violating both the spirit and the letter of their original Bill of Rights. They are not yet fully aware of this in the calmer times which are to come. They will perceive it and look back with amazement upon the period of desperation, when not a voice was heard even in the legislatures to plead for human rights, when for the sake of one doomed institution, they forgot what their fathers had done, fettered their own presses, tied their own PG 136 hands, robbed their fellow citizens of their right of free traveling, and did all they could to deprive those same fellow citizens of liberty and life for the avowal and promulgation of opinions. Meantime, it would be but decent to forbear all boasts of a superior knowledge and love of freedom. Here I gladly break off my dark chapter on the morals of slavery. Section Roman 2, Morals of Manufactures. One remarkable effect of democratic institutions is the excellence of the work turned out by those who live under them in a country where the whole course is open to everyone, where in theory everything may be obtained by merit. Men have the strongest stimulus to exert their powers and try what they can achieve. I found masterworkmen who employ operatives of various nations very sensible of this elsewhere. No artisan can possibly rise higher than to a certain point of dexterity and amount of wages in America. An artisan may attain to be governor of the state, member of Congress, even president, instead of this possibility, having the effect of turning his head and making him unfit for business, as some suppose, who seem to consider these opportunities as resembling the chances of a lottery. It attaches him to his business and his master to sober habits and to intellectual cultivation. PG 137. The only apparent excess to which it leads is ill-considered enterprise. This is an evil sometimes to the individual, but not to society. A man who makes haste to be famous or rich by means of new inventions may injure his own fortune or credit, but is usually a benefactor to society by furnishing a new idea on which another may work with more success. Some of the most important improvements in the manufactures of the United States have been made by men who afterwards became insolvent. Where there is hasty enterprise, there is usually much conceit. The very haste seems to show that the man is thinking more of himself than of the subject on which he is employed. It naturally happens that the conceited originator breaks down in the middle of his scheme, and that some more patient, modest thinker takes it up, where he leaves off and completes the invention. I was shown at the Patterson Mills, an invention completed by two men on the spot whose discovery has been extensively adopted in England. A workman fancied he had discovered a method by which he could twist rovings, fastened at both ends, quicker than had ever been done before. As a more thoughtful person would have foreseen, half the twisting came undone as soon as the ends were unfastened. The projector threw his work aside, but a quiet observer among his brother workmen offered him a partnership and a new idea in return for the primary suggestion. The quiet man saw how quickly the thread might be prepared. If the rovings could be condensed fast enough for the twisting, he added his discovery to what the first had really achieved, and the success was complete. The factories are found to afford a safe and useful employment for much energy, which would otherwise be wasted and misdirected. I found that PG 138 in some places, very bad morals had prevailed before the introduction of manufactures, while now the same society is eminently orderly. The great evil still is drunkenness. But of this there is less than there used to be, and other disorders have almost entirely disappeared. A steady employer has it in his power to do more for the morals of the society about him than the clergy themselves. The experiment has been tried with entire success of dismissing from the mills any who have been guilty of open vice. This is submitted to, because it is obviously reasonable that the sober workmen who remain should be protected from association with vicious persons who must be offensive or dangerous to them. If any employer has the firmness to dismiss unquestionable offenders, however valuable their services may be to him, he may confidently look for a cessation of such offenses, and for a great purification of the society in which they have occurred. The morals of the female factory population may be expected to be good when it is considered of what class it is composed. Many of the girls are in the factories because they have too much pride for domestic service. Girls who are too proud for domestic service, as it is in America, can hardly be low enough for any gross immorality, or to need watching, or not to be trusted to avoid the contagion of evil example to a stranger. Their pride seems to take a mistaken direction, and they appear to deprive themselves of a respectable home and station, and many benefits by their dislike of service. But this is altogether their own affair. They must choose for themselves their way of life. But the reasons of their choice indicate a state of mind superior to the grossest dangers of their position. I saw a bill fixed up in the Waltham Mill, which PG 139 bore a warning that no young lady who attended dancing school that winter should be employed, and that the corporation had given directions to the overseer to dismiss anyone who should be found to dance at the school. I asked the meaning of this, and the overseer's answer was why we had some trouble last winter about the dancing school. It must of course be held in the evening, as the young folks are in the mill all day. They are very young, many of them, and they forget the time and everything but the amusement and dance away till 2 or 3 in the morning. Then they are unfit for their work the next day, or if they get properly through their work, it is at the expense of their health. So we have forbidden the dancing school, but to make up for it, I have promised them that as soon as the great new room at the hotel is finished, we will have a dance once a fortnight. We shall meet and break up early, and my wife and I will dance, and we will all dance together. I was sorry to see one bad and very unnecessary arrangement in all the manufacturing establishments in England. The best friends of the poor are accustomed to think it the crowning hardship of their condition that solitude is wholly forbidden to them. It is impossible that any human being should pass his life as well as he might do who is never alone, who is not frequently alone. This is a weighty truth which can never be explained away. The silence, freedom, and collectedness of solitude are absolutely essential to the health of the mind, and no substitute for this repose or change of activity is possible in the dwellings of the English. Poor parents and children are crowded into one room for want of space and of furniture. All wise parents above the rank of poor make it a primary consideration, so to PG 140 arrange their families, as that each member may at some hour have some place where he may enter in and shut his door and feel himself alone. If possible, the sleeping places are so ordered in America, where space is of far less consequence, where the houses are large, where the factory girls can build churches and buy libraries and educate brothers for learned professions. These same girls have no private apartments, and sometimes sleep 6 or 8 in a room, and even 3 in a bed. This is very bad. It shows a want of inclination for solitude and absence of that need of it, which every healthy mind must feel in a greater or less degree. Now are the days when these gregarious habits should be broken through. New houses are being daily built. More parents are bringing their children to the factories. If the practice be now adopted by the corporations, or by the parents who preside over separate establishments of partitioning off the large sleeping apartments into small ones, which shall hold each one occupant, the expense of partitions and windows and trouble will not be worth a moment's consideration in comparison with the improvement in intelligence, morals, and manners which will be found to result from such an arrangement. If the change be not soon made, the American factory population, with all its advantages of education and of pecuniary sufficiency, will be found, as its numbers increase, to have been irreparably injured by its subjection to a grievance, which is considered the very heaviest, to which poverty exposes artisans in old countries. Man's own silent thoughts are his best safeguard and highest privilege. Of the full advantage of this safeguard, of the full enjoyment of this privilege, the innocent and industrious youth of a new country ought by no mismanagement to be deprived. PG 141. Section Roman 3, Morals of Commerce. It is said in the United States that commerce and the Navy are patronized by the federal party as agriculture is, and the Army would be if there was one by the Democratic Party. This is true enough. The greater necessity for cooperation, and therefore for the partial sacrifice of independence imposed by commercial pursuits, is more agreeable to the aristocratic portion of society than to its opposite. Yet, while commerce has been spreading and improving, federalism has dwindled away, and most remarkably where commerce is carried on in its utmost activity in Massachusetts, the democracy are probably finding out that more is gained by the concentration of the popular will than is lost in the way of individual independence by men being brought together for objects which require concession and mutual subordination. However this may be, the spirit of commerce in the United States is on the whole honorable to the people. I shall have to speak hereafter of the regard to wealth as the most important object in life, which extensively corrupts Americans, as it does all other society here. I have to speak only of the spirit in which one method of procuring wealth is prosecuted. The activity of the commercial spirit in America is represented abroad, and too often at home, as indicative of nothing but sordid love of gain, a making haste to be rich a directly selfish desire of aggrandizement. This view of the case seems to pg 142 me narrow, and injurious I believe that many desires. Various energies, some nobler and some meaner, find in commerce a center for their activity. I have studied with some care the minds and manners of a variety of merchants and other persons engaged in commerce, and have certainly found a regard to money a more superficial and intermitting influence than various others. The spirit of enterprise is very remarkable in the American merchant's beginning life, as all Americans do with the world, all open before them, and only a head and a pair of hands, wherewith to gain it. A passionate desire to overcome difficulties arises in them, being, as I have before declared my opinion, the most imaginative people in the world. The whole world rises fair before them, and they not believing in impossibilities long to conquer it. Then there is the meaner love of distinction, meaner than the love of enterprise, but higher than the desire of gain. The distinction sought is not always that which attends on superior wealth only, but on worldwide intercourses, on extensive affairs, on hospitality to a large variety of foreigners. Again, there is the love of art, weak, immature, ignorant perhaps, as this taste at present is it exists, and indications of it which merit all respect are to be found in many abodes there, are other though not perhaps such lofty ways of pursuing art than by embodying conceptions in pictures, statues, operas, and buildings, the love of beauty, and of the ways of humanity, may indicate and gratify itself by other and simpler methods than those which the high artists of the old world have sanctified, if anyone can witness the meeting of one kind of American merchant with his supercargo, after a long distant voyage, hear the questioning and answering, and witness the PG 143 delight with which new curiosities are examined, and new theories of beauty and civilization are put forth upon the impulse of the moment, and still doubt the existence of a love of art, still suppose the desire of gain, the moving spring of that man's mind may. Heaven preserve the community from being pronounced upon by such an observer. The critic with the stopwatch is magnanimous in comparison. Again, there is the human eagerness after an object once adopted. In this case, it may be money, as in other cases it may be Queen Anne's farthings, the knockers of doors, ancient books for their editions, and not their contents, pet animals' autographs, or any other merely outward object whose charm lies in the pursuit. Several men of business whose activity has made them very wealthy have told me that, though they would not openly declare what would look like a boast, and would not be believed, the truth was that they should not care if they lost every dollar they had. They knew themselves well enough to perceive that the pleasure was in the pursuit and not in the dollars, and I thought I knew some of them well enough to perceive that it would be rather a relief to have their money swept away, that they might again be as busy as ever in a mode which had become pleasant to them by habit and success. Of course, I am not speaking of such as of a very high and happy order as to be for a moment compared with the few whose pursuits are of an unfailing but perpetually satisfying kind, with those whose recompense is incessant but never fulfilled. I am only declaring that the eager pursuit of wealth does not necessarily indicate a love of wealth for its own sake. What are the facts, what are the manifestations of the character of the American merchants, PG 144, after their eager money-getting? How do they spend it? How much do they prize it? Their benevolence is known throughout the world, not only that benevolence which founds and endows charities, and repairs to sufferers the mischief of accidents, but that which establishes schools of a higher order than common, and brings forward in life the most meritorious of those who are educated there, the benevolence which watches over the condition of seamen on the ocean and their safety at home, the benevolence which busies itself with much expense of dollars and trouble to provide for the improved civilization of the whole of society. If the most liberal institutions in the northern states were examined into, it would be found how active the merchant class has been beyond all others in their establishment. Again, their eager money-getting is not for purposes of accumulation. Some many are deplorably ostentatious, but it seemed to me that the ostentation was an afterthought, though it might lead to renewed money-getting. Money was first gained. What was to be done with it? One might as well outshine one's neighbors, especially as this would be a fresh stimulus to get more. Still, this is bad, but it is not sordidness. Instances of accumulation are extremely rare. The miser is with them, an antique classical kind of personage pictured forth as having on a high cap a long gown and sitting in a vaulted chamber, Amidst monarchists, it would, I believe, be difficult there to find a pair of eyes that have looked upon a real living and breathing miser. My account of the doings of a miser, whom I used wondering to watch in the days of my childhood, never failed to excite amazement, very like incredulity in those I was conversing with, the best proof that the money-getting of the eminently successful merchants of America is not for PG 145 moneys. Sake lies in the fact that in New England, peopled by more than 2 million of inhabitants, there are not more than 500, probably, not more than 400 individuals who can be called affluent men, possessing, that is, $100,000, and upwards a prosperous community in which a sordid pursuit of wealth was common, would be in a very different state from this. The bankruptcies in the United States are remarkably frequent and disgraceful in their nature, though not sufficiently so in the eyes of society. A clergyman in a commercial city declares that almost every head of a family in his congregation has been a bankrupt since his settlement. In Philadelphia, from 6 to 800 persons annually take the benefit of the insolvent laws, and numerous compromises take place, which are not heard of further than the parties concerned in them on seeing the fine house of a man who was a bankrupt 4 years before, and who was then worth $100,000. I asked whether such cases were common, and was grieved to find they were. Some insolvents pay their old debts when they rise again, but the greater number do not. This laxity of morals is favored by the circumstances of the community, which require the industry of all its members, and can employ the resources of all, first of men of character, and then of speculators. But few things are more disgraceful to American society than the carelessness with which speculators are allowed to game with other people's funds, and after ruining those who put trust in them to lift up their heads. In all places, just as if they had during their whole lives rendered unto all their dues, whatever may be the causes or the palliations of speculation, whatever may be pleaded about currency mistakes, and the temptations to young men to make fortunes by the public lands, PG 146. One thing is clear, that no man who, having failed and afterwards having the means to pay his debts in full, does not pay them, can be regarded as an honest man, and ought to be received upon the same footing with honest men, whatever may be his accomplishments or his subsequent fortune. What would be thought of any society which should cherish an escaped, not reformed thief, because a large legacy had enabled him to set up his carriage? Yet how much difference is there in the two cases? It is very rarely a duty, more rarely than is generally supposed, to mark and shun the guilty. It is usually more right to seek and help him, but in the case of a spreading vice which is viewed with increasing levity, the reprobation of the honest portion of society ought to be very distinct and emphatic. Those who would not associate with escaped thieves should avoid prosperous bankrupts who are not thinking of paying their debts. The gravest sin chargeable upon the merchants of the United States is their conduct on the abolition question. This charge is by no means general. There are instances of a manly declaration of opinion on the side of freedom, and also of a spirit of self-sacrifice in the cause which can hardly be surpassed for nobleness. There are merchants who have thrown up their commerce with the South when there was reason to believe that its gains were wrung from the slave, and there are many who have freely poured out their money and risked their reputation in defense of the abolition cause and of liberty of speech and the press. But the reproach of the persecution of the abolitionists and of tampering with the fundamental liberties of the people rests mainly with the merchants of the northern states. It is worthy of remembrance that the abolition PG 147 movement originated from the sordid act of a merchant. While Garrison was at Baltimore studying the colonization scheme, a ship belonging to a merchant of Newburyport, Massachusetts, arrived at Baltimore to take freight for New Orleans. There was some difficulty about the expected cargo. The captain was offered a freight of slaves, wrote to the merchant for leave, and received orders to carry these slaves to New Orleans. Garrison poured out in a libel, so called his indignation against this deed, committed by a man who, as a citizen of Massachusetts, thanks God every Thanksgiving Day that the soil of his state is untrod by the foot of a slave. Garrison was fined and imprisoned, and after his release was warmly received in New York, where he lectured upon abolition, from which time the cause has gained strength, so as to have now become unconquerable. The spirit of this Newburyport merchant has dwelt in too many of the same vocation. The Faneuil Hall meeting was convened chiefly by merchants, and they have been conspicuous in all the mobs. They have kept the clergy dumb, they have overawed the colleges, given their cue to the newspapers, and shown a spirit of contempt and violence, equaling even that of the slaveholders towards those who, in acting upon their honest convictions, have appeared likely to affect their sources of profit at Cincinnati, they were chiefly merchants who met to destroy the right of discussion and passed a resolution directly recommendatory of violence for this purpose. They were merchants who waited in deputation on the editor of the anti-slavery newspaper, there, to intimidate him from the use of his constitutional liberty, and who made themselves by these acts answerable for the violences which followed. This was so clear that they were actually taunted by their slaveholding PG 148 neighbors on the other side of the river, with their sordidness, in attempting to extinguish the liberties of the Republic for the sake of their own pecuniary gains. The day will come when their eyes will be cleansed from the gold dust, which blinds them meanwhile, as long as they continue active against the most precious rights of the community, as long as they may be fairly considered more guilty on this tremendous question of human wrongs than even the slaveholders of the South, more guilty than any class, whatever except the clergy. Let them not boast of their liberality, and their benevolence generosity loses half its grace when it does not coexist with justice. Those can ill be esteemed benefactors to the community in one direction, who are unfaithful to their citizenship in another, till such can be roused from their delusion, and can see their conduct as others see it. The esteem of the world must rest on those of their class, who to the graces of enterprise liberality, and taste add the higher merit of intrepid self-sacrificing fidelity to the cause of human rights. Sir, nothing but a consciousness of my own incompetency to form a just opinion on a question of such magnitude, and one, too, which involves consequences as remote from my personal observation as the immediate or gradual emancipation of the slaves, has, for some time, prevented my being an acknowledged abolitionist, with the divine precepts before me which require us to love our neighbor as ourselves, and whatsoever we would that others should do to us, etc., etc., instructed and admonished, too, by the feelings of common humanity. I cannot hesitate to pronounce the system of slavery an outrageous violation of the requirements of God, and a lawless and cruel invasion of the rights of our fellow men. In this view of it, I am not able to understand how it can be persisted in without setting at defiance the dictates of reason and conscience, and what is of more importance, the uncompromising authority of Scripture, the arguments of wise and talented men to the contrary, notwithstanding the most superficial observer cannot fail to discern in the universal interest and agitation which prevail on this subject a prelude to some mighty revolution. If this war of words is the worst that will precede or accompany it, I shall be happily disappointed. With these feelings, sir, you will readily believe the assurance that I have been greatly interested and instructed in reading the mild, comprehensive, intelligent lecture of your lamented brother. $200 fine for torturing a slave, and $500 for teaching him to read. PG 149. Part Roman 3 Civilization. This country which has given to the world the example of physical liberty owes to it that of moral emancipation, also, for as yet it is but nominal with us, the inquisition of public opinion overwhelms, in practice, the freedom asserted by the laws in theory. Jefferson. The degree of civilization of any people corresponds with the exaltation of the idea, which is the most prevalent among that people. The prominent idea of savages is the necessity of providing for the supply of the commonest bodily wants. The first steps in civilization, therefore, are somewhat refined methods of treating the body, when by combination of labor and other exercises of ingenuity, the wants of the body are supplied with regularity and comparative ease. The love of pleasure, the love of idleness succeeds. Then comes the desire of wealth, and next the regard to opinion. Further than this no nation has yet attained individuals. There have been probably in every nation under heaven who have lived for a higher idea than any of these, and insulated customs and partial legislation have, among all communities, PG 150, shown a tendency towards something loftier than the prevalent morality. The majesty of higher ideas is besides so irresistible that an involuntary homage purely inefficacious has been offered to them from of old by the leaders of society. Earth is sick, and heaven is weary of the hollow words, which states and kingdoms utter when they talk of truth and justice. Though as yet profession mocks performance, the profession from age to age of the same lofty, something not yet attained, may be taken as a clear prophecy of ultimate performance. It shows a perception however dim, a regard however feeble, from which endeavor and attainment cannot but follow in course of time. But the time is not yet in the old world, the transition is in its most enlightened parts, only beginning to be made from the few governing the many avowedly for the good of the few, to governing the many professedly, for the good of the many the truth and justice, under whose dominion every man would reverence all other men would renounce himself for the sake of others, and feel it to be the highest destiny not to be ministered unto, but to minister, are still hollow words. The civilization of the old world still corresponds with the low idea that man lives in, and for the outward, in and for what is around him, rather than what is within him. It is still supposed that whatever few individuals say and do, the generality of men live for wealth, outward ease, and dignity. And at the highest lofty reputation, the degree of civilization corresponds with this. There is scarcely an institution or a custom which supposes anything higher. What educational arrangements there are new and however praiseworthy, as being an actual advance, are pg 151 so narrow and meager as to show how unaccustomed is the effort to consider the man as nobler than the unit of society. The phrase is still the commonest of phrases, in which parents, guardians, schoolmasters, and statesmen embody their ambition for their wards that any such ward may become a useful and respectable member of society. The greater number of guardians would be terrified at the idea of their wards becoming anything else, anything higher than useful and respectable members of society. While it is as clear as noonday that room ought to be left, that facilities ought to be afforded for everyone becoming whatsoever his Maker has fitted him to be, so long as it appears that the noblest men by whom the earth has been graced have been considered in their own time the very reverse of useful and respectable members of society. The most godlike of the race have been esteemed pestilent fellows in their day and generation. No student of the ways of Providence will repine at this order of affairs, or expect that any arrangement of society can be made by which the convictions and sympathies of the less gifted should be enabled suddenly to overtake those of the more gifted. He will not desire to change the great and good laws by which the chosen of his race are made perfect through sufferings, and by which the light of reason is ordained to brighten very gradually from dawn into day. He will only take note of the fact that it is a low state of civilization, which presupposes specified and outward aims, and relies with such confidence on the mechanical means of attaining them, as to be shocked or anything, but gratified at the pursuit of singular objects, by unusual methods. The observer will rightly judge such to be a low state of civilization, whatever lamentations or exultations he may daily hear about. The very high point pg 152 civilization has reached when the schoolmaster is abroad, when people can travel at the rate of 50 miles an hour and eminent cooks are paid 1200 l-year, while truth and justice remain hollow words, so far as that men cannot live for them, to the detriment of their fortunes. Without being called mischievous and disreputable members of society, no one can reasonably speak of the high civilization of the country to which they belong. The old world naturally looks with interest to the new, to see what point of civilization it reaches under fresh circumstances. The interest may be undefined and partly unconscious, but it is very eager. The many who conceive of no other objects of general pursuit than the old ones of wealth, ease, and honor look only to see under what forms these are pursued. The few, who lay the blame of the groveling at home upon outward restrictions, alone look to America with extravagant expectations of a perfect reign of virtue and happiness. Because the Americans live in outward freedom, what is the truth? While the republics of North America are new, the ideas of the people are old. While these republics were colonies, they contained an old people living under old institutions in a new country. Now, they are a mixed people, infant as a nation, with a constant accession of minds from old countries, living in a new country under institutions, newly combined out of old elements. It is a case so singular that the old world may well have patience for some time to see what will arise. The old world must have patience, for the Americans have no national character, yet nor can have for a length of years. It matters not that they think they have, or it matters only so far as it shows to what they tend. Their veneration of Washington has led them to suppose that he is the type of their pg 153 nation. Their patriotic feelings are so far associated with him that they conclude the nation is growing up in his likeness. If any American were trusted by his countrymen to delineate what they call their national character, it would infallibly come out a perfect likeness of Washington. But there is a mistake here. There were influences prior to Washington, and there are circumstances which have survived him that cause some images to lie deeper down in the hearts of Americans than Washington himself. His character is a grand and very prevalent idea among them, but there are others which take the precedence from being more general still. Wealth and opinion were practically worshipped before Washington opened his eyes on the sun which was to light him to his deeds, and the worship of opinion is at this day the established religion of the United States. If the prevalent idea of society did not arise out of circumstances over which the mutations of outward events exercise, but a small immediate influence, it is clear that in this case, the idea should arise out of the characters of the benefactors who achieved the revolution, and must be consistent with the solemn words, in which they conveyed their united declaration the principles of truth and the rule of justice, according to which that declaration was framed, and that revolutionary struggle undertaken and conducted should but for prior influences have been the spirit inspiring the whole civilization of the American people, there should then have been the utmost social as well as political freedom. The pursuit of wealth might then have been subordinated at pleasure, fear of injury alike from opinion, and from violence should have been banished, and as noble facilities afforded for the progression of the inward, as for the enjoyment of the outward man. But this was PG 154, not given instead of it. There was ordained a mingling of old and new influences, from which a somewhat new kind of civilization has arisen. The old world estimation of wealth has remained among them, though I believe and trust, somewhat diminished in strength, though every man works for it in America, and not quite every man does so in England. It seems to me that it is not so absolutely the foreground object in all views of life, the one subject of care, speculation, inquiry, and supposition that it is in England. It is in America clearly subordinate to another idea, still an idol, but of a higher order than the former. The worship of opinion certainly takes precedence of that of wealth. In a country where the will of the majority decides all political affairs, there is a temptation to belong to the majority, except where strong interests or probabilities of the speedy supremacy of the minority countervail. The minority in such a case must be possessed of a strong will to be a minority. A strong will is dreaded by the weaker who have so little faith as to believe that such a will endangers the political equality, which is the fundamental principle of their institutions. This dread occasions persecution, or at least opprobrium becomes a real danger, and like all dangers is much more feared than it deserves the longer it lasts, and the more it is dwelt upon. Thus, from a want of faith in the infallible operation of the principles of truth and the rule of justice, these last become hollow words in the states of the new, as in the kingdoms of the old world, and the infant nation, which was expected to begin a fresh and higher social life, is acting out in its civilization an idea, but little more exalted than those which have operated among nations, far less favored than herself, in regard to political freedom. PG 155. Chapter Roman 1. Idea of honor. Talent and worth are the only eternal grounds of distinction. To these, the Almighty has affixed his everlasting patent of nobility. And these it is which make the bright the immortal names to which our children may aspire as well as others. It will be our own fault if in our own land society, as well as government, is not organized upon a new foundation. Miss Sedgwick. It is true that it is better to live for honor than for wealth, but how much better depends upon the idea of honor, where truth and justice are more than hollow words. The idea of honor is such as to exclude all fear, except of wrongdoing. Where the honor is to be derived from present human opinion, there must be fear ever present, and perpetually exciting to, or withholding from action. In such a case as painful a bondage is incurred, as in the pursuit of wealth. If riches take to themselves wings and fly away, so does popularity. If rich freights are in danger afar off from storms, and harvests at home from blights, so is reputation from differences of opinion and varieties of views and tempers. If all that moralists have written, and wise men have testified about the vanity and misery of depending on human applause be true, there can be no true freedom in PG 156 communities, any more than for individuals who live to opinion. The time will come when the Americans also will testify to this as a nation, as many individual members of their society have done already. The time will come when they will be astonished to discover how they mar their own privileges by allowing themselves less liberty of speech and action than is enjoyed by the inhabitants of countries whose political servitude the Americans justly compassionate and despise. This regard to opinion shows itself under various forms in different parts of the country, and under dissimilar social arrangements in the South, where the labor itself is capital, and labor cannot therefore be regarded with due respect. There is much vanity of retinue, much extravagance from fear of the imputation of poverty, which would follow upon retrenchment, and great recklessness of life from fear of the imputation of cowardice, which might follow upon forgiveness of injuries, fear of imputation, is here the panic under which men relinquish their freedom of action and speech in the North society, has been enabled chiefly by the religious influence, which has descended from the fathers, to surmount in some degree this low kind of fear so far as it shows itself in recklessness of life. But not altogether. I was amazed to hear a gentleman of New England declare, while complaining of the insolence of the Southern members of Congress, to the Northern under shelter of the Northern men, not being duelists, that if he went to Congress, he would give out that he would fight. I do not believe that he would actually have proved himself so far behind the society to which he belonged as to have adopted a bad practice, which it had outgrown adopted it, from that very fear of imputation which he despised in the South. But the impulse under which he spoke testified to the PG 157 danger of a fear of opinion taking any form however low, when it exists under any other. When I was at Philadelphia, a shocking incident happened in a family with which I was acquainted. The only son, a fine youth of 19, was insulted by a fellow student. His father and uncle consulted what must be done, and actually sent the young man out to fight the person who had insulted him, the mother being aware of it, and praying that if either fell it might be her son. She no doubt felt in her true heart that it would be better to die than to murder. Another, from the selfish fear of imputation, the first aggressor lost a finger. And there, it was said, the matter ended. But the matter has not ended, yet nor will end, for the young man has had a lesson of low selfishness, of moral cowardice, impressed upon him by the guardians of his youth with a force which he is not likely to surmount, and the society in which he lives has seen the strongest testimony to false principles borne by two of its most respected members. Not by any means as a fair specimen of society, but as an example of what kind of honor may be enjoyed where the fear of imputation is at its height, I give the description, as it was given me by a resident, of what a man may do in an eminently dueling portion of the southern country. A man may kill another, and be no worse. He may be shabby in his money transactions, but may not steal. He may game, but not keep a gaming house. It will not do for the duelists of the South to drop in conversation, as they do, that good manners can exist only where vengeance is the penalty of bad. The fear of imputation, and the dread of vengeance, are at least as contemptible as bad manners, and unquestionably lower than the fear of opinion prevalent in the North. PG 158. In the North there can be little vanity of retinue, as retinue is not to be had, but there is instead of it much ostentation of wealth in the commercial cities. It is here that the aristocracy form and collect, and as has been before said, the aristocratic is universally the fearing, while the democratic is the hoping party. The fear of opinion takes many forms. There is fear of vulgarity, fear of responsibility, and above all fear of singularity. There is something more displeasing at the first view in the caution of the Yankees than in the recklessness of the cavalier race of the South, till the individual exceptions come out from the mass, till the domestic frankness and generosity of the whole people are apparent. There is something little short of disgusting to the stranger, who has been unused to witness such want of social confidence, in the caution which presents probably the strongest aspect of selfishness that he has ever seen. The Americans of the northern states are from education and habit so accustomed to the caution of which I speak as to be unaware of its extent and singularity. They think themselves injured by the remarks which strangers make upon it, and by the ridicule with which it is treated by their own countrymen who have traveled abroad. But the singularity is in themselves. They may travel over the world and find no society but their own which will submit to the restraint of perpetual caution and reference to the opinions of others. They may travel over the whole world and find no country but their own, where the very children beware of getting into scrapes and talk of the effect of actions upon people's minds, where the youth of society determine in silence what opinions they shall bring forward, and what avow only in the family circle, where women write miserable letters almost universally, because it is a settled matter that it is unsafe to PG 159 commit oneself on paper, and where elderly people seem to lack almost universally that faith in principles which inspires a free expression of them at any time and under all circumstances. Mrs. B said, a child of 11, to a friend of mine, "What church do you go to Mr. S.O.? Mrs. B, are you a Unitarian? No. Then, why do you go to that church? Because I can worship best there. Oh, but Mrs. B, think of the example. Mrs. B. When I had been in the country some time, I remarked to one who knew well the society in which he lived that I had not seen a good lady's letter since I landed, though the conversation of some of the writers was of a very superior kind. The letters were uniformly poor and guarded in expression, confined to commonplaces, and overloaded with flattery, there are replied he no good letters written in America, the force of public opinion is so strong, and the danger of publicity so great that men do not write what they think for fear of getting into bad hands, and this acts again upon the women, and makes their style artificial. It is not quite true that there are no good letters written in America, among my own circle of correspondents. There are ladies and gentlemen whose letters would stand a comparison with any for frankness, grace, and epistolary beauty of every kind, but I am not aware of any medium between this excellence and the boarding school insignificance, which characterizes the rest. When the stranger has recovered a little from the first disagreeable impression of all this caution, he naturally asks what there can be to render it worth while. To this question I never could discover a satisfactory answer. What harm the force of public opinion or publicity can do to any PG 160 individual, what injury bad hands can inflict upon a good man or woman, which can be compared with the evil of living in perpetual caution. I cannot imagine. If men and women cannot bear blame, they had better hew out a space for themselves in the forest, and live there as the only safe place. If they are afraid of observation and comment, they should withdraw from society altogether, for the interest which human beings take in each other is so deep and universal that observation and comment are unavoidable wherever there are eyes to see and hearts and minds to yearn and speculate. An honest man will not naturally fear this investigation. If he is not sure of his opinions on any matter, he will say so and endeavor to gain light. If he is sure, he will speak them and be ready to avow the grounds of them. As occasion arises that there should be some who think his opinions false and dangerous is not pleasant, but it is an evil too trifling to be mentioned in comparison with the bondage of concealment and the torment of fear. This bondage, this torment, is worse than the worst that the force of public opinion can inflict, even if such force should close the prospect of political advancement, of professional eminence, and of the best of social privileges. There are some members of society in America who have found persecution, excommunication, and violence more endurable than the concealment of their convictions. Few persons really doubt this when the plain case is set down before them. They agree to it in church on Sundays, and in conversation by the fireside, and the reason why they are so backward as they are to act upon it in the world is that habit and education are too strong for them. They have worn their chains so long that they feel them less than might be supposed. I doubt whether they can even conceive of a state of society of its ease, and PG 161 comfort where no man fears his neighbor, and it is no evil to be responsible for one's opinions, where men, knowing how undiscernible consequences are, and how harmless they must be to the upright, abide them without fear, and do not perplex themselves with calculating what is incalculable. Whenever the time shall come for the Americans to discover all this, to perceive how miserable a restraint they have imposed upon themselves by this servitude to opinion, they will see how it is that while outwardly blessed beyond all parallel, they have been no happier than the rest of the world. I doubt whether among the large uneasy classes of the old world there is so much hearty care, so much nervous anxiety, as among the dwellers in the towns of the northern states of America. From this cause alone, if I had to choose, I would rather endure the involuntary uneasiness of the old world sufferers than the self-imposed anxiety of those of the new, except that the self-imposed suffering may be shaken off at any moment. There are instances few but striking of strong-minded persons who have discovered and are practicing the true philosophy of ease, who have openly taken their stand upon principles, and are prepared for all consequences meekly and cheerfully, defying all possible inflictions of opinion, though it does not enter into their calculations. Such may possibly find that they are enjoying more and suffering less from opinion than those who most daintily court it. There would be something amusing in observing the operation of this habit of caution, if it were not too serious a misfortune. When Dr. Channing's work on slavery came out, the following conversation passed between a lady of Boston and myself. She began it with, "Have you seen Dr. Channing's book? PG 162. Yes, have you? Oh no, do not you think it very ill-timed? No, I think it well-timed, as it did not come out sooner. But is it not wrong to increase the public excitement at such a time? That depends upon the nature of the excitement, but this book seems to have a tranquilizing effect, as the exhibition of true principles generally has. But Dr. Channing is not a practical man, he is only a retired student, he has no real interest in the matter. No worldly interest, and this and his seclusion enable him to see more clearly than others, in a case where principles enlighten men and practice seems only to blind them. Well, I shall certainly read the book, as you like it so much. Pray don't, if that is your reason. A reply to Dr. Channing's book soon appeared, a pamphlet, which savored only of fear dollars, and consequently insult a gentleman of Boston who had on some important occasions shown that he could exercise a high moral courage, made no mention of this reply for some time, after it appeared at length on hearing another person speak of it as it deserved. He said, "Now people are so openly speaking of that reply, I have no objection to say what I think of it. I have held my tongue about it hitherto. But yesterday I heard speak of it as you do, and I no longer hesitate to declare that I think it an infamous production. It may be said that such are remarkable cases, be it so they still testify to the habit of society. By the direction which the caution takes elsewhere, the parties might be quite as much afraid of PG 163 something else. But they would not dream of refraining from a good book, or holding their tongues about the badness of a vicious pamphlet, till supported by the opinions of others." How strong a contrast to all this the domestic life of the American's presence will appear when I come to speak of the spirit of intercourse. It is an individual though prevalent selfishness that I have now been lamenting. The traveler should go into the West when he desires to see universal freedom of manners. The people of the West have a comfortable self-complacency, equally different from the arrogance of the South and the timidity of the North. They seem to unite with this, the hospitality which distinguishes the whole country, so that they are on the whole a very bewitching people. Their self-confidence probably arises from their being really remarkably energetic, and having testified this by the conquests over nature, which their mere settlement in the West evinces, they are the freest people I saw in America, and accordingly one enjoys among them a delightful exemption from the sorrow and indignation which worldly caution always inspires, and from flattery. If the stranger finds himself flattered in the West, he may pretty safely conclude that the person he is talking with comes from New England. We are apt to think, said a Westerner to me, that however great and good another person may be, we are just as great and good. Accordingly, intercourse goes on, without any reference whatever to the merits of the respective parties. In the sunshine of complacency, their free thoughts ripen into free deeds, and the world gains largely. There are naturally instances of extreme conceit here and there, but I do not hesitate to avow that prevalent as mock modesty and moral cowardice are in the present condition of PG 164 society. That degree of self-confidence which is commonly called conceit grows in favor with me perpetually. An overestimate of self appears to me a far less hurtful and disagreeable mistake than the idolatry of opinion. It is a mistake which is sure to be rectified sooner or later, and very often it proves to be no mistake. Where small critics feel the most confident that they may safely ridicule it, the event decides this matter of self-estimate beyond all question, and while the event remains undisclosed, it is easy and pleasant to give men credit for as much as they believe themselves to be capable of. More easy and pleasant than to see men restricting their own powers by such calculation of consequences as implies an equal want of faith in others and in themselves. If John Milton were now here to avow his hope that he should produce that which the world would not willingly let die, what a shout there would be of the conceited fellow! While the declaration having been made venerable by the event, it is now cited as an instance of the noble self-confidence of genius. The people of the West have a right to so much self-confidence as arises from an ascertainment of what they can actually achieve. They come from afar with some qualities which have force enough to guide them into a new region. They subdue this region to their own purposes, and if they do, often forget that the world elsewhere is progressing. If they do suppose themselves as relatively great in present society as they were formerly in the wilderness, it should be remembered on their behalf that they have effectually asserted their manhood in the conquest of circumstances. If we are not yet to see, except in individual instances, the exquisite union of fearlessness with modesty, of self-confidence with meekness, if there must be either the love of being grand in PG 165 one's own eyes, or the fear of being little in other people's, friends of the Americans would wish that their error should be that which is allied to too much rather than too little freedom. As for the anxiety about foreign opinions of America, I found it less striking than I expected in the South. There is the keenest sensibility to the opinion of the world about slavery, and in New England the veneration for England is greater than I think any one people ought to feel for any other. The love of the mother country, the filial pride in her ancient sages, are natural and honorable, and so perhaps is a somewhat exalted degree of deference for the existing dwellers upon the soil of that mother country, and on the spot where those sages lived and thought and spoke. but as long as no civilized nation is or can be ascertained to be far superior or inferior to any other, as the human heart and human life are generally alike and equal on this side barbarism, the excessive reverence with which England is regarded by the Americans seems to imply a deficiency of self-respect. This is an immeasurably higher and more healthy state of feeling than that which has been exhibited by a small portion of the English towards the Americans, contempt which again a sprinkling of Americans have striven to reciprocate, but the despisers in each nation, though so noisy as to produce some effect, are so few as to need no more than a passing illusion, if any English person can really see and know the Americans on their own ground and fail to honor them as a nation and love them as personal friends, he is no fair sample of the people whose name he bears, and is probably incapable of unperverted reverence. And if any American, having really seen and known the English on their own ground, does not reverence his own home exactly in proportion pg 166, as he loves what is best in the English, he is unworthy of his home. When I was on my voyage out, the Americans on board amused themselves with describing to me how incessantly I should be met by the question how I liked America. When we arrived within a few miles of New York, a steamboat met us, bringing the friends of some of the passengers on board this steamboat. The passengers went up to the city it happened to be, the smallest, dirtiest, and most clumsy steamer belonging to the port. A splashing rain drove us down into the cabin, where there was barely standing room for our company. We saw each other's faces by the dim light of a single shabby lamp. Now, Miss Roman 1000, said some of the American passengers, how do you like America? This was the first time of my being asked the question which I have had to answer almost daily since, yet I do not believe that many of my interrogators seriously cared any more for my answer than those who first put the question in the dirty cabin, or than my little friend Charlie, who soon caught the joke, and with grave face asked me every now and then, how do you like this country? I learned to regard it as a method of beginning conversation, like our meteorological observations in England, which are equally amusing to foreigners. My own impression is that while the Americans have too exalted a notion of England and too little self-respect as a nation, they are far less anxious about foreign opinions of themselves than the behavior of American travelers in England would lead the English to suppose the anxiety arises on English ground. At home, the generality of Americans seem to see clearly enough that it is yet truer with regard to nations than individuals, that though it is very pleasant to have the favorable opinion of one's pg 167 neighbors, yet if one is good and happy within oneself, the rest does not much matter. I met with a few who spoke with a disgusting affectation of candor, some as if they expected to please me thereby, and others under the influence of sectional prejudice, of what they called the fairness of the gross slanders with which they have been insulted through the English press. But I was thankful to meet with more who did not acknowledge the jurisdiction of observers disqualified by prejudice, or by something worse for passing judgment on a nation. The irritability of their vanity has been much exaggerated, partly to serve paltry purposes of authorship, and yet more from the ridiculous exhibitions of some Americans in England, who are no more to be taken as specimens of the nation to which they belong than a young Englishman, who, when I was at New York, went up the Hudson in a drizzling rain, pronounced that West Point was not so pretty as Richmond, descended the river in the dark, and declared on his return that the Americans were wonderfully proud of scenery that was nothing particular in any way. It will be well for the Americans, particularly those of the East and South, when their idea of honor becomes as exalted as that which inspired their revolutionary ancestors, whenever they possess themselves of the idea of their democracy, as it was possessed by their statesmen of 1801, they will moderate their homage of human opinion and enhance their worship of humanity. Not till then will they live up to their institutions and enjoy that internal freedom and peace to which the external are but a part of the means. In such improvement, they will be much assisted by the increasing intercourse between Britain and America. For however fascinating to Americans may be the pg 168 luxury conversational freedom and high intellectual cultivation of some portions of English society, they cannot fail to be disgusted with the aristocratic insolence, which is the vice of the whole. The puerile and barbaric spirit of contempt is scarcely known in America. The English insolence of class to class of individuals towards each other is not even conceived of except in the one highly disgraceful instance of the treatment of the people of color. Nothing in American civilization struck me so forcibly and so pleasurably as the invariable respect paid to man as man. Nothing since my return to England has given me so much pain as the contrast there perhaps no Englishman can become fully aware without going to America of the atmosphere of insolence, in which he dwells of the taint of contempt, which infects all the intercourses of his world. He cannot imagine how all that he can say, that is truest and best about the treatment of people of color in America, is neutralized on the spot by its being understood how the same contempt is spread over the whole of society, here which is there concentrated upon the blacks. Section Roman 1 caste. This word, at least its meaning, is no more likely to become obsolete in a republic than among the Hindus themselves. The distinctive characteristics may vary, but there will be rank and tenacity of rank, wherever there is society, as this is pg 169 natural. Inevitable, it is of course right the question must be what is to entitle to rank. As the feudal qualifications for rank are absolutely non-existent in America, except in the slave states where there are two classes without any minor distinctions, it seems absurd that the feudal remains of rank in Europe should be imitated in America. Wherever the appearance of a conventional aristocracy exists in America, it must arise from wealth as it cannot from birth. An aristocracy of mere wealth is vulgar everywhere in a republic. It is vulgar in the extreme. This is the only kind of vulgarity I saw in the United States. I imagine that the English who have complained the most copiously of the vulgarity of American manners have done so from two causes: from using their own conventional notions as a standard of manners, which is a vulgarism in themselves, and also from their intercourses with the Americans, having been confined to those who consider themselves the aristocracy of the United States. The wealthy and showy citizens of the Atlantic ports, foreign travelers, are most hospitably received by this class of society, introduced to the first people in Boston and New York and Philadelphia, and taught to view the country with the eyes of their hosts. No harm is intended here, it is very natural, but it is not the way for strangers to obtain an understanding of the country. And the people, the traveler who chooses industriously to see for himself, not with European or aristocratic merely, but with human eyes, will find the real aristocracy of the country, not only in ballrooms and bank parlors, but also in fishing boats, in stores, in college chambers, and behind the plow. Till he has seen all this, and studied the natural manners of the natural aristocracy, he is no more justified in applying the word pg 170 vulgar to more than a class than an American would be who should call all the English vulgar, when he had seen only the London alderman class. I had the opportunity of perceiving what errors might arise from this cause. I was told a great deal about the first people in Boston, which is perhaps as aristocratic vain and vulgar a city as described by its own first people as any in the world. Happily, however, Boston has merits which these people know not of. I am far from thinking it as they do the most religious, the most enlightened, and the most virtuous city in the world. There are other cities in the United States, which on the whole I think more virtuous and more enlightened, but I certainly am not aware of so large a number of peculiarly interesting and valuable persons living in near neighborhood anywhere else. But in London, but it happens that these persons belong chiefly to the natural, very few to the conventional aristocracy. They have little perceptible influence. Society does not seem to be much the better for them. They save their own souls. But as regards society, the salt appears to have lost its savor. It is so sprinkled as not to season the body with men and women enough on the spot to redeem society from false morals and empty religious profession. Boston is the headquarters of cant, notwithstanding its superior intelligence, its large provision of benevolent institutions, and its liberal hospitality. There is an extraordinary and most pernicious union, in more than a few scattered instances of profligacy, and the worst kind of infidelity, with a strict religious profession, and an outward demeanor of remarkable propriety. The profligacy and infidelity might, I fear, be found in all other cities on both sides the water, but nowhere probably in absolute coexistence, with pg 171 ostensible piety. This is not the connection in which to speak of the religious aspect of the matter, but as regards the cant, I believe that it proceeds chiefly from the spirit of caste which flourishes in a society which on Sundays and holidays professes to have abjured it. It is true that the people of New England have put away dueling, but the feelings which used to vent themselves by the practice of dueling are cherished by the members of the conventional aristocracy. This is revealed not only by the presence of cant, but by the confessions of some who are bold enough not to pretend to be either Republicans or Christians. There are some few who openly desire a monarchy, and a few more who constantly insinuate the advantages of a monarchy and the distastefulness of a republic. It is observable that such always argue on the supposition that if there were a monarchy, they should be the aristocracy, a point in which I imagine they would find themselves mistaken, if so impossible an event could happen at all. This class or coterie is a very small one, and not influential, though a gentleman of the kind once ventured to give utterance to his aspirations after monarchy in a Fourth of July oration, and afterwards to print them. There is something venerable in his intrepidity, at least the reproach of cant does not attach to him. The children are such faithful reflectors of this spirit as to leave no doubt of its existence, even amidst the nicest operations of cant. Gentlemen may disguise their aristocratic aspirations under sighs for the depressed state of literature and science, supposing that wealth and leisure are the constituents of literature and station the proximate cause of science, and committing the slight mistake of assuming that the natural aristocracy of England, her philosophers and poets, have been pg 172 identical with, or originated by her conventional aristocracy. The ladies may conceal their selfish pride of caste even from themselves under pretensions to superior delicacy and refinement. But the children use no such disguises. Out they come with what they learn at home. A schoolgirl told me what a delightful set she belonged to at her school, how comfortable they all were once without any sets, till several grocers' daughters began to come in as their fathers grew rich, and it became necessary for the higher girls to consider what they should do, and to form themselves into sets. She told me how the daughter of a lottery office keeper came to the school, and no set would receive her, how unkindly she was treated, and how difficult it was for any individual to help her, because she had not spirit or temper enough to help herself. My informant went on to mention how anxious she and her set of about 60 young people were to visit exclusively among themselves, how delightful it would be to have no grocers' daughters among them, but that it was found to be impossible. Here is an education to be going on in the middle of a republic. Much solace, however, lies in the last clause of the information above quoted. The exclusives do find their aims impossible. They will neither have a monarchy, nor be able to complete and close their sets. Least of all will any republican functions be discharged by those who are brought up to have any respect of occupation. Stowe regard a grocer as beneath a banker. The chief effect of the aristocratic spirit in a democracy is to make those who are possessed by it exclusives in a double sense. In being excluded, yet more than in excluding, the republic suffers no further than by having within it a small class acting upon anti-republican morals, and becoming thereby its pg 173 perverse children, instead of its wise and useful friends and servants. In Philadelphia, I was much in society. Some of my hospitable acquaintances lived in Chestnut Street, some in Arch Street, and many in other places. When I had been a few weeks in the city, I found to my surprise that some of the ladies who were my admiration had not only never seen or heard of other beautiful young ladies whom I admired quite as much, but never would see or hear of them. I inquired again and again for a solution of this mystery. One person told me that a stranger could not see into the usages of their society. This was just what I was feeling to be true, but it gave me no satisfaction. Another said that the mutual ignorance was from the fathers of the Arch Street ladies, having made their fortunes, while the Chestnut Street ladies owed theirs to their grandfathers. Another, who was amused with a new fashion of curtsying just introduced, declared it was from the Arch Street ladies rising twice on their toes before curtsying, while the Chestnut Street ladies rose thrice. I was sure of only one thing in the matter, that it was a pity that the parties should lose the pleasure of admiring each other for no better reasons than these, and none better were apparent. It is not to be supposed that the mere circumstance of living in a republic will ever eradicate that kind of self-love, which takes the form of family pride. It is a stage in the transit from selfishness to benevolence, and therefore natural and useful in its proper time and place, as every child thinks his father the wisest man in the world. The loving member of a family thinks his relations the greatest, best, and happiest of people, till he gets an intimate knowledge of some others. This species of exclusiveness exists wherever there are families. An eminent public man, traveling in a somewhat retired part, pg 174 of his state, told us how he had been amused with an odd instance of family pride which had just come under his notice. Some plain farmers' brothers had claimed to be his cousins, and he found they were, so they introduced each other to him, and one brought his son a hideous little flibberty gibbet with a shock of carroty hair. His father complacently stroked his hair, and declared he was exactly like his Uncle Richard over again. 'Twas wonderful how like his Uncle Richard he was in all respects. The hair was the very same, and his Uncle Richard was dumb till very late, and then stammered. And this little fellow, said the father with a complacent smile, "Thigh's little fellow is 6 years old, and he can't speak a word." No one will find fault with the pride of connection in this stage. Supposing it to remain in its present state, it is harmless from its extreme smallness in a city under the stimulus of society. The same pride may be either perverted into the spirit of caste or exalted into the affection of pure republican brotherhood. The alternative is significant as to the state of the republic and all-important to the individual. The extent and influence of the conventional aristocracy in the United States are significant of the state of the republic so far as that they afford an accurate measure of the anti-republican spirit, which exists. Such an aristocracy must remain otherwise too insignificant to be dangerous. It cannot choose its own members, restrict its own numbers, or keep its gentility from contamination, for it must be perpetuated not by hereditary transmission, but by accessions from below. Grocers grow rich and mechanics become governors of states, and happily there is no law nor reason nor desire that it should be otherwise. This little cloud will always pg 175 overhang the republic like the perpetual vapor, which hovers above Niagara, thrown up by the force and regularity of the movement. Below, some observers may be sorry that the heaven is never to be quite clear, but none will dread the little cloud. It would be about as reasonable to fear that the white vapor should drown the cataract from whence it issues, as that the conventional aristocracy of America should swamp the republic. Section Roman II Property. I found it an admitted truth throughout the United States that enormous private wealth is inconsistent with the spirit of republicanism. Wealth is power, and large amounts of power ought not to rest in the hands of individuals. Admitted truths are not complained of. As hardships, I never met with anyone who quarreled with public opinion for its enmity to large fortunes. On the contrary, everyone who spoke with me on the subject was of the same mind with everybody else amidst the prevalent desire of gain against which divines are preaching, and moralists are writing in vain. There seems to be no desire to go beyond what public opinion approves. The desire of riches merges, in a regard to opinion, there is more of the spirit of competition and of ostentation in it than desire of accumulation. It has been mentioned that there are not more than 4 or 5 PG 17600 affluent men worth $100,000, and upwards in all the 6 states of New England, in a population of above 2 millions. The popular feeling is so strong against transmitting large estates and favoring one child that nobody attempts to do it. The rare endeavors made by persons of feudal prepossessions to perpetuate this vicious custom have been all happily frustrated. Much ridicule was occasioned by the maneuvers of one such testator, who provided for the portions of a large estate, reverting periodically, forgetting that the reversions were as saleable as anything else, and that under a democracy there can be no settling the private any more than the public affairs of future generations. The present patroon of Albany, the story of whose hereditary wealth is universally known, intends to divide his property among his children in number, I believe 13 under him, has probably expired the practice of favoring one child for the preservation of a large estate. This remote approach to an equalization of property is as far as it goes an improvement upon the state of affairs in the Old World, where the accumulation of wealth into masses, the consequent destitution of large portions of society, and the divisions which thus are established between class and class, between man and man, constitute a system too absurd and too barbarous to endure. The remote approach made by the Americans to an equalization of wealth is yet more important as indicating the method by which society is to be eventually redeemed from its absurdity and barbarism. In respect of property, this method is as yet perceived by only a few, but the many who imitate as far as they can the modes of the old world and cherish to the utmost its feudal prepossessions will only for a time be able to resist the convictions which the PG 177 working of republican principles will force upon them, that there is no way of securing perfect social liberty on democratic principles, but by community of property. There is, as there ought to be, as great a horror in America as everywhere else of the despotism that would equalize property arbitrarily. Such a despotism can never become more than the ghost of a fancy. The approach to equalization now required by public opinion is that required by justice. It is required that no man should encroach on his neighbors for the sake of enriching himself, that no man should encroach on his younger children for the sake of enriching the eldest, that no man should encroach on the present generation for the sake of enriching a future one. All this is allowed and required, but by the same rule and for the sake of the same principle. No one will ever be allowed to take from the industrious man, the riches won by his industry, and give them to the idle to take from the strong to give to the weak, to take from the wise to give to the foolish such aggression upon property can never take place or be seriously apprehended in a republic where all except drunkards and slaves are proprietors, and where the Declaration of Independence claims for everyone with life and liberty, the pursuit of happiness in his own way, there will be no attacks on property in the United States. But it appears to me inevitable that there will be a general agreement sooner or later on a better principle of property than that under which all are restless, under which the wisdom and peace of the community fall far below what their other circumstances would lead themselves and their well-wishers to anticipate. Their moralists are dissatisfied our present civilization, says Dr. Channing, is characterized pg 178, and tainted by a devouring greediness of wealth, and a cause which asserts right against wealth must stir up bitter opposition, especially in cities where this divinity is most adored. The passion for gain is everywhere sapping pure and generous feeling, and everywhere raises up bitter foes against any reform which may threaten to turn aside a stream of wealth. I sometimes feel as if a great social revolution were necessary to break up our present mercenary civilization, in order that Christianity, now repelled by the almost universal worldliness, may come into new contact with the soul, and may reconstruct society after its own pure and disinterested principles. 20. This is a prophecy. Men to whom truth and justice are not hollow words are the prophets of the times to come. The scholars of America are dissatisfied. They complain of the superficial character of scholarship, of the depression, or rather of the non-existence of literature. Some hope that matters will be better hereafter, merely from the nation having grown older. The greater number ascribe the mischief to men having to work at their employments, and some few of these believe that America would have a literature if only she had a hereditary aristocracy, this being supposed the only method of leaving to individuals the leisure and freedom of spirit necessary for literary pursuits. It has been pointed out that this is a mistake. Nature and social economy do not so agree, as that genius is usually given to those who have hereditary wealth. The capability has so much more frequently shown itself among the busy and poor than among the rich, who have leisure as to mock the human presumption which would dictate from whose lips the oracles of heaven should issue. One needs but to glance over the array of geniuses of pg 179 philosophers, of scientific men, and even of the far lower order of scholars, to see how few of the best benefactors of mankind have issued from classic shades, learned leisure, scientific retreats. Roman 100. And how many more have sent up their axioms, their song, their prophecy, their hallelujah, from the very press of the toiling multitude? What tale is commoner than the poverty of poets, the need that philosophers have usually had of philosophy, the embarrassments and destitution of inventors, the straits of scholars? The history of society shows that the highest intellect is no more to be looked for, especially amidst opulent leisure, than the highest devotion in the cloister. The divine breath of genius bloweth where it listeth. Men may hold out empty bags for it for ages, and not catch it while it fans the temples of some maimed soldier toiling in chains as an Algerine slave, or some rustic treading in glory and in joy behind his plough upon the mountain side. It is clearly a mistake that hereditary property, opportunity, leisure, and such things will make a literature or secure scholarship as great a mistake as that of the American newspaper editor, who triumphantly anticipated an age of statuary, from there being an arrival at New York of a statue by Canova, at the same time with a discovery of marble quarries. It is true that the statue lies in the marble quarry, but it is also true that it lies sepulchred in the far deeper recesses of some one unfathomable human intellect. And to bring the one right intellect to the quarry is the problem which is not given to be solved by mortal skilby devices of hereditary ease and scientific retreats. This kind of guidance is just that which the supreme artist does not confide to created hands. pg 180. It is true, however, that though opportunity and leisure are not everything, that without union with useful toil they are nothing, yet with this union, they are something much. The first attempt to advocate leisure as the birthright of every human being was made now some half-century ago. 21. The plea then advanced is a sound one on behalf of other things besides philosophy, literature, and scholarship. Leisure, some degree of it, is necessary to the health of every man's spirit, not only intellectual production, but peace of mind cannot flourish without it. It may be had under the present system, but it is not with community of property. It would be secured to every one. The requisite amount of work would bear a very small proportion to that of disposable time. It would then be fairly seen how much literature may owe to leisure. The professional men of America are dissatisfied. The best of them complain that professions rank lower than in Europe, and the reasons they assign for this are that less education is required, and that every man who desires to get on must make himself a party man in theology science or law professional service, is not well paid in the United States compared with other countries, and with other occupations on the spot very severe toil is necessary to maintain a respectable appearance, except to those who have climbed the heights of their profession. And to them, it has been necessary one of these last. A man, whom the world supposes to be blessed in all conceivable respects, told me that he had followed a mistaken plan of life, and that if he could begin again, he would spend his life differently. He had chosen his occupation rightly enough and been wholly satisfied with his domestic lot. But his life had been PG 181 one of toil and care in the pursuit of what he now found would have done all it could for him in half the quantity. If he could set himself back 20 years, he would seek far less diligently for money and eminence, stipulate for leisure and cultivate mirth, though this gentleman cares for money only that he may have it to give away, though his generosity of spirit is the most remarkable feature of his character. He would gladly exchange the means of gratifying his liberal affections for more capacity for mirth, more repose of spirit. The present mercenary and competitive system does not suit him. I know of one professional man who has found this repose of spirit by retiring from the competitive system and devoting himself to an object in which there was, when he entered upon it, but too little competition. He had some time ago earned a competence for himself and his family. A friend who visited him on his estate made some inquiries about investments in the region where his host lived. "I am the worst person you could ask," replied the host. "I know nothing about investments here. We are very happy with the money we have, and we do not know that we should be so happy if we had more, so I do not put myself in the way of hearing about profitable investments." He has most profitably invested his time and energy in the anti-slavery cause. He has been perhaps the most eminent defender of the liberty of speech and of the press in the United States, and is setting an example not only to his own children, but to the whole country of what it is to follow after life itself, instead of the mere means of living. The merchants are dissatisfied if money, if success apart from the object could give happiness, who would be so happy as the merchants of PG 182 America. In comparison with merchants, generally they are happy, but in comparison with what men are made to be, they are shackled, careworn, and weary. As the slave, I obtained many a glimpse into the condition of mind of this class, and far superior, as it is, to what the state of large classes is in the old world, it is yet full of toil and trouble in New York. Some friends, wishing to impress me with a conviction of the enviable lives of American ladies, told me how the rich merchants take handsome houses in the upper part of the city, and furnish them splendidly for their wives, how these gentlemen rise early, snatch their breakfasts, hurry off 2 or 3 miles to their counting houses, bustle about in the heat and dust, noise and traffic of Pearl Street, all the long summer's day, and come home in the evening almost too wearied to eat or speak, while their wives, for whose sake they have thus been toiling, after riches, have had the whole day to water their flowers, read the last English novel, visit their acquaintance, and amuse themselves at the milliner's, paying perhaps $100 for the newest Paris bonnet. The representation had a different effect from what was expected. It appeared to me that if the ladies prefer their husbands' society to that of morning visitors and milliners, they are quite as much to be pitied as their husbands, that such a way of consuming life is considered necessary or honorable. If they would prefer to wear bonnets costing $1 apiece, and having some enjoyment of domestic life, their fate is mournful. If they prefer $100 bonnets to the enjoyment of domestic life, their lot is the most mournful of all. In either case, they and their husbands cannot but be restless and dissatisfied. I was at a ball in New York, the splendor of PG 183, which equaled that of any entertainment I ever witnessed. A few days after, the lady who gave the ball asked me whether I did not disapprove of the show and luxury of their society. I replied that of whatever was done for mere show, I did disapprove, but that I liked luxury and approved of it, as long as the pleasures of some did not encroach on the rights of others. But, said she, our husbands have to pay for it all. They work very hard. I suppose it is their own choice to do so. I should make a different choice perhaps, but if they prefer hard work and plenty of money to indulge their families with, to moderate work and less money, I do not see how you can expect me to blame them. Oh, but we all live beyond our incomes. In that case, your pleasures encroach on the rights of others, and I have no more to say. If this be true, how should this class be otherwise than restless and dissatisfied? Are the mechanic and farming classes satisfied No, not even they outwardly blessed, as they are beyond any class that society has ever contained. They too are aware that life must be meant to be passed far otherwise than in providing the outward means of living. They must be aware that though by great industry they can obtain some portion of time for occupations which are not money-getting, there must be something wrong in the system, which compels men to devote almost the whole of their waking hours to procure that which under a different combination of labor might be obtained at a saving of three-fourths of the time, whether their thoughts have been expressly turned to this subject or not. Almost all the members of society are conscious that care for their external wants is so engrossing as to absorb almost all other PG 184 cares, and that they would most thankfully agree to work in their vocation for the community for a short portion of every day, on condition of being spared all future anxiety about their physical necessities. They who best know the blessings inseparable from toil, who are aware that the inner life is nourished by the activity of the outer, yet perceive of what infinite consequence it is to their progress, that this activity should be varied in its objects, and separated as far as possible from association with physical necessities and selfish possession. The poor man is rightly instructed in the present state of things when he is told that it is his first duty to provide for his own wants. The lesson is at present true, because the only alternative is encroachment on the rights of others, but it is a very low lesson in comparison with that which will be taught in the days when mutual and self-perfection will be the prevalent idea, which the civilization of the time will express no thinking man or woman who reflects on the amount of time, thought, and energy which would be set free by the pressure of competition and money-getting, being removed time, thought, and energy now spent in wearing out the body, and in partially stimulating and partially wasting the mind, can be satisfied under the present system. In England, the prevalent dissatisfaction must subsist a long time before anything effectual can be done to relieve it. The English are hampered with institutions in which the rights of individual property are involved in almost hopeless intricacy, though clear-sighted persons perceive that property is the great harborage of crime and misery, the adversary of knowledge, the corrupter of peace, the extinguisher of faith and charity, though they perceive that institutions for the regulation of outward affairs all follow the same course, being first PG 185 necessary, then useful, then useless, pernicious, and finally intolerable. That property is thus following the same course as slavery, which was once necessary, and is now intolerable as monarchy, which was once necessary, and is now useless if not pernicious. Though all this is clearly perceived by many far-seeing persons in England, they can do nothing but wait till the rest of society sees it too. They must be, and are well content to wait, since no changes are desirable, but those which proceed from the ripened mind and enlightened will of society. Thus it is in England. In America, the process will be more rapid. The democratic principles of their social arrangements, operating already to such an equalization of property as has never before been witnessed, are favorable to changes which are indeed necessary to the full carrying out of the principles adopted when the people become tired of their universal servitude to worldly anxiety, when they have fully meditated and discussed the fact that 99 hundredths of social offenses arise directly out of property, that the largest proportion of human faults bear a relation to selfish possession, that the most formidable classes of diseases are caused by over or under toil, and by anxiety of mind. They will be ready for the inquiry whether this tremendous incubus be indeed irremovable, and whether any difficulties attending its removal can be comparable to the evils it inflicts in England. The people have not only to rectify the false principles of barbarous policy, but to surmount the accumulation of abuses which they have given out a work perhaps of ages in America. The people have not much more to do, the will being once ripe, than to retrace the false steps which their imitation of the old world has led them to take. Their PG 186 accumulation of abuses is too small to be a serious obstacle in the way of the united will of a nation. It is objected that the majority of society in America would have a horror of any great change like that contemplated, and that though in bondage to worldly anxiety, they are unconscious of their servitude or reconciled to it. Well, as long as this is the case, they have no change to dread, for all such alteration must proceed from their own. Well, there is no power upon earth from which they have any compulsion to fear, yet it may be allowed to their friends to speculate upon the better condition which is believed to await them. When we look at a caterpillar, we like to anticipate the bright day when it will be a butterfly. If we could talk about it with the caterpillar, it would probably be terrified at the idea, and plead the exceeding danger of being high up in the air, we do not desire or endeavor to force or hasten the process. Yet the caterpillar becomes a butterfly without any final objection on its own part. The principal fear expressed or concealed of those who dislike the mere mention of the outgrowth of individual property is lest they should be deprived of their occupations, objects, and interests. But no such deprivation can take place till they will have arrived at preferring other interests than money, and at pursuing their favorite occupation with other views than of obtaining wealth. Oh, what shall I ever do without my current leaves? Might the caterpillar exclaim, how shall I ever get rid of the day if I must not crawl along the twigs any more by the time it has done with crawling? It finds a pair of wings unfolding which make crawling appear despicable in comparison. It is conscious also of a taste for nectar, which is better than current leaves, be they PG 187 of the juiciest men, may safely dismiss all care about the future gratification of their tastes, under new circumstances, as long as it happens to be the change of tastes, which brings about the change of circumstances, the incompatibility between the two being lessened at every transition. As for the details of the future economy, indicated it will be time enough for them, when the idea which now burns like a taper in scattered minds shall have caught and spread, and lighted up all into an illumination sufficient to do the work by whenever a healthy hunger enables the popular mind to assimilate a great principle, there are always strong and skillful hands enough to do the requisite work. Section Roman 3 Intercourse. The manners of the Americans in America are the best I ever saw, and these are seen to the greatest advantage in their homes, and as to the gentlemen in traveling. But for the drawback of inferior health, I know of no such earthly paradise as some of the homes in which I have had the honor and blessing of spending portions of the 2 years of my absence. The hospitality of the country is celebrated. But I speak now of more than usually meets the eye of a stranger of the family manners, which travelers have rarely leisure or opportunity to observe. If I am asked what is the peculiar charm, I reply with some hesitation. There are so many, but I believe it is not so much the outward plenty, or the mutual freedom, or the PG 188 simplicity of manners, or the incessant play of humor, which characterize the whole people as the sweet temper, which is diffused like sunshine over the land. They have been called the most good-tempered people in the world. And I think they must be so. The effect of general example is here most remarkable. I met, of course, with persons of irritable temperament with hot-tempered, and with fidgety people with some, who were disposed to despotism, and others to contradiction. But it was delightful to see how persons thus afflicted were enabled to keep themselves in order, were so wrought upon by the general example of cheerful helpfulness, as to be restrained from clouding their homes by their moods. I have often wondered what the Americans make of European works of fiction in which ailing tempers are exhibited. European fiction does not represent such in half the extent and variety in which they might be truly and profitably exhibited. But I have often wondered what the Americans make of them. Such as they are, they possess the initiatory truth in the variety of temperaments, which exists among themselves as everywhere else, and in the moods of children, but the expansion of deformed tempers in grown people must strike them as monstrous caricatures. Of course, there must be some general influence which sweetens or restrains the temper of a whole nation of the same Saxon race, which is not everywhere so amiable. I imagine that the practice of forbearance requisite in a republic is answerable for this pleasant peculiarity. In a republic no man can in theory overbear his neighbor, nor as he values his own rights can he do it much or long in practice. If the moral independence of some of many sinks under this equal pressure from all sides, it is no little set-off against such an evil that PG 189, the outbreaks of domestic tyranny, are thereby restrained, and that the respect for mutual rights which citizens have perpetually enforced upon them abroad comes thence to be observed towards the weak and unresisting in the privacy of home. Some may find it difficult to reconcile this prevalence of good temper with the amount of dueling in the United States, with the recklessness of life, which is not confined to the semi-barbarous parts of the country, when it is understood that in New Orleans there were fought in 1834 more duels than there are days in the year 15 on one Sunday morning, that in 1835 there were 102 duels fought in that city between the 1st of January and the end of April, and that no notice is taken of shooting in a quarrel when the world remembers the duel between Clay and Randolph, that Hamilton fell in a duel, and several more such instances. There may be some wonder that a nation where such things happen should be remarkably good-tempered, but New Orleans is no rule for any place, but itself the spirit of caste and the fear of imputation rage in that abode of heathen licentiousness. The duels there are almost without exception between boys for frivolous causes. All but one of the 102 were so, and even on the spot there is some feeling of disgust and shame. At the extent of the practice, a court of honor was instituted for the restraint of the practice, of course, without effectual result. Its function degenerated into choosing weapons for the combatants, so that it ended by sanctioning, instead of repressing dueling, those who fight the most frequently, and fatally are the French Creoles who use small swords. The extreme cases which afford the clearest reading of the folly and wickedness of the practice off, the meanness of the fear, which lies at the bottom pg 190 of iter, producing there, affect the young men who go into the West to be the founders of new societies are in some instances taking their responsibility to heart and resolving to use well their great opportunity for substituting a true for a false, a moral for a physical courage, the dreadful affair at Philadelphia, never to be forgotten there, when a quiet, inoffensive young man, the only child of a widowed mother, was forced out into the field, against his strongest remonstrances, made to stand up and shot through the heart, could not but produce its effect. One of the principal agents was degraded in the American Navy, but has been since reinstated, and none of the parties concerned has ever stood as well with society as other men, since Hamilton's fall again has opened men's eyes to the philosophy of dueling, and is working to that purpose more and more. At the time, it was pretty generally agreed that he could not help fighting now. There are few who think so. His correspondence with his murderer previous to the duel is remarkable, having been told on my entrance into the country that Hamilton had been its greatest man. I was interested in seeing what a greater than Washington could say in excuse for risking his life in so paltry a way. I read his correspondence with Colonel Burr. With pain, there is fear in every line of it, a complicated, disgraceful fear. He was obviously perishing between two fears of losing his life, and of not being able to guard his own honor against the attacks of a ruffian. Between these two fears, he fell. I was talking over the correspondence with a dueling gentleman. Oh, said he, Hamilton went out like a capuchin. So the greatest man did not obtain even that for which he threw away what he knew was considered the most valuable life in the country. This is as it should be. When pg 191 contempt becomes the wages of slavery, to a false idea of honor, it will cease to stand in the way of the true and greatest men, will not end their lives in littleness. Certain extreme cases which occur on the semi-barbarous confines of the country come occasionally in aid of such lessons, as those I have cited. A passenger on board the Henry Clay, in which I ascended the Mississippi, showed in perfection the results of a false idea of honor. He belonged to one of the first families in Kentucky, had married well, and settled at Natchez, Mississippi. His wife was slandered by a resident of Natchez, who, refusing to retreat, was shot dead by the husband, who fled to Texas. The wife gathered their property together, followed her husband, was shipwrecked below New Orleans, and lost. All her wants were supplied by kind persons at New Orleans, and she was forwarded by them to her destination, but soon died of cholera. Her husband went up into Missouri and settled in a remote part of it to practice law, but with a suspicion that he was dogged by the relations of the man he had shot. One day, he met a man muffled in a cloak, who engaged with him, shot him in both sides, and stabbed him with an Arkansas knife. The victim held off the knife from wounding him mortally, till help came, and his foe fled. The wounded man slowly recovered, but his right arm was so disabled as to compel him to postpone his schemes of revenge. He ascertained that his enemy had fled to Texas, followed him there, at length met him one fine evening riding with his double-barreled gun before him. They knew each other instantly. The double-barreled gun was raised and pointed, but before it could be fired, its owner fell from the saddle, shot dead like the brother he had sought to avenge. The murderer was flying up the river pg 192 once more, when I saw him, not doubting that he should again be dogged by some relation of the brothers. He had shot some of the gentlemen on board, believed that if he surrendered himself at Natchez, he would be let off with little or no punishment, and allowed to settle again in civilized society. But he was afraid of the gallows, and intended to join some fur company in the Northwest if he could, and if he failed in this, to make himself a chief of a tribe of wandering Indians. This story may be useful to those, if such there be, for whom the catastrophe of Hamilton is not strong enough. The two cases differ in degree, not in kind. That such hubbub as this is occasioned by a false idea of honor, and not by fault of temper, is made clear by the amiability shown by Americans in all cases where their idea of honor is not concerned, in circumstances of failure and disappointment, delay difficulty. And other provocation, they show great self-command in all cases that I witnessed from the New York fire and baffled legislation, down to the being mired in bad roads. They appeared to be proof against irritation. Sometimes this went further than I could quite understand. While traveling in Virginia, we were anxious one day to push on and waste no time. Our exclusive extra drew up before a single house where we were to breakfast. We told the landlady that we were excessively hungry and in some hurry, and that we should be obliged by her giving us anything she happened to have cooked without waiting for the best she could do for us. The woman was the picture of laziness of the most formal kind. She kept us waiting till we thought of going on without eating when summoned to table at length. We asked the driver to sit down with us to save time. Never did I see a more ludicrous scene, PG 193, than that breakfast, the lady at the tea tray, tossing the great bunch of peacock's feathers to keep off the flies, and as solemn as Rhadamanthus, so was our whole party for fear of laughter, from which we should not be able to recover. Everything on the table was sour. It seemed as if studiously so. The conflict between our appetites and the disgust of the food was ridiculous. We all presently gave up but the ravenous driver. He tried the bread, the coffee, the butter, and all were too sour for a second mouthful. So were the eggs, and the ham and the steak. No one ate anything. And the charge was as preposterous as the delay, yet our paymaster made no objection to the way we were treated when we were off again. I asked him why he had been so gracious as to appear satisfied. "This is a newly opened road," he replied. "The people do not know, yet, how the world lives. They have probably no idea that there is better food than they set before us. But do not you think it would be a kindness to inform them? They did their best for us, and I should be sorry to hurt their feelings. Then you would have them go through life on bad food, and inflicting it on other people, lest their feelings should be hurt at their being told how to provide better. Do you suppose that all the travelers who come this way will be as tender of the lady's feelings?" "Yes, I do. You see, the driver took it very quietly. When we were yet worse treated, however, just after, when spending a night at Woodstock, our paymaster did remonstrate, though very tenderly, and his remonstrance was received with great candor, PG 194, by the master of the house, his wife being the one most to blame. With this forbearance is united the most cheerful and generous helpfulness. If a farmer is burned out, his neighbors collect, and never leave him till he is placed in a better house than the one he has lost. His barns, in like case, are filled with contributions from their crops. Though there is nothing that men prize there so much as time, there is nothing that they are more ready to give to the service of others. Their prevalent generosity in the giving of money is known and sufficiently estimated, considering how plentiful wealth is in the country. The expenditure of time, thought, and ingenuity is a far better test of the temper from which the helpfulness proceeds. I am sorry that it is impossible to describe what this temper is in America, its manifestations being too incessant and minute for description. If this great virtue could be exhibited as clearly as it is possible to exhibit their faults, the heart of society would warm towards the Americans more readily than it has ever been alienated from them by their own faults or the ill offices of strangers. It seems to me that the Americans are generally unaware how one bad habit of their own, springing out of this very temper, goes to aggravate the evil offices of strangers. It is to me the most prominent of their bad habits, but one so likely to be cured by their being made aware of it, that I cannot but wish that some of the English vituperation which has been expended upon tobacco, and its effects, had been directed upon the far more serious fault of flattery. It will be seen at once how the practice of flattery is almost a necessary result of the combination of a false idea of honor with kindliness of temper. Its prevalence is so great as PG 195 to tempt one to call it a necessary result. There is no getting out of the way of it. A gentleman who was a depraved schoolboy, a fiendish husband, father, and slave owner, whose reputation for brutality was as extensive as the country was eulogized in the newspapers, at his death, every book that comes out is exalted to the skies. The public orators flatter the people flatter the orators. Clergymen praise their flocks, and the flocks stand amazed at the excellence of their clergymen. Sunday school teachers admire their pupils, and the scholars magnify their teachers. As to guests, especially from abroad, hospitality requires that some dark corner should be provided in every room where they may look when their own praises are being told to their own faces. Even in families, where if anywhere it must be understood that love cannot be sweetened by praise, there is a deficiency of that modesty, simplicity, and godly sincerity in regard to mutual estimate which the highest fidelity of affection inspires. Passing over the puerility and vulgarity of the practice, I think, if the Americans were convinced of its selfishness of its being actually a breach of benevolence, they would exercise the same command over their tongues that they do over their tempers, and suppress painful praises, as they rise to the lips. It was pleaded to me, that the admiration is real, the praise sincere, be it so. But why are they to be expressed more than any other real thoughts, whose expression would give pain? Let the admiration by all means be enjoyed, but what a pity to destroy sympathy with the person admired by talking on the very subject at which sympathy must cease. Is it not clear that if praise be not painful to the person praised, it must be injurious? If he be modest, it is torture; if not, it is poison. Or, if there be a third pg 196 case, and it is indifferent, such indifference to the praise is very nearly allied to contempt for the praiser. When once the decencies of friendship are violated, and the modesty of mutual estimate is gone, the holiness of friendship is gone too, and there is every danger that selfish conscious passion will overbear unconscious disinterested affection. Enough, I would only put it to any person, whether the friendship he values most is not that which is least coarsened by praise, and in which he and his friend are led the least frequently to think of their opinion of each other. I would put it to the intimates of such a man, as Dr. Channing for instance, whether their warmest affections do not spring towards and repose upon him in the delicious certainty that while he is sympathizing with every pure and true emotion, he will refrain from disturbing its flow, by introducing a consciousness, a self and mutual reference, from which it is the highest privilege in life to escape praise. May help some common-minded persons over the difficulties of a new and superficial intercourse, at least so I am told, but intimate communion and permanent friendship require a purity and repose with which the interchange of expressed admiration is absolutely incompatible. With regard to the spirit of intercourse, nothing more remains to be said here, but that the frankness practiced in private life within the doors of home is as remarkable as the caution and reserve which prevail elsewhere. Nothing can be more delightful than the familiarity and confidence with which I was invariably treated, and to which I saw few exceptions in the cases of other persons. Everything was discussed in every house I stayed in: religion, philosophy, literature, and with quite as much freedom, character, public and private, national and individual, the language being the PG 197 same as my own. I was apt to forget that I was on my travels, till some visitor dropped in whose inquiries how I liked the country reminded me that I was a foreigner even now, having performed the voyage home, and having all manner of evidence that I have left the country 3,000 miles behind me. I find it difficult to bring in my personal friends as elements of the society, whose condition I am pondering. They are too like brothers and sisters to be subjects for analysis, and I perpetually feel the want of them at hand to assist me by their controverting or corroborating judgments. They and I know what their homes are, and how happy we have been in them. And this is all that, in my affection for them, I can say of their domestic life without putting a force upon their feelings and my own. If I am not much mistaken, society in the New World is wakening up under the stimulus of the slave question to a sense of its want of practical freedom, owing to its too great regard to opinion. The examples of those who can and do assert and maintain their liberty in these times of fiery trial are venerable and beautiful in the eyes of the young. Those in the cities who have grown old in the practice of mistrust are unconscious of the extent of their privations, but the free yeomanry and the youth of the towns have an eye for the right and a heart for the true. Amid the mists and subtleties in which truth and liberty have been of late involved, the young men of Boston especially seem to be roused, and it is all important that they should be. Boston is looked to throughout the Union as the superior city she believes herself to be, and nowhere is the entrance upon life more perilous to the honesty and consistency of young aspirants. After the public service, Massachusetts is the headquarters of federalism. Federalism is PG 198 receding before democracy even there, but that state has still a federal majority. A Massachusetts man has little chance of success in public life unless he starts a federalist, and he has no chance of rising above a certain low point unless, when he reaches that point, he makes a transition into democracy. The trial is too great for the moral independence of most ambitious men, and it fixes the eyes of the world on the youth of Boston. They are watched that it may be seen whether they who now burn with ardor for complete freedom will hereafter reverence the dreams of their youth, or sink down into cowardice, apathy, and intolerance as they reach the middle of life. If they will only try, they will find how great are the ease and peace attendant on the full exercise of rights, even though it should shut the career of politics, and possibly of wealth, against them. For a time, if they will look in the faces of the few, who dare to live in the midst of Boston as freely as if they were in the center of the prairies, they will see in those countenances a brightness and serenity, which a sense of mere safety could never impart. The pursuit of saphiticity from outward detrimentes of all in this world, the most hopeless, the only attainable safety, is that which usually bears another name, repose in absolute truth, where there is a transparency of character which defies misrepresentation, of faith in men, which disarms suspicion, an intrepidity which overawes malice, and a spirit of love, which wins confidence. There is safety. And in nothing short of all these, if any of them are deficient in the same proportion, does safety give place to danger, and no substitution of prudence will be of more than temporary avail. Prudence is now reigning supreme over the elderly classes of Boston generally, and too many of the young independents is animating PG 199. The rest, it remains to be seen, which will have succumbed when the present youth of the city shall have become her legislators, magistrates, and social representatives. As a specimen of the thoughts and feelings of some on the spot, I give the following. Liberty of thought and opinion is strenuously maintained in this proud land. It has become almost a wearisome cant. Our speeches and journals, religious and political, are made nauseous by the vapid and vainglorious reiteration. But does it, after all, characterize any community among us? Is there any one to which a qualified observer shall point and say their opinion is free? On the contrary, is it not a fact, a sad and deplorable fact, that in no land on this earth is the mind more fettered than it is here, that here what we call public opinion has set up a despotism, such as exists nowhere else? Public opinion, a tyrant sitting in the dark, wrapped up in mystification and vague terrors of obscurity, deriving power no one knows from whom, like an Asian monarch, unapproachable, unimpeachable, undethronable, perhaps illegitimate but irresistible in its power, to quell thought, to repress action, to silence conviction, and, bringing the timid perpetually under an unworthy bondage of mean fear, to some impostor opinion, some noisy judgment, which gets astride on the popular breath for a day, and controls through the lips of impudent folly the speech and actions of the wise. From this influence, and rule from this bondage, to opinion no community as such is free, though doubtless individuals are but your community brethren, based on the principles which you profess, is bound to be so. 22. So much for the spirit of intercourse. As for the PG 200 modes in which the spirit is manifested, their agreeableness, or the contrary, is a matter of taste. No nation can pretend to judge another's manners for the plain reason that there is no standard to judge by, and if an individual attempts to pronounce upon them, his sentence amounts to nothing more than a declaration of his own particular taste. If such a declaration from an individual is of any consequence, I am ready to acknowledge that the American manners please me on the whole better than any that I have seen. The circumstances which strike a stranger unpleasantly are the apparent coldness and indifference of persons in hotels and shops, the use of tobacco and consequent spitting, the tone of voice, especially among the New England ladies, and at first, but not afterwards, the style of conversation. The great charm is the exquisite mutual respect and kindliness. Of the tobacco and its consequences I will say nothing, but that the practice is at too bad a pass to leave hope that anything that could be said in books would work a cure. If the floors of boarding houses, and the decks of steamboats, and the carpets of the Capitol do not sicken the Americans into a reform, if the warnings of physicians are of no avail, what remains to be said? I dismiss the nauseous subject. A great unknown pleasure remains to be experienced by the Americans in the well-modulated, gentle, healthy, cheerful voices of women. It is incredible that there should not in all time to come be any other alternative than that which now exists between a whine and a twang. When the health of the American women improves, their voices will improve in the meantime. They are unconscious how the effect of their remarkable and almost universal beauty is injured by their mode of speech. PG 201. The peculiarity is less remarkable in manly conversation. The conversation of the gentlemen strikes one at first as being dull and prosy. They converse with much evenness of tone, slowly, and at great length, so as to leave the observer without any surprise that the Americans think English conversation hasty, sharp, and rough. I found also a prevalent idea that conversation is studied as an art in England, and many of my friends were so positive on this point as to make me doubt the correctness of my own conviction that it is not so. If there be any such study, I can only say that I have detected no instances of it, nor did the idea ever enter my mind, except in reading of Lady Angelica Hedingham in patronage. In the whole course of my life, perhaps, I never met with so many particular instances of an artificial mode of conversing as during the 2 years that I was in America, but I could see the reason in every case, and that all were exceptions to the rule of natural, though peculiar communication, the conversation of the great. Public men was generally more instructive than pleasing, till they forgot that they were public men, and talked on other things than public affairs. One could never conceal that he designed to effect a particular persuasion in your mind, a design against which all the listener's faculties are sure to rise up in instant rebellion. Another did not intend you should see that he was speaking from a map of the subject, in his brain bringing contrasts and comparisons to bear, as it might seem accidentally upon your imagination. Two or three or more, willing to conceal from themselves, I really believe, as well as from the stranger, that logic is not their forte, dart off, after every willithuisp of an analogy, and talk almost wholly in figures. This is bad policy, for some of the figures were so beautiful and apparently illustrative as to fix the attention pg 202 instead of passing over the ear, and give one time to discover that they were not satisfactory. The most remarkable instances of this were in the South, where I had the pleasure of hearing more of everything than of logic. Perhaps the most singular style of all was one which struck me so much that I wrote down pages of it for subsequent study. A slow, impressive style, a succession of clever figures, a somewhat pompous humor, and a wrapping round of inconvenient considerations with an impenetrable cloud of the plainest seeming words, the gushing talk of Judge Story, the brimmings of a full head and heart, natural, lively, fresh, issuing from the supposition that you can understand and wish to understand everything that is interesting to him, and from a simple psychological curiosity, is perfectly delightful after the measured communications of some other public men. I may here mention Dr. Channing's conversation. I do so because it has been the occasion of his being much misunderstood and consequently misrepresented. I never knew a case where the conversation of an individual did him so much injustice at first, and such eminent service in the affections of his hearers at last. Unfortunately, those who report him generally see him only once or twice, and then they are pretty sure to leave him with less real knowledge of him than they probably had 3,000 miles off. This circumstance may justify my speaking here of one whom I revere, and regard too much to feel it easy to say anything of him publicly beyond the mere testimony, which it is an honor to bear to such men. Dr. Channing has an unfortunate habit of suiting his conversation to the supposed state of mind of the person he is conversing with, or to that person's supposed knowledge on a subject on which he wants information. The adaptation, not being natural, cannot be true, and something is thus given pg 203 out which is the reflection of nobody's mind, and the conversation is fruitless or worse. This is merely a habit of drawing out. If the visitor goes away upon this, he reports the things which are reported of Dr. Channing's opinions, which are no more like his than they are like Aristotle's. If the visitor stays long enough, or comes again often enough to catch some thoughts as they issue from his heart, he finds a strange power in them to move and kindle. His words become deeds when they proceed from impulse, not a tone, nor a syllable can be ever forgotten. The reason is that unseen things are to him realities, and material things are but shadows. After continued and open communication with him, it becomes an inexplicable wonder that anything but truth, justice, and charity should be made objects of serious pursuit in the world. Mr. Madison's conversation has been already mentioned as being full of graces. The sprightliness, rapidity, and variety were remarkable in a man of 8 or 4, confined to 2 rooms and subject to various infirmities. He was a highly favorable specimen of the accomplished gentleman of the revolutionary times. There are persons whom it seems to myself strange to name in this connection, when there are things in them which I value much more highly than their eloquence. But as eloquent beyond all others, they must be mentioned here. I refer to Dr. and Mrs. Fallen, late of Boston. Dr. Fallen is a German, well known in Germany for his patriotism, as troublesome to its princes as animating to their subjects. He has been 13 years in America, and 7 years a citizen of Massachusetts. His mastery of the language has been perfect for some years, but as he brought a rich and matured mind to the first employment of it, he uses pg 200 for it differently from any to whom it is the mother tongue. It is an instrument of extraordinary power in his hands, as a mere instrument. But he is a man of learning, which I do not pretend to estimate in any department. The great mass of his knowledge is vivified by a spirit which seems to have passed through all human experiences, appropriating whatever is true and pure, and leaving behind all else, with not only a religious love of liberty, but an unerring perception of the true principle of liberty in every case as it arises within. Intrepidity, which excites rage where his gentleness is not known, and a gentleness which disarms those who fear his intrepidity, he is the most valuable acquisition that the United States in their present condition can well be conceived to have appropriated from the Old World in the person of an individual citizen. I certainly think him the most remarkable and the greatest man I saw in the country. Dr. Fallon has pledged himself to the anti-slavery cause and declared himself in other ways in favor of freedom of thought, action, and speech, so as to make himself fearedor rather. His opinions for no one can fear himself be some of the society of his state, in whom the idea of honor most wants rectifying. But as he becomes more known to the true-hearted among his fellow citizens, he will be regarded by them all with the pride and admiration mixed with tender affection, which he inspires in those who have the honor and blessing of being his friends. He has married a Boston lady, a woman of genius, and of those large and kindly affections, which are its natural element, what the intercourses of their home are their guests, can never forget nor ever describe. The most common mode of conversation in America I should distinguish as prosy, but withal rich and droll. For some weeks I found it PG 205 difficult to keep awake during the entire reply to any question I happened to ask. The person questioned seemed to feel himself put upon his conscience to give a full, true, and particular reply, and so he went back as near to the deluge as the subject would admit and forward to the millennium, taking care to omit nothing of consequence in the interval. There was of course one here and there, as there is everywhere, to tell me precisely what I knew before, and omit what I most wanted, but this did not happen often, and I presently found the information I obtained in conversation so full, impartial, and accurate, and the shrewdness and drollery with which it was conveyed so amusing, that I became a great admirer of the American way of talking. Before 6 months were over previous to that time, a gentleman in the same house with me expressed pleasantly his surprise at my asking so few questions, saying that if he came to England he should be asking questions all day long. I told him that there was no need of my seeking information, as long as more was given me in the course of the day than my head would carry. I did not tell him that I had not power of attention sufficient for such information as came in answer to my own desire. I can scarcely believe now that I ever felt such a difficulty. They themselves are however aware of their tendency to length, and also to something of the literal dullness, which Charles Lamb complains of in relation to the Scotch. They have stories of American travelers, which exceed all I ever heard of them anywhere else, such as that an American gentleman returned from Europe was asked how he liked Rome, to which he replied that Rome was a fine city, but that he must acknowledge he thought the public buildings were very much out of repair again. It is told against a lady that she PG 206 made some undeniably true remarks on a sermon she heard a preacher discoursing on the blindness of men. To the future remarked how few men in building a house consider that a coffin is to go down the stairs. The lady observed with much emphasis on coming out that ministers had got into the strangest way of choosing subjects for the pulpit. It was true that wide staircases are a great convenience, but she did think Christian ministers might find better subjects to preach upon than narrow staircases, and so forth. An eminent senator told me that he was too often on the one horn or the other of a dilemma, sometimes a gentleman getting up in the Senate and talking as if he would never sit down, and sometimes a gentleman sitting down in his study and talking as if he would never get up. Yet there is an epigrammatic turn in the talk of those who have never heard of the art of conversation, which is supposed to be studied by the English. A reverend divine no other than Dr. Channing was one day paying toll when he perceived a notice of gin, rum, tobacco, Roman 100 on a board which bore a strong resemblance to a gravestone. I am glad to see, said the doctor to the girl who received the toll, that you have been burying those things, and if we had said the girl, I don't doubt you would have gone chief mourner. Some young men traveling on horseback among the White Mountains became inordinately thirsty and stopped for milk at a house by the roadside. They emptied every basin that was offered, and still wanted more. The woman of the house at length brought an enormous bowl of milk and set it down on the table, saying, "One would think, gentlemen, you had never been weaned." Of the same kind was the reply made by a PG 207 gentleman of Virginia to a silly question by a lady who made the natural bridge, "God knows, madam." I was struck with repeated instances of new versions, generally much improved, of old fables. I think the following an improvement upon sour grapes. Noah warned his neighbors of what was coming, and why he was building his ark, but nobody minded him. when people on the high grounds were up to their chins, an old acquaintance of Noah's was very eager to be taken into the ark, but Noah refused again and again. Well, said the man, when he found it was in vain, go get along you. And your old ark, I don't believe we are going to have much of a shower. I tried to ascertain whether this story was American. I could trace it no further off than Plymouth, Massachusetts. There cannot be a stronger contrast than between the fun and simplicity of the usual domestic talk of the United States and the solemn pedantry of which the extremest examples are to be found there, exciting as much ridicule at home as they possibly can elsewhere. I was solemnly assured by a gentleman that I was quite wrong on some point because I differed from him. Everybody laughed when he went on with the utmost gravity to inform us that there had been a time when he believed, like other people, that he might be mistaken. But that experience had convinced him that he never was, and he had in consequence cast behind him the fear of error. I told him I was afraid the place he lived in must be terribly dull, having an oracle in it to settle everything. He replied that the worst of it was other people were not so convinced of his being always in the right as he was himself. There was no joke here, he is a literal and serious-minded man. Another PG 208 gentleman solemnly remarked upon the weather of late having been uncommonly mucilaginous. Another pointed out to me a gentleman, on board a steamboat, as a blue stocking of the first class. A lady asked me many questions about my emotions at Niagara, to which I gave only one answer of which she could make anything. Did you not, was her last inquiry, long to throw yourself down and mingle with your mother earth? No. Another asked me whether I did not think the sea might inspire vast and singular ideas. Another, an instructress of youth in examining my ear trumpet, wanted to know whether its length made any difference in its efficiency. On my answering none at all, certainly not, said she very deliberately, for sound, being a material substance, can only be overcome by a superior force. The mistakes of unconscious ignorance should be passed over with a silent smile, but affectation should be exposed as a service to a young society. I rarely, if ever, met with instances of this pedantry among the yeomanry or mechanic classes, or among the young, the most numerous, and the worst pedants were middle-aged ladies. One instance struck me as being unlike anything that could happen in England. A literary and very meritorious village mantuamaker declared that it was very hard if her gowns did not fit the ladies of the neighborhood. She had got the exact proportions of the Venus de Medici to make them by, and what more could she do? Again, a sempstress was anxious that her employer should request me to write something about Mount Auburn, the beautiful cemetery near Boston. Upon her being questioned as to what kind of composition she had in her fancy, she said she would have Mount Auburn considered under 3 points of PG 209 Viewas. It was on the day of creation as it is Noah's, it will be on the day of resurrection. I liked the idea so well that I got her to write it for me instead of my doing it for her. As for the peculiarities of language of which so much has been made, I am a bad judge. But the fact is I should have passed through the country almost without observing any if my attention had not been previously directed to them. Next to the well-known use of the word sick, instead of ill, in which they are undoubtedly right, none struck me so much as the few following. They use the word handsome much more extensively than we do, saying that Webster made a handsome speech in the Senate, that a lady talks handsomely eloquently, that a book sells handsomely. A gentleman asked me on the Catskill Mountain whether I thought the sun handsomer there than at New York. When they speak of a fine woman, they refer to mental or moral, not at all to physical superiority. The effect was strange after being told here and there that I was about to see a very fine woman, to meet in such cases almost the only plain women I saw in the country. Another curious circumstance is that this is almost the only connection in which the word woman is used. This noble word, spirit stirring, as it passes over English ears, is in America banished, and ladies and females substituted, the one to English taste mawkish, and vulgar the other indistinctive, and gross. So much for difference of taste. The effect is odd. After leaving the men's wards of the prison at Nashville, Tennessee, I asked the warden whether he would not let me see the women. We have no ladies here at present, madam. We have never had but 2 ladies who were convicted for stealing a steak. But as it appeared that they were deserted by their husbands, PG 210, and in want they were pardoned. A lecturer discoursing on the characteristics of women is said to have expressed himself thus: who were last at the cross, ladies; who were first at the sepulchre, ladies. A few other ludicrous expressions took me by surprise. Occasionally, a gentleman in the West, who had been discussing monarchy and republicanism in a somewhat original way, asked me if I would swap my king for his. We were often told that it was a dreadful fine day, and a girl at a hotel pronounced my trumpet to be terrible. Handy 23, in the back of Virginia, these superlative expressions are the most rife. A man who was extremely ill in agonizing pain sent for a friend to come to him. Before the friend arrived, the pain was relieved. But the patient felt much reduced by it. How do you find yourself? Inquired the friend. I am powerful, weak, but cruel, easy. The Kentucky bragging is well known. It is so ingenious as to be very amusing sometimes, but too absurd in the mouth of a dull person. One such was not satisfied with pointing out to me how fine the woods were, but informed me that the intimate texture of the individual leaves was finer and richer in Kentucky than anywhere else. I much prefer the offhand air, with which a dashing Kentuckian intimates to you the richness of the soil, saying, if you plant a nail at night, 'twill come up a spike next morning. However much may be the fault of strangers in regard to the coldness of manners, which is complained of in those who serve travelers in PG 211 America, and however soon it may be dissipated by a genial address on the part of the stranger, it certainly is very disagreeable at the first moment. We invariably found ourselves well treated, and in no instance that I remember failed to dissipate the chill by showing that we were ready to help ourselves and to be sociable the instant we attacked the reserve it gave way. But I do not wonder that strangers who are not prepared to make the concession, and especially gentlemen traveling from hotel to hotel, find the constraint extremely irksome. It should never be forgotten that it is usually a matter of necessity, or of favor, seldom of choice. Except in the towns that the wife and daughters of American citizens render service to travelers, such a breaking in upon their domestic quiet, such an exposure to the society of casual travelers must be so distasteful to them generally as to excuse any apparent want of cordiality. Some American travelers, won by the empressement of European waiters, declare themselves as willing to pay for civility. As for their dinner, I acknowledge a different taste. I had rather have indifference than civility, which bears a reference to the bill, but I prefer to either the cordiality which brightens up at your offer, to make your own bed mend, your own fire Roman 100, the cordiality which brings your hostess into your parlor to draw her chair, and be sociable, not only by asking where you are going, but by telling you all that interests her in her neighborhood. A girl at a Meadville hotel in Pennsylvania urged us to change our route that we might visit some friends of hers, a beautiful bachelor that had lately lost his wife and his fine Santo, whom she would give us a letter of introduction at Maysville, Kentucky. The landlady sent repeated apologies for not being able to wait on us herself, her attendance PG 212 being necessary at the bedside of her sick child. On our expressing our concern that in such circumstances she should trouble herself about us, her substitute said we were very unlike the generality of travelers who came. The ladies were usually offended if the landlady did not wait upon them herself, and would not open or shut the window with their own hands, but rang to have the landlady to do it for them. Such persons have probably been accustomed to be waited on by slaves, or perhaps not at all, so that they like to make the most of the opportunity. Our landlady at Nashville, Tennessee, treated us extremely well, and on parting kissed the ladies of the party all round. I had an early lesson in the art of distinguishing coldness from inhospitality. Our party of 6 was traversing the state of New York. We left Syracuse at dawn one morning, intending to breakfast at Skaneatel's. By the time we reached Elbridge, however, having been delayed on the road, we were too hungry to think of going further without food. An impetuous young Carolinian, who was of the party, got out first, and returned to say we had better proceed for the house. And the people looked so cold we should never be able to achieve a comfortable meal, caring less, however, for comfort than for any sort of meal. We persisted in stopping. The first room we were shown into was wet and had no fire, and we were already shivering with cold. I could discern that the family were clearing out of the next room. It was offered to us, and logs were piled upon the fire. 2 of the young women in cotton gowns and braided and bowed hair followed their mother into the cooking apartment, sailing about with quiet movements and solemn faces. 2 more stayed in the room, and after putting up their hair before the PG 213 glass in our presence, began to arrange the table, knitting between times. One or another was almost all the while sitting with us, knitting and replying with grave simplicity to our conversation. Presently one of the best breakfasts we had in America was ready, a pea dish full of buttered toast, hot biscuits, and coffee, beefsteak, applesauce, hot potatoes, cheese, butter, and 2 large dishes of eggs. We were attentively waited upon by the 4 knitting young ladies and their knitting mother, and kindly dismissed with a charge of only $2.25 for the whole party. Did you ever see such girls? Cried the young Carolinian, just landed from Europe, stepping about like 4 captive princesses. We all called out that we would not hear a word against the young ladies. They had treated us with all kindness, and no one could tell whether their reserve was any greater than their situation and circumstances require. So much more has naturally been observed by travelers of American manners, in stages and steamboats, than in private houses that all has been said over and over again, that the subject deserves. I need only testify that I do not think the Americans eat faster than other people on the whole. The celerity at hotel tables is remarkable. But so it is in stagecoach travelers in England, who are allowed 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour for dining in private houses. I was never aware of being hurried. The cheerful, unintermitting civility of all gentlemen travelers throughout the country is very striking to a stranger. The degree of consideration shown to women is, in my opinion, greater than is rational or good for either party, but the manners of an American stagecoach might afford a valuable lesson and example to many classes of Europeans who have a high PG 214 opinion of their own civilization. I do not think it rational or fair that every gentleman, whether old or young, sick or well, weary or untired, should as a matter of course yield up the best places in the stage to any lady passenger. I do not think it rational or fair that 5 gentlemen should ride on the top of the coach, where there is no accommodation for holding on and no resting place for the feet for some hours of a July day in Virginia, that a young lady who was slightly delicate might have room to lay up her feet and change her posture as she pleased. It is obvious that if she was not strong enough to travel on common terms in the stage, her family should have traveled in an extra or stayed behind, or done anything rather than allow 5 persons to risk their health and sacrifice their comfort for the sake of one. Whatever may be the good moral effects of such self-renunciation on the tempers of the gentlemen, the custom is very injurious to ladies. Their traveling manners are anything but amiable while on a journey. Women who appear well enough in their homes present all the characteristics of spoiled children. Screaming and trembling at the apprehension of danger are not uncommon, but there is something far worse in the cool selfishness with which they accept the best of everything at any sacrifice to others, and usually in the South and West, without a word or look of acknowledgement. They are as like spoiled children when the gentlemen are not present to be sacrificed to them in the inn parlor while waiting for meals or the stage. And in the cabin of a steamboat I never saw any manner so repulsive as that of many American ladies on board. Steamboats, they look as if they supposed you mean to injure them, till you show to the contrary the suspicious side glance, or the full stare, the cold, immovable PG 215 observation, the bristling self-defense, the moment you come near the cool pushing to get the best place. Everything said and done without the least trace of trust or cheerfulness. These are the disagreeable consequences of the ladies being petted and humored, as they are. The New England ladies, who are compelled by their superior numbers to depend less upon the care of others, are far happier and pleasanter companions in a journey than those of the rest of the country. This shows the evil to be altogether superinduced, and I always found that if I could keep down my spirit and show that I meant no harm, the apathy began to melt. The pretty ladies forgot their self-defense, and appeared somewhat like what I conclude they are at home when managing their affairs in the midst of familiar circumstances. If these ladies would but inquire of themselves what it is that they are afraid of, and whether there is any reason why people should be less cheerful, less obliging, and less agreeable when casually brought into the society of 50 people whose comfort depends mainly on their mutual good offices, than among half a dozen neighbors at home, they might remove an unpleasant feature of the national manners and add another to the many charms of their country. Much might be said of village manners in America, but Miss Sedgwick's pictures of them in her 2 best works, Home and The Rich Poor Man and The Poor Rich Man, are so true and so beautiful, and so sure of being well known, where they have not already reached, that no more is necessary than to mention them as some of the best and sweetest pictures of manners in existence to the English reader. They are full as interesting as to Americans from the purity and fidelity of the democratic spirit, which they breathe. PG 216, throughout the woman who so appreciates the blessing of living in such a society, as she describes, deserves the honor of being the first to commend it to the affections of humanity. The manners of the wealthy classes depend, of course, upon the character of their objects and interests, but they are not on the whole so agreeable as those of their less opulent neighbors. The restless ostentation of such as live for grandeur and show is vulgaris, I have said, the only vulgarity to be seen in the country. Nothing can exceed the display of it at watering places at Rockaway on Long Island. I saw in one large room, while the company was waiting for dinner, a number of groups, which would have made a good year's income for a clever caricaturist, if any lady with an eye and a pencil adequate to the occasion would sketch the phenomena of affectation that might be seen in one day in the piazza and drawing room at Rockaway. She might be a useful censor of manners, but the task would be too full of sorrow and shame for anyone with the true republican spirit. For my own part, I felt bewildered in such company, It was as if I had been set down on a kind of debatable land. Between the wholly imaginary society of the so-called fashionable novels of late years and the broad sketches of citizen life given by Madame d'Arblay, it was like nothing real when I saw the young ladies tricked out in the most expensive finery, flirting over the backgammon board, tripping affectedly across the room, languishing with a $70 cambric handkerchief, starting up in ecstasy at the entrance of a baby, the mothers as busy with affectations of another kind, and the brothers, sidling hither and thither now with assiduity, and now with nonchalance, and no one imparting the refreshment of a natural countenance, PG 217 movement or tone. I almost doubted whether I was awake. The village scenes that I had witnessed rose up in strong contrast. Mirthful wedding the wagon drives, the offerings of wildflowers, to the stranger the unintermitting simple courtesy of each to Alland. It was scarcely credible that these contrasting scenes could both be existing in the same republic. Such watering-place manners as I saw at Rockaway are considered and called vulgar on the spot off course, for the majority are far superior to them. They deserve notice no further than as they are absolutely anti-republican in their whole principle and spirit, and no deviation from the republican principle in any class should be passed over by the moralist. Without notice, the brand of contempt should be fixed upon any unprincipled or false-principled style of manners. In a community based upon avowed principles, the contempt thus inflicted upon the mode may possibly save the persons who would otherwise render themselves liable to it. The practice of ostentation may be lessened in America, as that of suicide was in France by ridicule and contempt. It is desirable for all parties that this should be the method. The weak and vain had better be deterred from entering upon the race of vanity than exposed when it is too late, and for those of clearer and stronger minds, it is safer to despise things than persons for however necessary and virtuous the contempt of abstract vice and folly may be, there is no mind clear and strong enough to entertain with safety contempt of persons. The best sort of rich persons those whose principles and spirit are democratic, their desires moderate, their pursuits rational, drop out of sight of the mind's eye. In considering the manners of the rich, their wealth becomes only a comparatively PG 218 unimportant circumstance. Connected with them, they support more beneficent objects than others and perhaps have houses and libraries that it is a luxury to go to, but these things are not associated with themselves in the minds of their friends. As long as they are not so in their own, they fall into the ranks of the honorable, independent, thoroughbred classes of the country. Its true glory, just as if they were not rich, the next best order of rich people those who put their time and money to good uses, but who are not blessed with the true democratic spirit of faith, have manners infinitely better than the Rockaway style, but not so good as those of more faithful republicans. They are above the vanity of show and the struggle for fashion, but they dread the ascendancy of ignorance and distrust the classes whom they do not know. They are readers, their imaginations live in the old world, and they have insensibly adopted the old world prejudice that the people must be ignorant, passionate, and rapacious. The conversation of such gives utterance to an assumption, and their bearing betrays an uneasiness which are highly unfavorable to good manners. This small class are so respectable in the main, and for some great objects so useful, that it is much to be desired that they could be referred back perpetually to the democratic principles, which would relieve their anxiety, and give to their manners that cheerfulness which should belong to honest republicans who have everything to hope and little to fear. One of the most remarkable sights in the country is the president's levee. Nothing is easier than to laugh at it. There is probably no mode in which a number of human beings can assemble, which may not be laughable from one point of view or another. The president's levee presents many PG 219 facilities, for ridicule men go there in plain cloaks and leather belts with all manner of wigs, and offer a large variety of obeisance to the chief. Magistrate women go in bonnets and shawls, talk about the company, stand upon chairs to look over people's heads, and stare at the large rooms. There was a story of two girls thus dressed being lifted up by their escorting gentlemen, and seated on the two ends of the mantelpiece like lustres, where they could obtain a view of the company, as they entered to see such people mixed in with foreign ambassadors, and their suites to observe the small mutual knowledge of classes and persons who thus meet on terms of equality, is amusing enough. But amidst much that was laughable, I certainly felt that I was seeing a fine spectacle. If the gentry of Washington desire to do away with the custom, they must be unaware of the dignity which resides in it, and which is apparent to the eye of a stranger through any inconveniences which it may have. I am sorry that its recurrence is no longer annual. I am sorry that the practice of distributing refreshments is relinquished, though this is a matter of less importance, and of more inconvenience if the custom itself should ever be given up. The bad taste of such a surrender will be unquestionable. There should be some time and place where the chief magistrate and the people may meet to exchange their respects, all other business being out of the question, and I should like to see the occasion made annual again. I saw no bad manners at the president's levee, except on the part of a silly swaggering Englishman. All was quiet and orderly, and there was an air of gaiety which rather surprised me. The great people were amused at the aspect of the assembly, and the humbler at the novelties that were going on before their eyes. Our party went at 8 pg 220 o'clock. As we alighted from the carriage, I saw a number of women well attended going up the steps in the commonest morning walking dress. In the hall were parties of young men, exhibiting their graces in a walk from end to end, and ladies throwing off their shawls and displaying the most splendid dresses. The president, with some members of his cabinet on either hand, stood in the middle of the first room, ready to bow to all the ladies and shake hands with all the gentlemen who presented themselves. The company then passed on to the fireplace, where stood the ladies of the president's family, attended by the vice president and the secretary of the treasury. From this point, the visitors dispersed themselves through the rooms, chatting in groups in the blue room or joining the immense promenade in the great east room. After 2 circuits there, I went back to the reception room. By far the most interesting to an observer, I saw one ambassador after another enter with his suite, the judges of the Supreme Court, the majority of the members of both houses of Congress, and intermingled with these the plainest farmers, storekeepers, and mechanics with their primitive wives and simple daughters. Some looked merry, some looked busy, but none bashful. I believe there were 3,000 persons present. There was one deficiency drawback, as I felt at the time. There were no persons of color, whatever individuals or classes may choose to do about selecting their society. According to rules of their own making here, there should be no distinction. I know the pleas that would be urged, levy being held in a slave district, the presence of slaveholders from the South and many others, but such pleas will not stand before the plain fact that this levy is the appointed means by which citizens of the United States of all degrees may once in a time meet pg 221 together to pay their equal respects to their chief magistrate. Every man of color who is a citizen of the United States has a right to as free an admission as any other man, and it would be a dignity added to the White House if such were seen there. It is not to its credit that there is any place in the country where its people are more free to meet on equal terms. There is such a place in the Catholic Cathedral in New Orleans. I saw persons of every shade of color kneeling on the pavement, without separation or distinction. I would fain have seen also some one secular house, where by general consent all kinds of men might meet as brethren, but not even in Republican America is there yet such an one. The Americans possess an advantage in regard to the teaching of manners, which they do not yet appreciate. They have before their eyes in the manners of the colored race a perpetual caricature of their own follies, a mirror of conventionalism, from which they can never escape. The Negroes are the most imitative set of people living, while they are in a degraded condition, with little principle, little knowledge, little independence. They copy the most successfully those things in their superiors which involve the least principle, knowledge, and independence, viz. Their conventionalisms. They carry their mimicry far beyond any which is seen among the menials of the rich in Europe. The black footmen of the United States have tiptoe graces, stiff cravats, and eye-catching flourishes like the footmen in London, but the imitation extends into more important matters. As the slaves of the South assume their masters' names and military titles, they assume their methods of conducting the courtesies and gaieties of life. I have in my possession a note of invitation to a ball written on pink pg 222 paper, with gilt edges 24. When the lady invited came to her mistress for the ticket which was necessary to authorize her being out after 9 at night, she was dressed in satin with muslin over it, satin shoes and white kid gloves, but the satin was faded, the muslin torn, the shoes were tied upon the extremities of her splay feet, and the white gloves dropping in tatters from her dark fingers. She was a caricature instead of a fine lady. A friend of mine walked a mile or two in the dusk, behind 2 black men and a woman whom they were courting. He told me that nothing could be more admirable than the coyness of the lady, and the compliments of the gallant and his friend. It could not be very amusing to those who reflect that holy and constant love, free preference, and all that makes marriage a blessing, instead of a curse, were here out of the question. But the resemblance in the mode of courtship to that adopted by whites when meditating marriage of a not dissimilar virtue, a marriage of barter, could not be overlooked. Even in their ultimate funereal courtesies, the colored race imitate the whites in epitaph on a Negro baby at Savannah begins sweet blighted lily. They have few customs which are absolutely peculiar. One of these is refusing to eat before whites, when we went long expeditions carrying luncheon, or procuring it by the roadside. The slaves always retired with their share behind trees, or large stones, or other hiding places. Americans may be considered secure of good manners, generally, while intellect is so reverenced among them, as it is above all other claims to honor whatever follies and frivolities the PG 223 would fashionable classes may perpetrate, they will never be able to degrade the national manners, or to make themselves the first people in the republic. Intellect carries all before it in social intercourse, and will continue to do so. I was struck by the fact that in country villages the most enlightened members of a family may be cultivated as acquaintance without the rest, they may be invited to a superior party, and the others left for an inferior one. As for the city's Washington with its motley population in time of session, is an exception to all rules, and I certainly saw some uncommonly foolish people treated with more attention of a temporary kind than some very wise ones. But in other cities I am not aware of having seen any great influence possessed by persons who had not sufficient intellectual desert. A Washington belle related to me the sad story of the death of a young man who fell from a small boat into the Potomac in the night. It is supposed in his sleep she told where and how his body was found, and what relations he had left, and finished with he will be much missed at parties. Washington is a place where a young man may be thus mourned, but elsewhere there would have been a better reason given, or none at all, in the capitals of states men rank according to their supposed intellect. Many mistakes are made in the estimate, and far worse many pernicious allowances are made for bad morals for the sake of the superior intellect. But still the taste is a higher one, the gradation, a more rational one than is to be found elsewhere. And where such a taste and a gradation subsist, the essentials of good manners can never be wanting. It is refreshing to witness the village homage paid to the author and the statesman as to the highest of human beings. Whatever the author and the statesman may be, the homage is honorable to those who offer it. It is PG 224, no less refreshing in the cities to see how the vainest fops and the most solid capitalists readily succumb before men and women who are distinguished for nothing, but their minds the worst of manners, those which fly off the furthest from nature, and do the most violence to the affections there, such as arise from a surpassing regard to things outward and shadowy. The best are those which manifest a pursuit of things invisible and real. The Americans are better mannered than others, in as far as they reverence intellect more than wealth and fashion. It remains for them to enlarge their notions and exalt their tests of intellect, till it shall identify itself with morals. National manners, national observances of rank graduated on such a principle, would be no subject of controversy, but would command the admiration and gradually form the taste of the world. I cannot but think that beginning of this change is visible in the intercourses of those Americans who have rejected the prevalent false idea of honor, and in the spirit of love borne witness to unpopular truths. The freedom, gentleness, and earnestness of the manners of such offer a realization of grace which no conventional training can secure. A Southern gentleman was on board a steamboat proceeding from New York to Philadelphia. He engaged in conversation with two unknown gentlemen, and soon plunged into subject of slavery. He was a slaveholder, and they were abolitionists. With one of them he was peculiarly pleased, and they discussed their subject for a great length of time. He at last addressed the other abolitionist thus: how easy and pleasant it is to argue this matter with such a man as your friend. If all you abolitionists were like him, how soon we and you might come to an understanding. But you are generally so coarse and violent, you are all so like Garrison. Pray give me your friend's name. PG 225. You have just spoken it. It is Mr. Garrison. Impossible, this gentleman is so mild, so gentlemanly. Ask the captain if it be not Mr. Garrison. It was an important point. The captain was asked. This mild, courteous, simple, sprightly, gentlemanly person was Garrison. PG 226. Chapter Roman 2. Woman. The veil best discovereth the hill. There is little friendship in the world, and least of all between equals, which was wont to be magnified, that is between superior and inferior, whose fortunes may comprehend the one the other. Bacon. If a test of civilization be sought, none can be so sure as the condition of that half of society, over which the other half has power from the exercise of the right of the strongest tried. By this test, the American civilization appears to be of a lower order than might have been expected from some other symptoms of its social state. The Americans have in the treatment of women fallen below not only their own democratic principles, but the practice of some parts of the Old World. The unconsciousness of both parties as to the injuries suffered by women at the hands of those who hold the power, is a sufficient proof of the low degree of civilization, in this important particular, at which they rest while woman's intellect is confined, her morals crushed, her health ruined, her weaknesses encouraged, and her strength punished. She is told that her lot is cast in the paradise of women, and there is no country in the world where there is so much boasting of the chivalrous PG 227 treatment. She enjoys, that is to say, has the best place in stagecoaches, when there are not chairs enough for everybody. The gentlemen stand, she hears oratorical flourishes on public occasions about wives and home, and apostrophes to woman her husband's hair, stands on end at the idea of her working, and he toils to indulge her with money. She has liberty to get her brain turned by religious excitements, that her attention may be diverted from morals, politics, and philosophy. And especially her morals are guarded by the strictest observance of propriety. In her presence, in short, indulgence is given her as a substitute for justice. Her case differs from that of the slave as to the principle just so far as this, that the indulgence is large and universal, instead of petty and capricious. In both cases justice is denied on no better plea than the right of the strongest. In both cases the acquiescence of the many and the burning discontent of the few of the oppressed testify, the one to the actual degradation of the class, and the other to its fitness for the enjoyment of human rights. The intellect of woman is confined. I met with immediate proof of this within 10 days of my landing. I encountered 3 outrageous pedants among the ladies, and in my progress through the country, I met with a greater variety and extent of female pedantry than the experience of a lifetime in Europe would afford. I could fill the remainder of my volume with sketches, but I forbear through respect even for this very pedantry. Where intellect has a fair chance, there is no pedantry among men or women. It is the result of an intellect which cannot be wholly passive, but must demonstrate some force, and does so through the medium of narrow morals. Pedantry indicates the first struggle of intellect with its restraints, and is therefore a hopeful symptom. PG 228. The intellect of woman is confined by an unjustifiable restriction of both methods of education, be express teaching, and by the discipline of circumstance. The former, though prior in the chronology of each individual, is a direct consequence of the latter, as regards the whole of the sex, as women have none of the objects in life, for which an enlarged education is considered requisite. The education is not given female education in America. Much what it is in England, there is a profession of some things being taught which are supposed necessary. Because everybody learns them, they serve to fill up time, to occupy attention harmlessly, to improve conversation, and to make women something like companions to their husbands, and able to teach their children somewhat. But what is given is for the most part passively received, and what is obtained is chiefly by means of the memory. There is, rarely or never, a careful ordering of influences for the promotion of clear intellectual activity. Such activity, when it exceeds that which is necessary to make the work of the teacher easy, is feared. And repressed. This is natural enough as long as women are excluded from the objects for which men are trained, while there are natural rights which women may not use, just claims which are not to be listened to, large objects which may not be approached even in imagination. Intellectual activity is dangerous, or as the phrase is unfit. Accordingly, marriage is the only object left open to woman. Philosophy she may pursue only fancifully, and under pain of ridicule; science only as a pastime, and under a similar penalty; art is declared to be left open, but the necessary learning, and yet more the indispensable experience of reality, are denied to her. Literature is also said to be permitted, but under what penalties and restrictions I need, PG 229, only refer to the last 3 pages of the review of Miss Sedgwick's last novel in the North American Review, to support all that can be said of the insolence to which the intellect of women is exposed in America. I am aware that many blush for that article and disclaim all sympathy with it. But the bare fact that any man in the country could write it, that any editor could sanction it, that such an intolerable scoff should be allowed to find its way to the light, is a sufficient proof of the degradation of the sex. Nothing is thus left for women, but marriage. Yes, religion is the reply. Religion is a temper, not a pursuit. It is the moral atmosphere in which human beings are to live and move. Men do not live to breathe, they breathe to live. A German lady of extraordinary powers and endowments remarked to me with amazement on all the knowledge of the American women being based on theology. She observed that in her own country theology had its turn with other sciences as a pursuit, but nowhere but with the American women had she known it make the foundation of all other knowledge. Even while thus complaining, this lady stated the case too favorably. American women have not the requisites for the study of theology, the difference between theology and religion, the science and the temper is yet scarcely known among them, It is religion which they pursue as an occupation, and hence its small results upon the conduct, as well as upon the intellect. We are driven back upon marriage as the only appointed object in life, and upon the conviction that the sum and substance of female education in America, as in England, is training women to consider marriage as the sole object in life, and to pretend that they do not think so. The morals of women are crushed if there be PG 230, any human power and business and privilege, which is absolutely universal. It is the discovery and adoption of the principle and laws of duty, as every individual, whether man or woman, has a reason and a conscience. This is a work which each is thereby authorized to do for him or herself. But it is not only virtually prohibited to beings who, like the American women, have scarcely any objects in life proposed to them, but the whole apparatus of opinion is brought to bear offensively upon individuals among women who exercise freedom of mind in deciding upon what duty is, and the methods by which it is to be pursued. There is nothing extraordinary to the disinterested observer in women being so grieved at the case of slave wives and mothers, as well as spirit-broken Minas, to wish to do what they could for their relief. There is nothing but what is natural in their being ashamed of the cowardice of such white slaves of the North, as are deterred by intimidation from using their rights of speech and of the press in behalf of the suffering race. And in their resolving not to do likewise, there is nothing but what is justifiable in their using their moral freedom each for herself in neglect of the threats of punishment. Yet there were no bounds to the efforts made to crush the actions of women who thus used their human powers in the abolition question and the convictions of those who looked on, and who might possibly be warmed into free action. By the beauty of what they saw, it will be remembered that they were women who asserted the right of meeting and of discussion on the day when Garrison was mobbed in Boston. Bills were posted about the city on this occasion, denouncing these women as casting off the refinement and delicacy of their sex. The newspapers which laud the exertions of ladies in all other charities, for the PG 231 prosecution, of which they are wont to meet and speak, teemed with the most disgusting reproaches and insinuations. And the pamphlets which related to the question, all presumed to censure the act of duty, which the women had performed in deciding upon their duty for themselves. One lady of high talents and character, whose books were very popular, before she did a deed greater than that of writing any book in acting upon an unusual conviction of duty, and becoming an abolitionist, has been almost excommunicated, since a family of ladies whose talents and conscientiousness had placed them high in the estimation of society, as teachers have lost all their pupils, since they declared their anti-slavery opinions. The reproach in all the many similar cases that I know is not that the ladies hold anti-slavery opinions, but that they act upon them. The incessant outcry about the retiring modesty of the sex proves the opinion of the censors to be that fidelity to conscience is inconsistent with retiring modesty. If it be so, let the modesty succumb. It can be only a false modesty, which can be thus endangered. No doubt there were people in Rome who were scandalized at the unseemly boldness of Christian women who stood in the amphitheater to be torn in pieces for their religion. No doubt there were many gentlemen in the British Army who thought it unsuitable to the retiring delicacy of the sex that the wives and daughters of the revolutionary heroes should be revolutionary heroines. But the event has a marvelous efficacy in modifying the ultimate sentence. The bold Christian women, the brave American wives and daughters of half a century ago, are honored, while the intrepid moralists of the present day, worthy of their grandmothers, are made the confessors and martyrs of their age. Page 232. I could cite many conversations and incidents to show how the morals of women are crushed, but I can make room for only one. Let it be the following. A lady, who is considered unusually clear-headed and sound-hearted, where trying questions are not concerned, one day praised very highly Dr. Channing's work on slavery, but said, she do not you think it a pity that so much is said on slavery just now? No, I think it necessary and natural. But people who hold Dr. Channing's belief about a future life cannot well make out the case of the slaves to be so very bad an one, if the present life is but a moment in comparison with the eternity to come. Can it matter so very much how it is spent? How does it strike you about your own children? Would it reconcile you to their being made slaves that they could be so only for 80 years and 10? Oh no, but yet it seems as if life would so soon be over. And what do you think of their condition at the end of it? How much will the purposes of human life have been fulfilled? The slaves will not be punished, for the state they may be in, for it will be no fault of their own. Their masters will have the responsibility, not they. Place the responsibility where you will, speaking according to your own belief. Do you think it of no consequence whether a human being enters upon a future life, utterly ignorant and sensualized, or in the likeness of Dr. Channing, as you described him just now? Of great consequence, certainly, but then it is no business of ours of us women at all events. I thought you considered yourself a Christian. Page 233. So, you will say that Christians should help sufferers, whoever and wherever they may be, but not women in all cases, surely. Where in your Christianity do you find the distinction made? She could only reply that she thought women should confine themselves to doing what could be done at home. I asked her what her Christian charity would bid her do, if she saw a great boy beating a little one in the street. Oh, I parted two such the other day in the street. It would have been very wrong to have passed them by. Well, if there are 1,000 strong men in the South beating 10,000 weak slaves, and you can possibly help to stop the beating by a declaration of your opinion upon it, does not your Christian duty oblige you to make such a declaration, whether you are man or woman? What in the world has your womanhood to do with it? How fearfully the morals of woman are crushed appears from the prevalent persuasion that there are virtues which are peculiarly masculine, and others which are peculiarly feminine. It is amazing that a society which makes a most emphatic profession of its Christianity should almost universally entertain such a fallacy and not see that in the case they suppose, instead of the character of Christ being the meeting point of all virtues, there would have been a separate gospel for women and a second company of agents for its diffusion. It is not only that masculine and feminine employments are supposed to be properly different. No one in the world, I believe, questions this, but it is actually supposed that what are called the hardy virtues are more appropriate to men, and the gentler to women, as all virtues nourish each other, and can no otherwise be nourished. The consequence of pg 230 for the admitted fallacy is that men are after all not nearly so brave as they ought to be, nor women so gentle. But what is the manly character? Till it be gentle, the very word magnanimity cannot be thought of in relation to it. Till it becomes mild Christ-like again, what can a woman be or do without bravery? Has she not to struggle with the toils and difficulties which follow upon the mere possession of a mind? Must she not face physical and moral pain, physical and moral danger? Is there a day of her life in which there are not conflicts, wherein no one can help her perilous work to be done, in which she can have neither sympathy nor aid? Let her lean upon man as much as he will. How much is it that he can do for her? From how much can he protect her from a few physical perils, and from a very few social evils? This is all over the moral world. He has no control, except on his own account. And it is the moral life of human beings, which is all in all. He can neither secure any woman from pain and grief, nor rescue her from the strife of emotions, nor prevent the film of life from cracking under her feet with every step she treads, nor hide from her the abyss which is beneath, nor save her from sinking into it at last alone. While it is so, while woman is human, men should beware how they deprive her of any of the strength which is all needed for the strife and burden of humanity. Let them beware how they put her off her watch and defense, by promises which they cannot fulfill, promises of a guardianship, which can arise only from within, of support, which can be derived only from the freest moral action, from the self-reliance which can be generated by no other means. But it may be asked, how does society get on? What does it do? For it acts on the supposition of there being masculine and feminine virtues, upon the fallacy just exposed. Pg 235. It does so, and the consequences are what might be looked for. Men are ungentle, tyrannical. They abuse the right of the strongest, however they may veil the abuse with indulgence. They want the magnanimity to discern woman's human rights, and they crush her morals, rather than allow them. Women are, as might be anticipated, weak, ignorant, and subservient, in as far as they exchange self-reliance for reliance on anything out of themselves. Those who will not submit to such a suspension of their moral functions, for the work of self-perfection remains to be done sooner or later, have to suffer for their allegiance to duty. They have all the need of bravery that the few heroic men who assert the highest rights of women have of gentleness to guard them from the encroachment to which power, custom, and education incessantly conduce. Such brave women and such just men there are in the United States, scattered among the multitude, whose false apprehension of rights leads to an enormous failure of duties. There are enough of such to commend the true understanding and practice to the simplest minds and most faithful hearts of the community, under whose testimony the right principle will spread and flourish. If it were not for the external prosperity of the country, the injured half of its society would probably obtain justice sooner than in any country of Europe. But the prosperity of America is a circumstance unfavorable to its women it will be, long before they are put to the proof, as to what they are capable of thinking and doing, a proof to which hundreds, perhaps thousands of Englishwomen have been put by adversity, and the result of which is a remarkable improvement in their social condition, even within the space of 10 years' persecution for opinion punishment for all manifestations of PG 236, intellectual and moral strength, are still as common as women who have opinions and who manifest strength, but some things are easy, and many are possible of achievement to women of ordinary powers, which it would have required genius to accomplish but a few years ago. Section Roman 1 Marriage. If there is any country on earth where the course of true love may be expected to run smooth, it is America. It is a country where all can marry early, where there need be no anxiety about a worldly provision, and where the troubles arising from conventional considerations of rank and connection ought to be entirely absent. It is difficult for a stranger to imagine beforehand why all should not love and marry naturally and freely to the prevention of vice out of the marriage state, and of the common causes of unhappiness within it. The anticipations of the stranger are not, however, fulfilled, and they never can be, while the one sex overbears the other. Marriage is in America more nearly universal, more safe, more tranquil, more fortunate than in England, but it is still subject to the troubles which arise from the inequality of the parties in mind and in occupation. It is more nearly universal from the entire prosperity of the country. It is safer from the greater freedom of divorce and consequent discouragement of swindling and other vicious marriages. It is more PG 237 tranquil and fortunate from the marriage vows being made absolutely reciprocal, from the arrangements about property being generally far more favorable to the wife than in England, and from her not being made as in England to all intents and purposes the property of her husband. The outward requisites to happiness are nearly complete, and the institution is purified from the grossest of the scandals which degrade it in the old world. But it is still the imperfect institution which it must remain, while women continue to be ill-educated, passive, and subservient, or well-educated, vigorous, and free only upon sufferance. The institution presents a different aspect in the various parts of the country. I have spoken of the early marriages of silly children in the South and West, where, owing to the disproportion of numbers, every woman is married before she well knows how serious a matter human life is. She has an advantage which very few women elsewhere are allowed. She has her own property to manage. It would be a rare sight elsewhere to see a woman of 21 in her second widowhood managing her own farm or plantation, and managing it well because it had been in her own hands during her marriage in Louisiana, and also in Missouri, and probably in other states. A woman not only has half her husband's property by right at his death, but may always be considered as possessed of half his gains during his life, having at all times power to bequeath that amount. The husband interferes much less with his wife's property in the South, even through her voluntary relinquishment of it, than is at all usual where the cases of women having property during their marriage are rare. In the Southern newspapers, advertisements may at any time be seen running thus: Mrs. a wife of Mr. A will dispose of Roman 100 Roman 100. When Madame PG 238 LaLaurie was mobbed in New Orleans, no one meddled with her husband or his possessions, as he was no more responsible for her management of her human property than anybody else. On the whole, the practice seems to be that the weakest and most ignorant women give up their property to their husbands, the husbands of such women being precisely the men most disposed to accept it, and that the strongest-minded and most conscientious women keep their property and use their rights, the husbands of such women being precisely those who would refuse to deprive their wives of their social duties and privileges. If this condition of the marriage law should strike any English persons as a peculiarity, it is well that they should know that it is the English law which is peculiar, and not that of Louisiana. The English alone vary from the old Saxon law that a wife shall possess half or a large part of her husband's earnings or makings. It is so in Spanish, French, and Italian law, and probably in German, as the others are derived. Thence Massachusetts has copied the faults of the English law in this particular, and I never met with any lawyer or other citizen with whom I conversed on the subject who was not ashamed of the barbarism of the law, under which a woman's property goes into her husband's hands with herself. A liberal-minded lawyer of Boston told me that his advice to testators always is to leave the largest possible amount to the widow, subject to the condition of her leaving it to the children, but that it is with shame that he reflects that any woman should owe that to his professional advice, which the law should have secured to her. As a right, I heard a frequent expression of indignation that the wife, the friend and helper of many years, should be portioned off with a legacy, like a salaried domestic, instead of PG 239, having her husband's affairs come legally, as they would naturally into her hands in Rhode Island. A widow is entitled to one-third of her husband's property, and on the sale of any estate of his during his life, she is examined in the absence of the husband as to her will with regard to her own proportion of it. There is some of the apparatus of female independence in the country. It will be most interesting to observe to what uses it is put whenever the restraints of education and opinion to which women are subject shall be so far relaxed as to leave them morally free. I have mentioned that divorce is more easily obtained in the United States than in England. In no country, I believe, are the marriage laws so iniquitous as in England, and the conjugal relation in consequence so impaired, whatever may be thought of the principles which are to enter into laws of divorce, whether it be held that pleas for divorce should be, one, as narrow interpreters of the New Testament would have it, or two, as the law of England has it, or several, as the Continental and United States laws in many instances allow nobody, I believe, defends the arrangement by which in England divorce is obtainable only by the very rich, the barbarism of granting that as a privilege to the extremely wealthy, to which money bears no relation whatever, and in which all married persons, whatever have an equal interest, needs no exposure beyond the mere statement of the fact. It will be seen at a glance how such an arrangement tends to vitiate marriage, how it offers impunity to adventurers and encouragement to every kind of mercenary marriages, how absolute is its oppression of the injured party, and how by vitiating marriage it originates and aggravates licentiousness to an incalculable extent. To England alone belongs the disgrace of such a PG 240 method of legislation. I believe that, while there is little to be said for the legislation of any part of the world on this head, it is nowhere so vicious as in England. Of the American states, I believe New York approaches nearest to England in its laws of divorce. It is less rigid in as far as that more is comprehended under the term cruelty. The husband is supposed to be liable to cruelty from the wife, as well as the wife from the husband. There is no practical distinction made between rich and poor, by the process being rendered expensive, and the cause is more easily resumable. After a reconciliation of the parties, in Massachusetts, the term cruelty is made so comprehensive, and the mode of sustaining the plea is so considerately devised that divorces are obtainable with peculiar ease. The natural consequence follows such a thing is never heard of. A long-established and very eminent lawyer of Boston told me that he had known of only one in all his experience. Thus it is wherever the law is relaxed, and ceteris paribus, in proportion to its relaxation, for the obvious reason that the protection offered by law to the injured party causes marriages to be entered into with fewer risks, and the conjugal relation carried on with more equality. Retribution is known to impend over violations of conjugal duty. When I was in North Carolina, the wife of a gamester there obtained a divorce without the slightest difficulty, when she had brought evidence of the danger to herself and her children, danger pecuniary and moral from her husband's gambling habits. The bill passed both houses without a dissenting voice. It is clear that the sole business which legislation has with marriage is with the arrangement of property, to guard the reciprocal rights of the children of the marriage. And the community, their PG 241, is no further pretense for the interference of the law in any way. An advance towards the recognition of the true principle of legislative interference in marriage has been made in England in the new law, in which the agreement of marriage is made a civil contract, leaving the religious obligation to the conscience and taste of the parties. It will be probably next perceived that if the civil obligation is fulfilled, if the children of the marriage are legally and satisfactorily provided for by the parties, without the assistance of the legislature has in principle nothing more to do with the matter. This principle has been acted upon in the marriage arrangements of Zurich, with the best effects upon the morals of the conjugal relation. The parties there are married by a form, and have liberty to divorce themselves, without any appeal to law, on showing that they have legally provided for the children of the marriage. There was some previous alarm about the effect upon morals of the removal of such important legal restrictions, but the event justified the confidence of those who proceeded on the conviction that the laws of human affection, when not tampered with, are more sacred and binding than those of any legislature that ever sat in council. There was some levity at first, chiefly on the part of those who were suffering under the old system, but the morals of the society soon became, and have since remained, peculiarly pure. It is assumed in America, particularly in New England, that the morals of society there are peculiarly pure, I am grieved to doubt the fact. But I do doubt it nothing like a comparison between one country and another in different circumstances can be instituted, nor would any one desire to enter upon such a comparison. The bottomless vice, the all-pervading corruption of European PG 242 society, cannot by possibility be yet paralleled in America, but neither is it true that any outward prosperity, any arrangement of circumstances, can keep a society pure while there is corruption in its social methods, and among its principles of individual action, even in America, where every young man may, if he chooses, marry at 21, and appropriate all the best comforts of domestic life. Even here there is vice, men do not choose to marry early because they have learned to think other things of more importance than the best comforts of domestic life. A gentleman of Massachusetts who knows life and the value of most things in it spoke to me with deep concern of the alteration in manners, which is going on, of the increase of bachelors, and of mercenary marriages, and of the fearful consequences. It is too soon for America to be following the old world. In its ways in the old world, the necessity of thinking of a maintenance before thinking of a wife has led to requiring a certain style of living before taking a wife, and then, alas, to taking a wife for the sake of securing a certain style of living. That this species of corruption is already spreading in the New World is beyond a doubt in the cities where the people who live for wealth and for opinion congregate. I was struck with the great number of New England women whom I saw married to men old enough to be their fathers. One instance, which perplexed me exceedingly on my entrance into the country, was explained very little to my satisfaction. The girl had been engaged to a young man, whom she was attached to. Her mother broke off the engagement and married her to a rich old man. This story was a real shock to me, so persuaded had I been that in America, at least one might escape from the disgusting spectacle of PG 243 mercenary marriages. But I saw only too many instances afterwards. The practice was ascribed to the often mentioned fact of the young men migrating westwards in large numbers, leaving those who should be their wives to marry widowers of double their age. The Auld Robin Gray story is a frequently enacted tragedy here, and one of the worst symptoms that struck me was that there was usually a demand upon my sympathy in such cases. I have no sympathy for those who, under any pressure of circumstances, sacrifice their heart's love for legal prostitution, and no environment of beauty or sentiment can deprive the fact of its coarseness. And least of all could I sympathize with women who set the example of marrying for an establishment in a new country, where if anywhere the conjugal relation should be found in its purity. The unavoidable consequence of such a mode of marrying is that the sanctity of marriage is impaired, and that vice succeeds. Anyone must see at a glance that if men and women marry those whom they do not love, they must love those whom they do not marry. There are sad tales in country villages here and there which attest this, and yet more in towns in a rank of society where such things are seldom or never heard of in England. I rather think that married life is immeasurably purer in America than in England, but that there is not otherwise much superiority to boast of. I can only say that I unavoidably knew of more cases of lapse in highly respectable families in one state than ever came to my knowledge at home, and that they were got over with a disgrace far more temporary and superficial than they could have been visited with in England. I am aware that in Europe the victims are chosen with deliberate selfishness, from classes which cannot make known their perils and their injuries, while in PG 244 America, happily no such class exists. I am aware that this destroys all possibility of a comparison, but the fact remains that the morals of American society are less pure than they assume to be. If the common boast be meant to apply to the rural population, at least let it not be made either in pious gratitude or patriotic conceit by the aristocratic city classes, who by introducing the practice of mercenary marriages have rendered themselves responsible for whatever dreadful consequences may ensue. The ultimate and very strong impression on the mind of a stranger pondering the morals of society in America is that human nature is much the same everywhere, whatever may be its environment of riches or poverty, and that it is justice to the human nature, and not improvement in fortunes, which must be looked to as the promise of a better time. Laws and customs may be creative of vice, and should be therefore perpetually under process of observation and correction, but laws and customs cannot be creative of virtue. They may encourage and help to preserve it, but they cannot originate it in the present case. The course to be pursued is to exalt the aims and strengthen the self-discipline of the whole of society, by each one being as good as he can make himself, and relying on his own efforts after self-perfection, rather than on any fortunate arrangements of outward social circumstances, women especially should be allowed the use and benefit of whatever native strength their Maker has seen fit to give them. It is essential to the virtue of society that they should be allowed the freest moral action, unfettered by ignorance and unintimidated by authority. For it is unquestioned and unquestionable that if women were not weak, men could not be wicked, that if women were bravely pure, there must be an end to the dastardly tyranny of licentiousness. pg 245. Section Roman II Occupation. The greater number of American women have home and its affairs wherewith to occupy themselves. Wifely and motherly occupation may be called the sole business of woman. There, if she has not, that she has nothing. The only alternative, as I have said, is making an occupation of either religion or dissipation, neither of which is fit to be so used, the one being a state of mind, the other altogether a negation, when not taken in alternation with business. It must happen that where all women have only one serious object, many of them will be unfit for that object. In the United States, as elsewhere, there are women no more fit to be wives and mothers than to be statesmen and generals, no more fit for any responsibility whatever than for the maximum of responsibility. There is no need to describe such. They may be seen everywhere. I allude to them only for the purpose of mentioning that many of this class shirk some of their labors and cares by taking refuge in boarding houses. It is a circumstance very unfavorable to the character of some American women that boarding house life has been rendered compulsory by the scarcity of labor, the difficulty of obtaining domestic service. The more I saw of boarding house life, the worse I thought of it, though I saw none. But the best, indeed, the degrees of merit in such establishments weigh little in the consideration of the evil of their existence at all. In the best, it is pg 246, something to be secure of respectable company, of a good table, a well-mannered and courteous hostess, and comfort in the private apartments. But the mischiefs of the system throw all these objects into the background. To begin with young children, there can be no sufficient command of proper food for them, nor any security that they will eat it naturally at the table, where 50 persons may be sitting, a dozen obsequious blacks waiting, and an array of tempting dishes within sight. The child is in imminent danger of being too shy and frightened to eat at all, or of becoming greedy to eat too much. Next, it is melancholy to see girls of 12 years old either slinking down beside their parents and blushing painfully as often as any one of 50 strangers looks towards them, or boldly staring at all that is going on and serving themselves like little women of the world. After tea, it is a common practice to hand the young ladies to the piano to play and sing to a party composed chiefly of gentlemen, and brought together on no principle of selection, except mere respectability. Next comes the mischief to the young married ladies, the most numerous class of women found in boarding houses. The uncertainty about domestic service is so great, and the economy of boarding house life so tempting to people who have not provided themselves with house and furniture, that it is not to be wondered at that many young married people use the accommodation provided. But no sensible husband who could beforehand become acquainted with the liabilities incurred would willingly expose his domestic peace to the fearful risk. I saw enough when I saw the elegantly dressed ladies repair to the windows of the common drawing-room on their husband's departure to the counting-house. After breakfast there, the ladies sit for hours doing nothing but gossiping with one pg 247 another with any gentleman of the house who may happen to have no business. And with visitors it is true that the sober-minded among the ladies can and do withdraw to their own apartments for the morning, but they complain that they cannot settle to regular employments as they could in a house of their own. Either they are not going to stay long, or they have not room for their books, or they are broken in upon by their acquaintances in the house. The common testimony is that little can be done in boarding houses, and if the more sober-minded find it so, the fate of the thoughtless who have no real business to do may be easily anticipated. They find a dear friend or two among the boarders to whom they confide their husband's secrets. A woman who would do this once would do it twice, or as often as she changes her boarding house, and finds a new dear friend in each. I have been assured that there is no end to the difficulties in which gentlemen have been involved, both as to their commercial and domestic affairs, by the indiscretion of their thoughtless young wives, amidst the idleness and levities of boarding-house life. As for the gentlemen, they are much to be pitied. Public meals, noisy house confinement to one or two private rooms, with the absence of all gratifications of their own peculiar convenience and taste, are but a poor solace to the man of business, after the toils and cares of the day. When to these are added the snares to which their wives are exposed, It may be imagined that men of sense and refinement would rather bear with any domestic inconvenience from the uncertainty and bad quality of help than give up housekeeping. They would content themselves if need were with a bread and cheese dinner, light their own fire, and let their wives dust the furniture a few times in the year, rather than give up PG 248 privacy with its securities. I rather think that the gentlemen generally think and feel thus, and that when they break up housekeeping and go to boarding houses, it is out of indulgence to the wishes of their wives, who, if they were as wise as they should be, would wish it seldomer and less than they do. The study of the economy of domestic service was a continual amusement to me. What I saw would fill a volume. Many families are, and have for years been, as well off for domestics as any family in England. And I must say that among the loudest complainers, there were many who, from fault of either judgment or temper, deserved whatever difficulty they met with. This is remarkably the case with English ladies settled in America. They carry with them habits of command and expectations of obedience, and when these are found utterly to fail, they grow afraid of their servants, even when they have learned the theory that domestic service is a matter of contract, an exchange of service. For recompense, the authority of the employer, extending no further than to require the performance of the service promised. When the ladies have learned to assent in words to this, they are still apt to be annoyed at things which in no way concern them. If one domestic chooses to wait at table with no cap over her scanty chevelure, and in spectacles if another goes to church on Sunday morning, dressed exactly like her mistress, the lady is in no way answerable for the bad taste of her domestics. But English residents often cannot learn to acquiesce in these things, nor in the servants doing their work in their own way, nor in their dividing their time, as they please, between their mistress' work and their own. The consequence is that they soon find it impossible to get American help at all. PG 249, and they are consigned to the tender mercies of the low Irish. And everyone knows what kind of servants they commonly are. Some few of them are the best domestics in America, those who know how to value a respectable home, a steady sufficient income, the honor of being trusted, and the security of valuable friends for life. But too many of them are unsettled, reckless, slovenly, some dishonest, and some intemperate. The most fortunate housekeepers I found to be those who acted the most strenuously on principles of justice and kindness. Such housekeepers are careful, in the first place, that no part of the mutual duty shall pass unexplained, no opening be left for future dispute that can be avoided. The candidate is not only informed precisely what the work is and shown the accommodations of the house, but consulted with about cases where the convenience of the two parties may clash. For instance, the employer stipulates to be informed some hours before when her domestic intends to go out, and that such going out shall never take place when there is company. In return, she yields all she can to the wishes of her domestic about recreation, receiving the visits of her family. Roman 100. Where a complete mutual understanding is arrived at, there is the best chance of the terms of the contract being faithfully adhered to and liberally construed on both sides. And I have seen instances of the parties having lived together in friendship and contentment for 5, 7, 11, and 14 years. 25 others again I have seen who, without fault of their own, have changed their servants 3 times in a fortnight. Some 250 have observed, who will certainly never be comfortably settled, unless they can be taught the first principles of democracy. Many ladies in the country especially take little girls to train, having them bound to a certain term of service. In such a case, the girl is taken at about 11 years old, and bound to remain till she is 18. Her mistress engages to clothe her, to give her Sunday schooling, and a certain amount of weekday schooling in the year, and to present her at the end of the term, except case of bad behavior, with $50 or a cow, or some equivalent, under a good mistress. This is an excellent bargain for the girl, but mistresses complain that as soon as the girls become really serviceable, by the time they are 14 or 15, they begin to grow restless, having usually abundance of kind friends to tell them what good wages they might get if they were free. In several abodes in which I resided for a longer or shorter time, the routine of the house was as easy and agreeable as any Englishman's elsewhere. The accounts of domestic difficulties were both edifying and amusing. At first I heard but little of such things, there being a prevalent idea in America that English ladies concern themselves very little about household affairs. This injurious misapprehension the ladies of England owe, with many others, to the fashionable novels which deluge the country from New York to beyond the Mississippi. Though the Americans repeat and believe that these books are false pictures of manners, they cannot be wholly upon their guard against impressions derived from them. Too many of them involuntarily image to themselves the ladies of England as like the duchesses and countesses of those low books, and can scarcely believe that the wives of merchants, manufacturers, and shopkeepers, and of the greater number PG 251 of professional men, by their own provision keep household. Accounts look to the making, and mending the baking making of preserves Roman 100, and sometimes cook with their own hands any dish of which their husbands may be fond. When it was found from my revelations that English and American ladies have after all much the same sort of things to do, the real state of household economy was laid open to me. All American ladies should know how to clear starch and iron, how to keep plate and glass, how to cook dainties. And if they understand the making of bread and soup likewise, so much the better. The gentlemen usually charge themselves with the business of marketing, which is very fair. A lady highly accomplished and very literary told me that she had lately been left entirely without help in a country village where there was little hope of being speedily able to procure any. She and her daughter made the bread for 6 weeks, and entirely kept the house, which might vie with any nobleman's for true luxury, perfect sufficiency, and neatness. She mentioned one good result from the necessity that she should never again put up with bad bread. She could now testify that bread might always be good notwithstanding changes of weather. And all the excuses commonly given. I heard an anecdote from this lady which struck me. She was in the habit of employing, when she wanted extra help, a poor woman of color to do kitchen work. The domestics had always appeared on perfectly good terms with this woman, till one day when there was to be an evening party. The upper domestic declined waiting on the company, giving as a reason that she was offended at being required to sit down to table with the colored woman. Her mistress gently rebuked her pride, saying, "If PG 252, you are above waiting on my company. My family are not. You will see my daughter carry the tea tray, and my niece the cake." The girl repented, and besought to be allowed to wait. But her assistance was declined, at which she cried heartily. The next day she was very humble, and her mistress reasoned with her quite successfully. The lady made one concession in silence. She had the colored woman come after dinner instead of before. A country lady traveled 30 miles to a town where she thought she might intercept some Irish coming down from Canada into the States, and supply herself with domestics from among them. She engaged to send them 30 miles to confession twice a year if they would live with her. Another country lady told me that her family suffered from want of water, because the man objected to bring it. The maids fetched it, and even the children in their little cans. The man was sturdy on the point, and she could not dismiss him for such a reason. He was such a valuable servant, though he could not drive from having only one eye, and always got drunk. When his work was done, the same lady had her house pretty well kept by dint of superintending everything herself. But when she wanted her rooms papered, she thought she might leave that kind of work to the artist who undertook it. When it was done, she was summoned to look at it, and called upon to admire the way in which the man had made every crease show. He had spent his ingenuity in contriving that the pattern should not join in any two strips. The mother of a young bride of my acquaintance flattered herself that she had graced her daughter's new house during the wedding journey with 2 exemplary domestics. The day previous to the bride's return, before the women had seen either PG 253 master or mistress, they gave notice that they were going away directly in consequence of the receipt of some family news, which had changed their plans. They were prevailed upon to stay for a week. When they persisted in going, though no successors had been obtained, and their young mistress was to receive her company the next day, what made the matter desperate was that the bride knew nothing of housekeeping. She made them cook as much provision to be eaten cold as would possibly keep, and when they had closed the door behind them, sat down and cried for a whole hour. How she got out of her troubles I forget, but she was in excellent spirits when she told me the story. Many anecdotes are current about the manners of the young people who come down from the retired parts of the country to domestic service in Boston. A simple country girl obeyed her instructions exactly about putting the dinner upon the table, and then summoning the family, but they delayed a few minutes from some cause, and when they entered, the dining groom found the domestics seated and eating. She had helped herself from a fowl, thinking that the folk were so long a coming, the things would get cold. A young man from Vermont was hired by a family who were in extreme want of a footman. He was a most friendly personage, as willing as he was free and easy, but he knew nothing of life out of a small farmhouse. An evening or two after his arrival, there was a large party at the house. His mistress strove to impress upon him that all he had to do at tea time was to follow with the sugar and cream. The waiter who carried the tea to see that everyone had cream and sugar, and to hold his tongue. He did his part with an earnest face, stepping industriously from guest to guest. When he had made the circuit and reached the door, a doubt struck him. PG 254. Whether a group in the furthest part of the room had had the benefit of his attentions, he raised himself on his toes with ill ask, and shouted over the heads of the company, I say, how are ye off for sweetenin' in that air corner? These extreme cases sound ridiculously and uncomfortably enough, but it must be remembered that they are extreme cases. For my own part, I had rather suffer any inconvenience from having to work occasionally in chambers and kitchen, and from having little hospitable designs frustrated than witness the subservience in which the menial class is held in Europe. In England, servants have been so long accustomed to this subservience. It is so completely the established custom for the mistress to regulate their manners, their clothes, their intercourse with their friends, and many other things which they ought to manage for themselves, that it has become difficult to treat them. Any better mistresses who abstain from such regulation find that they are spoiling their servants and heads of families, who would make friends of their domestics. Find them little fitted to reciprocate the duty. In America, it is otherwise, and may it ever be so. All but those who care for their selfish gratification more than for the welfare of those about them will be glad to have intelligent and disinterested friends in the domestics, whom they may be able to attach, though there may be difficulty at first in retaining them, and some eccentricities of manner and dress may remain to be borne with. One of the pleasures of traveling through a democratic country is the seeing no liveries, no such badge of menial service is to be met with throughout the states, except in the houses of the foreign ambassadors at Washington, of how much higher a character American domestic service is than any which would endure to be distinguished by a badge. PG 255. The following instance will show. I spent an evening at the house of the president of Harvard University. The party was waited on at tea by a domestic of the president's, who is also major of the horse on cavalry days. When guests are invited to dine with the regiment, the major in his regimentals takes the head of the table, and has the president on his right hand. He plays the host as freely as if no other relation existed between them. The toasts being all transacted, he goes home, doffs his regimentals, and waits on the president's guests at tea. As for the occupations with which American ladies fill up their leisure, what has been already said will show that there is no great weight or diversity of occupation. Many are largely engaged in charities doing good or harm, according to the enlightenment of mind, which is carried to the work in New England. A vast deal of time is spent in attending preachings and other religious meetings, and in paying visits for religious purposes to the poor and sorrowful. The same results follow from this practice that may be witnessed wherever it is much pursued, in as far as sympathy is kept up, and acquaintanceship between different classes in society is occasioned. The practice is good in as far as it unsettles the minds of the visitors, encourages a false craving for religious excitement, tempts to spiritual interference on the one hand, and cant on the other, and humors or oppresses those who need such offices, least while it alienates those who want them most. The practice is bad. I am disposed to think that much good is done and much harm, and that whenever women have a greater charge of indispensable business on their hands, so as to do good and reciprocate religious sympathy by laying hold of opportunities, instead of by making occupation more than the present good, will be done without any of the harm. PG 256. All American ladies are more or less literary, and some are so to excellent purpose to the saving of their minds from vacuity. Readers are plentiful thinkers, our rare minds are of a very passive character, and it follows that languages are much cultivated. If ever a woman was pointed out to me as distinguished for information, I might be sure beforehand that she was a linguist. I met with a great number of ladies who read Latin, some Greek, some Hebrew, some German. With the exception of the last, the learning did not seem to be of much use to them, except as a harmless exercise. I met with more intellectual activity, more general power among many ladies who gave little time to books than among those who are distinguished as being literary. I did not meet with a good artist among all the ladies in the States. I never had the pleasure of seeing a good drawing, except in one instance, or except in two of hearing good music. The entire failure of all attempts to draw is still a mystery to me. The attempts are incessant, but the results are below criticism. Natural philosophy is not pursued to any extent by women. There is some pretension to mental and moral philosophy, but the less that is said on that head the better. This is a sad account of things. It may tempt some to ask, what then are the American women? They are better educated by Providence than by men. The lot of humanity is theirs. They have labor, probation, joy, and sorrow. They are good wives, and under the teaching of nature, good mothers. They have within the range of their activity good sense, good temper, and good manners. Their beauty is very remarkable. and I think their wit no less their charity is overflowing if it were but more enlightened, and it may be supposed that they could not exist without religion. It appears to superabound pg 257, but it is not usually of a healthy character. It may seem harsh to say this. But is it not the fact that religion emanates from the nature, from the moral state of the individual? Is it not therefore true that unless the nature be completely exercised, the moral state harmonized, the religion cannot be healthy? One consequence mournful and injurious of the chivalrous taste and temper of a country with regard to its women is that it is difficult where it is not impossible for women to earn their bread, where it is a boast that women do not labor, the encouragement and rewards of labor are not provided. It is so in America in some parts. There are now so many women dependent on their own exertions for a maintenance that the evil will give way before the force of circumstances. In the meantime, the lot of poor women is sad before the opening of the factories. There were but 3 resources teaching needlework and keeping boarding houses or hotels. Now, there are the mills, and women are employed in printing offices as compositors, as well as folders and stitchers. I dare not trust myself to do more than touch on this topic. There would be little use in dwelling upon it, for the mischief lies in the system, by which women are depressed, so as to have the greater number of objects of pursuit placed beyond their reach more than in any minor arrangements, which might be rectified by an exposure of particular evils. I would only ask of philanthropists of all countries to inquire of physicians, what is the state of health of sempstresses, and to judge thence whether it is not inconsistent with common humanity that women should depend for bread upon such employment. Let them inquire what is the recompense of this kind of labor, and then wonder if they can that the pleasures of the licentious are chiefly pg 258 supplied from that class. Let them reverence the strength of such as keep their virtue, when the toil which they know is slowly and surely destroying them, will barely afford them bread, while the wages of sin are luxury and idleness during the present interval between the feudal age and the coming time, when life and its occupations will be freely thrown open to women. As to men, the condition of the female working classes is such that if its sufferings were but made known, emotions of horror and shame would tremble through the whole of society. For women who shrink from the lot of the needlewoman, almost equally dreadful from the fashionable milliner, down to the humble stocking darner, those who shrink through pride or fear of sickness, poverty, or temptation, there is little resource but pretension to teach. What office is there which involves more responsibility, which requires more qualifications, and which ought therefore to be more honorable than that of teaching? What work is there for which a decided bent, not to say a genius, is more requisite? Yet are governesses furnished in America, as elsewhere, from among those who teach because they want bread, and who certainly would not teach for any other reason. Teaching and training children is to a few, a very few, a delightful employment, notwithstanding all its toils and cares. Except to these few it is irksome, and when accompanied with poverty and mortification, intolerable. Let philanthropists inquire into the proportion of governesses among the inmates of lunatic asylums. The answer to this question will be found to involve a world of rebuke and instruction. What can be the condition of the sex when such an occupation is overcrowded with candidates qualified and unqualified? What is to be hoped from the generation of children, confided pg 259, to the cares of a class conscientious perhaps beyond most, but reluctant, harassed, and depressed? The most accomplished governesses in the United States may obtain $600 a year in the families of Southern planters, provided they will promise to teach everything in the North. They are paid less. And in neither case is there a possibility of making provision for sickness and old age. Ladies, who fully deserve the confidence of society, may realize an independence in a few years by schoolkeeping in the North, but on the whole the scanty reward of female labor in America remains the reproach to the country which its philanthropists have for some years proclaimed it to be. I hope they will persevere in their proclamation, though special methods of charity will not avail to cure the evil. It lies deep, it lies in the subordination of the sex. And upon this, the exposures and remonstrances of philanthropists may ultimately succeed in fixing the attention of society, particularly of women. The progression or emancipation of any class usually, if not always, takes place through the efforts of individuals of that class. And so it must be here, all women should inform themselves of the condition of their sex, and of their own position. It must necessarily follow that the noblest of them will sooner or later put forth a moral power which shall prostrate cant and burst asunder the bonds silken to some, but cold iron to others of feudal prejudices and usages. In the meantime, is it to be understood that the principles of the Declaration of Independence bear no relation to half of the human race? If so, what is the ground of the limitation? If not so, how is the restricted and dependent state of women to be reconciled with the proclamation that all are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? PG 260. Section Roman 3 Health. Some popular American writers have lately laid hold of this subject to the great advantage of the society in which they live. Dr. Coombs' Principles of Physiology has gone through several editions, and I know that the demand of society for fresh air and soap and water has considerably increased in consequence, but much remains to be done in private houses. Baths are a rarity in steamboats. The accommodations for washing are limited in the extreme, and in all but first-rate hotels, the philosophy of personal cleanliness is certainly not understood. The Creoles of Louisiana are the most satisfactory hosts and hostesses in this respect. Except a few particularly thoughtful people elsewhere in the house of a Creole, a guest finds a large pan or tub of fresh cold water, with soap and towels placed in a corner of his room morning and night. In such a climate as that of New Orleans, there is no safety nor comfort in anything short of a complete ablution. Twice a day on board steamboats which have not separate staterooms, there are no means of preserving sufficient cleanliness and health. How the ladies of the cabin can expect to enjoy any degree of vigor and cheerfulness during a voyage of 4 or 5 days, during which they wash merely their faces and hands, I cannot imagine. It is to be hoped that the majority will soon demand that there should be a range of washing closets in all steamboats, whose voyages are longer than 24 hours. PG 261. The common excuse for the deficient activity and lack of fresh air is the climate, but this excuse will not avail while there are ladies who do preserve their health by walking and riding and thoroughly ventilating their houses. Anyone who knows Stockbridge and the feats which are there performed by a troop of rosy, graceful girls and active women will reject all pleas about the difficulty of getting air and exercise. It is one of the misfortunes of a new country that its cities have environs which are little tempting for walking. It must be acknowledged that it requires some resolution to go out to walk in places no more tempting than Pennsylvania Avenue at Washington Broadway, New York, or the trim streets of Philadelphia, or even the pretty common at Boston. But the way to have good country walks provided is to wish for them when the whole female society of America shall be as fond of exercise as highly principled with regard to it. As the Stockbridge ladies, the facilities will be furnished in the meantime. There are pretty walks within reach of the whole population, except that of 3 or 4 large cities. Boston is particularly unfortunate in occupying a promontory from which it is usually necessary to pass very long bridges to the mainland, a passage too bleak to be attempted in windy weather and too exposed to be endurable in a hot sun without necessity. But those who have carriages can easily get transported beyond this inconvenience, and for those who have not, there is the common and the neck. Those who wish for health and know how to seek it contrive to walk in summer very early in the morning. Like residents in India, the mornings of the sultry months are perfectly delicious, and there is no excuse for neglect of exercise. While they last, the autumn weather of the northern PG 262 states is the best of the year, when the hues and airs of paradise seem shed abroad. The greater number of days in the winter admit of exercise. The winds are too cutting to be encountered, but the days of calm, clear frost might be much better employed in walking than in sleighing. No eulogiums on the sleigh will ever reconcile me to it. I dislike the motion, and after a short time, the jingle of the bells. But the danger is the prime consideration. Young ladies who dry up their whole frames in the heat of fires of anthracite coal, never breathing the outward air, but in going to church, and in stepping in and out of the carriage, in going to parties, will once in a time go on a sleighing expedition, sitting motionless in the open air with hot bricks to their feet and their faces in danger of being frostbitten. If there be pleasure in such frolics, it is too dearly bought by the peril. If the troops of girls who would mourn over the abolition of sleighing would but try how they like the luxury of daily active exercise in fresh air, they would find the exchange well worth making on the score of pleasure alone. The ladies plead that they have much exercise within doors about their household occupations. Except making beds, rubbing tables, and romping with children, I know of no household occupations which involve much exercise. The weariness which some of them occasion is of a kind which would be relieved by walking, and all this does not imply fresh air, of which no one can get enough without going out into it, except in some country residences. It made me sorrowful to see children shut up during the winter in houses heated by anthracite coal up to the temperature of 85, and to see how pallid and dried the poor little things looked long before there was a prospect of their speedy release from their imprisonment. Some who were PG 263, let out on fine days, were pretty sure to catch cold. Those only seemed heartily to thrive who were kept in rooms moderately heated and vigorously exercised in the open air on all but windy and other unmanageable days. The burning of anthracite coal affected me unpleasantly, except where an evaporation of water was going on. In the room, I suspect that some of the maladies of the country may be more or less owing to its use. One proof of the badness of the system of non-exercising is found in the fact that the distortion of the spine is even more common among women in America than in Europe. Physicians who have turned their attention to this symptom declare that the difficulty is to find in boarding schools spine that is perfectly straight, and when the period of growth is completed, a large majority of cases remains where the weakness is not entirely got over. The posture making of the United States is renowned, of course. There is a cause for a propensity so general the languor induced by the climate is that assigned the ladies not being able to use the same freedom as the gentlemen get rid of their languor as they may, but not as they best may instead of sitting, still all through the hot weather, and all through the cold, whether they had better exercise their limbs during some portion of the day and lie down during the most sultry hours, and in the winter avail themselves of every opportunity for active employment. If they would do this, it is not to be conceived that the next generation would be distinguished, as the present is for its spare forms and pallid complexions. The apathy on the subject of health was to me no otherwise to be accounted for than by supposing that the feeling of vigorous health is almost unknown. Invalids are remarkably uncomplaining PG 264 and unalarmed, and their friends talk of their having a weak breast and delicate lungs with little more seriousness than the English use in speaking of a common cold. The numbers of clergymen who had to leave their flocks, professors their chairs, young men and women their country in pursuit of health made me melancholy. Sometimes, when the friends and neighbors took it calmly as the commonest of events, as I am pretty confident that a remedy might be found in more judicious management, this acquiescence strikes me as being by far too Mahomedan in its character. The extremest case that I met with was in a lady who declared with complacency that she could not walk a mile. She owned her belief that the inactivity of the American women shortened their lives by some years, but thought this did not matter as they were not aware of it at the time. I should like to see a well-principled reform in diet tried, with a view to the improvement of the general health. I should like to see hot bread and cakes banished, a diminution in the quantity of pickles and preserves, and also in the quantity of meat eaten. I should like to see the effect of making the diet of children more simple. Almost any change would be worth trying for so great an object. What is to become of the next and again of the succeeding generation, if the average of health cannot be raised? It is fearful to think of the only prevalence of vigorous health that I witnessed in the country was in the elevated parts of the Allegheny Range in the state of Michigan. And perhaps I might add among the ladies of Charleston, who pass 3/4 of the year in the open air of their piazzas. 26. PG 265. All these means of improving health, though probably necessary, will not avail without some others. There must be less anxiety of mind among men, and less vacuity among women, with a brain fully but equably exercised and composed nerves. The above-mentioned methods would probably enable the Americans to defy the changes of their climate, but not without this justice to the brain and nerves. It is rather remarkable that this anxiety prevails most in the parts of the country which make the most conspicuous profession of religion. Religious faith and hope should naturally promote health and equanimity by teaching the spirit to repose on immovable principles and unintermitting laws, by disburdening the mind of worldly cares and giving rest to the weary and heavy laden. If it does not thus calm and lighten the mind, it fails of its effect. If it disturbs the mental and bodily frame, its operation is perverted. It would be well if this were looked to. The more moderate religionists point to the graves of the young who have fallen victims to revivals. Let them look at home to see if no spiritual competition, no asceticism, interferes with the equable workings of the frame, by which its powers are kept in vigorous and joyous action, without excess. There is no doubt of this wear and tear from anxiety being the chief cause of the excessive use of tobacco in the United States. Its charm to men who have not the elasticity of health and good animal spirits to oppose to toil and trouble may be imagined, It is to be hoped that the enjoyment of the natural and perfect stimulant will soon supersede the use of the artificial and pernicious one. PG 266. The vacuity of mind of many women is, I conclude, the cause of a vice, which it is painful to allude to, but which cannot honestly be passed over in the consideration of the morals and the health of American women. It is no secret on the spot that the habit of intemperance is not infrequent among women of station and education in the most enlightened parts of the country. I witnessed some instances and heard of more. It does not seem to me to be regarded with all the dismay which such a symptom ought to excite to the stranger. A novelty, so horrible a spectacle, so fearful, suggests wide and deep subjects of investigation. If women in a region professing religion more strenuously than any other living in the deepest external peace, surrounded by prosperity, and outwardly honored more conspicuously than in any other country, can ever so far cast off self-restraint, shame, domestic affection, and the deep prejudices of education as to plunge into the living hell of intemperance, there must be something fearfully wrong in their position. An intemperate man has strong temptation to plead he began with conviviality and only arrives at solitary intemperance as the ultimate degradation. A woman indulges in the vice in solitude and secrecy. As long as secrecy is possible, she knows that there is no excuse, no solace, no hope. There is nothing before her but despair. It is impossible to suppose then that there has otherwise been despair throughout the despair which waits upon vacuity. I believe that the practice has in some few cases arisen from physicians prescribing cordials to growing girls at school, and from the difficulty found in desisting from the use of agreeable stimulants. In other cases the vice is hereditary, in others no explanation remains, but that which appears to me quite sufficient vacuity of mind, lest my PG 267 mention of this very remarkable fact should lead to the supposition of the practice being more common than it is. I think it right to state that I happen to know of 7 or 8 cases in the higher classes of society of one city. The number of cases is a fact of comparatively small importance. That one exists is a grief, which the whole of society should take to heart and ponder with the entire strength of its understanding. PG 268. Chapter Roman 3 Children. An evidence and reprehension both of the mere schoolboy's lean and tardy growth. Cowper. Nothing less than an entire work would be required for the discussion of the subject of education in any country. I can only indicate here 2 or 3 peculiarities, which strike the stranger in the discipline of American children of those whose lot is cast in the northern states. For it needs no further showing that those who are reared among slaves have not the ordinary chances of wisdom and peace. The Americans, particularly those of New England, look with a just complacency on the apparatus of education furnished to their entire population. 27. There are schools provided for the training of every individual from the earliest age, colleges, to receive the elite of the schools and lyceums, and other such institutions for the subsequent instruction of working men. The provision of schools is so adequate that any citizen who sees PG 269, a child at play during school hours, may ask, "Why are you not at school?" and unless a good reason be given may take him to the schoolhouse of the district. Some who do not penetrate to the principle of this exclaim upon the tyranny practiced upon the parents. The principle is that in a democracy where life and society are equally open to all, and where all have agreed to require of each other a certain amount of intellectual and moral competency, the means being provided, it becomes the duty of all to see that the means are used. Their use is an indispensable condition of the privileges of citizenship. No control is exercised as to how and where the child shall be educated. It rests with the parent to send him to a public or private school, or have him taught at home. But in case of his being found in a neglected state, as to education, it is in the power of any citizen to bring him to the advantage provided for him by society. The instruction furnished is not good enough for the youth of such a country with such a responsibility, and such a destiny awaiting them, as the working out the first democratic organization that the world has witnessed in practice. The information provided is both meager and superficial. There is not even any systematic instruction given on political morals, an enormous deficiency in a republic. But it must be remembered how young the society is, how far it has already gone beyond most other countries, and how great is the certainty that the majority, always ultimately in the right, will gradually exalt the character of the instruction, which it has been already wise enough to provide. It must be remembered, too, how much farther the same kind and degree of instruction goes in a democracy than elsewhere. The alphabet itself is of little or no value to a slave, while PG 270, it is an inestimable treasure to a conscious young Republican one needs. But go from a charity school in an English county to a free school in Massachusetts to see how different the bare acquisition of reading and writing is to children who, if they look forward at all, do it languidly, and into a life of mechanical labor, merely, and to young citizens who are aware that they have their share of the work of self-government to achieve. Elderly gentlemen in the country may smile, and foreigners of all ages may scoff at the self-confidence and complacency of young men who have just exercised the suffrage for the first time. But the being secure of the dignity, the certainty of being fully and efficaciously, represented the probability of sooner or later filling some responsible political office are a stimulus which goes far to supply the deficiencies of the instruction imparted. It is much to be wished that this stimulus were as strong and as virtuous in one or two colleges, whose inmates are on the very verge of the exercise of their political rights, as in some of even the primary schools. The aristocratic atmosphere of Harvard University, for instance, would be much purified by a few breezes of such democratic inspiration as issue from the schoolhouses of some of the country districts. Some persons plead that there is less occasion for school instruction in the principles of politics than for an improved teaching of some other things, because children are instructed in politics every day of their lives by what they hear at home and wherever they go, but they hear all too little of principles. What they hear is argumentation about particular men and immediate measures, the more sure they are of learning details elsewhere, the more necessary it is that they should here be exercised in those principles, by which the details PG 271 are to be judged and made available as knowledge. They come to school with their heads crammed with prejudices, and their memories with words which it should be part of the work of school to reduce to truth and clearness, by substituting principles for the one and annexing ideas to the other. A Sunday school teacher asked a child who killed able General Jackson another, inquired of a scholar in what state were mankind left after the fallen, the state of Vermont. The early Republican consciousness of which I have spoken, and the fact of the more important place which the children occupy in a society whose numbers are small in proportion to its resources, are the two circumstances which occasion that freedom of manners in children of which so much complaint has been made by observers, and on which so much remonstrance has been wasted. I say wasted, because remonstrance is of no avail against a necessary fact, till the United States cease to be republican, and their vast area is fully peopled. The children there will continue as free and easy, and as important as they are. For my own part, I delight in the American children, in those who are not overlaid with religious instruction. There are instances, as there are everywhere, of spoiled, pert, and selfish children. Parents' hearts are pierced there as elsewhere. But the independence and fearlessness of children were a perpetual charm in my eyes. To go no deeper, it is a constant amusement to see how the speculations of young minds issue when they take their own way of thinking, and naturally say all they think. Some admirable specimens of active little minds were laid open to me at a juvenile ball at Baltimore. I could not have got at so much in a year in England if I had at home gone in among PG 27280 or 100 little people between the ages of 8 and 16. I should have extracted little more than yes, mom, and no mom at Baltimore. A dozen boys and girls at a time crowded round me, questioning, discussing, speculating, revealing in a way which enchanted me. In private houses, the comments slipped in at table by the children were often the most memorable and generally the most amusing part of the conversation. Their aspirations all come out. Some of these are very striking as indicating the relative value of things in the children's minds. One affectionate little sister of less than 4 years old stimulated her brother William 5 by telling him that if he would be very, very good, he might in time be called William Webster, and then he might get on to be as good as Jesus Christ. 3 children were talking over the birthday of the second 10, and how they should like to keep it. They settled that they should like of all things to have Miss Sedgwick and Mr. Bryant and myself to spend the day with them. They did not venture to invite us, and had no intention of our knowing their wish. In conversing with a truly wise parent one day, I remarked on the change of relation, which takes place when the superior children of ordinary parents become guides and protectors to those who have kept their childhood restrained under a rigid rule. We talked over the difficulties of the transition here, by far the hardest part of filial duty, and speculated on what the case would be after death, supposing the parties to recognize each other in a new life of progression. My friend observed that the only thing to be done is to avoid to the utmost the exercise of authority, and to make children friends from the very beginning. He, and many others, have done this with gladdening PG 273 success. They do not lay aside their democratic principles in this relation, more than in others, because they happen to have almost unlimited power in their own hands. They watch and guard, they remove stumbling blocks, they manifest approbation and disapprobation, they express wishes. But at the same time study the wishes of their little people, they leave as much as possible to natural retribution, they impose no opinions, and quarrel with none. In short, exercise the tenderest friendship without presuming upon it. What is the consequence? I had the pleasure of hearing this friend say, there is nothing in the world so easy as managing children. You may make them anything you please in my own mind. I added, with such hearts and minds, to bring to the work, as the parents of your children, have one reason of the pleasure with which I regarded the freedom of American children was that I took it as a sign that the most tremendous suffering perhaps of human life is probably lessened, if not obviated, their misery of concealed doubts and fears, and heavy solitary troubles misery, which makes the early years of a shy child a fearful purgatory. Yet purgatory is not the word, for this misery purges no sins while it originates many. I have a strong suspicion that the faults of temper so prevalent where parental authority is strong, and where children are made as insignificant as they can be made, and the excellence of temper in America, are attributable to the different management of childhood. In the one article of freedom, there is no doubt that many children are irrecoverably depressed and unnerved. For want of being convinced that anybody cares for them, they nourish doubts, they harbor fears and suspicions, and carry within them prejudices and errors, for want of its occurring to them to ask PG 274 questions. And though they may outgrow these defects and errors, they never recover from them. Unexplained and inexplicable obstacles are thrown in the way of their filial duty, obstacles which not even the strongest conscientiousness can overcome with grace. The vigor of the spirit is prostrated or perverted into willfulness. The calmness of self-respect is forfeited, and so is the repose of a loving faith in others. In short, the temper is ruined, and the life is spoiled, and all from the parents not having made friends of their children from the beginning. No one will suppose that I mean to represent this mistake as general anywhere, but I am confident it is very common at home, and that it cannot in the nature of things ever become common in America. I saw one or two melancholy instances of it, and a few rare cases where parents attempted unjustifiably to rule the proceedings of their grown-up sons and daughters not by express command, but by pleas which from a parent are more irresistible than even commands. But these were remarkable and remarked upon. As exceptions, I saw two extreme contrasting cases in near neighborhood of girls brought up, the one in the spirit of love, the other in that of fear. Those two girls are the best teachers of moral philosophy that ever fell in my way. In point of birth, organization, means of education, they were about equal. Both were made to be beautiful and intelligent. The one is pallid, indolent, with the reputation of learning, tasteless, timid, and triste, manifesting nothing but occasionally an intense selfishness and a prudery beyond belief. The education of this girl has been the study of her anxious parents from the day of her birth, but they have omitted to let her know and feel that anybody loved her. The other, the darling of a large family, meeting love from all eyes, PG 275, and hearing tenderness in every voice, is beautiful as a Hebe, and so free and joyous that her presence is like sunshine in a rainy day. She knows that she is beautiful and accomplished, but she is, as far as I can see, absolutely devoid of vanity. She has been apprised over and over again that people think her a genius. She silently contradicts this, and settles with herself that she can acquire anything, but originate nothing. She studies with her whole being as if she were coming out next year in a learned profession. She dances at balls as if nothing lay beyond the ballroom. She flits hither and thither in rain or sunshine, walking, riding, or driving on little errands of kindness, and bears the smallest interests of her friends in mind in the heights of her mirth and the depths of her studies. At dull evening parties, she can sit under the lamp, little knowing how beautiful she looks, quietly amusing herself with prints and not wanting notice. And she can speak out what she thinks and feels to a circle of admirers as simply and earnestly as she would to her own mother. I have seen people shake their heads in fear lest she should be spoiled, but my own conviction is that this young creature is unspoilable. She has had all the praise and admiration she can have. No watchfulness of parents can keep them from her. She does not want praise and admiration. She has other interests and other desires, and my belief is that if she were left alone tomorrow, the last of her family, she would be as safe busy and in due time happy as she is now under their tender guardianship. She is the most complete example I ever witnessed of a being growing up in the light and warmth and perfect freedom of love. And she has left me very little toleration for authority in education, more than in anything else. A question was asked me oftener than once PG 276, which indicates the difference between family manners in England and America. I was asked whether it was possible that the Bennet family would act as they are represented in Pride and Prejudice, whether a foolish mother with grown-up daughters would be allowed to spoil the two youngest instead of the sensible daughters taking the case into their own hands. It is certainly true that in America, the superior minds of the family would take the lead, while in England, however the domestic affairs might gradually arrange themselves, no person would be found breathing the suggestion of superseding the mother's authority. The most remarkable difference is that in England the parents value the authority as a right. However lenient they may be in the use of it in America, the parent disapproves of it as a matter of reason, and if he acts rationally, had rather not possess it. Little revelations of the state of the case were perpetually occurring, which excited my wonder at first, and my interest throughout. It appeared through the smallest circumstances, as for instance when a lady was describing to me the wedding day of her eldest daughter. She mentioned that 2 or 3 of the children were not in the drawing room at the time of the ceremony, why they were so angry at their brother-in-law for taking away their sister that they kept out of the way, till he had driven from the door with his bride. What children in England would have dreamed of absenting themselves in such a way? It is amusing to observe what the ability for self-preservation is among children in a country where nursemaids are scarce. It frightened me at first to see mere babies playing on broken wooden bridges, where the rushing water below might be seen through large holes, and little boys climbing trees which slanted over a rocky precipice, or PG 277, getting into a canoe tossing on a rough river. But I find that accidents to children are rarely or never heard of. The obvious results of such training are a dexterity, fearlessness, and presence of mind, and aptitude for bodily exercises, which are of eminent use in mature life. I was sorry to perceive in some of the cities, especially in Boston, an unconsciousness on the part of many parents of the superior value of the discipline of circumstance to that of express teaching in the work of education. Perhaps no one would be found to deny, in words, that the best training is that which exercises the whole being of a child. Yet there is a method of education somewhat in fashion in Boston just now which bids fair to kill off its victims in early life, and irreparably injure morally as well as physically. Those whom it may spare, the good people of Boston, are more fond of excitement than of consistency, or rather, that part of society is so which professes to constitute the city. When Spurgeon was there, the brain was everything, and his wise and benevolent remonstrances about the neglect or abuse of the bodily powers were received with great candor, and with much apparent conviction. Short as the interval has been, a considerable number of his disciples have gone directly over to the opposite philosophy, and in their spiritualism, out Herod, they frame their theory and practice on the principle that human beings are created perfect spirits in an infant body. Some go further back than this, and actually teach little children dogmatically that spirit makes body, and that their own bodies are the result of the efforts of their spirits to manifest themselves. Such outrageous absurdities might be left to contempt, but for the consequences in practice. There is a school in Boston, a large one, PG 278. When I left the city, conducted on this principle. The master presupposes his little pupils possessed of all truth in philosophy and morals, and that his business is to bring it out into expression, to help the outward life to conform to the inner light, and especially to learn of these enlightened babes. With all humility, large exposures might be made of the mischief this gentleman is doing to his pupils by relaxing their bodies, pampering their imaginations, overstimulating the consciences of some, and hardening those of others, and by his extraordinary management offering them every inducement to falsehood and hypocrisy. His system can be beneficial to none, and must be ruinous to many, if he should retain any pupils long enough to make a full trial of his methods with them. Those who survive the neglect of bodily exercises and overexcitement of brain will be found the first to throw off moral restraints on perceiving at length that their moral guide has been employing their early years in the pursuit of shadows and the contempt of realities. There is, however, little fear of such a full trial being made. A few weeks are enough to convince sensible parents of the destructiveness of such a system, and it will probably issue in being one of the fancies of the day at Boston, and little heard of anywhere else. The fundamental principle is, however, working mischief in other directions. It affects very unfortunately the welfare of the blind, and yet more of the deaf and dumb, who are taken under the benevolent protection of society. As long as there are many of the most distinguished members of the community who hold that the interior being of these sufferers is in a perfect state, only the means of manifestation being deficient, that their training is to proceed on the supposition of their being possessed of a complete set of PG 279 intellectual and moral intuitions, and that they therefore only need to be furnished with types being already full of the things typified, and even that they have the advantage over others in the exclusion of false and vulgar associations. Pupils will have little chance of benefit beyond the protection and comfort secured to them in their appropriate institutions, in the conversation of those who verbally pitied their case. I could frequently trace an inward persuasion that the deaf and dumb were better off than those who could hear and speak, and there were few who discovered, while admiring the supposed allegorical discourse or compositions of the pupils, that the whole was little more than a set of images absolutely empty of the abstract truth which they were supposed to involve. I had witnessed this tremendous error in the teaching of the deaf and dumb elsewhere, but I little thought ever to meet with it beyond the confines of the particular and almost inscrutable case under notice in the school above mentioned. However, error nourishes, blessed as the pupils are with their five senses and the instrument of speech. Putting aside such cases of eccentricity, the children of America have the advantage of the best possible early discipline, that of activity and self-dependence. The grand defect is a subsequent one. Education is not made appropriate to the aims of its subjects. All, whatever may be their views in life, are educated nearly alike up to 19. This is an absurdity copied from the old world, but unworthy of the good sense of the new. It will be rectified when the lives of rich men become as steadily aimed as those of citizens, who have their way to make young men of fortune, who may have a taste for science or literature, do not yield themselves up to these pursuits. Because PG 280, there is yet no scientific or literary class for them to fall into. Where is the necessity to them of such a class to fall into? And, supposing the necessity, how is there ever to be such a class unless somebody begins to supply the elements? It will be done. No restraint of custom will long be powerful enough to curb the force of intellectual tendency. The passion for truth, the craving for knowledge, are ever found in the long run irrepressible by the incubus of conventionalism. A genius will arise now here, now there, to startle society out of its rules and precedents. And when America has had now a philosopher, and now a poet who, like Schiller's true artist, shall look upwards to his dignity and his calling, and not downwards to his happiness and his wants, society will enlarge its discipline and become a great preparatory school for the fruition of whatever the hand of man findeth to do, or his understanding to investigate, or his imagination to reveal. Footnote. Chapter Roman 4 Sufferers. One of the universal sentiments which Christianity has deeply embedded in the human heart is that of the natural equality of men. It has produced the spectacle which I believe to be peculiar to Christian times of one class, uplifting another, the happy toiling for the miserable, the free vindicating the rights of the oppressed, with all the noble examples of disinterested friendship and patriotism, which ancient history affords. I can remember no approach to that wholesale compassion, that general action of one order of society on another, that system of benevolent agitation in behalf of powerless and forgotten suffering, which characterizes the history of modern times. Rationale of religious inquiry. The idea of traveling in America was first suggested to me by a philanthropist, saying to me, whatever else may be true about the Americans, it is certain that they have got at principles of justice and mercy in the treatment of the least happy classes of society, which we may be glad to learn from them. I wish you would go and see what they are. I did so, and the results of my investigation have not been reserved for this short chapter, but are spread over the whole of my book. The fundamental democratic principles on which American society is organized are those PG 282 principles of justice and mercy, by which the guilty, the ignorant, the needy, and the infirm are saved. And blessed the charity of a democratic society is heart-reviving to witness, for there is a security that no wholesale oppression is bearing down the million in one direction, while charity is lifting up the hundred in another. Generally speaking, the misery that is seen is all that exists. There is no paralyzing sense of the hopelessness of setting up individual benevolence against social injustice. If the community has not yet arrived at the point at which all communities are destined to arrive, of perceiving guilt to be infirmity, of obviating punishment ignorance, and want still the Americans are more blessed than others in the certainty that they have far less superinduced misery than societies abroad, and are using wiser methods than others for its alleviation in a country where social equality is the great principle in which all acquiesce, and where consequently the golden rule is suggested by every collision between man and man neglect of misery, is almost as much out of the question as the oppression from which most misery springs. In the treatment of the guilty America, is beyond the rest of the world, exactly in proportion to the superiority of her political principles. I was favored with the confidence of a great number of the prisoners in the Philadelphia penitentiary, where absolute seclusion is the principle of punishment. Every one of these prisoners, none of them being aware of the existence of any other, told me that he was under obligations to those who had the charge of him for treating him with respect. The expression struck me much as being universally used by them. Some explained the contrast between this method of punishment and imprisonment in the old prisons, PG 283, copied from those of Europe, where criminals are herded together and treated like anything. But men and citizens, others said that though they had done a wrong thing, and were rightly sequestered on that ground, they ought not to have any farther punishment inflicted upon them, and that it was the worst of punishments not to be treated with the respect due to men in a community where criminals feel and speak. Thus human rights cannot but be at length as much regarded in the infliction of punishment as in its other arrangements. Much yet remains to be done to this end. An enormous amount of wrong must remain in a society where the elaboration of a vast apparatus for the infliction of human misery like that required by the system of solitary imprisonment is yet a work of mercy. Milder and juster methods of treating moral infirmity will succeed when men shall have learned to obviate the largest possible amount of it. In the meantime, I am persuaded that this is the best method of punishment which has yet been tried, much as the prisoners suffer from the dreary solitude cheered only by their labor and the occasional visits of official superintendents. They testified, without exception, and without concert, to their preference of this over all other methods of punishment. The grounds of preference were that they could preserve their self-respect in the first place, and in the next their chance in society. On their release, they leave the prison with the recompense of their extra labor in their pockets, and without the fear of being waylaid by vicious old companions, or hunted from employment to employment by those whose interest it is to deprive them of a chance of establishing a character. There is no evidence at present that solitary imprisonment with labor is more injurious to health than any other condition, which PG 284 is attended with anxiety of mind. The Philadelphia prisoners certainly appeared to me to be more healthy-looking than those at Auburn or at any other prison I visited. There is at present a deficiency in the religious ministrations of the prison. This is a fact which I believe has only to be made known to cease to be true among the clergy of all denominations in Philadelphia. There must be many who would contrive to afford their services, in turn, if they were fully aware how much they are needed. I know of no direction that can be taken by charity with such certainty of success as visiting the solitary prisoner. I think it far from desirable that prisoners should be visited for the express purpose of giving them religious and no other instruction and sympathy. The great object is to occupy the prisoner's mind with things which interest him most, to keep up his sympathies and nourish his human affections, and especially to promote the activity and cheerfulness of his mind. His situation is so driven back upon the realities of life in his own mind, that the danger is of his accepting religion as a temporary solace, of his separating it, in idea, from active life, and craving for the most exciting kind of it, so as that, when he returns to the world, he will discard it as something suiting his prison life, but no longer needed, no longer appropriate. If keeping this in view, a very few good men and women of Philadelphia would go sometimes to spend an hour with a prisoner, honorably observing the rules, telling no news, but cheerfully conversing on the prisoner's affairs, work his family, his prospects. On coming out the books, he reads Roman 100 if they would carry him good and entertaining books, and if religious ones, only those of a moderate and cheerful character, such being indeed not easy to be. PG 285 found these friendly visitors could scarcely fail of restoring more or less completely the moral health of the objects of their benevolence. None who have not tried can imagine the ease with which sufferers so placed are influenced in the absence of all that is pernicious, and in absolute dependence as they are on the sympathy of those who will be kind to them if watchful observance were united with common prudence and kindness. I believe that a prisoner of 5 years would rarely re-enter society, unqualified for the discharge of his duties there, It must be remembered that the criminals of the United States are rarely the depraved, brutish creatures that fill the prisons of the Old World. Even in the Old World, I have no doubt that every prison visitor has been conscious on first conversing privately with a criminal of a feeling of surprise at finding him so human. But in America, convicts are even more like other men. The reason of my visiting them, as I told them, was to satisfy myself about the causes of crime in a country where there is almost an absence of that want, which occasions the greater proportion of social offenses in England sooner or later. All told me their stories in full, and I found that in every case some domestic misery had been the poison of their lives: a harsh stepmother, an unfaithful wife, a jilting mistress, an intemperate son, or father. These were the miseries at home, which sent them out to drink. Drinking brought on murder, or caused vicious wants, which must be supplied by theft. The stories, infinitely varied in their circumstances, were all alike in their. I do not like the principle of the Auburn prison, and I am confident that very little effectual reformation can take place under it. The disadvantages of the prisoners being waylaid and dogged on their PG 286 discharge are very great, but there are some within the prison quite as serious. The spy system is abominable. In whatever light it is viewed, it is the deepest of insults. And if there be a case, rather than another, in which insult is to be avoided, it is where a reformation is desired the great point to be gained. With the criminal is to regenerate self-respect. A virtuous man may preserve his self-respect under the eyes of a spy, though even he is in some danger. But a morally infirm man can never thus acquire it. Arrangements should be made for his secure custody and harmless outward conduct, and then he should be left to himself. And what is the purpose of the spying off? The loopholes to peep through, and the moccasins which are to make the tread of the spies as stealthy as that of a cat to detect talking, subjecting a man to the lash. Talking is an innocent act, and in the case of men secluded from the world and their families, and all that has hitherto interested them, an unavoidable act. They ought to talk, and they do in spite of spies, governor, and the whip. They learn to murmur intelligibly behind their teeth without moving the lips, and to take advantage of the briefest instance, when the superintendent turns his back. It is surprising to me that any effectual reformation can be looked for from men who, convicted of grave crimes, have the prohibition to speak set up before their minds as the chief circumstance and interest of their lives for 5, 7, or 10 years. Their interest in it makes it the chief circumstance how the disordered being is to be rectified, how the prostrated conscience is to be reinstated, while an innocent and necessary act is thus erected into an offense. I leave those who are most versed in moral proportions to decide. I do not believe in the possibility of effectual reformation in any but a few cases under such a discipline. PG 287. The will of the majority has not yet wrought out the right practice from good principles in two cases, which regard the treatment of the guilty, and great evil arises in the interval. It is extremely difficult in some parts of the states, and with regard to some particular offenses, to get the laws enforced against offenders in those parts of the states where personal conflicts are countenanced by opinion. Offenses against the person go too often unpunished elsewhere. Riot is passed over without notice, and in some few places, the most heinous crimes of all are nearly certain to be got over without the conviction of the offender. The impunity of riot arises from the reliance society has on the moral sense of the whole, a reliance very honorable in itself, but found of late to be inadequate under the pressure of such a crisis as that of the anti-slavery question. Nothing can be more honorable to the people than the fact that they have been safe and virtuous under the superintendence of principle, while the laws have slept so long that it is now found difficult to put them in force. But now that the time has come for a conflict of classes, and opinions, the time has also come for the law to be vigilant and inexorable. The frequent impunity of the most serious crimes arises from the growing enmity of opinion to the punishment of death. There can be little doubt that in a short time capital punishments will be abolished throughout the northern states, and if this is to be done the sooner it is done the better, for the present impunity is a tremendous evil. In passing the city hall of one of the northern cities with a friend, I asked what was the meaning of a great crowd that was about the doors, and even clustered on the windows of the building. My friend told me that a young man was being examined on the charge of being the murderer in PG 288, a most aggravated case which had been related to me the day before. I observed that no one seemed to have any doubt of his guilt. She replied that there never was a clearer case, but that he would be acquitted. The examination and trial were a mere form, of which everyone knew the conclusion beforehand. The people did not choose to see any more hanging, and the law was so altered as to allow an alternative of punishment. No conviction for a capital offense would be obtainable. I asked, on what pretense the young man would be got off, if the evidence against him was as clear as was represented. She said some one would be found to swear an alibi. The young man would be wholly disgraced and would probably set out westwards the morning after his acquittal. I watched the progress of the case. The trial was a long one. There was no doubt of the suppression of large portions of the evidence against him. A tradesman swore an alibi. The young man was thereupon acquitted, and next morning he was on his way to the West. On the principle that punishment should be reformatory, the practice of pardoning criminals has gone to far too great an extent from the belief of reformation in each particular case. The consequence is very injurious. A sentence of life imprisonment is generally understood to mean imprisonment for a shorter term than if 10 or 7 years had been named. Every one of the prisoners I conversed with was in anxious expectation of a pardon in the cases of those who were in for 5 years, and who I knew would not be pardoned. I reasoned the matter, and found that the fact of all their fellow prisoners having the same expectation with themselves made a strong impression. They were amidst their dreadful disappointment, pg 289, easily convinced, but I could not but mourn that they did not learn the philosophy of the case in society rather than in prison. Whenever the abolition of the punishment of death takes place, it will be essential to the safety of virtue and society that it should be understood that the practice of pardoning is, except on rare and specified occasions, to cease, and that punishment is to be certain in proportion to its justice. The pauperism of the United States is to the observation of a stranger nothing at all to residents. It is an occasion for the exercise of their ever-ready charity. It is confined to the port's emigrants making their way back into the country, the families of intemperate or disabled men and unconnected women who depend on their own exertions. The amount altogether is far from commensurate with the charity of the community, and it is to be hoped that the curse of a legal charity, at least to the able-bodied, will be avoided in a country where it certainly cannot become necessary within any assignable time. I was grieved to see the magnificent pauper asylum near Philadelphia made to accommodate luxuriously 1,200 persons, and to have its arrangements pointed out to me as yielding far more comfort to the inmates than the laborer can secure at home by any degree of industry and prudence. There are so many persons in the city, however, who see the badness of the principle and regret the erection, that I trust a watch will be maintained over the establishment, and its corridors kept as empty as possible. In Boston, the principles of true charity have been better acted upon there. Many of the clergymen among the rest, Father Taylor, the seaman's friend, in possession of wisdom, derived from the mournful experience of England, pg 290, and seem likely to save the city from the misery of a debasing pauperism among any class of its inhabitants. I know no large city where there is so much mutual helpfulness, so little neglect and ignorance of the concerns of other classes, as in Boston, and I cannot but anticipate that from thence the world may derive the brightest lesson that has yet been offered it in the duties of the rich towards the poor, if the agents of the benevolence of the wealthy will but be scrupulously careful to avoid all that mental encroachment and moral interference which have but too generally ruined the efficacy of charity, and go on to exhibit the devotion of the philanthropist. Without the inquisitiveness and authoritativeness of the priest, they may deserve the thanks of the whole of society, as well as the attachment of those whom they befriend. In Boston, an excellent plan has been adopted for the prevention of fraud on the part of paupers, and the mutual enlightenment and guidance of the agents of charity. A weekly meeting is held of delegates from all societies engaged in the relief of the poor. The delegates compare lists of the persons relieved so as to ascertain that none are fraudulently receiving from more than one society. They discuss and investigate doubtful cases, extend indulgence to those of peculiar hardship, and in short secure all the advantages of cooperation. Perhaps there are no cities in England, but London too large for a somewhat similar organization, and its adoption would be an act of great wisdom. In the South, I was rather amused at a boast which was made to me of the small amount of pauperism. As the plague distances all lesser diseases, so does slavery obviate pauperism. In a society of two classes, where the one class are all capitalists and the other property, there can be no pg 291 pauperism. but through the vice or accidental disability of members of the first. But I was beset by many an anxious thought about the fate of disabled slaves. Masters are, of course, bound to take care of their slaves for life. There are doubtless many masters who guard the comfort of their helpless Negroes all the more carefully, from the sense of the entire dependence of the poor creatures upon their mercy. But there are few human beings fit to be trusted with absolute power. And while there are many who abuse the authority they have over slaves who are not helpless, it is fearful to think what may be the fate of those who are purely burdensome. I observed here, and they're an idiot slave. Those whom I saw were kindly treated, humored, and indulged. These were the only cases of natural infirmity that I witnessed among the Negroes, and the absence of others struck me. At Columbia, South Carolina, I was taken by a benevolent physician to see the state lunatic asylum, which might be considered his work, so diligent had he been in obtaining appropriations for the object from the legislature, and afterwards in organizing its plans with great wisdom and humanity. When we were looking out from the top of this building, watching the patients in their airing grounds, I observed that no people of color were visible in any part of the establishment. I inquired whether Negroes were as subject to insanity as whites. Probably, but no means were known to have been taken to ascertain the fact from the violence of their passions. There could be no doubt that insanity must exist among them. Were such insane Negroes ever seen? No one present had ever seen anywhere. Were they? Then it was some time before I could get a clear answer to this. But my friend, the physician, said at length that he had no doubt they were kept in PG 292 outhouses, chained to logs, to prevent their doing harm. No member of society is charged with the duty of investigating cases of disease and suffering among slaves who cannot make their own state known. They are wholly at the mercy of their owners. The physician told me that it was his intention, now he had accomplished his object of establishing a lunatic asylum, for the whites to persevere no less strenuously. Till he obtained one for the blacks, he will probably not find this a very difficult object to effect, for the interest of masters, as well as their humanity, is concerned in having an asylum provided by the state for their useless or mischievous Negroes. The lunatic asylums of the United States are an honor to the country. To judge by those which I saw, the insane in Pennsylvania Hospital, Philadelphia, should be removed to some more light and cheerful abode, and be much more fully supplied with employment, and with stimulus to engage in it. I was less pleased with their condition than with that of any other insane patients whom I saw. The institution at Worcester, Massachusetts, is admirably managed under Dr. Woodward. So was that at Charlestown near Boston by Dr. Lee, a young physician who has since died, mourned by his grateful patients, and by all who had their welfare at heart. The establishment at Bloomingdale near New York is of similar excellence. The only great deficiency that I am aware of is one which belongs to most lunatic asylums, and which it does not rest with the superintendent to supply want of sufficient employment. Every exertion is made to provide a variety of amusements, and to encourage all little undertakings that may be suggested, but regular important business is what is wanted. It is to be hoped that in the establishment of all such institutions, the provision of an ample quantity of PG 293 land will be one of the prime considerations. Watchful and ingenious kindness may do much to alleviate the miseries of the insane. But if cure is sought, I believe it is agreed by those who know best that regular employment with a reasonable object is indispensable. The Asylum for the Blind at Philadelphia was a young institution at the time I saw it, but it pleased me more than any I ever visited, more than the larger one at Boston, whose institution and conduct are, however, honorable to all concerned in it. The reason of my preference of the Philadelphia one is that the pupils there were more active and cheerful than those of Boston. The spirits of the inmates are the one infallible test of the management of an institution for the blind. The fault of such in general is that mirth is not sufficiently cultivated, and religion too exclusively. So it should ever be remembered that religion comes out of the mind, and not in at the eye or ear, and that the truest way of cultivating religion is to exercise the faculties and enlarge the stock of ideas to the utmost. The method of printing for the blind, introduced with such admirable ingenuity and success into the American institutions, I should like to see employed to bring within the reach of the blind the most amusing works that can be found. I should like to see it made an object with benevolent persons to go and give the pupils a hearty laugh occasionally by reading droll books and telling amusing stories. The one thing which the born blind want most is to have their cheerlessness removed, to be drawn out of their abstractions and exercised in play. on the greatest possible variety of familiar objects and events, they should hear no condolence their friends should keep their sympathetic sorrow to themselves, and explain cheerfully and fully the allusions to visual objects, which must occur in pg 294 all reading and conversation. It grieves me to hear the hymns and other compositions put into the mouths of blind pupils, all full of lamentation and resignation, about not seeing the stars and the face of nature. Such sorrow is for those who see to feel on their behalf, or for those who have lost sight, not for those who never saw put into their mouths. It becomes cant when a roving sea captain tells his children of the glories of oriental scenery, which they are destined never to behold. Does he teach them to sigh, and struggle to submit patiently to their destiny of staying at home? Does he not rather make them take pleasure in mirthfully and eagerly learning what he can teach? The face of nature is a foreign land to the born blind. Let them be taught all that can possibly be conveyed to them, and in the most spirited manner that they can bear. There is a nearer approach to the realization of this principle of teaching the blind in the Philadelphia house than I ever saw elsewhere. It would be enough to cheer a misanthrope to see a little German boy there picked up out of the streets, dull, neglected, and depressed, but within a few months, standing in the center of the group of musicians, fiddling and stamping time with all his might, and quite ready to obey every instigation to laugh. Mr. Friedlander, the tutor, is much to be congratulated on what he has already done. It may be worth suggesting here that while some of the thinkers of America, like many of the same classes in England, are mourning over the low state of the philosophy of mind in their country society, is neglecting a most important means of obtaining the knowledge requisite for the acquisition of such philosophy. Scholars are embracing alternately the systems of Kant, of Fichte, of Spurgeon, of the Scotch school, or abusing or eulogizing Locke, asking who Hartley was, or weaving a rainbow arch pg 295 of transcendentalism, which is to comprehend the whole that lies within human vision, but sadly liable to be puffed away in dark vapor with the first breeze of reality. Scholars are thus laboring at a system of mental philosophy on any but the experimental method, while the materials for experiment lie all around and within them if they object, as is common. The difficulty of experimenting on their conscious selves there is the mental pathology of their blind schools and the asylums for the deaf and dumb. I am aware that they put away the phenomena of insanity as irrelevant, but the same objections do not pertain to the other two classes. Let the closet speculations be pursued with all vigor, but if there were joined with these a close and unwearied study of the phenomena of the minds of persons deficient, in a sense, and especially of those precluded from the full use of language, the world might fairly look for an advance in the science of mind equal to that which medical science owes to pathology. It will not probably lodge us in any final and total result, any more than medicine and anatomy promise to ascertain the vital principle, but it will doubtless yield us some points of certainty in aid of the fluctuating speculations amidst which we are now tossed, while few can be found to agree even upon matters of so-called universal consciousness. I should like to see a few philosophers interested in ascertaining and recording the manifestations of some progressive minds peculiar from infirmity for a series of years, if any such in America, worthy to undertake the task, from having strength enough to put away theory and prejudice and record only what is really manifested to them, should be disposed to take my hint. I hope they will not wait for a philosophical class to fall into. pg 296. I was told at Washington, with a smile half satirical and half complacent, that the people of New England do good by mania. I watched accordingly for symptoms of this second or third-rate method of putting benevolence into practice. The result was that I was convinced that the people of New England and of the whole country do good in all manner of ways, some better and some worse according to their light. I met with pious ladies who make clothes for the poor, but who took worker means of bread out of the hands of a sempstress who had 3 children. Because her husband was in prison, they told me it would be encouraging vice to have anything to do with the families of persons who had committed offenses. And when I asked how reformed offenders were to put their reformation in practice, I was told that if I would employ anybody who had been in prison, I deserved the censure of society. The matter ended in the sempstress, a good young woman, having to go home to her father's house. I met with others, both men and women, who make it the business of their lives, or of their leisure from yet more pressing duties, to seek out the sinners of society, and give them not threats nor scorn nor lectures, but sympathy and help. So does light vary in this glimmering age. So eloquently does the conduct of Jesus speak to some, while to others it seems to preach in an unknown tongue with regard to some methods of charity. Nothing could exceed the ingenuity, shrewdness, forethought, and determination with which they were managed in others. I was reminded of what I had been told about mania. In regarding the temperance movement, the word perpetually occurred to me, how the vice of intemperance ever reached the pass it did, in a country where there is no excuse of want on the one hand, or of habits of conviviality on the other, was PG 297 sometimes attempted to be explained to me, but never to my satisfaction. Much may be said upon it, which cannot find a place here. Certain it is that the vice threatened to poison society. It was as remarkable as licentiousness of other kinds ever was in Paris or at Vienna. Men who doubted the goodness of the principle of association, in opposition to moral evil, were yet carried away to countenance it, by seeing nothing else that was to be done. Some few of these foresaw, that as every man must be virtuous in himself, and by himself as the principle of temperance in a man is incommunicable, as no two men's temptations are alike, and as especially in this case the temptations of the movers were immeasurably weaker than those of the mass, to be wrought upon there could be no radical truth, no pervading sincerity to rely upon. They foresaw what had happened, that there would be a vast quantity of perjury, of false and hasty promising of lapse, and of secret solitary drinking, that if some waverers were saved, others would be plunged into hypocrisy, in addition to their intemperance, that schisms must arise out of the ignorance of bigots, which would cause as much scandal to good morals as intemperance itself, and that worst of all this method was the introduction of new and fatal perils to freedom of conscience. A few foresaw all this, but a very few had strength to resist the movement. A sort of reproach was cast upon those who refused to join, like that which is now visited upon such as adhere to the principle on which they first join it, a kind of insinuation that their temperance is not thorough. What have the consequences already been? The amount of visible intemperance is actually lessened prodigiously, perhaps to the full extent anticipated by the originators of the movement. PG 298 spirit shops have been shut up by hundreds, some few drunkards have been reformed, and very large numbers of young men entering life are now sober citizens who seemed in danger of becoming a curse to society. The question is whether the causes of the preceding intemperance have been discovered and obviated. If not, there is every reason to expect that the control of opinion over them will be but temporary, and that the late sweeping and garnishing will give place to a state of things at least as bad as before. At present, the effective example is perishing day by day. The example of those who have not pledged themselves is the only one morally regarded. All other persons being known to be bound virtue under a vow has no spiritual force. The more reasonable of those who are pledged have confined their pledge to the distinct case of not touching distilled liquors. They have the utmost difficulty in maintaining their ground, as examples their sole object, under the assaults of bigots, who complain that they are not getting on, and who, on their part, have got on so far as to refuse the communion to persons who will not abjure, as they have done, to banish the sacramental wine, and to forbid malt liquors and even coffee in taverns and private houses. The superstition, the attachment to the form, without the spiritus fearfully revealed upon occasion. A man was brought dead drunk into a watch-house, and before the magistrate next morning, persisted that he could not have been drunk because he was a member of a temperance society. The subservience of conscience to control is as necessary and remarkable. For instance, a gentleman whose wife, in a state of imminent danger, was ordered brandy ran, and knocked up his minister to get leave before he would procure any for her. It is PG 299 true that these are extreme cases, but the effect of such institutions upon weak minds must be studied, as it is for weak minds that they are created. My own convictions are that associations, excellent as they are for mechanical objects, are not fit instruments for the achievement of moral aims, that there is yet no proof that the principle of self-restraint has been exalted and strengthened in the United States by the temperance movement, while the already too great regard to opinion and subservience to spiritual encroachment have been much increased, that therefore great as are the visible benefits of the institution, it may at length appear that they have been dearly purchased. I have reason to think that numbers of persons in the United States, especially enlightened physicians, who have the best means of knowledge, are of the same opinion. This is confirmed by the fact that there is a spreading dislike of associations for moral, while there is a growing attachment to them for mechanical objects. The majority will show to those who may be living at the time what is the right. Though scarcely necessary, it may be well to indicate the distinction between temperance and abolition societies. With regard to this principle, the bond of temperance societies is a pledge or vow respecting the personal conduct of the pledger. The bond of the abolitionists is agreement in a principle which is to be proposed and exhibited by mechanical means printing. Raising money for benevolent purposes, nobody is bound in thought, word, or action. There have been a few temperance societies which have avoided pledges and confined their exertions to spreading knowledge on the pathology of intemperance and its effects on the morals of the individual and of society. Associations confined to these objects are probably not only harmless but highly useful. PG 300. Chapter Roman 5 Utterance. A country which has no national literature, or a literature too insignificant to force its way abroad, must always be to its neighbors, at least in every important spiritual respect, an unknown and misestimated country. Its towns may figure on our maps, its revenues, population, manufactures, political connections may be recorded in statistical books, but the character of the people has no symbol and no voice. We cannot know them by speech and discourse, but only by mere sight and outward observation of their manners and procedure. Now, if both sight and speech, if both travelers and native literature are found but ineffectual in this respect, how incalculably more so the former alone. Edinburgh Review, Vol. Roman 46 p. 309. There is but one method by which most nations can express the general mind by their literature. Popular books are the ideas of the people put into language by an individual to a self-governing people. There are two methods. Open legislation is the expression of the popular mind as well as literature. If the national mind of America be judged of by its legislation, it is of a very high order. So much less violence to the first principles of morals is exhibited there than in any other social. PG 301 arrangements that the world has yet seen. If the American nation be judged of by its literature, it may be pronounced to have no mind at all. The two appearances are, however, reconcilable. The mind of a nation grows like that of an individual, and its growth follows somewhat the same course. There may be in each a mind vigorous and full of promise, unerring in the recognition of true principles, but apt to err in the application of them, ardent in admiration of all faithful and beautiful expression of mind by others, but not yet knowing how to utter itself. The youthful philosopher or poet is commonly a metaphysician before he indicates what he is ultimately to become. In the age of vivid consciousness, before he is 20, the invisible and intangible world of reality opens to him with a distinctness and luster which make him in aftertime almost envy himself his youthful years in this bright spiritual world. Much is as indisputably revealed to him as material objects to the bodily eye, principles in full prominence, and a long perspective of certainties, melting imperceptibly into probabilities, and lost at last in the haze of possibility, bright with the meridian sun of faith to him. The primal duties shine aloft like stars. The charities that soothe and heal and bless lie scattered at the feet of man like flowers. But of all this he can for some time express nothing. He burns with convictions, but can testify them to others only by recognizing the expression which others have obtained the power of affording. If he makes the attempt, he is either unintelligible or trite. This appears to me to be the stage at which the mind of America has arrived, that the PG 302 legislation of the country is on the whole so noble is owing to the happy circumstance, a natural one, in the order of providence, by which great agents rise up when a great work has to be done, that accomplished individuals were standing ready to help the people to an expression of its first convictions. The earliest convictions of a nation so circumstanced are of their fundamental and common rights, and the expression must be legislation. This has been done so well by the Americans that there is every reason to anticipate that more will follow, since principles are so linked together that it is scarcely possible to grasp one without touching another. Accordingly, though there is no contribution yet to the philosophy of mind from America, many thinking men are feeling after its principles amidst the accumulations of the Old World, though no light has been given to society from the American press on the principles of politics. Americans may be heard quoting Burke from end to end of the country, infallibly separating the democratic aspirations of his genius from the aristocratic perversions of his temper and education, though America has yet witnessed no creation either in literature or the arts, and cannot even distinguish a creation from a combination, imitation, or delineation. Yet the power of admiration which she shows in hailing that which is far inferior to what she needs, the vigor with which, after incessant disappointment, she applies herself to the produce of her press, to find the imperishable in what is just as transient as all that has gone before is a prophecy that a creator will arise. The faith that America is to have an artist of some order is universal, and such a faith is a sufficient guarantee of the event. Every ephemeron of a tale writer, a dramatist, novelist, lyrist, and sonneteer has been taken by one or another PG 303 for the man, but he has not come out of his silence yet, and it is likely that it may still be long before he does. Every work of genius is, as has been said, a mystery, till it appears what its principles and elaboration may be. It is, for one man, only its authorto conceive. But it is plain what it will not be. It will not be more or less a copy of anything now existing. It will not be a mere delineation of what passes before the bodily eye, unillumined and unvivified by the light and movement of principles of which forms are but the exponents. It will not be an exhibition of the relations, which conventionalisms mutually bear. However fine may be the perception, and however clever the presentation may be, further than this American literature has as yet produced nothing. There is another reason besides those which have been mentioned, why it would be highly unjust and injurious to conclude that there is nothing more in the nation's heart and brain than has come out before the eye. The American nation is made up of contributions from almost all other civilized nations, and, though the primary truths of God and the universal characteristics of man are common to them all, there are infinite diversities to be blended into unity. Before a national character can arise, before a national mind can be seen to actuate the mass of society, it is probable that the first great work of genius that appears will be the most powerful instrument for effecting this blending and reconciling. But the appearance of such a work is doubtless retarded in proportion to the checks and repression of social sympathy caused by the diversity of influences under which society proceeds. The tuning for the concert has begun. Some captious persons are grumbling at the discord. Some inexperienced expectants take a wail here and a flourish there, to be music PG 304. But the hour has not struck. The leader has not yet come to his place, to play the chord which shall bring the choral response that must echo over the world. I saw the house which Berkeley built in Rhode Island, built in the particular spot where it is that he might have to pass in his rides over the hill, which lies between it and Newport, and feast himself with the tranquil beauty of the sea, the bay, and the downs, as they appear from the ridge of the eminence. I saw the pile of rocks with its ledges and recesses where he is said to have meditated and composed his minute philosopher. It was at first melancholy to visit these his retreats, and think how empty the land still is of the philosophy he loved. But the more one sees of the people, and the less of their books, the stronger grows the hope of the stranger. One finds the observation of many turned inwards fragments of spiritual visions occur to one and another, though some dogmatize and others wait for revelation, and none seem to remember the existence of the experimental method. Still, there is a reaching after the philosophy of mind at Harvard University. The chair of mental philosophy has been vacant for above 8 years, it having been the custom formerly to indoctrinate the students with a certain number of chapters of Locke, and no man being now found hardy enough to undertake to discharge the duty thus, and the way not being yet clear to anyone who would lay open the whole field of this philosophy, and let the students gather what they could out of it. Such impediments do not exist beyond the walls, and many young minds are at work without guidance, to whom guidance, however acceptable, is not necessary. If the lectures which are given to young ladies who are carefully misinformed from Reed and Stewartiff PG 305, the reviews and panegyrics of Dr. Brown, hazarded without the slightest conception of the nature and extent of his meaning, are likely to throw the observer into despair if he is amazed to see a coterie disputing upon the ultimate principles perceived by pure reason, while he finds within himself no evidence of the existence of this pure reason, and believes that if it did universally exist, ultimate principles could admit of no dispute, is yet cheered by finding not only eagerness in the pursuit of the philosophical ideas of others, but traces of some originality of speculation. There is a little book by a Swedenborgian called The Growth of the Mind, which is, I believe, unquestionably an original work from its originality and the beauty of some of its images, and yet more of its exhibition of certain relations. It is highly interesting, though it is not found to command that extensive assent which is the only guarantee of the soundness of works on the philosophy of mind. Mankind may demur for ages to the earth being round, and to its moving through space, but where the primary appeal, as in the philosophy of mind, must be to consciousness, works, which do not command assent to their fundamental positions, are failures as philosophy, though they may have inferior merits and attractions. The best productions of American literature are, in my opinion, the tales and sketches, in which the habits and manners of the people of the country are delineated with exactness with impartiality of temper, and without much regard to the picturesque. Such are the tales of Judge Hall of Cincinnati, such are the tales by the author of Swallow Barn, where however there is the addition of a good deal of humor, and a subtraction of some of the truth. Miss Sedgwick's tales are of the highest order of the three from the moral beauty. PG 306, which they breathe. This moral beauty is of a much finer character than the bonhomie, which is the charm of Irving's pictures of manners. She sympathizes where he good-naturedly observes, she cheerily loves where he gently quizzes. Miss Sedgwick's novels have this moral beauty too, as has everything she touches, but they have great and irretrievable faults as works of art. Tale rating is her forte, and in this vocation, no one who has observed her striking progression will venture to say what she may not achieve. Among the host of tales which appear without the names of their authors are three which strike me as excellent in their several ways: Alan Prescott, containing the history of a New England boy drawn to the life, and in a just and amiable spirit The New England Housekeeper, in which the menage of a rising young lawyer with its fresh joys and ludicrous perplexities is humorously exhibited, and Memoirs of a New England Village Choir, a sketch of even higher merit. Irving's writings have had their meed. He has lived in the sunshine of fame for many years, and in the pleasant consciousness that he has been a benefactor to the present generation, by shedding some gentle, benignant, and beguiling influences on many intervals of their rough and busy lives. More than this, he has probably not expected, and more than this, he does not seem likely to achieve. If any of his works live, it will be his Columbus, and the later of his productions will be the first forgot. Cooper's novels have a very puny vitality, some descriptions of scenery, and some insulated adventures have great merit. But it is not human life that he presents. His female characters are far from human, and in his selections of the chances of mortal existence, he usually chooses the remotest. PG 307, he has a vigor of perception and conception, which might have made him with study and discipline a great writer. As it is, he is, I believe, regarded as a muck-regretted failure. The Americans have a poet. Bryant has not done anything like what he can and will do, but he has done some things that will live. Those of his poems, which are the best known or the most quoted, are smooth, sweet, faithful descriptions of nature, such as his own imagination delights in. I shall always remember the voice and manner with which he took up a casual remark of mine about sights to be seen in the Pine Barrens, when the visitors had all departed. His question, and what of the Pine Barrens, revealed the spirit of the poet. Of his poems of this class, The Evening Wind is to me the most delicious, but others, The Past and Thanatopsis, indicate another kind and a higher degree of power. If he would live for his gifts, if his future years could be devoted to clear poetical activity, looking up like the true artist to his dignity, and his calling, that dignity and that calling may prove to be as lofty as they no doubt appeared in the reveries of his boyhood, and he may be listened to as lovingly over the expanse of future time as he already is over that of the ocean. The Americans have also a historian of promise. Mr. Bancroft's History of the United States is little more than begun, but the beginning is characterized by an impartial and benevolent spirit, and by the indications which it affords of the author's fidelity to democratic principles, the two primary requisites in a historian of the Republic. The carrying on the work to a completion will be a task of great toil and anxiety, but it will be a most important benefit to society at large if it fulfills its promise. PG 308. The periodical literature of the United States is of a very low order. I know of no review where anything like impartial and light criticism is to be found. The North American Review had once some reputation in England, but it has sunk at home and abroad less from want of talent than of principle. If it has any principle whatever at present, it seems to be to praise every book it mentions, and to fall in as dexterously as possible with popular prejudice. The American Quarterly, published at Philadelphia, is uninteresting from the triteness of its morals and a general dearth of thought amidst a good deal of cleverness. The Southern Review, published at Charleston some time ago, discontinued, but I believe lately renewed, is the best specimen of periodical literature that the country has afforded after the large deductions rendered necessary by the faults of Southern temper. This review maintains its place above the rest, a rank which is, I believe, undisputed. I met with one gem in American literature, where I should have least expected it, in the Knickerbocker, a New York monthly magazine, last spring. A set of papers began to appear called Letters from Palmyra, 28, 6 numbers of which had been issued when I left the country. I have been hitherto unable to obtain the rest, but if they answer to the early portions, there can be no doubt of their being shortly in everybody's hands in both countries, these letters remain in my mind after repeated readings as a fragment of lofty and tender beauty Zenobia Longinus, and a long perspective of characters live and move in natural majesty, and the beauties of description and sentiment, pg 309, appear to me as remarkable as the strong conception of character and of the age if this anonymous fragment be not the work of a true artist if the work, when entire, do not prove to be of a far higher order than anything which has issued from the American press its early admirers will feel, yet more surprise than regret. It is continually said on both sides of the water, and with much truth, that the bad state of the laws of literary property is answerable for some of the depression of American literature. It is true that the imperfection of these laws inflicts various discouragements on American writers. While it is disgracefully injurious to foreign authors, it is true that American booksellers will not remunerate native authors while they can purloin the works of British writers, and that the American public has a strong disposition to listen to the utterance of the English, in preference to the profits of their own country. It is true that in America, where every man must work for his living, it is a discouragement to the pursuit of literature, that a living cannot, except in a few rare cases, be got by it. But all this is no solution of the fact of the non-existence of literature. In America, which fact is indeed no mystery, the present state of the law, by which the works of English authors are pirated undefended against mutilation, and made to drive native works out of the market, is so conspicuously bad that there is every prospect of a speedy alteration, but there is nothing in the abuse which can silence genius, if genius is wanting to speak. It ought by this time to be understood that there is no power on earth which can repress mental force of the highest kinds, which can stifle the utterance of a thoroughly moved spirit, certainly no power which is held by piratical booksellers under defective laws. Such discouragement is unjust and harsh, but at pg 310, cannot be fatal if a native genius of a far higher order than any English had been existing in America for the last 10 years, he would have made himself heard ere this, and won his way into the general mind and heart through a host of book-selling harpies, and a chaos of lawlessness. He would have done this even if it had been necessary to give his dinner for paper, and sell his bed to pay the printer. Expedients which it is scarcely conceivable that any author in that thriving land should be driven to the absence of protection to foreign literary property, is injurious enough without its being made answerable for the deficiency of literary achievement. The causes lie deeper, and will not have ceased to operate till long after the law shall have been made just in this particular. Some idea of the literary taste of the country may be arrived at through a mention of what appeared to me to be the comparative popularity of living or recent British authors. I heard no name so often as Mrs. Hannah More's. She is much better known in the country than Shakespeare. This is, of course, an indication of the religious taste of the people, and the fact bears only a remote relation to literature. Scott is idolized, and so is Miss Edgeworth, but I think no one is so much read as Mr. Bulwer. I question whether it is possible to pass half a day in general society without hearing him mentioned. He is not worshipped with the dumb, self-surrendering reverence with which Miss Edgeworth is regarded, but his books are in every house, his occasional democratic aspirations are in every one's mouth, and the morality of his books is a constant theme of discussion, from among the most sensitive of the clergy down to the thinking, thoughtless schoolboy. And his chum, the next name, is decidedly Mrs. Jameson's. She is altogether a favorite, and pg 311, her Characteristics of Women, is the book which has made her so at a considerable distance. Follows Mrs. Hemans. Byron is scarcely heard of. Wordsworth lies at the heart of the people. His name may not be so often spoken as some others, but I have little doubt that his influence is as powerful as that of any whom I have mentioned. It is less diffused, but stronger. His works are not to be had at every store, but within people's houses. They lie under the pillow, or open on the workbox, or they peep out of the coat pocket. They are marked, remarked, and worn. Coleridge is the delight of a few, so is Lamb, regarded, however, with a more tender love. I heard Mr. Hallam's name seldom, but always in a tone of extraordinary respect, and from those whose respect is most valuable. No living writer, however, exercises so enviable a sway as far as it goes as Mr. Carlyle. It is remarkable that an influence like his should have been gained through scattered articles of review and speculation spread over a number of years, and a variety of periodicals. The Americans have his Life of Schiller, but it was not that. His articles in the Edinburgh Review met the wants of several of the best minds in the Society of New England minds weary of cant and mechanical morals, and seeking something truer to rest upon the discipleship immediately instituted, is honorable to both Mr. Carlyle's remarkable work Sartor Resartus issued piecemeal through. Fraser's magazine has been republished in America and is exerting an influence proportioned to the genuineness of the admiration it has excited perhaps. This is the first instance of the Americans having taken to their hearts an English work, which came to them anonymously unsanctioned by any recommendation and even absolutely neglected at home. The book is acting upon them with wonderful force. It has pg 312 regenerated the preaching of more than one of the clergy. And I have reason to believe the minds and lives of several of the laity. It came as a benefactor to meet a pressing want, how pressing the benefited testify by the fervor of their gratitude. I know of no method by which the Americans could be assisted to utter what they may have in them, so good as one which has been proposed, but which is not yet, I believe, in course of trial. It has been proposed that a publication should be established open to the perfectly full and free discussion of every side of every question, within a certain department of inquiry social morals. For instance, there are difficulties at present in the way of presenting the whole of any subject to the public mind, difficulties arising from the unprincipled partiality of the common run of newspapers, the cautious policy of reviewers, the fear of opinion entertained by individual writers, and the impediments thrown in the way of free publication by the state of the laws relating to literary property. A publication devoted to the object of presenting without fear or favor all that can be said on any subject without any restriction, except in the use of personalities towards opponents, would be the best possible remedy under the circumstances for the inconveniences complained of, the finest stimulus to the ascertainment of truth, the best education in the art of free and distinct utterance. A publication like this, under the editorship of such a man as Dr. Fallen, a man full of learning, philosophy, and that devout love of truth which is a guarantee of impartiality, would be a high honor to the country, and a good lesson to some older societies from which the fear of free discussion has not yet vanished. An editor worthy of the work would decline the responsibility of suppressing any views coming within the range of subjects pg 313 embraced. He would merely weed out personalities, cherish the spirit of justice and charity, and for the sake of these strengthen the weaker side, where he saw that it was inadequately defended. It may be said that editors who would thus discharge their function are rare, they are so, but there is Dr. Fallen a living reply to the objection. I have not the apprehension which some entertain that such a publication would be feared and rejected by the public. At first, it would excite some surprise and perplexity, one-sidedness, being so generally the characteristic of periodicals in America, that it would take some time to convey the idea of a consistent opposite practice. But the American public has given no evidence of a dislike to be made acquainted with truth, but quite the contrary. My own conviction is that before 2 years from its commencement, such a work would be in the houses of all the honest thinkers and most principled doers in the country, and that eloquent voices would by its means make themselves heard from many a remote dwelling place, using with delight their means of utterance, and proving that the dearth of American literature is not owing to vacuity of thought or deadness of feeling. At any rate, such an experiment would ascertain whether the want is of means of utterance or of something to utter. Footnote: pg 314. Part Roman 4, Chapter Roman 1, Religion. Der Grund aller Demokratie die Hochstaatlich, der Popularitat. Noveles. The Christian religion is the root of all democracy, the highest fact in the rights of man. Religion is the highest fact in the rights of man, from its being the most exclusively private and individual, while it is also a universal concern of any in which man is interested. Religion is in its widest sense the tendency of human nature to the infinite, and its principle is manifested in the pursuit of perfection in any direction, whatever it is. In this widest sense that some speculative atheists have been religious men, religious in their efforts after self-perfection, though unable to personify their conception of the infinite. In a somewhat narrower sense, religion is the relation which the highest human sentiments bear towards an infinitely perfect being. Pg 315. There can be no further narrowing than this any account of religion, which restricts it within the boundaries of any system, which connects it with any mode of belief, which implicates it with hope of reward or fear of punishment, is low and injurious, and debases religion into superstition. The Christian religion is specified as being the highest fact in the rights of man, from its embodying with all the rest the principle of natural religion. That religion is at once an individual and universal, and an equal concern in it, may be found a sanction of all just claims of political and social equality, for it proclaims now in music, and now in thunder it blazons, now in sunshine, and now in lightning fact of the natural equality of men, in giving forth this as its grand doctrine, it is indeed the root of all democracy, the root of the maxim among others, that among the inalienable rights of all men are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The democracy of America is planted down deep into the Christian religion, into its principles, which it has in common with natural religion, and which it vivifies and illumines but does not alter. How does the existing state of religion accord with the promise of its birth, in a country which professes to secure to every man the pursuit of happiness in his own way? What is the state of his liberty? In the most private and individual of all concerns, how carefully are all men and women left free from interference, in following up their own aspirations, after the infinite, in realizing their own ideas of perfection, in bringing into harmonious action the functions of their spirits as infinitely diversified as the expression of their features. The absence of such diversity is the first striking fact which presents itself on the institution of such an inquiry. If there were no constraint, no PG 316 social reward or penalty, such an approach to uniformity of profession could not exist as is seen in the United States, in a society where speculation and profession were left perfectly free, as included among the inalienable rights of man. There would be many speculative, though probably extremely few practical atheists. There would be an adoption by many of the principles of natural religion otherwise than in and through Christianity, and Christianity would be adopted in modes as various as the minds by which it would be recognized. Instead of this, we find laws framed against speculative atheists opprobrium, directed upon such as embrace natural religion otherwise than through Christianity, and a yet more bitter oppression exercised by those who view Christianity in one way over those who regard it in another. A religious young Christian legislator was pitied, blamed, and traduced in Boston last year by clergymen, lawyers, and professors of a college for endeavoring to obtain a repeal of the law under which the testimony of speculative atheists is rejected in courts of justice. Quakers calling themselves Friends excommunicate each other. Presbyterian clergymen preach hatred to Catholics. A convent is burnt, and the nuns are banished from the neighborhood, and Episcopalian clergymen claim credit for admitting Unitarians to sit in committees for public objects. As might be expected under such an infringement of the principle of securing to every man the pursuit of happiness in his own way, there is no such endless diversity in the action of minds and utterance of tongues, as nature and fidelity to truth peremptorily demand truth, is deprived of the irrefragable testimony which would be afforded by whatever agreement might arise amidst this diversity. Religion is insulted and scandalized by nominal adherence and hypocritical advocacy. There are many ways of PG 317 professing Christianity in the United States, but there are few, very few men, whether speculative or thoughtless, whether studious or ignorant, whether reverent or indifferent, whether sober or profligate, whether disinterested or worldly, who do not carefully profess Christianity in some form or another. This, as men are made, is unnatural society, presents no faithful mirror of the religious perspective of the human mind. It may be asked whether this is not true of the Old World. Also it is, but the society of the Old World has not yet grasped in practice any one fundamental democratic principle, and the few who govern the many have not yet perceived that religion is the root of all democracy. They are so far from it that they are still upholding an established form of religion, in which a particular mode of belief is enforced upon minds by the imposition of virtual rewards and punishments. The Americans have long taken higher ground, repudiating establishments, and professing to leave religion free. They must be judged by their own principles, and not by the example of societies whose errors they have practically denounced by their adoption of the voluntary principle. The almost universal profession in America of the adoption of Christianitith's profession, by many whose habits of thought and others whose habits of living forbid the supposition that it is the religion of their individual intellects and affections, compels the inquiry what sort of Christianity it is that is professed, and how it is come by. There is no evading the conviction that it is to a vast extent a monstrous superstition that is thus embraced by the tyrant, the profligate, the worldling, the bigot, the coward, and the slave. A superstition which offers little molestation to their vices, little rectification to their errors. A superstition which is, but PG 318, the spurious offspring of that divine Christianity, which is the root of all democracy, the highest fact in the rights of man, that so many of the meek pure, disinterested free and brave, make the same profession proves only that they penetrate to religion through superstition, or that they cast away unconsciously the superstition with which their spirits have no affinity, and accept such truth as all superstition must include in order to live. The only test by which religion and superstition can be ultimately tried is that with which they coexist. By their fruits ye shall know them. The Presbyterian body is a very large one, the total number in communion, according to the minutes of the General Assembly, for 1834, being then 247,964, New England contains a very small, and the South and West, a very large proportion of the body. Some of the most noble of the abolitionists of the North are Presbyterians, and from the lips and pens of Presbyterians in the South come some of the defenses of slavery, which evince the deepest depravity of principle and feeling. This is only another proof added to the million that religion comes out of morals, in the words of a pure moralist. 29 Morality is usually said to depend upon religion, but this is said in that low sense in which outward conduct is considered as morality. In that higher sense, in which morality denotes sentiment, it is more exactly true to say that religion depends on morality and springs from it. Virtue is not the conformity of outward actions to a rule, nor is religion the fear of punishment or the hope of reward. Virtue is the state of a just, prudent, benevolent, firm, and temperate mind. Religion is the whole of those sentiments which such a mind feels towards. In pg 319, infinitely perfect being. With these views we may account for the different morality of the Presbyterians of the South from that of such of the friends of the slave in the North, as are of the same communion of the Presbyterian, as well as other clergy of the South. Some are even planters superintending the toils of their slaves and making purchases or effecting sales in the slave markets during the week and preaching on Sundays, whatever they can devise that is least contradictory to their daily practice. I watched closely the preaching in the South that of all denominations to see what could be made of Christianity the highest fact in the rights of man. In such a region, I found the stricter religionists preaching reward and punishment in connection with modes of belief, and hatred to the Catholics. I found the more philosophical preaching for or against materialism, and diverging to phrenology. I found the more quiet and gentlemanly preaching harmless abstractions. 4 seasons, the attributes of the deity, prosperity and adversity. Roman 100. I heard one clergyman, who always goes out of the room when the subject of Negro emancipation is mentioned, or when slavery is found fault with, preach in a Southern city against following a multitude to do evil. I heard one noble religious discourse from the Rev. Joel Parker, a Presbyterian clergyman of New Orleans. But except that one, I never heard any available reference made to the grand truths of religion or principles of morals, the great principles which regard the three relations to God, man, and self-striving after perfection, mutual justice and charity, and Christian liberty were never touched upon. Meantime, the clergy were pretending to find express sanctions of slavery in the Bible and putting words to this purpose into the mouths of public men who do not profess to pg 320 remember the existence of the Bible in any other connection. The clergy were boasting at public meetings that there was not a periodical south of the Potomac which did not advocate slavery, and some were even setting up a magazine whose fundamental principle is that man ought to be the property of man. The clergy, who were to be sent as delegates to the General Assembly, were receiving instructions to leave the room if the subject of slavery was mentioned, and to propose the cessation of the practice of praying for slaves. At the same time, the wife of a clergyman called upon me to admire the benevolent toils of a friend who had been putting up 4,000 weight of pork for her slave household, and another lady, kindly and religiously disposed, told me what pains she took on Sunday mornings to teach her slaves by word of mouth as much of Christianity as was good for them. When I pressed her on the point as to why they were to have Christianity and not the alphabet, and desired to know under what authority she dared to keep from them knowledge, which God has shed abroad for all as freely as the air and sunshine, I found that the idea was wholly new to her. Nothing that she had heard in church or out of it from any of the Christians among whom she lived had awakened the suspicion that she was robbing her brethren of their birthright. The religion of the South strictly accords with the morals of the South. There is much that is gentle, merciful, and generous, much among the suffering women that is patient, heroic, and inspiring meek resignation among these victims. There is faith, hope, and charity, But Christianity is severed from its radical principles of justice and liberty, and it will have to be cast out as a rotten branch. A Southern clergyman mentioned to me PG 321, obviously with difficulty and pain, that though he was as happily placed as a minister could be treated with friendliness and generosity by his people, and so cherished as to show that they were satisfied, he had one trouble during all the years of his ministry. No token had reached him that he had religiously impressed their minds more or less. They met regularly and decorously on Sundays, and departed quietly, and there was an end. He did not know that any one discourse had affected them more than any other, and no opportunity was offered him of witnessing any religious emotion among them, whatever another, an Unitarian clergyman of the South, was known to lament the appearance of Dr. Channing's work on slavery. The cause was going on so well, before the cause going on, exclaimed another Unitarian clergyman in the North. What should the ship go on for when they have thrown both captain and cargo overboard? What is to be said of the southern fruits of the root of all democracy, excluding the debased slaves and the helpless suffering victims of the system? There remain the laity who, as they do not abolish slavery, must be concluded not to understand the religion with whose principles it cannot coexist, and the acquiescing clergy, who, if they do not understand its principles, are unfit to be clergymen, and if they do are unfit to be called Christians. The Presbyterians of the South have reason to perceive that the principles of Christian liberty are not fully embraced by their brethren of the North, though acted upon by some with a disinterested heroism, in the direction of abolition. Those who would exclude slaveholders from the communantable are usurping an authority, which the principles of their religion forbid. The hatred to the Catholics also approaches too nearly, in its PG 322, irreligious character, to the oppression of the Negro. It is pleaded by some who most mourn the persecution the Catholics are at present undergoing in the United States that there is a very prevalent ignorance on the subject of the Catholic religion, and that dreadful slanders are being circulated by a very few wicked, which deceive a great many weak persons. This is just the case, but there is that in the true Christian religion, which should intercept the hatred, whatever may be the ignorance, there is that in the true Christian religion, which should give the lie to those slanders, in the absence of all outward evidence of their untruth, there is that in true Christianity, which should chasten the imagination, allay faithless apprehensions, and inspire a trust that as heart answers to heart, no vast body of men can ever bind themselves by the name of Jesus to become all that is most the reverse of holy, harmless, and undefiled. The question, where is thy faith, might reasonably have been put to the Presbyterian clergyman who preached 3 long denunciations against the Catholics in Boston the Sunday before the burning of the Charlestown convent, and also to parents who can put into their children's hands as religious books the foul libels against the Catholics which are circulated throughout the country. In the West, I happened to find in the chamber of a very young lady, the only child of an opulent and influential citizen, a book of this kind which no epithet but filthy will suit it, lay with her Bible and prayer book, the secular part of her library being disposed elsewhere. If religion springs from morals, those who put the book into the hands of this young girl will be answerable if her religion should be as little like that which is first pure then peaceable as their own. I was seriously told by several persons in the PG 323 South and West that the Catholics of America were employed by the Pope in league with the Emperor of Austria and the Irish to explode the Union. The vast and rapid spread of the Catholic faith in the United States has excited observation, which grew into this rumor. I believe the truth to be that, in consequence of the Pope's wish to keep the Catholics of America a colonial church, and the Catholics of the country thinking themselves now sufficiently numerous to be an American Catholic Church, a great stimulus has been given to proselytism. This has awakened fear and persecution, which last has again been favorable to the increase of the sect. While the Presbyterians preach a harsh ascetic persecuting religion, the Catholics dispense a mild and indulgent one, and the prodigious increase of their numbers is a necessary consequence. It is found so impossible to supply the demand for priests that the term of education has been shortened by 2 years. Those observers who have made themselves familiar with the modes in which institutions, even of the most definite character, adapt themselves to the wants of the time, will not be made uneasy by the spread of a religion so flexible in its forms as the Catholic among a people so intelligent as the Americans. The Catholic body is democratic in its politics and made up from the more independent kind of occupations. The Catholic religion is modified by the spirit of the time in America, and its professors are not a set of men who can be priestridden to any fatal extent if they are let alone, and treated on genuine Republican principles, they may show us how the true in any old form of religion may be separated from the false. Till the eye being made clear, the whole body will be full of light. If they cannot do this, their form of religion will decay, or at least remain harmless, for it is PG 324 assuredly too late now for a return of the Dark Ages. At all events, every American is required by his democratic principles to let every man alone about his religion. He may do with the religion what seems to him good, study, controvert, adopt, reject, speak, write, or preach, whatever he perceives and thinks about its doctrines and its abuses. But with its professors, he has nothing to do further than religiously to observe his fraternal relation to them, suffering no variance of opinion, to seduce him into a breach of the Republican and Christian brotherhood to which he is pledged. What other fruits are there of the superstition which pervades society, comprehending under the term Christian many who know little of its doctrine, and exhibit less of its spirit? The state and treatment of infidelity are some of the worst. There is in this respect a dreadful infringement on human rights throughout the North, though a better spirit is being cherished and extended by a few who see how contrary to all Christian and all democratic principles it is that a man should be the worse for his opinions in society. I have seen enough to know how little chance Christianity has in consequence of this infringement. I know that very large numbers of people are secretly disinclined to cherish what is imposed upon them with perpetual and unvarying modes of observance from their childhood up, and how the disgust grows from the opprobrium with which unbelief is visited. I know that there are minds in New England, as everywhere else, which must, from their very structure, pass through a state of skepticism on their way to stability, and that such are surrounded with snares, such as no man should lay in his brother's path, with temptations to hypocrisy, to recklessness, to despair, and to an abdication of their human prerogative of reason, as well as PG 325 conscience. I know how women in whom the very foundations of belief have been plowed up by the share of authority go wearily to church Sunday after Sunday to hear what they do not believe, lie down at night full of self-reproach for a want of piety which they do not know how to attain, and rise up in the morning, hopelessly seeing nothing in the day before them but the misery of carrying their secret concealed from parents, husbands, sisters, friends. I know how young men are driven into vice by having only the alternative of conformity or opprobrium, feeling it impossible to believe what is offered them, feeling it to be no crime to disbelieve, but seeing unbelief treated as crime in themselves under suspicion of it, losing faith in others and in themselves, and falling in reality at last. All this, and very much more, I know to be happening. I was told of one and another with an air of mystery, like that with which one is informed of any person being insane, or intemperate, or insolvent, that so and so was thought to be an unbeliever. I was always tempted to reply, "And so are you in 1,000 things," to which this neighbor of yours adds one, an elderly, generally intelligent, benevolent gentleman, told me that he wanted to see regulations made by which deists should be excluded from office, and moral men only admitted happily. The community is not nearly so far gone in tyranny and folly as to entertain such a project as this, but it must be a very superstitious society where such an idea could be deliberately expressed by a sane man. One circumstance struck me throughout the country almost as often as the conversation between myself and any other person on religious subjects became intimate and earnest. I was met by the supposition that I was a convert. It was the same in other instances. Wherever there was a strong PG 326 interest in the Christian religion, conversion to a particular profession of it was confidently supposed. This fact speaks volumes. Happy influences are at work to enlighten and enlarge the mind of society. One of the most powerful of these is the union of men and women of all religions in pursuit of objects of common interest, particularly in the abolition cause. Persons who were once ready to excommunicate each other are now loving friends in their mutual obedience to the weightier matters of the law. The churches in Boston and even the other public buildings being guarded by the dragon of bigotry, so that even faith, hope, and charity are turned back from the doors. A large building is about to be erected for the use of all deists not accepted who may desire to meet for purposes of free discussion. This is at least an advance. A reflecting and eminently religious person was speculating with me one day on the influences by which the human mind is the most commonly and the most powerfully awakened to vivid and permanent religious sensibility. We brought cases and suppositions of its being now strong impressions of the beauty and grandeur of nature, now grief, and now joy, and so on. My friend, concluded that it was most frequently the spectacle of moral beauty in an individual. I have no doubt it is so. And if it be, what tremendous injury must be done to the highest parts of man's nature, by the unprincipled tyranny of the religious world in the republic. Men declare by this very tyranny how essential they consider belief to be. Belief is essential not only to safety, but to existence. Every mind lives by belief, as the body lives by the atmosphere. But the objects and modes of belief must be various, and it is from disallowing this that superstition arises. If men must exercise the PG 327 mutual vigilance, which their human affections prompt, it would be well for religion, and for themselves, that they should note how much their brethren believe, rather than what they disbelieve. The amount would be found so vast as immeasurably to distance the deficiency. If this were done, religion would be found to be so safe that the proportions of sex and the eccentricities of individuals would be lost sight of, in the presence of universal living and breathing faith. I was told of a child who stood in the middle of a grassplat with its arms by its sides, and listening with a countenance of intense expectation to hear God's tramp on that high blue floor. Who would care to know what Christian sect this child belonged to, or whether to any? I was told of a father and mother savages who lost their only child, and were overwhelmed with grief, under which the father soon sank from the moment of his death. The solitary survivor recovered her cheerfulness, being asked why. She said she had been miserable for her child, lest he should be forlorn in the world of spirits. He had his father with him now, and would be happy who would inquire for the creed of this example of disinterested love. I was told of a young girl brought up from the country by a selfish betrayer, refused the marriage which had been promised, and turned out of doors by him. On her being seized with the cholera, she was picked up from a doorstep and carried to the hospital in the midst of her dying agonies. No inducement could prevail on her to tell the name of her betrayer, and she died faithful to him, so that the secret of whose treachery we are abhorring is dead with her, with such testimony that the very spirit of the gospel was in this humble creature. None but those who would dare to cast her out for her fall would feel any anxiety as to how she received the PG 328 facts of the gospel. Religion is safe, and would be seen to be so, if we would set ourselves to mark how universal are some few of men's convictions, and the whole of man's affections, while men feel wonder, and the universe is wonderful. While men love natural glory, and the heavens and the earth are resplendent with it, while men revere holiness, and the beauty of holiness beams at times upon the dimmest sight. Religion is safe for the last reason. Christianity is also safe if the beauty of its holiness were never obscured by the defilements of human passion, with which it is insulted. It is scarcely conceivable that all men would not be in some sense or other Christians. Those who are certain that Christianity is safe, and they are not a few, and who therefore beware of encroaching on their brother's liberty of conscience, will be found to be the most principled republicans, the firmest believers that Christianity is the root of all democracy, the highest fact in the rights of man. Footnote: PG 329. Chapter Roman 1 Science of Religion. And therefore the doctrine of the one Christ was never afraid of universities, or endeavored the banishment of learning like the other Mahomet, and though Galen doth sometimes nibble at Moses, and beside the apostate Christian, some heathens have questioned his philosophical part, or treatise of the creation, yet there is surely no reasonable pagan that will not admire the rational and well-grounded precepts of Christ, whose life, as it was conformable unto his doctrine, so was that unto the highest rules of reason, and must therefore flourish in the advancement of learning, and the perfection of parts best able to comprehend it. Sir Thomas Browne. Religion has suffered from nothing throughout all Christendom more than from its science having been mixed up with its spirit, and practice. The spirit and practice of religion come out of morals, but its science comes out of history, also with chronology, philology, and other collateral kinds of knowledge. The spirit and practice of religion are for all, since all bear the same relation to their Creator, and to their race, and are endowed with reason, and with affections. But the high science of religion is at present at least like all other science for the few. The time may come when all shall have the comprehension of mind and range of knowledge, which are requisite for investigating spiritual relations, tracing the religious principle through all its manifestations in individuals and societies, studying its records in many PG 330 languages, and testing the interpretations which have been put upon them from age to age. The time may possibly come when all may be able thus to be scientific in theology, but that time has assuredly not arrived. It is so far from being at hand that by far the largest portion of Christian society seems to be ignorant of the distinction between the science of theology and the practice of religion. the scientific study and popular administration of religion, have not only been confided to the same persons, but actually mixed up and confounded in the heads and hands of those persons contrary to all principle and to all practice in other departments. The student who enters upon this science is warned beforehand what conclusions he must arrive at. The results are given to him prior to investigation and sanctioned by reward and punishment. The first injury happens to the student under a method of pursuing science as barbarous as any, by which the progress of natural knowledge was retarded in ages gone. By the student become an administrator, next injures his flock in his turn, by mixing up portions of his scholastic science with religious sentiment. He teaches dogmatically that which bears no relation to duty and affection, requiring assent where for want of the requisite knowledge true assent is impossible, where there can be only passive reception or ignorant rejection. The consequences are the corruptions of Christianity, which grieve the spirit of those who see where and how the poison is mixed with the bread of life. The office of theological science is to preserve, you must now say, to recover the primary simplicity of Christianity. It is a high and noble office to penetrate to and test the opinions of ages in order to trace corruptions to their source and separate them from the pure waters of truth. It is a PG 331 high and noble task to master the associations of the elder time and look again at the gospel to see it afresh in its native light. It is a high and noble task to strip away false glosses, not only of words, but of ideas, that the true spirit of the gospel may shine through the record. But these high and noble labors are but means to a higher and nobler end. The dignity of theological study arises from its being subservient to the administration of religion. The last was Christ's own office, the highest which can be discharged by man, so high as to indicate that, when its dignity is fully understood, it will be confided to the hands of no class of men. Theologians there will probably always be, but no man will be a priest in those days to come when every man will be a worshipper. On some accounts, it may seem desirable that the theologians of this age should be the clergy. It was once desirable for reasons analogous to those which constituted priests, once the judges, then the politicians, then the literati of society. It has been, and is the plea, that those who professed to clear Christianity from its corruptions and to master its history were the fittest persons to present it to the popular mind. If this were ever the case, the time seems to have passed by. The press affords the means of placing the clear results of theological inquiry in the hands of those whom they concern. There seems to be no other relation between the theologian as a theologian and the worshipper which should constitute him the organ of their worship. The habits of mind most favorable to the pursuit of theological study are not those which qualify for a successful administration of religious influences. This is proved by fact, by the limited efficacy of preaching, and by the fatal confusion which has been caused by the clergy having given PG 332 out fragments of their studies from the pulpit, with annexations of promise and threatening. It does not follow that the administrators should be ignorant, only that their knowledge should be other than scholastic and technical. The organ of a worshipping assembly should be furnished with the clear results of theological study, and with such intellectual and moral science as shall enable him, if his sympathies be warm enough to identify himself with the mind and heart of humanity, he must have that knowledge of men's relations and interests in life, which shall enable him to look into infinity from their point of view, to give voice to whatever sentiments are common to all, to appeal to whatever affections and desires are stirring in all. For this purpose, he must be practically engaged in the great moral questions of the time, carrying the principles of religion into them with his whole experimental force, and bringing out of them new light whereby to illustrate these principles, new grounds on which to reason in behalf of duty, and new forces with which to animate the convictions of his fellow worshippers into practice. The fluctuations through which the Methodist body in America, as well as elsewhere, is arriving at the true principle, as to the ministering of religion, are well known. First, they clearly saw the corruption of Christian doctrine and the deadness of religious service which must follow from putting closet students into the pulpit and holding the belief of immediate and special inspiration. They abjured human learning. The mischiefs which have followed upon the ministry of ignorant and fanatical clergy have converted large numbers to the advocacy of human learning. It will probably yet be long before they can put in practice the true method of having one set of men to be theologians and another to be preachers or other organs of worship. PG 333. The complaint of every denomination in the United States is of a scarcity of ministers. This is so pressing that, as we have seen in the case of the Catholics, the term of study is shortened, Now seems the time, and America the place, for dispensing with the formalities which restrict religious worship. It would be an incalculable injury to have theological study brought to an end by every youth who devotes himself to it being called away to preach, before he can possibly possess many of the requisites for preaching. It would be far better to throw open the office of administration to all who feel and can speak religiously, and so as to be the genuine voice of the thoughts of others, even if it were necessary to reconstitute religious societies, making the meetings for worship smaller, and the exercises varying with the nature of the case. There could no evil arise so serious as the interruption of theological study and the deterioration of public worship in the Wild West, where the people can no more live without religion than they can anywhere else. The farmer's neighbors collect around him from within a circuit of 30 miles, and he reads or speaks and prays. And they are refreshed if this is not done. If it is not frequently done, the settlers become liable to the insanity of camp meetings and revivals. If the national want can be thus naturally supplied in the heart of the forest or prairie, why not also in the city? The city has the advantage of a greater number of persons, qualified to express the common desires and meet the common sympathies of the worshippers. There are enlightened and religious persons who think it would be a great advantage to religion if the present system of dogmatical theological study in America were broken up. It might be so if it were sure to be reconstituted upon better principles, and if it were not done for the purpose of PG 334, supplying the pulpit with men who might be even less fit for their office than they are now. But there is no prospect of such a breaking up at present, and I am afraid as little of any great improvement in the principles of research. Though there are differences arising about creeds, though there are schisms within the walls of churches, and of colleges and trials for heresy before synods and assemblies which promise a more or less speedy relaxation of the bonds of creeds and the tyranny of church government, there is no near prospect of theological science being left as free as other kinds. There is no near prospect of evidence on the most important of all subjects being consigned to the heaven-made laws of the human mind. There is no near prospect of inquiry being left to work out its results without any prior specification, under penalty of what they must be. There is no near prospect of the clergy having such faith in the religion they profess as to leave it to the administration of him who sent it free from their pernicious and arrogant protection. If other science had its results mixed up with hope and fear, its pursuit watched over by tyranny and divergence from old opinions, punished by opprobrium, the world, instead of being an immense whispering gallery, where the faintest accent of science is heard throughout every civilized country, as soon as uttered, would be a Babel, where all utterance would be vociferation and life, one interminable quarrel. It would be an extreme exemplification of the principle of making convictions the object of moral approbation and disapprobation, as it is. Though natural philosophers sometimes fall out, yet there is a practical admission of the right of free research, and of the innocence of arriving by strict fidelity at any conclusions, whatever in natural science. The consequence is that, instead of men being imprisoned for their discoveries, and PG 335 made to do penance for the benefits they confer on the community, science proceeds expeditiously and joyously under the hands of intent workers mutually aiding and congratulating, while society gratefully accepts the results and adopts the knowledge evolved as it becomes necessarily and regularly popularized. Whenever moral science shall be undertaken and religious science emancipated, such will be the harmonious progress of each, and the Christian religion will be anew revealed to men. Meantime, the religious world is in one aspect like an inquisition, in another like a Babel. The religious world not by any means the intercourse of all religious persons. Some of the most religious persons are quite out of the religious world, voluntarily retreating from it, that they may retain their reverence, or driven from it, because they are faithful to convictions which are prescribed to them only by God, without the sanction of man. Is it thus that religion should be followed and professed in a democratic republic? Does it carry with it any dispensation from democratic principles, any authority for despotism in this one particular, any denial of human equality, any sanction of human authority over reason and conscience? Is it not rather the root of all democracy, the highest fact in the rights of man? America has left it to the old world to fortify Christianity by establishments, and has triumphantly shown that a great nation may be trusted to its religious instincts, to provide for its religious wants. In order to the complete following out of her principles, she must leave religious speculation and pursuit of knowledge and peace as open as any other, and beware of making the ascertainments of science an occasion for the oppression of a single individual in fortune, name, or natural inheritance of spiritual liberty. Pg 336. Chapter Roman 2 Spirit of Religion. For God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. Paul the Apostle. Hands full of hardy labor's pains that pay, and prize themselves do much that more they may. No cruel guard of diligent cares that keep crowned woes awake as things too wise for sleep. But reverend discipline, religious fear, and soft obedience find sweet biding here. Silence and sacred rest, peace and pure joys. Kind loves keep house, lie close and make no noise. And room enough for monarchs while none swells beyond the limits of contentful cells. The self-remembering soul sweetly recovers. Her kindred with the stars not basely hovers. Below but meditates th immortal way. Home to the source of light and intellectual day. Crashio. Society in America is as much in a transition state about religion as France and England are about politics. The people are in advance of the clergy in America, as the English are in advance of such of their political institutions, as are in dispute discouraging as the aspect of religious profession in America is on a superficial survey. A closer study will satisfy the observer that all will be well, that the most democratic of nations is religious at heart, and that its superstitions and offenses against the spirit of Christianity are owing to temporary influences. In order to ascertain what the spirit of religion Pg 337 really is in the country, we must not judge by the periodicals. Religious periodicals are almost entirely in the hands of the clergy, who are in no country fair representatives of the religion of the people. These periodicals are almost without exception, as far as my knowledge of them goes, extremely bad. A very few have some literary and scientific merit, and many advocate with zeal particular methods of charity, and certainly affect a wide and beneficent cooperation for mutual help, which could not be otherwise so well secured. But arrogance and uncharitableness, cant, exclusiveness, and an utter absence of sympathy with human interests and affections generally render this class of publications as distasteful as the corresponding organs of religious bodies in the Old World. They are too little human in their character, from the books of the Sunday School Union to the most important of the religious reviews, to be by any possibility a fair expression of the spiritual state of some millions of persons. The acts of the laity, and especially of those who are least under the influence of the clergy, must be looked to as the only true manifestations. If religion springs from morals, the religion must be most faulty. Where the morals are so, the greatest fault in American morals is an excessive regard to opinion. This is the reason of the want of liberality, of which unbelievers and unusual believers have so much reason to complain. But the spirit of religion is already bursting through sectarian restraints. Many powerful voices are raised within the churches as well as out of them, and even from a few pulpits, against the mechanical adoption and practice of religion, and in favor of individuality of thought and the consequent spontaneousness of speech and action. Many indubitable Christians are denouncing Kant as strongly as Pg 338 those whom Kant has alienated from Christianity. The dislike of associations for religious objects is spreading fast, and the eyes of multitudes are being opened to the fact that there can be little faith at the bottom of that craving for sympathy which prevents men and women from cheerfully doing their duty to God and their neighbor, unless sanctioned by a crowd. Some of the clergy have done away with the forms of admission to their churches, which were formerly considered indispensable. There is a visible reaction in the best part of society in favor of any man who stands alone on any point of religious concern, and though such an one has the more regularly drilled churches against him, he is usually cheered by the grasp of some trusty right hand of fellowship. The eagerness in pursuit of speculative truth is shown by the rapid sale of every kind of heretical work. The clergy complain of the enormous spread of bold books, from the infidel tract to the latest handling of the miracle question, as sorrowfully as the most liberal members of society lament the unlimited circulation of the false morals issued by certain religious tract societies. Both testify to the interest taken by the people in religion. The love of truth is also shown by the outbreak of heresy in all directions. There are schisms among all the more strict of the religious bodies, and large secessions, and new formations among those which are bound together by slight forms. There are even a few places to be found where deists may come among Christians to worship their common Father without fear of insult to their feelings and mockery of their convictions. I know also of one place at least, and I believe there are now several, where the people of color are welcome to worship with the white sexually intermingled with them, instead of being set apart PG 339 in a gallery appropriated to them. This is the last possible test of the conviction of human equality entertained by the white worshippers. It is such a test of this their Christian conviction, as no persons of any rank in England are ever called upon to abide. I think it very probable that the course of action which is common in America will be followed in this instance. A battle for a principle is usually fought long and under discouragement, but the sure fruition is almost instantaneous. When the principle is but once put into action, the people of color do actually, in one or more religious assemblies, sit among the whites in token that the principle of human brotherhood is fully admitted. It may be anticipated that the example will spread from church to church in the rural districts of the North first, and then in the towns 30, so that the clergy will soon find themselves released from the necessity of veiling or qualifying the most essential truth of the gospel from the pastoral consideration for the passions and prejudices of the white portion of their flocks, which they at present plead in excuse of their compromise. The noble beneficence of the whole community shows that the spirit of the gospel is in the midst of them, as it respects the condition of the poor ignorant and afflicted of the generosity of society. There can be no question. And if it were PG 340 only accompanied with the strict justice, which the same principles of Christian charity require, if there were as zealous a regard to the rights of intellect and conscience in all as to the wants and sufferings of the helpless, such a realization of high morals would be seen, as the world has not yet beheld. I have witnessed sights, which persuade me that the principle of charity will yet be carried out to its full extent. It gave me pleasure to see the provisions made for every class of unfortunates. It gave me more to see young men and women devoting their evening and Sunday leisure to fostering in the most benignant manner the minds of active and trustful children. But nothing gave me so much delight as what was said by a young physician to a young clergyman on their entering a new building, prepared as a place of worship for children, and also as a kind of school, as a place where religion might have its free course among young and free minds. Now, said the young physician, here we are with these children dependent upon us. Never let us defile this place with the smallest act of spiritual tyranny. Watch me, and I will watch you, that we may not lay the weight of a hair upon these little minds. If we impose one single opinion upon them, we bring a curse upon our work here in this one place. Let minds be absolutely free. This is the true spirit of reverence. He who spoke those words may be considered, I believe and trust, as the organ of no few who are aware that reverence is as requisite to the faithful administration of charity as to the acceptable offering of prayer. The asceticism which pervades large sections of society in America testifies to the existence of a strong interest in religion. Its effects are most melancholy, but they exhibit only the perversion of that which is in itself a great good. The PG 341 asceticism of America is much like that of every other place. It brings religion down to be ceremonial, constrained, anxious, and altogether divested of its free, generous, and joyous character. It fosters timid selfishness in some, and in others a precise proportion of reckless licentiousness. Its manifestations in Boston are as remarkable as in the strictest of Scotch towns. Youths in Boston, who work hard all the week, desire fresh air and exercise, and a sight of the country on Sundays. The country must be reached over the long bridges before mentioned, and the youths must ride to obtain their object. They have been brought up to think it a sin to take a ride on Sundays, once having yielded, and being under a sense of transgression, for a wholly fictitious offense. They rarely stop there. 31, they next join parties to smoke and perhaps to drink, and so on. If they had but been brought up to know that the Sabbath, like all times and seasons, was made for man, and not man for the Sabbath, that their religion is in their state of mind, and not in the arrangement of their day, their Sabbaths would most probably have been spent as innocently as any other day, and the chances would have been much increased of their desiring the means of improving their religious PG 342 knowledge, and cherishing their devotional affections by social worship. I was struck by the fact that at the Jefferson University at Charlottesville, Virginia, where no fundamental provision is made for worship, where not the slightest authority is exercised over the students with regard to religious observances, there is not only a most regular administration of religion, but the fullest. Attendance upon it, everyone knows what a burden and snare the public prayers are at our English universities, where the attendance is compulsory at Charlottesville, where the matter is left to the inclination of the students, the attendance is punctual quiet, and absolutely universal 32. The ascetic proscription of amusements extends to the clergy throughout the country, and includes the whole of the religious world in New England. As to the clergy, the superstition can scarcely endure long. It is so destitute of all reason. I went to a large party at Philadelphia. With a clergyman and other friends, dancing presently began. I was asked a question, which implied that my clerical friend had gone home there. He, as I replied, "Oh, I concluded that he went away." When the dancing began, said the lady, in a tone which implied that she thought he ought to have gone home, "It was observed of this gentleman that he could not be a religious man. He was seen at so many parties during my visit to his house. No clergyman ever enters the theater or touches a card. It is even expected that he should go away when cards are introduced, as from the ballroom, the exclusion from the theater is of the least consequence, as large portions of society have pg 343 reasonable doubts about the encouragement of an amusement, which does seem to be vitiated there, almost to the last degree. The Americans have little dramatic taste, and the spirit of Puritanism still rises up in such fierce opposition to the stage, as to forbid the hope that this grand means of intellectual exercise will ever be made the instrument of moral good to society there, that it might be made, and the proscribed race of dramatic artists is in talent, and in morals just what a proscribed and depressed class might be expected to be the attempt to raise their condition, and their art has been strenuously made by the manager of the Boston Theater, who has sternly purified his establishment, excluding from his stage everything that could well give offense even to Boston prudery. But it is in vain, the uncongeniality is too great, and those who respect dramatic entertainments the most highly will be the most anxious that the American theaters should be closed. I even know of more families than one unconnected with clergy, and not making any strict religious profession, where Shakespeare is hidden for prudish reasons. I need not add that, among such persons, there is not the remotest comprehension of what the drama is. If a reader of Shakespeare occurs here and there, it usually turns out that he considers the plays as collections of passages, descriptive, didactic, Roman 100, Roman 100. Such being the state of things, it is no matter of surprise and regret that the clergy, among others, abstain from the theater. But as to the dance, either dancing is innocent, or it is not. If not, nobody should dance. If innocent, the clergy should dance like others, as they have the same kind of bodies to be animated, and of minds to be exhilarated. Once admit any distinction on account of their office, and there is no stopping short in reason of the celibacy of the clergy, and the pg 344 other gloomy superstitions, by which the free and genial spirit of Christianity has been grieved. This ascetic practice of taking care of one another's morals has gone to such a length in Boston as to excite the frequent satire of some of its wisest citizens. This indicates that it will be broken through. When there was talk of attempting to set up the Italian opera there, a gentleman observed that it would never do, people would be afraid of the very name. Oh, said another, call it lectures on music with illustrations, and everybody will come. Lectures abound in Boston, and I am glad of it, at least in the interval before the opening of the public amusements, which will certainly be required sooner or later. These lectures may not be of any great use in conveying science, and literature lectures can seldom do more than actuate to study at home. But in this case, they probably obviate meetings for religious excitement, which are more hurtful than lectures are beneficial. The spiritual dissipations indulged in by the religious world, wherever asceticism prevails, are more injurious to sound morals than any public amusements, as conducted in modern times, have ever been proved to be. It is questionable whether even gross licentiousness is not at least equally encouraged by the excitement of passionate religious emotions separate from action. And it is certain that rank spiritual vices, pride, selfishness, tyranny, and superstition, spring up luxuriantly in the hotbeds of religious meetings. The odiousness of spiritual vices is apt to be lost sight of in the horror of sensual transgressions. If a pure intelligence, however, had to decide between the two, he would probably point out that the vices which arise from the frailty of nature are less desperate and less revolting than those which are mainly factitious, and pg 345, which arise from a perversion of man's highest relation. It is difficult to decide which set of vices, if indeed the line can be drawn between them, spreads the most extensive misery and most completely ruins the unhappy subjects of them. but it is certain that the sympathies of unsophisticated minds turn more readily to the publicans and sinners than to the Pharisees of society, and they have high authority for so doing. Still, the asceticism shows that a strong religious feeling, a strong sense of religious duty, exists which has only to be enlarged, and enlightened a most liberal-minded clergyman, a man as democratic in his religion, and as genial in his charity as any layman in the land, remarked to me one day on the existence of this strong religious sensibility in the children of the pilgrims, and asked me what I thought should be done to cherish and enlarge it, we having been alarming each other, with the fear that it would be exasperated by the prevalent superstition, and become transmuted in the next generation to something very unlike religious sensibility. We proposed great changes in domestic and social habits, less formal religious observance in families, and more genial interest in the intellectual provinces of religion, more rational promotion of health by living according to the laws of nature, which ordain bodily exercise and mental refreshment. We proposed that new temptations to walking, driving, boating Roman 100 should be prepared, and the delights of natural scenery laid open much more freely than they are, that social amusements of every kind should be encouraged, and all religious restraints upon speech and action removed. In short, that spontaneousness should be reverenced and approved above all things, whatever form it may take, of course. This can only be done by those who do approve and reverence spontaneousness. But I am PG 346, confident that there are enough of them in the very heart of the most ascetic society in America to make it unreasonable that they should any longer succumb to the priests and devotees of the community. Symptoms of the breaking out of the true genial spirit of liberty were continually delighting me, a Unitarian clergyman, complaining of the superstition of the body to which he belonged, while they were perpetually referring to their comparative freedom. Observed, we are so bent on standing fast in our liberty that we don't get on another remarked upon in eulogy, bestowed on someone as a man and a Christian, as if, said the speaker, the Christian were the climax, as if it were not much more to be a man than a Christian. The way in which religion is made an occupation by women testifies not only to the vacuity, which must exist when such a mistake is fallen into, but to the vigor with which the religious sentiment would probably be carried into the great objects and occupations of life, if such were permitted. I was perpetually struck with this when I saw women braving hurricane, frost, and snow to flit from preaching to preaching, and laying out the whole day among visits for prayer and religious excitement among the poor. And the sick, I was struck with this when I saw them laboring at their New Testament reading, superstitiously, a daily portion of that which was already too familiar to the ear to leave any genuine and lasting impression. Thus read extraordinary instances, met my knowledge of both clergymen and ladies making the grossest mistakes about conspicuous facts of the gospel history, while reading it in daily portions. Forever it is not surprising that such a method of perusal should obviate all real knowledge of the book. But it is astonishing that those who feel it PG 347 to be so should not change their methods, and begin at length to learn that which they have all their lives been vainly trusting that they knew. The wife of a member of Congress, a conscientious and religious woman, judges of persons by one rule whether they are pious. I could never learn how she applied this, nor what she comprehended under her phrase. She told me that she wished her husband to leave Congress. He was no longer a young man, and it was time he was thinking of saving his soul. She could not, after long conversation on this subject, realize the idea that religion is not an affair of occupation and circumstance, but of principle and temper, and that, as there is no more important duty than that of a member of Congress, there is no situation in which a man can attain a higher religious elevation if the spirit be in him. The morality and religion of the people of the United States have suffered much by their being, especially in New England, an ostensibly religious community. There will be less that is ostensible and more that is genuine as they grow older. They are finding that it is the possession of the spirit, and not the profession of the form, which makes societies as well as individuals religious. All they have to do is to assert their birthright of liberty to be free and natural. They need have no fear of license and irreligion. The spirit of their forefathers is strong in them. And if it were not, the spirit of humanity is in them, the very sanctum of religion, the idea of duty perverted or unperverted, is before them in all their lives, and the love of their neighbor is in all their hearts. As surely then as they live and love, they will be religious. What they have to look to is that their religion be free. PG 348. Chapter Roman 3, Administration of Religion. What will they then but force the spirit of grace itself and bind His consort liberty, what but unbuild? His living temples built by faith to stand. Their own faith, not another's. Milton. Truth shall spring out of the earth, and righteousness shall look down from heaven. 85th Psalm. The inquiry concerning the working of the voluntary system in America, the only country where it operates without an establishment, by its side takes two directions. It is asked first whether religion is administered sufficiently to the people, and secondly, what is the character of the clergy. The first question is easily answered: the eagerness for religious instruction, and the means of social worship are so great that funds and buildings are provided wherever society exists, though the clergy bear a larger proportion to men of other occupations, I believe, than is the case anywhere except perhaps in the peninsula. They are too few for the religious wants of the people. Men are wanting, but churches and funds are sufficient, according to a general summary of religious denominations, 33 made in 1835. The number of churches pg 349, or congregations, was 15,477, the population being exclusive of the slaves between 15 and 16 millions, and a not inconsiderable number being settlers scattered in places too remote for the formation of regular societies with settled ministers. To these 15,477 churches there were only 12,130 ministers. If to these settled clergy there are added the licentiates and candidates of the Presbyterian Church, the local preachers of the Methodists, the theological students and Quaker administrators, it will be acknowledged that the number of religious teachers bears an unusually large proportion to the population, yet the Baptist sect alone proclaims a want of above 3,000 ministers to supply the existing churches. Every exertion is made to meet the religious wants of the people. The American Education Society has assisted largely in sending forth young ministers. The Mission and Bible Societies exhibit large results in short society in the United States, offers every conceivable testimony that the religious instincts of the people may be trusted to supply their religious wants. It is only within 4 or 5 years that this has been fully admitted. Even in the state of Massachusetts, up to 1834, every citizen of that state was obliged to contribute something to the support of some sect or church. The inconsistency of this obligation with true democratic principle was then fully perceived, and religion left wholly to voluntary support. It is needless to say that the event has fully justified the confidence of those who have faith enough in Christianity to see that it needs no protection from the state, but will commend itself to human hearts better without. Pg 350. As to the other particular of the inquirith character of the clergymore, is to be said. It is clear that there is no room under the voluntary system for some of the worst characteristics which have disgraced all Christian priesthoods in America. There can be no grasping after political power, no gambling in a lottery of church livings, no worldly pomp and state. These sins are precluded under voluntary system. In the midst of a republic, instead of these things, we find the Protestant clergy generally belonging to the federal party. When they open their lips upon politics at all, they belong to the apprehensive party. According to all precedent, it would be called strange if it did not almost universally happen that, with the exception of the political churchmen of the Old World, they who uphold a faith which shall remove mountains, who teach that men are not to fear them, that kill the body and afterwards have no more that they can do, are the most timid class of society, the most backward in all great conflicts of principles. They have ever rested invisible in their tents when any wrestling was going on between morals and abuses. They have ever as a body belonged to the aristocratic and fearing party. So it is in America, where the fearing party is depressed, as it has ever been where the aristocratic party is uppermost. The clergy in America are not as a body seekers of wealth. It is so generally out of their reach that the adoption of the clerical profession is usually an unequivocal testimony to their disinterestedness. About money, I say usually, because there are exceptions. The profession has been one of such high honor that it rises to an equality with wealth. It is common not to say usual that young clergymen, who are almost invariably from poor families, marry ladies of fortune. Where there are several pg 351 sisters in a rich family, it seems to be regarded as a matter of course that one will marry a clergyman amidst some good, which arises out of this practice. There is the enormous evil not peculiar to America, that adventurers are tempted into the profession. Not a few planters in the South began life as poor clergymen, and obtained by marriage the means of becoming planters, not a few pastors in the North grow more sleek than they ever were saintly, and go through 2 safe and quiet preachments on Sundays as the price of their weekday ease. But as long as the salaries of ministers are so moderate as they now are, it cannot be otherwise than that the greater number of clergy enter upon their profession in full view of a life of labor with small pecuniary recompense. There can, I think, be no question that the vocation is adopted from motives as pure as often actuate men, and that the dangers to which the clergy succumb arise afterwards out of their disadvantageous position. It is to be wished that some alteration could be made in the mode of remunerating the clergy. At present, they have usually small salaries and large presents. Nothing is more natural than that grateful individuals or flocks should like to testify their respect for their pastor by adding to his comforts and luxuries. But if all the consequences were considered, I think the practice would be forborne, and the salary increased instead in the present state of morals. Happens that instances are rare where one person can give pecuniary benefit to another without injury to one or both. Sympathy help may be given with great mutual profit, but rarely money or monies worth 30 for this arises from pg 352, the false associations which have been gathered round wealth, and have implicated it too extensively with mental and moral independence. Anyone may answer for himself the question whether it is often possible to regard a person to whom he is under pecuniary obligation with precisely the same freedom from first to last, which would otherwise exist if among people of similar views, objects, and interests. This is felt as a difficulty. It is aggravated into a great moral danger. When spiritual influences are to be dispensed by the aided and obliged party, I see no safety in anything short of a strict rule on the part of an honorable pastor to accept of no gift, whatever this would require some self-denial on the part of his friends, but they ought to be aware that giving gifts is the coarsest and lowest method of testifying respect and affection. Many ways are open to them, first by taking care that their pastor has such a fixed annual provision made for him as will secure him from the too heavy pressure of family cares, and then by yielding him that honest friendship and plain-spoken sympathy without any religious peculiarity, which may animate him in his studies and in his ministrations. The American clergy being absolved from the common clerical vices of ambition and cupidity, it remains to be seen whether they are free also from that of the idolatry of opinion. They enter upon their office, generally, with pious and benevolent views. Do they retain their moral independence in a tie? Cannot answer favorably. The vices of any class are never to be imputed with the full force of disgraces to individuals. The vices of a class must evidently, from their extent, arise from some overpowering influences, under whose operation individuals should be respectfully compassionated, while the morbid influences are pg 353, condemned. The American clergy are the most backward and timid class in the society in which they live, self-exiled from the great moral questions of the time, the least informed with true knowledge, the least efficient in virtuous action, the least conscious of that Christian and republican freedom, which as the native atmosphere of piety and holiness, it is their prime duty to cherish and diffuse. The proximate causes of their degeneracy in this respect are easily recognized. It is not merely that the living of the clergy depends on the opinion of those whom they serve to all but the far, and clear-sighted it appears that the usefulness of their function does so ordinary men may be excused for a willingness to seize on the precept about following after the things that make for peace without too close an inquiry into the nature of that peace. Such a tendency may be excused, but not praised in ordinary men. It must be blamed in all pastors who believe that they have grasped purer than ordinary principles of gospel freedom. The first great mischief which arises from the disinclination of the clergy to bring what may be disturbing questions before their people is that they themselves inevitably undergo a perversion of views about the nature of their pastoral office. To take the most striking instance now presented. In the United States, the clergy have not yet begun to stir upon the anti-slavery question. A very few Presbyterian clergymen have nobly risked everything for it, some being members of abolition societies, and some professors in the Oberlin Institute and its branches where all prejudice of color is discountenanced, but the bulk of the Presbyterian clergy are as fierce as the slaveholders against the abolitionists. I believe they would not object to have Mr. Breckinridge considered a pg 354 sample of their body. The Episcopalian clergy are generally silent on the subject of human rights or give their influence against the abolitionists. Not to go over the whole list of denominations, it is sufficient to mention that the ministers generally are understood to be opposed to abolition, from the circumstances of their silence, in the pulpit, their conversation in society, and the conduct of those who are most under their influence. I pass on to the Unitarians, the religious body, with which I am best acquainted from my being a Unitarian myself. The Unitarians believe that they are not liable to many superstitions, which cramp the minds and actions of other religionists. They profess a religion of greater freedom and declare that Christianity, as they see it, has an affinity with all that is free, genial, intrepid, and true in the human mind, and that it is meant to be carried out into every social arrangement, every speculation of thought, every act of the life. Clergymen who preach this live in a crisis when a tremendous conflict of principles is taking place on one side, is the oppressor struggling to keep his power for the sake of his gold, and with him the mercenary, the faithlessly timid, the ambitious, and the weak on the other side, are the friends of the slave, and with them those who, without possibility of recompense, are sacrificing their reputations, their fortunes, their quiet, and risking their lives for the principle of freedom. What are the Unitarian clergy doing amidst this war, which admits of neither peace nor truce, but which must end in the subjugation of the principle of freedom or of oppression? I believe Mr. May had the honor of being the first Unitarian pastor who sided with the right, whether he has sacrificed to his intrepidity one Christian grace, whether he has lost one charm of his PG 355 piety, gentleness, and charity, amidst the trials of insult, which he has had to undergo. I dare appeal to his worst enemy. Instead of this, his devotion to a most difficult duty has called forth in him force of character, a strength of reason of which his best friends were before unaware. It filled me with shame for the weakness of men, in their noblest offices, to hear the insolent compassion with which some of his priestly brethren spoke of a man, whom they have not light and courage enough to follow through the thickets and deserts of duty, and upon whom they therefore bestow their scornful pity. From out of their shady bowers of complacency Dr. Fallen came next, and there is nothing in his power that he has not done and sacrificed in identifying himself with the cause of emancipation. I heard him, in a perilous time, pray in church for the miserable, degraded, insulted slave, in chains of iron and chains of gold. This is not the place in which to exhibit what his sacrifices have really been. Dr. Channing's later services are well known. I know of two more of the Unitarian clergy who have made an open and dangerous avowal of the right, and of one or two who have in private resisted wrong in the cause. But this is all. As a body they must, though disapproving slavery, be ranked as the enemies of the abolitionists. Some have pleaded to me that it is a distasteful subject. Some think it sufficient that they can see faults in individual abolitionists. Some say that their pulpits are the property of their people, who are not therefore to have their minds disturbed by what they hear thence. Some say that the question is no business of theirs. Some urge that they should be turned out of their pulpits before the next Sunday if they touched upon human rights. Some think the subject not spiritual enough. The greater number excuse themselves on the ground PG 356 of a doctrine which I cannot but think has grown out of the circumstances that the duty of the clergy is to decide on how much truth the people can bear, and to administer it accordingly. So, while society is going through the greatest of moral revolutions, casting out its most vicious anomaly, and bringing its Christianity into its politics and its social conduct, the clergy, even the Unitarian clergy, are some pitying, and some ridiculing the apostles of the revolution, preaching spiritualism, learning, speculation, advocating third and fourth-rate objects of human exertion and amelioration, and leaving it to the laity to carry out the first and pressing moral reform of the age. They are blind to their noble mission of enlightening and guiding the moral sentiment of society in its greatest crisis. They not only decline aiding the cause in weekdays by deed or pen or spoken words, but they agree in private to avoid the subject of human rights in the pulpit, till the crisis be past. No one asks them to harrow the feelings of their hearers by sermons on slavery, but they avoid offering those Christian principles of faith and liberty with which slavery cannot coexist. Seeing what I have seen, I can come to no other conclusion than that the most guilty class of the community in regard to the slavery question at present is not the slaveholding, nor even the mercantile, but the clerical. The most guilty, because not only are they not blinded by lifelong custom and prejudice, nor by pecuniary interest, but they profess to spend their lives in the study of moral relations, and have pledged themselves to declare the whole counsel of God whenever the day comes for the right principle to be established. Let them not dare to glory in the glory of their country. Now in its martyrage, they shrink from being confessors. It will not be for them to PG 357 march into the triumph with the glorious army. Yet if the clergy of America follow the example of other rearguards of society, they will be the first to glory in the Reformation which they have done their utmost to retard. The fearful and disgraceful mistake about the true nature of the clerical office supposition, that it consists in adapting the truth to the minds of the hearers, already producing its effect in thinning the churches and impelling the people to find an administration of religion better suited to their need, the want of faith in other men, and in principles, and the superabundant faith in themselves, shown in this notion of pastoral duty, which has been actually preached as well as pleaded in private, are so conspicuous as to need no further exposure. The history of priesthoods may be referred to as an exhibition of its consequences. I was struck at first with an advocacy of ordinances among some of the Unitarian clergy, which I was confident must go beyond their own belief. I was told that a great point was made of them, not as observances, but as ordinances because the public mind required them. Saw a minister using vehement and unaccustomed action, of course, wholly inappropriate in a pulpit not his own, and was told that that set of people required plenty of action to be assured the preacher was in earnest. I was told that when prejudices and interests have gathered round any point of morals, truth ceases to be truth, and it becomes a minister's duty to avoid the topic altogether. The consequences may be anticipated. What do you think, sir, the people will do as they discover the backwardness of their clergy? I heard a minister of one sect say to a minister of another, I think, sir, they will soon require a better clergy. Was the reply, the people are requiring a better clergy? Even in Boston, so pg 358 far behind the country, as that city is a notable change, has already taken place. A strong man full of enlarged sympathies has not only discerned the wants of the time, but set himself to do what one man may to supply them. He invites to worship those who think and feel with him, as to what their communion with the Father must be to sustain their principles, and their cheer in this trying time. A multitude flocks round him, the earnest spirits of the city, and the day, whose full hearts and worn spirits can find little ease and refreshment amidst the abstract and inappropriate services of ministers, who give them truth, as they judge they can receive it nothing, but the whole truth will satisfy those who are living and dying for it. The rising up of this new church in Boston is an eloquent sign of the times. 35. An extraordinary revelation of the state of the case between the clergy and the people was made to me, most unconsciously, by a minister, who, by the way, acknowledges that he avoids on principle preaching on the subjects which interest him most. He thinks he serves his people best by carrying into the pulpit subjects of secondary interest to himself. This gentleman, shocked with the tidings of some social tyranny on the anti-slavery question, exclaimed, such a revelation of the state of people's minds as this is enough to make one leave one's pulpit and set to work to mend society. What a volume do these few words disclose as to the relation of the clergy to the people and the time. What the effect would be of the clergy carrying pg 359 religion into what is most practically important, and therefore most interesting, is shown as often as opportunity occurs, which is all too seldom. When Dr. Channing dropped in a sermon last winter that legislatures as well as individuals were bound to do the will of God, every head in the church was raised or turned, every eye waited upon him. When another minister preached on being alone, and showed how the noblest benefactors of the race, the truest servants of God, must, in striking out into new regions of thought and action, pass beyond the circle of common human sympathies, and suffer accordingly, many a stout heart melted into tears, many a rigid face crimsoned with emotion, and the sermon was repeated and referred to far and near under the name of the Garrison Sermon, a name given to it not by the preacher, but by the consciences of some, and the sympathies of others contrast with such an effect as this the influence of preaching irrelevant to minds and seasons. If such sayings are admired or admitted at the moment, they are soon forgotten or remembered only in the general. Don't you think, said a gentleman to me, that sermons are sadly useless things, for the most part admonitions strung like birds' eggs on a string, so that they tell pretty much the same backwards or forwards one way or another? It appears to me that the one thing in which the clergy of every kind are fatally deficient is faith, that faith which would lead them first to appropriate all truth fearlessly and unconditionally, and then to give it as freely as they have received it. They are fond of apostolic authority. What would Paul's ministry have been if he had preached on everything but idolatry at Ephesus and licentiousness at Corinth? There were people whose silver shrines, whose prejudices, whose false moral principles were pg 360 in danger, There were people who were as unconscious of the depth of their sin as the oppressors of the Negro. At the present day, how would Paul have then finished his course, if he had stopped short from the expediency of not dividing a household against itself, in case such should be the consequence of giving true principles to the heir, if dreading to break up the false peace of successful lucre and overbearing profligacy, he had confined himself to speculations like those with which he won the ear of the Athenians, carefully avoiding all allusions to Diana at Ephesus, and to temperance and judgment to come at Corinth. What kind of an apostle would he have been? Very like the American Christian clergy of the 19th century. The next great mischief that arises from the fear of opinion, which makes the clergy keep aloof from the stirring questions of the time, is that they are deprived of that influence, the highest kind of all that men exert by their individual characters and convictions. Their character is comparatively uninfluential from its being supposed professional, and their convictions, because they are concluded to be formed from imperfect materials, a clergyman's opinions on politics, and on other affairs of active life in which morals are most implicated, are attended to precisely in proportion, as he is secular in his habits, and pursuits. A minister preached a few years ago against discount and high prices in times of scarcity. The merchants of his flock went away laughing, and the pastor has never got over it. The merchants speak of him as a very holy man, and esteem his services highly for keeping their wives, children, and domestics in strict religious order. But in preaching to themselves, he has been preaching to the winds ever since. That day, a liberal-minded religious father of a family said to me, "Take care, PG 361, how you receive the uncorroborated statements of clergymen about that a matter of social fact, they know nothing about it. They are not likely to know anything about it. Why? Because there is nobody to tell them. You know the clergy are looked upon by all grown men as a sort of people between men and women in a republic where politics afford the discipline and means of expression of every man's morals. The clergy withdraw from not only all party movements, but all political interests. Some barely vote, others do not even do this. Their plea is as usual that public opinion will not bear that the clergy should be upon the same footing as to worldly affairs as others. If this be true, public opinion should not be allowed to dictate their private duty to the moral teachers of society. A clergyman should discharge the duties of a citizen all the more faithfully, for the need which the public thus show themselves to be in of his example. But if it be true, whence arises the objection of the public to the clergy discharging the responsibilities of citizens, but from the popular belief that they are unfitted for it? If the democracy see that the clergy are almost all federalists, and the federalist merchants and lawyers consider the clergy so little fit for common affairs as to call them a set of people between men and women, it is easy to see whence arises the dislike to their taking part in politics. If indeed the dislike really exists, the statement should not, however, be taken on the word of the clergy alone, for they are very apt to think that the people cannot yet bear many things in which the flocks have already outstripped their pastors. A third great mischief from the isolation of the clergy is that, while it deprives them of the highest kind of influence, which is the prerogative of manhood, it gives them a lower kind of influence, as PG 362, strong as it is pernicious to others, and dangerous to themselves. An influence confined to the weak members of society, women, and superstitious men. By such they are called faithful guardians. Guardians of what a healthy person may guard a sick one, a sane man may guard a lunatic, a grown person may guard child, and for social purposes an appointed watch may guard a criminal. But how can any man guard his equal in spiritual matters, the most absolutely individual of all? How can any man come between another's soul and the infinite to which it tends? If it is said that they are guardians of truth and not of conscience, they may be asked for their warrant. God has given his truth for all. Each is to lay hold of what he can receive of it, and he sins if he devolves upon another the guardianship of what is given him for himself. As to the fitness of the clergy to be guardians, it is enough to mention what I know, that there is infidelity within the walls of their churches of which they do not dream, and profligacy among their flocks of which they will be the last to hear, even in matters which are esteemed their peculiar business, the state of faith and morals. They are more in the dark than any other persons in society. Some of the most religious and moral persons in the community are among those who never enter their churches, while among the company who sit at the feet of the pastor, while he refines upon abstractions, and builds a moral structure upon imperfect principles or upon metaphysical impossibilities. There are some in whom the very capacity of steadfast belief has been cruelly destroyed, some who hide loose morals under a strict profession of religion, and some, if possible, more lost still, who have arrived at making their religion coexist with their profligacy? Is there not here something like the blind leading the blind? Page 363. Over those who consider the clergy faithful guardians, their influence as far as it is professional, is bad as far as it is that of friendship or acquaintanceship. It is according to the characters of the men. I am disposed to think ill of the effects of the practice of parochial visiting, except in cases of poor and afflicted persons, who have little other resource of human sympathy. I cannot enlarge upon the disagreeable subject of the devotion of the ladies to the clergy. I believe there is no liberal-minded minister who does not see and, too, sensibly feel the evil of women being driven back upon religion as a resource against vacuity, and of there being a professional class to administer it. Some of the most sensible and religious elderly women I know in America speak with a strength which evinces strong conviction of the mischief to their sex of ministers entering the profession young and poor, and with a great enthusiasm for parochial visiting. There is no very wide difference between the auricular confession of the Catholic Church and the spiritual confidence reposed in ministers, the most devoted to visiting their flocks. Enough may be seen in the religious periodicals of America about the help women give to young ministers, by the needle, by raising subscriptions, and by more toilsome labors than they should be allowed to undergo in such a cause. If young men cannot earn with their own hands the means of finishing their education and providing themselves with food and clothing, without the help of women, they may safely conclude that their vocation is to get their bread first, whether or not it may be to preach afterwards. 36. But this kind of dependence is wholly unnecessary. There is more provision made for the clergy than there are clergy to use it. A young clergyman came home one day, and pg 364 complained to me that some of his parochial visiting afflicted him much. He had been visiting and exhorting a mother who had lost her infant a sorrow, which he always found he could not reach. The mourner had sat still, and heard all he had to say, but his impression was that he had not met any of her feelings, that he had done nothing but harm. How should it be otherwise? What should he know of the grief of a mother for her infant? He was sent for as a kind of charmer to charm away the heart's pain. Such pain is not sent to be charmed away. It could be made more endurable only by sympathy of all outward aids, and sympathy of necessity. He had none, but only a timid pain with which to aggravate hers. It was natural that he should do nothing but harm. My final impression is that religion is best administered in America by the personal character of the most virtuous members of society, out of the theological profession, and next by the acts and preachings of the members of that profession, who are the most secular in their habits of mind and life. The exclusively clerical are the worst enemies of Christianity, except the vicious. The fault is not in the voluntary system, for the case is equally bad on both sides the Atlantic, and an establishment like the English does little more than superadd the danger of a careless, ambitious, worldly clergy. 37 in the richer priests of the church, and an overworked and ill-recompensed set of working clergy. The evil lies in a superstition, which no establishment can ever obviate. In the superstition, to use the words of an American clergyman, of believing that religion is something else than pg 365. Goodness from this, it arises that an ecclesiastical profession still exists, not for the study of theological science, which is quite reasonable, but for the dispensing of goodness. From this, it arises that ecclesiastical goodness is practically separated from active personal and social goodness. From this, it arises that the yeomanry of America, those who are ever in the presence of God's high priest nature, and out of the worldly competitions of a society sophisticated with superstition, are perpetually in advance of the rest of the community on the great moral questions of the time, while the clergy are in the rear. What must be done? The machinery of administration must be changed. The people have been brought up to suppose that they saw Christianity in their ministers. The first consequence of this mistake was that Christianity was extensively misunderstood. As it still is, the trying moral conflicts of the time are acting as a test. The people are rapidly discovering that the supposed faithful mirror is a grossly refracting medium, and the blessed consequence will be that they will look at the object for themselves, declining any medium at all. The clerical profession is too hard and too perilous, a one too little justifiable on the ground of principle, too much opposed to the spirit of the gospel, to outlive long the individual research into religion to which the faults of the clergy are daily impelling the people. To what then must we meantime trust for religion? To the administration of God, and the heart of man has not God his own ways, unlike our ways of teaching. When man misteaches, it is worth traveling in the wild west away from churches and priests to see how religion springs up in the pleasant woods. and is nourished by the winds, and the starlight the child on the grass is not PG 366 alone, in listening for God's tramp on the floor of his creation, we are all children ever so. Listening impulses of religion arise wherever there is life and society, whenever hope is rebuked, and fear relieved wherever there is love to be cherished, and age and childhood to be guarded. If it be true as my friend, and I speculated that religious sensibility is best awakened by the spectacle of the beauty of holiness religion, is everywhere safe for this beauty, is as prevalent more or less perceptibly, as the light of human eyes it is safe as long as the gospel history is. Extant the beauty of holiness is there so resplendent that to those who look upon it with their own eyes, it seems inconceivable that if it were once brought unveiled before the minds of men, every one would not adopt it into his reason. And his affections from that hour it has been reorganizing and vivifying society from the day of its advent. It is carrying on this very work now in the New World. The institutions of America are, as I have said, planted down deep into. Christianity, its spirit, must make an effectual pilgrimage through a society of which it may be called a native, and no mistrust of its influences can forever intercept that spirit in its mission of denouncing anomalies, exposing hypocrisy, rebuking faithlessness, raising and communing with the outcast, and driving out sordidness from the circuit of this, the most glorious temple of society that has ever yet been reared. The community will be Christian, as sure as democracy is Christian. It is a mortifying truth that two men in any rank of society could hardly be found virtuous enough to give money, and to take it as a necessary gift without injury to the moral entireness of one or both. But so stands the fact. Edinburgh Review Roman 40, 8p 303. PG 367. Conclusion. My book must come to an end, but I offer no conclusion of my subject. I do not pretend to have formed any theory about American society or prospects, to which a finishing hand can be put in the last page. American society itself constitutes but the first pages of a great book of events into whose progress we can see but a little way, and that but dimly. It is too soon yet to theorize, much too soon to speak of conclusions, even as to the present entire state of this great nation. Meantime, some prominent facts appear to stand out from their history and condition, which it may be useful to recognize, while refusing to pronounce upon their positive or comparative virtue and happiness. By a happy coincidence of outward plenty with liberal institutions, there is in America a smaller amount of crime, poverty, and mutual injury of every kind than has ever been known in any society. This is not only a present blessing, but the best preparation for continued fidelity to true democratic principles. However the Americans may fall short in practice of the professed principles of their association, they have realized many things for which the rest of the civilized world is still struggling, and which some portions are only beginning to intend. They are to all intents and purposes PG 368 self-governed. They have risen above all liability to a hereditary aristocracy, a connection between religion and the state, a vicious or excessive taxation, and the irresponsibility of any class, whatever evils may remain or may arise in either the legislative or executive departments. The means of remedy are in the hands of the whole people, and those people are in possession of the glorious certainty that time and exertion will infallibly secure all wisely desired objects. They have one tremendous anomaly to cast out, a deadly sin against their own principles to abjure, but they are doing this with an earnestness which proves that the national heart is sound. The progress of the abolition question within 3 years throughout the whole of the rural districts of the North is a far stronger testimony to the virtue of the nation than the noisy clamor of a portion of the slaveholders of the South and the merchant aristocracy of the North with the silence of the clergy. Are against it, the nation must not be judged of by that portion, whose worldly interests are involved in the maintenance of the anomaly, nor yet by the 800 flourishing abolition societies of the North, with all the supporters they have in unassociated individuals. The nation must be judged of, as to slavery, by neither of these parties, but by the aspect of the conflict between them. If it be found that the 5 abolitionists who first met in a little chamber 5 years ago to measure their moral strength against this national enormity have become a host beneath whose assaults the vicious institution is rocking to its foundations, it is time that slavery was ceasing to be a national reproach. Europe now owes to America the justice of regarding her as the country of abolitionism, quite as emphatically as the country of slavery. PG 369. The civilization and the morals of the Americans fall far below their own principles. This is enough to say, It is better than contrasting or comparing them with European morals and civilization, which contrast or comparison can answer no purpose unless on the supposition, which I do not think a just one, that their morals and civilization are derived from their political organization. A host of other influences are at work, which must nullify all conclusions drawn from the politics of the Americans to their morals. Such conclusions will be somewhat less rash 2 centuries hence. Meantime, it will be the business of the world as well as of America to watch the course of republicanism and of national morals, to mark their mutual action, and humbly learn whatever the new experiment may give out to the whole world as well as to the Americans. It is important to ascertain whether the extraordinary mutual respect and kindness of the American people generally are attributable to their republicanism, and again, how far their republicanism is answerable for their greatest fault, their deficiency of moral independence. No peculiarity in them is more remarkable than their national contentment. If this were the result of apathy, it would be despicable. If it did not coexist with an active principle of progress, it would be absurd. As it is, I can regard this national attribute with no other feeling than veneration, entertaining, as I do little doubt of the general safety of the American Union, and none of the moral progress of its people. It is clear to me that this national contentment will live down all contempt, and even all wonder, and come at length to be regarded with the same genial and universal emotion with which men recognize in an individual the equanimity of rational self-reverence.